I was in military anti-aircraft. That means the weapon with the more distances and the targets. The targets. Sorry.
Let him answer.
Okay.
Apparently, or do?
I mean, sorry. Apparent to me, but probably do in reality. Like, I mean, like, are we asking a knowledge question again?
Show us how that's apparent to you. With citation.
Yeah.
With a citation? Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to go like dig around for like an article on this, or like what's
we were
our,
just
like,
talking to
rigor?
we were just talking to a curious new guy. We're not doing this, so that's going on mute. Nothing personal, Goldie. You can get unmuted. But we were just in the middle of speaking to someone.
Quickly, I just want the curious new guy to take note of the. Yeah, I'm talking. I want the curious new guy to take note of the very shifty language. They very rarely will make absolute claims. They'll say stuff like apparently, maybe, possibly, probably, all this kind of stuff. Right? This is a waste of everyone's time. If he's not going to cite it, then just disregard it.
I know.
But do you want like a citation?
No, I don't need
yourself
citation
out,
because I was.
We're speaking to the new guy.
Okay, well then don't defame me when I'm muted.
Post whatever you like in the chat.
I didn't defame you. I just described your behavior.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna make a claim like that, you're gonna be asked to prove it, right?
New guy, you still here?
Yo. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you just asked. I just explained the fundamental assumptions of the globe and some points about why we would say it's obviously not a globe and the evidence only indicates a flat, motionless surface. Got any more questions? Or did that make sense to you? You got any questions about what we said?
Yeah, no. I mean, I'll definitely do obviously more research. I'll check your guys' actual Discord out when I'm done driving. That's actually interesting. But I guess this one's more of I don't know if it's a silly fucking question or not. But in terms of like with the flat Earth model, like at least the like how you guys believe it, is it also the fact that like the Earth itself is encapsulated, like all the water, sea level is encapsulated by Antarctica and stuff like that? I've seen that before on flat Earth theory.
Well, there has to be some kind of shoreline. Like it's what more like it's like we're in a big structure and there's like a giant lake, right, with islands on it. That's kind of how I'm conceptualizing it anyway. And yeah, what we know of water is that it has to be contained. There's a shoreline. Now, I won't claim to know what that shoreline is. It seems fairly well evidenced that if you head south, you're going to run up against pretty much a wall of ice. But it's illegal to travel there if you're just a citizen, right? You're not part of some military or scientific team. You can take a few holiday cruises to a specific tiny portion of it and be guided. But you can't just go exploring down south past 60th parallel due to the Antarctic Treaty. So, yeah, there's basically a shoreline. Seems to be ice.
I'm actually going to check out your. You said is it called FE 24/7 Flat Earth? What's your Discord?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Someone should DM you the link.
Okay, I haven't gotten a DM yet, so somebody could DM me. That would be
Come
much
on,
appreciated.
guys. Doing here.
I don't even know who we're talking to. Who are we talking to?
It's EEXG. It's a handsome guy on the profile picture with a beard.
Yeah. Gotcha, mate. Yep. Give me a moment.
Yeah, of course.
No drama.
But yeah, no, you're welcome to ask questions anytime, and definitely you should look into this.
Much appreciated. I definitely will.
Good man. See, Globies? That's not so hard. So you just have a normal, nice conversation.
Polite gentleman.
All right. Can open it up then? Anyone else in the room?
Thanks for the link.
Comments, questions, concerns? No, yeah, no worries, brother. No worries at all. Anybody else for any more? It's been a crazy 3 hours. We at least had some honest people came in, which has kind of, filled my heart a little bit and made me smile, because we've had some complete fucking idiots. So thank you for those guys that are coming with honest questions and honest, postulations, and gone away and thought about things and had decent conversations, and we appreciate that. But everybody else, you need to look at yourselves in the fucking mirror.
I have fun either way.
It's fucking hilarious, isn't it? Where's the
So
horizon?
Yeah, that guy was too
Goldshock
good.
is in the Goldshock is in the chat now, struggling with what a citation is. If anybody feels like helping him, it's up to you guys.
No, I'm not struggling with what a citation is.
No.
You can cite things
you
through
are.
paraphrase.
You
You don't require a quotation in order to make
you
a
are.
citation.
No, that's what a citation is. It's a quotation, and you have to also link
No,
your
it's
source.
not. Did you only
Yes,
do
it
like
is.
first year
Yes, it-
English?
Yes, it is.
No, it's
It is.
okay.
Yes, it's.
Do I need to like show you guys that a citation doesn't
No,
require
we
a
need to
quotation?
show you a citation for citation, obviously, because you have no clue what that is. You have to include a quote as well for it to be a citation.
No, you can paraphrase.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
You
what
can be
cited?
citing a source through a paraphrase, right? So citation is just going to refer to like whatever it is, like, or it's just going to be proof that you received your
Look,
information
you've already
from a given
demonstrated
source,
that you
right?
don't know what a citation is, so don't
So
bother.
he is right
Okay.
about that. It doesn't have to be a direct quote.
Oh my God! Put her on mute.
Why are you muting Ren?
So is this in relation to your sniper argument?
Yeah. So as far as like proving or as far as a citation for a claim goes, I would just need a source that would like provide the information that I claimed, right? It doesn't require a direct quotation because I wasn't making
Yes,
a
it does.
quotation.
Argument
Yes, it
is your
does.
argument is your argument that that the Earth is rotating underneath the bullet?
No, I was just saying that what takes account, or as far as, sorry, I should rephrase. The claim was made initially that the military doesn't take into account like the Earth's rotation with respect to anything they do, and then the counter to that would be that it seems to be the case that snipers take into account the Coriolis effect, and the Coriolis effect is explained by an Earth moving, or at least that would be
Provide
their
the
explanation.
citation.
Presumably.
You've got a link. Now
snipers?
quote it.
I don't need a quote.
Why would it only be snipers?
Well, it wouldn't only be snipers. I just needed an example.
So it would be everything that's separate from the Earth's surface.
Wait,
as a projectile.
That's okay. I mean, you don't have to take into account Coriolis effect if you're like fighting somebody from hand-to-hand combat, right? That wouldn't.
No, but what if I'm in like a helicopter hovering above the Earth?
I mean, it really depends on like the context of what that question is.
Well, let's say I'm in a helicopter and I take off and I just stay in one place but hovering. Is the Earth rotating underneath me?
Wait, how are you staying in one place? What do you...
Well, I'm not going forward, backwards, or side to side. I'm just hovering.
Okay, but like, but hovering, you are like making micro adjustments. Okay,
Is the Earth rotating underneath me?
Well, I mean, you would be moving with the Earth.
Oh, so what about the sniper bullets?
So not Coriolis.
Well, no, hold on, stop, guys, hold on for a second. So, like, when I ask, how are you not moving? Like, what forces are you acting upon such that you appear to not be moving with relation to the Earth?
If I'm hovering in a helicopter, then the Earth has to be rotating beneath me. If the Earth is rotating beneath a sniper bullet,
okay, I have a question.
No?
Okay,
Well, just answer the question. Yes, no.
No, because there's a confusion about like what the physics of or the physical explanation as to how this would be occurring.
Well, you just said it was rotating underneath the sniper bullet.
But I didn't say it was rotating underneath the sniper bullet. I
That's
said
what you were
that they take
arguing.
into
You have to
account
take
the
it into
Coriolis effect.
Right, because the Earth is rotating underneath them now.
What do you think the Coriolis effect is?
Okay, God, this is okay. So
Yeah,
let's say hypothetically. No, okay, hold on. Hypothetically, let's say I am moving over a car is moving, right? And I am moving over the car. Okay, I understand this. So hypothetically, there's a car moving, and I'm in a plane, and I'm flying overhead of this car, right? But I'm maintaining my position such that I am directly and remain directly above the airplane. For me, would it be safe to say that the car is moving underneath me? Maybe not, because from my perspective, the car is not moving underneath me. I'm in a stationary position above the car, right? So if we're talking about the Earth's movement, like if the Earth is rotating and I'm in a helicopter, and if I'm making adjustments such that I maintain like my position, my relative position above the Earth, stationary, then it wouldn't seem like the Earth is moving underneath me, right? From my perspective, because I would be moving along with the Earth, so we would both be stationary from my perspective.
So no Coriolis observed then.
No
That's
Coriolis
not what
and we're all
Coriolis
together.
is.
Well, define Coriolis effect.
I'll tell
for
you
us.
what.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so my understanding of Coriolis
Define
effect is that like.
Coriolis.
Okay, so my
There's a-
understanding of the Coriolis
there-
effect, and this might be
There's
misguided
a
here,
few.
is with
Go ahead,
respect
go
to the like, if you're shooting north or south, or northern and southern, then the speed of the Earth, the relative speed of the Earth, as dependent upon the axis, is going to increase, or no, sorry, it's going to decrease. It's going to slow as you get towards the poles, right? So the apparent velocity movement, or the apparent rotational velocity around the center point, i.e. the poles, is going to be lower if you're around the North Pole or near the North Pole versus if you're around the equator, right? Because of how circles work, right? If you're on a circle, if you look at a circle
quite a
or a
long
sphere,
definition. Have you got something that's a bit more concise?
oh my God, I can look on up for you if you'd like.
I would like that.
Well, I can tell you very simply in layman's terms that the Coriolis effect is just an apparent deflection based on the rotation of a given body. In this case, the Earth, but obviously you'd have to prove that that's actually there, because the Coriolis effect does exist. But they make the mistake of thinking that because the Coriolis effect exists, therefore Earth-based Coriolis exists, right? And that's the claim that needs to be evidenced.
Yeah, it does sound like Goldshock's going to go into an actual deflection.
Okay, so
Case.
the Coriolis force is an very funny, huh? Inertial or frictious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an initial frame. That's like the most basic definition I can find.
Sorry, was that force or effect?
It's sorry.
Was that
it's a
Coriolis
force. Well, I mean, it's.
Thank you.
I mean, it's
it's
referred to as both, is my understanding.
Sorry, mate. No, you're fine. You're the first person that's actually used the correct argument. So Coriolis effect and Coriolis force are two different things. Coriolis effect is the observation. Yes, I'll explain it to you. The Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection. I think I might have gone through this with you before, but hey, let's get back on that roundabout and get our two friends and
Definitely
get them to throw that ball over the roundabout. Yeah. So
no,
the person on the rotate. Okay, cool. So we'll go for it again. You're on a roundabout. You've got two friends. They've got a ball. Okay. They throw the ball between each other. The path of the ball is actually straight. But as you go around on the merry-go-round, as you are on the rotating reference frame, as you observe that ball from your vantage point, it appears to deflect. Right?
Yep.
That's the Coriolis effect. At least you've used Coriolis force, mate. The first person that's actually fucking done that. That's something very, very, very different. Now you got to prove it.
I just wanted to say,
wait, okay,
Jedi,
yeah, it is just called the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you for talking over me. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you.
What's up, man?
I just wanted to say, FE Jedi used the Force, the Coriolis Force.
Yes, brother. Absolutely. I hear that loud and clear. Man, you need kids because you got some great dad jokes.
Anyway, yeah, no, I wanted to double check. Yeah, it's literally just the same. It's just the two words that explain the same thing. Yeah, I mean, Coriolis effect or Coriolis force are interchangeable. In terms of.
So, have you heard the argument about the actual paths of hurricanes changing north or south of the equator?
Yeah, I'm aware that they. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll understand that is an actual deflection of the wind's path, not us observing straight winds, but appearing to deflect as we rotate on the Earth, right? You understand how that is now different?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, as far as like, I think the thing you're taking issue with is that like the term force here, but it's not like a literal force, is what they're saying, right? It's a fictitious force or an apparent force. So that wouldn't be.
I don't mind.
a conflation with the Coriolis effect, right? Because it's not saying there's literally a force; it's saying it's an apparent force.
But it's causing an actual. So it's not an apparent.
That's the area. Go on, Crypto. We can hear you, man. Sorry.
And I was just saying, like, they get this. They like to. How do I put this? They want us not to notice that when you say words like apparent, and then you actually conflate it with actual, that we shouldn't notice. And so they say, oh, it's an apparent force, but it causes an actual hurricane or an actual typhoon or whatever. Like, that's not possible.
Okay, well, now you're just conflating terminology.
No, you are.
Well, no, because an apparent force, i.e. an effect that isn't actually a force in and of itself, right? Doesn't mean that, like, the effect isn't a relation or an explanation of forces that are actually occurring, right? Where's the fucking, like, basic example? Let me grab it real quick.
No problem. You understand in my explanation of the merry-go-round and the ball going over the top, you notice that the merry-go-round is an effect in the ball's path.
Well, no, your movement around it is.
Yeah, so that's it's the movement.
Also,
around
wait, that's not true either.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, yeah, because you'd be introduced with an initial angular momentum, if I'm correct, or not momentum. Sorry, you would introduce as you throw the ball. You're introducing the force from both your perspective, like what you've thrown, and then also like the force that's being acted upon the ball by the movement of the merry-go-round, right?
So as our two friends have thrown the ball between them, are you saying that the merry-go-round that is not physically in contact with the ball is actually changing the ball's path?
Okay, sorry, changing it relative to what? That's the frame. Like if you're standing outside of the merry-go-round and you're looking at what's happening, then yes, the merry-go-round is adding a force or adding a velocity to the ball as it's thrown. Yes, because the person who's throwing it is also moving with the current velocity of the merry-go-round.
You'll understand that maybe I didn't describe this to you correctly, so I'll do it again. Our friends that are throwing the ball aren't on the rotating merry-go-round. You are. They stand either side of the merry-go-round and throw the ball between them over the top of the merry-go-round. Awesome. So the path of the ball is straight.
You relax a little bit, dude.
On the merry-go-round, observe an apparent deflection. The path of the ball is actually straight with the two people not attached to the rotating reference frame.
Okay, can you relax a little bit? I can get the point without like the intensity. But yeah, okay.
No problem. So you get it then. So my point is this. Is the merry-go-round affecting the path of the ball?
I mean, it's affecting the apparent path of the ball from my perspective, yes.
Okay, but in actuality, between those two people, when they throw the ball, is the ball actually changing its direction?
No, it wouldn't be.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. At least you get that. So when we talk about hurricanes...
Can we drop to condescending levels like twice, please? Yeah, really appreciate that.
We can drop you if you have a problem with it.
I mean, if I act condescending, then you guys just mute. So I don't know. I don't understand why it's a requirement that he act condescendingly.
I don't understand why you're concern trolling. Just engage in the conversation, or we'll just get somebody else who will.
Why is it concern trolling to not want to be talked down to?
Because that's exactly what it is.
Do I need to Google what concern trolling is again? Jesus Christ.
Probably need to Google that as well as citation. Still waiting on any sort of quotation.
Okay, do you know what a citation is? Because a citation doesn't require a quotation.
Yeah, you're going to have a quotation and then the reference that you got it from. That's right.
No, a quotation
direct or otherwise,
requires a citation.
Whatever you got for us, give us the citation with the quote.
Okay, so you want the quotation and a citation?
No, that would
we want the citation.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. I don't know why I have to explain like fucking 5th grade citation shit to you guys, but fine, I will.
Well, you can't. You're not capable of it because you're not up to the 5th grade level for this yet. We're trying to get you there, so if you'll get out of your own way, we can help you. So provide a quotation, direct or otherwise, with the link, the reference that you got the quotation from.
So you do want a quotation.
That would be a citation.
That is a form of citation, correct? Because the citation is, of course, the reference to your source.
Yeah, just spamming a link for nothing isn't a citation.
Well, no.
We need to know. We need to know what specifically you're quoting, indirectly or otherwise, and where you got that from. That would be a full citation.
Technically,
so go ahead and do that.
Well, I mean, we want to go full citation. Like, what format of a citation do you want it in? Do you want it in American Psychological
Oh my God!
Standard,
I'm just
or do
gonna
you
put
want it
you
in?
on mute.
Do you
It's
want it in
already been
MLA?
spelled out. Yeah, we'll talk to someone else. Forget it.
Yeah, because you don't have anything. You don't know what you're talking about. But nice try, dude.
I don't have anything. You're the guy who's struggling to provide a simple citation in the form of a quote and the reference that you got it from. But yeah, I'm not able to provide anything here. Sure.
Can we get back onto Jedi's point, because I think it was a good one, right? So you got the rotating reference frame, you got the ball, and it's only when you're actually on, say, the merry-go-round that you would see the ball appear to deflect, right? Now that's different to how hurricanes or cyclones, whatever are said to be forming, and you can see them from every reference frame. So because you can see it from a third-person observer, or if there was some sort of absolute reference frame, the hurricane would appear to be moving in a circle over the Earth, because that's what it is, but the ball would still be appearing to be moving straight. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So why the disconnect there?
I don't know. This is why I asked a clarifying question about when we throw the ball between the two people that are not attached to the rotating reference frame. Does the roundabout change the path of the ball actually? And he said, well, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, he says, because he's talking about relatively between two people, right? But from a third-person perspective, just say you zoomed right out and you were on the edge of the galaxy and you were looking at it, the hurricane would still appear to be moving in a circle and the ball would still appear to be moving in a straight line. So they're not analogous.
Yeah. But with hurricanes, that's the spinning Earth actually changing the direction of the winds.
And then it can't be a pseudo force.
Ah, there we go.
Oh.
Sorry, Crypto, I didn't mean to be condescending to you there.
Oh, I feel so condescended. I actually have to go and get counselling now.
There. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
Show me on the teddy bear where every Jedi.
I'm gonna say that boy like Juice WRLD.
Is there anyone in London that can come and pat me on the head?
No.
Oh, a shame.
All right. Anybody else?
Let's go and get a hug from
Anybody
someone.
else? Oh, have you? Bless you. I find the Coriolis thing really kind of interesting because convolution of terms. Right. This is why I applauded the gentleman when he said actually force for the first time that I've ever heard anybody actually say Coriolis force. Yeah, that's the thing that's said to be changing the path of hurricanes, an actual deflection, not Coriolis effect, which he cited within his, or didn't cite within his sniper bollocks.
But that's why I find it really pretzely and kind of snide when they go between apparent and actual and they pretend like they can use both and they can bait and switch them whenever they like, and it's like, no, you can't. I understand that in some cases, I understand that in some cases, like in the ball example, it will appear to be deflecting but not actually deflecting, and then they use that and they pretend that that's an actual, not an apparent actual, when it's a hurricane, but that they're equivalent. It's mad.
Yep.
I hope that made sense.
But hey, it's our fault. It's our fault for pointing. Yeah, no, it isn't. It's our fault for pointing it out.
Yep.
Damn you, flat earthers!
But also, if it is a pseudo force, then the Earth would be moving exactly equivalent to the hurricane, and the Earth doesn't rotate that quickly anyway. So it's a stupid argument even on its face.
They're all stupid arguments, man.
They only sound clever if you don't really know what they're saying.
No, not really.
Well, maybe not. I'm trying to give them some credit, but it's hard.
Well, it's been shits and giggles for the past 5 hours. That's for sure.
Is our citation bro? Did he rage quit?
I know. I think Heretic had had enough of it and just muted him.
Well.
Tell you what, there are lots of people in the chat, man. Bloody hell.
Well, if he wants to provide a full citation, paraphrase, quote, whatever, and the reference that he got it from, fine, we can hear from him again. But if he's just going to stall the VC with, oh, what's the citation, blah, 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 then there's really no point. Let's see, though.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't even like paraphrasing. That's going to lead to some kind of ambiguity with what actually was said.
Yeah.
We need to know what actually was said.
You're right. So what you need to do then is provide a direct quotation for us, Goldshock, and we'll take a look at the source that you got it from.
Oh, of course it is. It all makes sense.
I've clarified exactly what it is I'm asking for from you.
Oh yeah, I provided
no trouble
one already.
comprehending. Okay, can you just repost it? Because I was driving when you might have done that.
Oh, to be clear, this is the quotation and citation for the claim about paraphrasing. Is that what you wanted, or did you want something else?
Oh, no. I wanted a quotation from any sniper who accounts for Coriolis.
Oh, you want a quotation from okay, that would have been good to know. Like,
well, yeah, you know, your initial claim, the thing that you were asked for a citation for, yeah, that. Are you just going to stall again and waste our time?
Can I
you should know exactly what we've been.
Can you relax for a minute,
why would
dude?
we explain? I've been explaining to you for 20 minutes this simple thing that's been requested of you, and you still need it explained. That's why you need to just go on mute.
Look, if you don't want to have a conversation, that's fine.
I don't really want to have a conversation. I just want to get your citation, that's all.
Okay, so you changed what you asked for.
No, it's been the same thing I've been asking for the whole time. I'm not sure what the matter is with you.
No, the initial claim made was simply that snipers account for the Coriolis effect. When I asked what would, okay, hold on a second. Let me retread real quick. I asked what would qualify as a citation for that. You guys got upset with me and didn't tell me. So if you would like me to go find a citation from a sniper talking about how they account for the Coriolis effect, if that's what you want for evidence, let me know.
No, I didn't specify where you needed to get it from. Just bring us whatever you have.
You just said I want a citation from a sniper.
Whatever citations you think you have that validate that claim that you made, that's what we're looking for.
So you just want just to be clear, you just want a citation talking about how snipers take account of the Coriolis effect, correct?
Any citation you can provide that validates that initial claim you made.
Okay.
Whatever you got, bring it to us. It doesn't matter. Yeah, thank you. How much clarification does a guy need? Most people would have
When you're really unclear about what your question is, it requires a bit more clarification.
Yeah, it wasn't unclear, I don't think, to anybody but you.
I mean, you changed the question and you changed what
it's the same question.
But you know.
Yeah, but
like
cool
you said,
obfuscation
it doesn't necessarily have
tactics.
to be a citation. It can be whatever evidence you have to like support that claim. If you're gonna make a claim like that, you're gonna be asked to like prove it, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't know what we're looking for proof. He doesn't know. We're not clear
because
enough
apparently
with
you changed the definition of words while I was talking. Now, do you want me to go find it, or are you gonna keep talking about me while I'm doing it?
Well, I mean, that's your problem if you're like too ADD to not just focus on your task at hand, getting distracted by the VC. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. You make me fucking laugh. You really do. Well done, guys. Hilarious. So, whilst we have this interlude, has anybody else got any questions, comments, concerns? Actually, no concerns. Don't give a shit about your fucking concerns. Comments or questions?
I do. I have one.
What's that, mate?
Why would they be accounting for Coriolis anyway when the Atmo is spinning with the globe?
Well, yeah. It all depends, really, right? What argument we're talking about any one time, whether the Earth is 2 separate reference frames or one in total reference frame. the atmosphere moving with the Earth, or the atmosphere not attached to the Earth and the Earth spinning underneath the atmosphere. I like contradictions. That's funny.
Okay, I've got a YouTube video of an army veteran talking about that. Does that qualify as good enough evidence? Do you want the exact timestamp?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Provide any quotation.
That should be the correct timestamp. Oh, do you want me to like quote what he's saying too?
Oh, whatever. I'll just take your timestamp, dude.
I mean, I can give you a quote of what he says if you want. Give me a minute.
Sure.
Wow, he's really going for extra credit. Oh, what's that, mate?
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes. I just fancy pizza right now.
I got a question for Jedi.
What's up?
Or a lot of other people here, not only Jedi, but how do you have the length of spirit be here for hours and not lose your mind? You're pretty calm.
How do you count for what?
Yeah, you can't, I don't know what it was. It sounded like radio interference and static, mate. I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, well, I asked, how do you guys have the length of spirit to be here for hours, answer these guys' idiotic questions, and not lose your mind? Just keep your temper. Like, how do you do that?
Because occasionally we hear the penny drop for someone. Somebody will be honest, someone will listen to what we say, someone will go away and research it, and somebody will come back, like was demonstrated earlier, and say, do you know what? I understand what you're talking about. Now, we have to fucking find the needle in the bloody haystack to do that, and yeah, it can be really disheartening sometimes, but it's those magical moments. And sometimes it can actually be quite funny to listen to the shit people say.
Yeah, I mean, for my answer, I spend a lot of time driving, and it's amusing for me to listen to the really bad arguments the ballers give. I just find it amusing. So.
Do you work as a driver?
No. I actually have 2 or 3 businesses, but they're kind of, I have to be in specific locations at specific times. I drive a lot.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the question real fast. I also drive a lot, and it's not really about the person we're talking to. It's about the audience. So some people don't even speak up. Some people just like to listen. So it's for the audience so that everybody can have a better informed decision.
No, but I couldn't do that. I lose my temper pretty fast.
I'm just here for the globe logic.
Wolfgang, you've done amazing this evening, man. Well done. Been super calm. It's been crazy.
Thank you, bro.
No worries, man.
I try.
Who's got the crazy background noise?
Got him.
Thank you.
Wasn't me, was it?
It was dreamily resonant.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I didn't think it was me, but it could be because I was driving. Anyway.
So are we kind of in the middle? Go ahead.
Yeah, I got you your citation now. Whoever it was.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got another question. Jalapeno on pizza, yes or
no? Yeah. Not always.
Not always.
Yeah.
I don't eat a pizza without jalapenos.
Sorry, Jedi. That answer was about as committal as the Coriolis effect on the Earth.
I've got to be in the mood for something that's spicy, man.
Yeah, exactly. So the Coriolis effect has to be in the mood. Sometimes it affects stuff, sometimes it doesn't.
That's a good explanation.
The quote is, we all know the Earth is spinning.
I mean, usually when people say it, like something affects something or something doesn't, right? They're just going to be referencing like whether it's like a relevant effect, right? Or like whether it's really important.
Well,
why did he say we all know the Earth is spinning?
Is this
Yeah,
really
because
what we're going to tear into here? Or are we just trying to find the quotation that a sniper is talking about the Coriolis effect? I thought that's what we wanted.
well, we can do, but I mean, to be honest, the conversation isn't really all about you. So if the conversation goes in a different direction, you're just going to have to get over it. To be honest, so there's another couple of issues with regards to the Coriolis effect. One of them is obviously with regards to the conservation of momentum. So as the layers of atmosphere go up and up and up, and this isn't strictly a Coriolis thing, but it would also be taken into account. As you go further up in the layers obviously get wider, and so in order to be moving at the same angular speed, there would need to be more energy imparted. So their solution to this, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, is super rotation of the upper atmosphere, and they just assert that it gathers extra energy to then move in the same angular momentum as the lower parts of the atmosphere, which of course couldn't happen without extra energy being imparted into the system. But let's not question that. That's fine. Let's just call it. Use the word super and hope no one asks questions. The other issue with that, of course, is that if you did have the layers as you go up, moving slower and slower, then it would create enormous.
Sorry, when you're referencing up, like, are you referencing like away from the Earth on the globe model, or like north?
Yeah.
Also, you're roboting real bad.
Other issue
He's talking about up in the atmosphere.
for anything moving through those layers.
Sorry, so wait. So if it's up in the atmosphere, he's saying that it would move slower?
Yeah, they can't account for that because it's not actually happening. Was I robotic?
Yeah, you were.
I mean,
right. Right.
Are you the only person who missed what I said?
No, I missed it too.
Okay. Did anyone get what I said?
Yeah, I understood that with altitude, the gas is still in motion with the Earth, but where's the extra energy coming from?
Why would there need to be extra energy? I'm not following this.
Because it's going faster in the same time.
I just Googled what you were talking about, Crypto, because you're right. I've actually not heard the globe explanation on why that is. I'll post the paper, but the abstract says in the beginning, so beginning in 1958, analysis of the atmospheric drag on artificial satellites, blah, blah, blah. It reported there was a net drag, blah, blah, blah. Although a number of analysts have contributed to these measurements, they have not been confirmed by theoretical models or other types of measurements, which have found A, more complex wind structures, and B, much smaller speed. So I've not read this, but that would be an interesting cope. I'll post it in the chat.
Have you looked up super rotation?
Yeah, this is a paper on it that's on the Wikipedia page for super rotation.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so you are. Yeah,
because most of
it's an interesting cope, isn't it?
Yeah, most of the articles seem to be talking about Venus, but then on the Wikipedia page it does say there's believed to be a small amount of super rotation in the thermosphere, and then it links over there and says like, oh, this has been debated, and then it links a couple of papers, and I just looked at the first paper.
And I'm sure because in the thermosphere as well, they say that the thermosphere is very hot, but because there's so few atoms, it actually feels very cold. And I'm sure they'll try and say something like, well, the thermosphere is giving extra energy to the super rotation. But of course, that's not going to be possible because there's so few atoms, and that's why it feels cold. So
when they say it's moving faster,
play both sides of that, and they're just going to hope we don't notice again. That's exactly how that's going to play out.
Okay, when they say the atmosphere is moving faster than like the rotation of the planet, are they talking about like if you like drew a theoretical circle around that point, like they're moving faster than they should, or are they just moving faster than like the surface of the planet, like relatively or something?
Okay, so you know how
amount of pounds.
So if you impart energy into in something, then you can get it to move a certain speed, correct? So you get it to. Yeah. Okay. So if it's moving more distance in the same time, but there hasn't been extra energy imparted, how is that explained?
But I mean, it wouldn't be. unless it
Right.
unless it already had like a high kinetic energy to begin with, if that's what you mean.
Where would it have got that from?
Where would it have gotten the high? Well, I'm not really sure what you mean by the atmosphere is moving faster, so I don't know how to like contextualize this claim. That's all.
It's got to cover a longer circumference in the same amount of time.
Well, yeah, if it was moving at like perpendicular at the same position, yeah.
What do you think the term super rotation means?
Well, I'm not certain. That's what I'm asking.
It's your claim.
Well, it's not his claim; it's the globe claim. They claim that the upper portions of the atmosphere are moving more quickly than they should be.
Meaning what, though?
I don't know how to more simply explain that.
Well, I mean, like moving more quickly than it should be. Like moving quickly relative to what?
Really, you're the only person in the room who doesn't understand that.
Well, no, because like if we're talking about more quickly, like if our reference point is like a fucking circle that's moving or a sphere that's moving, like what does it mean to be moving more quickly than the sphere if you're very far away from that sphere?
Okay, so you understand that the planet is supposedly rotating, right?
Yeah, I understand this. Yes.
Okay, so you understand that the atmosphere is supposedly velcroed to the planet.
I mean, like, sorry, by that you just mean like contained by gravity?
Right, however you want to explain that.
Sure, because I mean, Velcro I would think would be like a disanalogous thing, but sure.
So it's attached to the planet via gravity, right?
I mean, it's kept contained, maybe.
No, what? Fine. It's kept contained by gravity. Anyway, so as the planet rotates, then the atmosphere is rotating with the planet. That has to be the explanation, because otherwise you would have 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation, and without the air moving, you would necessarily have 1,000-mile-an-hour wind counter to the spin on the Earth's surface and a shitload of friction, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. No, this I understand.
So therefore, the atmosphere must be rotating with the planet in that model.
Yeah, it must be rotating at some extent. Yeah, I'm just not sure what you mean by like it's rotating faster than it should means.
Well, because like the rotation speed is coming from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but I understand that, but like, are you saying it's moving, given its position, if it was like an object that was like tidally locked, or not tidally locked, but like locked to a given geological or geographic location on the Earth, right? Like putting a string on the end of like a fucking, or no, how about like a pole on the end of like a spinning object, right? Like you would expect, like the angular velocity at the edge is going to be much faster, right? But I mean, it would still be going. Yeah, but it would still be going, it would appear to be going slower. Like if it, fuck, how do I explain this? I need like a model. If it stopped moving, right, it would appear to like pick up, well, it would appear to, yeah, it would appear to pick up speed if it stopped moving relative to the Earth spinning, right?
If the object in the sky stopped moving,
yeah,
then it would appear to pick up speed.
Well, yeah, because if the Earth is moving, I can't remember what it is, like 150 meters per second under, like, or no, it's not 100, whatever. It's rotating underneath the object, and if we're just looking at just this system, then from an observer on the Earth, it's going to look like that object has kicked up into like very high speed, moving the other direction, right? If it stops moving.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree.
So I guess my question is, when you say it's moving faster than it should be, are you saying that like it looks like it's moving, it looks like it's moving, it's actually doing the opposite, it's moving in the same direction that the Earth is, but it's actually like overtaking where its apparent angular position should be? Like, what do you mean by it's going faster? That's what I'm not sure about.
I mean,
my mind is the globe claim.
Yeah, my mind is blown that you obviously have a mind for detail and accuracy. Like, I can tell that by talking to you, but that you don't understand the detail and accuracy in this statement, right? So the amount of kinetic energy that's imparted from the surface, let's say that you're able to travel at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So we're not talking about angular, we're talking about the actual pure.
Okay, yeah. So you're moving. Yeah. So your angular position, you're moving at 1,000 kilometers around, like around this disk or
But
this.
If you're 10 kilometers up, then if you moved 1,000 kilometers, then that would actually have you lagging behind
Yep.
the surface.
Yep.
Because the
Can anyone tell me he's roboting?
10 kilometers larger. Right. So, am I roboting? Am I Samuel roboting? I guess I am. Am I back now?
Yep, you are.
Okay, so in order to maintain that same angle, it would actually be having to move more quickly, and then the question would have to be, where is that extra energy coming from?
Okay. I guess my question is like, where's the I'm looking up super rotation, and the only thing I can find on is that it's moving faster, but like I don't know what the fuck that means beyond. I guess I'll like read into like Science Direct or something.
Right. Yeah. Well, please go ahead.
Well, the claim of the globe is that the Earth is at a constant angular velocity with apparently no source of energy to make it do that. So it's violating the first law. I would just like to know where the Earth is getting its. It's not true.
Like the explanation for why the Earth has angular momentum, like there is an explanation for that.
Okay, what is it?
Or why it's rotating. Well, it's like going to be because of like the way the planet was formed, right? Through a bunch of like asteroids and whatever, like colliding into itself.
That wasn't his argument.
But none of that is verifiable, or even if that's a claim that you're going to have to support it.
Yeah, but bro, that's a red herring of your point anyway. You didn't even don't let him just red herring you into a different point, because that wasn't what you said originally.
I mean, it could probably be
I just would like to know where it's getting this energy from if it's violating the first law of thermodynamics.
Wait, what? Wait, how is it violating the first law of thermodynamics?
An angular velocity of any kind, we don't even have to talk about the fact that the atmosphere is supposedly velcroed to the surface, even though there's no evidence of that. There's no Coriolis effect observed.
Can we talk
so
like
if the Earth is rotating, then where is it getting the energy to constantly have this angular velocity? Where's it coming from?
Well, it wouldn't need energy to maintain its angular velocity.
Why?
Really?
That's mine. Well,
it would need energy to accelerate.
Yeah, it would need energy to accelerate. Yeah, but it wouldn't
that
need
angular velocity is
maintain
acceleration. It is acceleration. You snatched your wig again, Goldshock. Yeah, and you're gonna do it again, aren't you? Yes, rotation is acceleration. Angular velocity is acceleration. Please stop for your own sake.
Okay, well, then I guess we'll just not.
Did you just say angular velocity is acceleration? I want you to say that again for me.
Angular velocity is acceleration.
That's right. Do you know what it is? Do you know what velocity is, Takiho?
Yes, I do.
What?
Velocity is a vector that describes speed and direction.
Speed and direction.
Angular velocity.
Very good. So rotation.
Angular velocity is the constant rate of change of a rotating angle, right?
Right. Okay, that's good. So that would be the constant change in direction. So that's why rotation is acceleration.
Rotation.
Yes.
Angular velocity is a constant number, right? For a rotating body like the Earth, right?
No, it's a constant change in direction. So it's acceleration.
Instead of saying
rotation, I see what you mean.
But pretty good. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto, in 1 second. I just want to say that that's better than any other Glober ever did on that. So good job, Takiho. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, just quickly. Instead of saying rotation is acceleration, it might be better to say rotation requires acceleration.
Fair.
It's a small thing, though.
I mean, the other guy was about to wreck himself on that, but you got it. Good work.
So I don't think centripetal force requires that
do with the actual
extra
claim.
energy maintained in the system, correct?
Where's the energy coming from for this angular velocity, for this constant rotation that does not deviate? Does
well,
not
I mean,
change,
you don't need.
acceleration.
I mean, you only need energy for acceleration. You don't need energy for velocity.
It is an acceleration. We just covered that.
It's an apparent acceleration that creates centripetal force, right?
Angular velocity
so the Earth
is not
just
angular
apparently
acceleration.
spinning constantly?
They have to know what angular acceleration is, and they have to know that that is not the case for a rotating globe with a constant angular velocity. For a rotating globe with constant angular velocity, the angular acceleration is 0.
Spinning. Yeah. Your globe priests have boned you. They've told you things and then double speaked and you repeat it. Physics makes you look stupid. Yeah, you heard me.
But you did conflate
Claims
the terms,
don't
actually.
fit. So, okay, great. You can be a sophist all you want. Is the globe rotating at a constant velocity?
I mean, I don't
A
believe
very
that's
good
true,
approximation. It has constant angular
A
velocity.
very good
yes.
approximation. Have the days been different in length over the course of how many thousands of years we've been keeping track of it, or is it slowing down? Is it speeding up? What's it doing? Or is it the
it's
same?
slowing down.
Okay.
The days
Yeah,
are
it changes.
Oh, it is.
Changes. It does
So,
change.
so the days,
Yeah, it does change.
So according to the globe model, it changes speed of rotation.
I mean, yeah.
According
Okay,
to fundamental
well, I mean, there
physics,
you
the
go.
rotation of
Go
the
ahead
Earth
and give
changes by a small
Give me a
amount.
citation for that. I mean, if it's changing, is it
You
speeding
want a
up or is it slowing
citation
down?
from
If
like
it,
the? I know there's like.
if it's
Jesus
speeding
Christ.
up, I mean, if
We
it's
can do it to him.
speeding
We can
up,
give it to him.
if you could go ahead and show me where it's
pretty
getting the
easy.
energy to speed up. It's
Yeah, it
changing.
is.
Is it just slowing down or is it speeding up or is it both? Which one is it?
Is Wikipedia acceptable, or do you want something like a good source?
Whatever. I mean, if you're telling me if it speeds up and slows down, I want to know where it's getting the energy to speed up.
If it's slowing down, it actually, there are a couple of reasons why it could slow down. It could slow down because of the tidal force from the moon. It can also slow down due to like solar system interactions with other planets. There's many contributions, some being more negligible than others.
For any of this. Proof for any of these claims. Proof for any of it. Go ahead.
Sure.
Don't just make claims. Don't stack claims. Just prove it.
Okay, I just want to know if you understood my claim. Did you understand my claim?
Your claim is baseless. You just say it does. I want you to prove your claim.
I'll send you references. I just want to know if you understand my claim.
You're begging the question. Don't beg the question.
That's not what
Tell
begging
me how
the question is
moon.
either.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm
You're
asking if
assuming
you
that the tide is
understand my
affected
claim.
by what? What is the tide affected by? What is the tide affected by?
He was giving you an explanation underneath the globe model about
He
like
wasn't
what
giving me an
might be
explanation. He was
causing
just
the
making
Earth
claims.
to.
No, don't be stupid. He was making claims. I wanted him to support his claims.
Okay, so they are claims that support the underlying claim.
Would you like me to send you the Wikipedia page that is titled Earth's Rotation, or would you like to look that up yourself?
Is that proof for your claim, or is that just just some words on the page? You have to prove. You know what proof is?
What constitutes proof for you?
Dude, you make a claim about the Earth being affected by tides. If you're just going to give me another story,
is Wikipedia proof to you?
No, of course it's not proof. Are you insane?
Okay.
Okay, then why did you ask for a
sure,
citation from Wikipedia?
Because I mean, if it's good
Because
enough
I wanna,
evidence for
do
you,
you
I'm
know
happy
what
to
proof
send you the
is?
Wikipedia page. But
so are you telling me that words are going to satisfy you for anything? If I just tell you that I saw a unicorn yesterday and believe me, is that going to satisfy you?
I mean, it depends on what the nature of the claim in question
Oh
is.
my gosh, dude. Okay, well the nature of the claim is I saw a unicorn yesterday, so I told you. Now that should be good enough, right?
So you're making an empirical. Okay,
I saw a unicorn yesterday.
Okay, so if you're making a deductive argument claim, right? The proof might just be in the words, right? You might not actually require. You might be able to create an analytical claim without the requirement of sense experience, right? That's an argument that you can make, that you can understand just through reading the paper, right?
So you have
I'll
no
just send you
empirical
the
evidence for your claims. Just
I'll
tell
send
me
you
that.
the
What is
Wikipedia
Wikipedia
page.
going to help me with? If I
You
send you
might
words on a
might
paper, does that prove
That
that I
is
saw a
a
unicorn
form of
yesterday? Go ahead.
that is a form of empirical
you
evidence.
could look at the reference that it's referring to. You
So
could
it's
look at the
it's
references below
falsifiable. I can
Wikipedia page.
falsify the claims that Wikipedia makes.
Yes.
Perhaps if you
That's
provide
one of the
an
elements
adequate
of
counter
how
argument, perhaps, yeah.
No, oh my gosh, fellas, falsifiable. I can't go out and test it myself, can I?
Well, I mean, you
can.
Yeah.
I just question
That's one
whether
of the.
you're
Oh, I
smart
can.
enough to
So
do so.
how do I falsify whether or not tides have any effect on the rotation of said globe, which we don't even have a radius for?
Well, you would
You're
look at the
begging the question,
experiments
like I
that
said.
people have been providing
I think
arguments for.
with your
Experiments. Give me the
knowledge level, you would have
hypothesis
to
for the
trust
tides.
scientists.
Give me the
I
hypothesis
think
for the tides, please. You just brought up
with your
experiments.
knowledge
I want the
level,
hypothesis.
you're actually incapable of understanding that. And
Let's
I
just
Give me
think
give
the
you
the
have to trust
hypothesis for the
hypothesis.
scientists.
tides,
Yeah,
please.
we don't
Why?
need to hear your knowledge assessment of him. Just give the
And he keeps
hypothesis.
jumping around between topics. Like, why are we jumping
No,
from like
I'm
hypothesis
sticking with
to
the
proof?
tides. You
and, like,
made
what
the claim. I'm staying with the tides. What's the hypothesis for the tides? Go ahead.
the hypothesis for the tides?
You
I'm
made
sure
a claim
there's
about
many.
tides. Yeah.
Are we referring
Okay,
to
go
a
ahead.
specific
What did
experiment?
What did they?
Wait, also,
Yeah,
aren't we
what's
talking
so
about the angular
tides? The
velocity of
observed
Earth and why
phenomena,
it's
right?
slowing down? I don't know why we're talking about like tides right
Oh,
now.
don't go back.
I can do this. I mean, I'm
don't
just
run
gonna
away
have
from
to
the
like
tides.
give
I
him a
want to stay
lecture
at
on
the tides. Let's go
fundamental
ahead.
physics. I can do it.
No, I don't
for it.
want lectures. I just want the hypothesis for why the tides are, happening. You see
Okay,
tides
so
happening. Tell
here's
me
my
why they
claim.
happen.
Here's my claim. Ready? Here's my claim. I'll try to do it as clear as possible. So
Are we going
the
to change
rotation
claims?
of the Earth. All right, so here's my claim. Ready? I'll try to say it as clear as possible. So the rotation of the Earth is slowly slowing down, very slowly slowing down due to the tidal force of the moon's rotation around the Earth. The moon's rotation around its axis, sorry. That is my
claim is multiple things. It's a compound claim, right? So the Earth is slowing down. That's your claim?
Yeah, the Earth's rotation is slowing down. That's my claim. Yep.
Okay, excellent. So where do we observe this? Can I measure it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
It is
When
absolutely
do we measure this?
Yes.
Go ahead. Don't just say it's
All right, hold on.
observable.
Let me try to
Tell me
find
when I
something
can
for you.
observe it and time it and everything. Is so I can prove this, right? And then I'm going to tie this
Okay,
to
when you
the,
say
the,
you
the
prove
moon.
this, when you say that
you,
I,
like, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's his claim. Why would I
sorry,
prove
do
his
you mean
claim? I
like you
didn't
can
make it.
prove? Do you mean you can prove it with like a tape measure and duct tape, or do you mean like somebody can like it's possible for you to prove it?
Why
Because,
are
like,
you
those are kind of,
obfuscating and red herring?
I mean, these are no, this
No,
isn't
no,
obfuscation or this is like
no,
highly important to understanding
This is
what
his
you
claim. Why are
constitute
you
as.
asking me? Why are you asking me? It's his claim.
You're the one asking for proof, and whether you can
Yeah,
prove
I'm
it.
asking for proof. He made a claim.
Yeah, but
I
you're
asked
asking
him.
whether
He
you
said that
can do it
the
though.
days.
So I'm asking what you mean when you say that you want to be able to do these experiments. Like, what do you, like, what
Who
does that mean?
cares? That's
Like,
a burden of proof reversal fallacy. He made the claim.
that's
He can
not what a
certainly tell
burden
me
of
how
proof
the Earth is
reversal
slowing down its
fallacy is.
rotation.
You asked a
Absolutely. Can
question.
you
I'm
prove to
asking
me at
what the
all?
question.
At first, no. Hold on. Can you show me that the Earth rotates at all? Go ahead. Start with. Maybe we should just start there. Does the Earth
Just try your
rotate?
best not to overtalk
Show me
each
how we
other,
can
guys.
prove.
Just try your best not to overtalk. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
where's
He's
the
telling
guy?
me
Oh
that
yeah,
the Earth
so
is rotating, so he has to prove that claim.
okay, so Takiho asked, made a claim, and then you asked whether or not you can like see it, whether or I think you phrased it something like this: can I go out and test this? Can I prove this? I'm paraphrasing here, but the question is when you say, can you test it? The question is whether or not when you say that, do you mean is it possible for you to test it, or can you go do it like right now? Because these questions are going to have two different answers, right? Like it may be possible to do an experiment that proves the Earth's rotation, but maybe this experiment requires many millions of dollars in funding, right? And many years of experience. But it might also be possible that you can prove it through, I don't know, like duct tape in your backyard, right? But these questions are going to have different answers, right?
Here's a paper
I hope.
I cited you.
You're correct, Jim. Hold on a second. I want to answer the actual. I waited for my turn. I don't want to interrupt you because I'm trying to respect Jimsy. He's correct. We need to speak one at a time. So you asked like 10 questions I just want evidence for the claim. And I'm asking specifically, can anybody prove this?
That
Go ahead.
there is strong evidence for it, yes. And I just cited you a paper in the chat that you should read that that shows this evidence, that describes this evidence.
But what does it tell me? Go ahead. Just to simplify it, I'm stupid. I can't read. Go ahead and tell me what it says.
Okay, just give me a few minutes to skim this then.
Yeah, read it real good and tell me what it's doing. On the other hand, we have a claim of rotation of the Earth, and I really haven't seen any evidence at all for that claim.
Okay. So again, I want you to have the paper, if you can, open while I explain this to you. So try to open the paper. But also, I was incorrect earlier. Let me clarify where I was wrong. So I was wrong in saying that you can go out and measure this right now. It is not done right now. I mean, I'm sure it's done, but you can't accurately gather evidence of that right now. It's actually it's more so record. It's evidence based on the record or the length of the day from the past. So it's like historical evidence, essentially. And this is so it's not something you can measure right now, but it's something that we've measured centuries ago and decades ago, and we compare it to the number today, and we find large discrepancy. So
you could
this paper
potentially
describes
measure
that
it
evidence.
right now. It's just that you would need
You
such
could
an
measure the
incredibly
rotation of the Earth
accurate.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
you
but
can
like
measure
you
the
could measure
the
the Earth's
length
slowing.
of
It's
the
just
day.
be near infeasible.
So how can
Like
we measure the
you can measure
rotation
the
of the Earth?
length of
That's
the
great. We
sidereal
got
day
back
right
to the
now,
Earth.
but it doesn't prove that
That's
it was longer than
great.
last,
Oh
a
yeah,
decade
yeah,
ago.
no
That's awesome, fellas. So you're telling me that the Earth rotates, right? You're telling me that the Earth rotates.
What? Or who are you talking to?
You're telling me that the Earth rotates, correct?
No.
No,
I didn't
okay,
say
no, the
that.
Earth doesn't rotate. Okay, no, okay.
I mean, the Earth does. I
That
didn't
would be
tell you
silly,
that.
right? The Earth. Oh, so the Earth does rotate. So how do we prove that?
Oh, you make a sort of measurement. You can do it in a lot of ways, I suppose. I suppose you can.
Well, just give us one.
Question, is that what you're telling me?
Okay, all right. One example would be to point a telescope at a star, right? Any star, I guess, in the night sky, and to begin a timer as soon as your telescope is looking at it, and then sort of have tracking software, which all telescopes use to to take exposures of the sky, like of any constellation or anything in the sky. Like, so they have tracking software that can track the star. Or maybe, you know what, actually I take it back. You don't even have to track the star. I'll make it even simpler for you. You can have a telescope pointed at this star and set a timer, right? And when it's directly pointed at the star, and then just wait, until the next day, until the star begins to, converge to the point that was yesterday, and then you stop your timer as soon as the star goes right over the point of direction that you're looking at. So then that's what's called the sidereal day.
Of the Earth
Is a
rotating,
measure.
that's what you're talking about?
You're
begging the question of the Earth
length
rotating.
of
Because the
that is
star
the
moves,
length.
the Earth is rotating, correct? Correct? Because the star moves, that
Okay,
means the Earth moves, right? Is that what you're saying?
The appearance of the star moving implies the Earth is rotating.
So you're not proving anything, you're implying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's sort of like a logical inference.
Okay.
It's an inference.
Something
So
that
you
happens
see
through
something.
logic.
Implications. I want you to prove that the Earth actually rotates. I want the proof. I don't want implications. I want to prove that
Wait,
the Earth rotates. How do you do that?
Just for the record, all empirical.
Go ahead. We don't need him interrupting.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're talking to me, right? Like, you want proof? Like, I just gave you strong evidence, right, based on scientific.
No, you didn't. You just said I'm implying that the Earth moves because I see the star move. So the star moves, and then you're going to imply, you're actually going to beg the question that the Earth is moving, even though it's obviously, observably, the star moving. So how does that prove to us that the Earth moves, instead of you just begging the question or affirming the consequent in that sense? How do we know that the Earth moves?
Okay, I see.
So
a bit
there's
of history
no actual experiment we can conduct to prove that the Earth moves ever. So are you better than Einstein?
I think you. So I know what you're claiming. And I believe plenty of people mistakenly interpret Einstein's words, but I won't get to that. But like, what I want to tell you is that you're referring to what is called the heliocentric model of the universe, where everything in the universe revolves around the Earth, and you're assuming the Earth does not rotate. Essentially, the entire universe is rotating around the Earth, right? But there's actually no reason to believe that.
Mandy, with that, I didn't
think,
say
like,
any
you know,
of that. You
if
told
you
me
imagine,
that the Earth moves, and I want you to prove to me that the Earth moves.
right?
I didn't say
I'll get
any of
there.
that. Don't put words in
I'll
my
get
mouth.
there.
How dare you?
However, I guess, like, here's a simple logical argument. Ready? If the Earth is not rotating, why does everything seem to rotate around the Earth?
I think you just said it yourself.
So,
What
yeah,
reason?
it just
Like,
seems
like
to.
you
So now you're.
you
Hold on
believe
a
that the
second. So
Earth
now
is
you're
sort
begging
of
the
like the
question that the Earth
center?
is a globe. So you're saying that the Earth is a globe. Can you show me the radius of the Earth's curvature, please?
I actually don't
You
need to
said
do that to
around.
make this point
You
to prove
begged
this.
the
I don't even need
question.
to do that.
No, you
So
do.
like if you point a
You
telescope
said
at the sky,
around
right,
the Earth. So is
you'll
the Earth a
notice
globe
that
or not? Is the Earth a globe or not?
the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Okay, so tell me the radius of this Earth ball that you say that the stars, it's spinning, right? The Earth has to be a ball and it's spinning. So tell me how you got this ball. Where does this measurement come from, please?
I actually can prove it in a much simpler way that I think you'll appreciate without using the radius of the Earth.
I won't appreciate it unless you just tell me how we can measure Earth curve. Earth curve is the necessary antecedent for us to be living on a ball. Give me the ball measurement, please, and how you got it so I can go out and test it myself.
That's fine.
I guess I suppose if you assume a flat Earth that's rotating as well, then I guess you could also explain maybe the stars rotating.
You don't
I'm trying to think about
this was a ball. I want to go out and prove this for myself.
Okay, I see what you want. You want to prove that the Earth is a ball, not necessarily like rotating, right? Do you want proof that it's rotating, or do you want proof that it's a ball?
Telling me that. Well, you told me that we know this because everything's going around. Everything's happening around the Earth, and that means that the Earth is a ball. As I asked you, is the Earth a ball? You said yes. I thought, okay, let's go back to the very base level of all this, right? I mean, you're going to infer that the Earth is rotating because the star moves, even though apparently the star moves, but you're going to infer that it's the Earth. It's not the star moving, it's the Earth. You can't prove that it's the Earth moving. You just say, because the star moves, it has to be the Earth moving. Stupid way to do that. Then I said, hey, so are the stars going? You said the star goes around the Earth, so the Earth must be round. So I said, okay, is the Earth round? You said yes. So now I need this round Earth to be proven. Then we'll get down to the base of it. If you can prove that the Earth is a ball to me and show me the measurements so I can go out and test it myself, then we can move on to whether or not it's rotating. Until then, it's the stars and the moon and the sun and everything else that's moving in the Earth. As far as I can tell, I can't measure anything moving. There's no strong wind, all that stuff, right? This thing seems to be pretty solid. If I jump up, I don't move to the east a few feet, right?
All right. Can I ask a clarifying question? Would you like proof that the Earth is rotating, or would you like proof that the Earth is a ball?
Ball.
Which would you like?
We'll start with the ball, because the ball is like the. Let's just do the ball, because that's the foundation for all this, right? As soon as we get the ball, everything's easy.
Can I ask you actually? May I prove to you that it's rotating first, and that it'll logically it'll come through that it's a ball?
No, it's not logical to start with the fact that it's rotating if it's not a ball, right? We should just start with the ball part. Go ahead and give me the measurements for the Earth curvature and how you got them, so I can go test it myself.
First, I'd like to ask you: do you believe the Earth is rotating?
No, I never feel it. I never see it. None of that stuff. No, heavens no.
You don't believe the Earth is rotating? You don't believe the Earth is rotating at all?
No, absolutely not. Do you feel it rotating?
I would like to, okay. No, but I know it is. But I would like to.
Well, how do you know that? Because you're only telling me about inferences.
Wow. You don't feel it, but you know it.
I would like to prove to you that it's rotating before you can possibly understand that it's a ball.
If you can't feel it,
that's my.
No, we're gonna do the ball first.
If
it's a rotating ball, then just show me the ball part. After that, everything's easy, right?
In order for me to make that proof to you, you have to believe that it's rotating first, and I can't do that.
So we're going to beg the question that the Earth is a ball first. Is that what you're telling me?
I would like to first prove to you that it's rotating.
And we're going to beg the question that the Earth is a ball. No, you can't beg the question that the Earth is a ball first. You have to show me that it's a ball. This is logically unsound to go ahead and say no.
Or at least show us why you think it looks like a ball.
but first I'd like to show you why it's rotating. I'd like to prove that to you.
No,
so that
I
you
don't.
believe
I don't
that
really
it's
care about
rotating.
that because you said it was a
Then
ball,
you
so
prove
I
it to
want to know
yourself,
how it's a
bro.
ball because I don't see it being a ball either. I don't feel it rotating. I don't see it as a ball. You're making two
I know you
claims.
don't feel it.
The first claim
I know
is
you don't feel.
second.
Yes. Yep. I know
Do
you
you
don't
feel
feel
it?
its rotation. I know you don't feel its
Do
rotation.
you feel the
However,
Earth's
I'd like
rotation?
to. No, I do not. I would like to
Shouldn't I
prove to
feel it? It's
you.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? That's a pretty strong wind.
Here, let me ask you a philosophical question. If you're in the car and all of the windows are blinded by black, you can't see outside of the car, right? If you're in a car, right, and the car is going 30 miles an hour, can you feel yourself going 30 miles an hour?
I love this
If
question.
you can't
So,
see
are you
outside of your car?
likening the Earth to a car? I'm asking you a question. I love this question.
Yes,
Are you likening the Earth to a car?
I would like to pose a philosophical thought that proves to you that you cannot feel the rotation of the Earth, right?
You don't understand what proof means. I'm asking you, is the car, dude, just answer the simple question. Is the Earth supposed to be the car in this question?
It's a false equivalence anyway. It's a false equivalence anyways because you know the car is moving.
It's actually not. The physics is identical. Actually, the physics is identical.
Yeah, but
Ready?
the very thing you're trying to prove here, in the one case you know is the case. False equivalence. Bad example.
But it's
been tried before.
It's something that you. Okay. Wait. So I'm not understanding. You can't feel yourself traveling.
And I'll tell you why. Hold on a second, bro. If you're going to liken the car to the Earth, you're telling me that the Earth is a closed system moving in a linear path, and those two things are not what the globe claims. So don't use that stupid analogy.
I want to demonstrate to you. Okay, sure. I'll try. Perhaps. I want to demonstrate to you that you cannot measure velocity when you or sort of you cannot tell when you are the system itself that's moving. When you're the system itself that's moving at constant velocity or angular velocity, you cannot tell. You can't measure because you're in the rotating reference frame. That's what I want to demonstrate to you. So it's similarly
the Earth is
logically.
supposed to be moving. If you have an accelerometer and you go in a car that's going in a circular path, right, like the Earth is supposed to be a rotating reference frame, right? The accelerometer will tell you that it is. So if I have an accelerometer on my phone and I'm on the edge of the Earth and it ain't doing nothing, that's not good for your globe model now, is it?
No, it's not. However, if you take that very same accelerometer and you measure yourself in the North Pole versus the equator, you'll notice a huge discrepancy.
You're making antipodal claims, so that would make the Earth a ball. Can you tell me how the Earth is a ball? Tell me how the Earth is a ball. You keep going back to the Earth being a ball.
Before
it would
I
be
tell
better
you
if
how
we
the
just
Earth
go
is
ahead and prove that the Earth was a ball. Just do it. Just do it, bro. That's going to end the whole debate.
But I don't believe you're enlightened
Why don't you want to end the whole debate? Why don't you just end the whole debate and show us how the Earth is a ball? Just do it, man. Why hold it back from all of us? That's what we want. We want to know how we can go out and measure the curve.
I truly do not believe that you'll be able to understand.
Oh, yeah. So now we're going to the ad hom. So now it's an ad hom. So you're ad homing your way out of this. You're not going to prove that the Earth is a ball.
Right. So first, I mean, if you want to try to prove to a 3-year-old that quantum physics works, you'd have to start with baby steps. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to demonstrate baseline level knowledge first. And if you don't believe baseline level knowledge first, then I really can't work with you.
We don't do belief here. That's your religion. I'm not going to believe the things that you believe. That sounds stupid. You're telling me the ball
not a religion.
exists, but you can't prove it. You're telling me that the rotation is real, but you can't prove it. You're telling me all these things, and none of them can be shown or proven by you, except for by inference and everything.
So I sort of can prove it to you, but you if you let me. So first I want to because I want to conceive of a system right with you. Let's think of a system where you're in a car, you're in a moving car traveling at constant velocity, constant speed, you're 60 miles an hour or something, right? And you can't see outside of your car, so you can't measure your surroundings.
So we're not talking about the Earth then, right? We're not talking about the Earth. We're talking about a car going a straight path. So nothing to do with this globe that you keep talking about.
I would actually like to finish the story if you'll let me, and maybe I think you'll understand.
Your stories. I want empirical evidence. That's why the Earth is a ball and why it's rotating. I don't care about your stories. You were duped by stories. I don't want to hear the fairy tales. I don't want to hear the fairy tales that you were told. I don't care. It's stupid. You fell for them. I am not.
No, this is something that actually I know you believe too, and I know you know, but I'd like to
You're going to tell me what you're going to divine my thoughts. You're going to tell me what I believe. Go ahead and divine my thoughts. This should be entertaining. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to get some popcorn. Tell me what I believe. Go ahead.
I'd like I'd like to just reiterate stuff that you already know, so that you know the context of my point. And also, I just want you to know that you actually didn't even let me finish a single point yet, and I'd like to, if you'll let me. But basically,
I just wanted you to give me the radius of the Earth because you said it was a ball. You didn't want to tell me why it was a ball. You didn't want to tell me about the measurements. You wanted to infer that it's rotating.
I do want to. I just want to sort of get there first. You know, I need to first establish some things.
Show me the radius of the Earth. Show me the radius of the Earth.
Now, what you want is a fantasy. What you want done to you is a fantasy, and show me the radius of the Earth. Like that. I don't know. I think what you're talking about is delusional fantasy. Like what I want to do is I want to have a philosophical conversation with you.
Delusional fantasy. Everybody heard it here first. The radius of the Earth is a delusional fantasy. Welcome to Flat Earth,
my point is you asking to be shown the radius of the Earth is a delusional fantasy. That's my point. You asking to be shown that is something that you want from God, essentially. You want God to show you the radius.
It will never be seen. Well, no, everyone's told us that we can measure it from the surface. That's why boats disappear over the horizon, right? Or is that not right? Is that claim no good?
Geological evidence suggests measurements of the radius of the Earth, yes, but that's not the topic of conversation. I simply want to have a conversation with you about establishing the rotating
Earth geometric first. You don't want to talk about the fact that the Earth is a ball? That's all it takes to end this server, man. We could end this whole conversation.
I would like to. But first I need you to. I would like to. I need you first to understand that the Earth is rotating. That's what I need you to first understand. If you don't understand that, I can't prove it to you. Sorry.
So you're telling me that the Earth is rotating. So the Earth is a ball that rotates. I'll tell you what. Because you just kind of refuse, you don't want to tell me about the radius, I'm going to let you prove empirically, something that I can go out and do myself, empirically, show me that the Earth is rotating. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now let me speak to the very end. You know, don't cut me off in between. I'll let you know when I'm done. Just if you're confused in the middle, please.
I'll cut your ass off. You can believe it. If you commit a logical fallacy, I'll cut you off. You better.
Okay, sure.
It.
You just let me know. I'll try not to. You just let me know. Okay, so ready? So I can prove to you the Earth is rotating. Simply logically. You can also measure this yourself. We won't even go there. But basically, remember what I talked about with the star, and if you measure the star using your telescope, you measure the length of the day, right? You can measure the length of the day.
Yeah.
And you can do this not just...
That's begging the question, so it's already over. You're begging the question. That's a logical fallacy. It's over. Try again.
Okay. So basically, you can observe everything in the sky rotating around the Earth. If the Earth is not rotating,
you are begging the question. You can say moving. You can say moving.
Okay.
If you say rotate, that's begging the question.
Sure, moving, motion. Let's use motion. You know, that's a good clarification. Okay, so you can observe with your telescope and also with your naked eye in the night sky motion of all of the objects that are appearing in the night sky moving, you know, around the Earth, essentially. Like they're moving around the Earth. Now, you can do this with the sun, you can do this with any star, you can do this with anything.
Hold on a second. Don't go on. I'm going to bust you around. You're begging the question that the Earth is a ball. You can't do that. Try again.
Something can go around something but still not be a ball. Do you understand that?
Okay, so is the Earth flat?
Okay, sure. Assume the Earth is flat. It actually doesn't matter the shape of the Earth. If something goes around the Earth, it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. If something going, the Earth could be a cube, but something could go around it.
If stars are going around, like if things are going around, I want to know what they're going around. What are they going around? Just give me a shape or a surface or something. Anything will work. But you're saying around, so I need to kind of know what the thing is around. What's going around?
I'm not actually assuming the shape of the Earth in this point. I'm trying to prove to you that the things are rotating. You know, that the Earth is rotating. So it doesn't actually matter. It could be a rotating cube.
The question around. What's it going around? Where are the stars going around?
So we're not actually begging the question here. Hold on. Listen to me carefully. Something can be the shape of a cube, but something can still go around it in a circular trajectory. You understand that, correct?
Okay, so the Earth is a cube. I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, so assume the Earth is a cube, right? Now,
Okay.
now you're looking at the night sky and you notice, hey, I point my telescope at this star and I notice that it appears in that same position at the same time every day, precisely the period of the sidereal day, 23.5 hours roughly, right? It noticed that the position at which I look at that star, there's a period of 23.5 hours, right? That's what we call the length of the sidereal day, or length of the day.
Is it exactly the same place? Does the star end up at? I'm just asking for details. Does the star end up at the exact same
roughly,
place?
yeah, like almost precisely the same place. Yeah, the star
Almost, but
will
so then not precisely.
nearly precisely within measurement error, within measurement error. Yes, it will be
So
in
then
precisely the
over
same
the
place.
course of the year, it'll be in the same place every time.
Over the course of the year, you might notice a difference. I'm not necessarily an astronomer, but that's a different question. But that you'll have to read other papers on. But
No
essentially,
worries.
for my
Continue.
my point, if you point the
Okay,
telescope
so
at the
yeah,
star,
the
right,
light
you'll notice that
makes
it'll
its
appear
way
in the same
around.
spot.
So we need
every
but
sidereal
we
day.
need Earth spinning, not the stars rotating. We need Earth spin.
Exactly. So here now you understand that first. Now I'm going to prove to you like the now you can logically deduce from that the Earth is the one rotating, right?
Leap
Not
of
the
logic.
others,
Here we go.
not everything else in the universe, right? Like it actually if you assume the Earth is not rotating and the universe is rotating around the Earth, the geocentric model of the universe, right? That's actually a contradiction. It contradicts itself. It doesn't make any sense, and here's why. Well, first, there's no reason to assume that the entire universe rotates around the Earth,
With
right?
that.
There's no
Why
reason.
are you doing that, dude? We didn't say that. Don't you dare straw man us with that. We
Oh,
didn't say anything
no.
about
I'm actually just posing, like, I'm not saying that you believe that. I'm just saying, like, there's no reason for that. But
You've
like,
already
basically,
skipped off. You never proved that the Earth spins.
Okay, no, hold on. I'll get there. You just let me finish. That's all. So the reason why the Earth spins is because we observe, right? It's actually almost a direct proof. Is we observe everything in the night sky periodically go around the Earth. That's a proof that the Earth rotates, essentially. That's essentially the proof. It's because if the Earth is not the center of the universe, then anything you observe in the night sky going around the Earth is simply a proof that the Earth itself is rotating, not the universe.
You are begging the question of the Earth being in a heliocentric model, correct? And that's a fallacy, so you're busted. And then you're going to tell me that because the stars move, that means the Earth moves. Why can't we actually measure that the Earth? So why can't we just measure that the Earth moves? How would we go about doing that? Instead of looking up in the sky, like we're actually on the Earth, how can we prove that the Earth moves since we're on it? How do you think? Instead of inferring since the stars move.
Now you sort of you want like a different reason why we believe the Earth rotates?
You didn't give me a reason. You told me that the stars move, and then you inferred that the Earth moves because the stars move. That's stupid. That's a logical fallacy. So, can you tell me how we can measure that the Earth actually moves? It's not. So the inference, the affirming the consequent that because stars move, Earth moves. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. But so
No.
proving that the Earth moves
because
you
stars
see the star
appear
moving.
to move. They appear to move, right? They appear to move.
Oh, so
Everything
they don't
appears to move around the Earth.
It's only
right? Everything there's
appearing
motion.
to move. Oh, so you didn't say that. They just appear to move. So they appear to move. So the Earth is spinning, and we know the Earth is spinning because
it's relative motion. I didn't want to throw that term at you, but like the relative motion of everything in the night sky is a proof that the Earth rotates.
I want you to hang your hat up. You haven't done anything today except beg the question and affirm the consequent. You haven't proven anything. You've told us that the apparent motion of the stars means that the Earth is moving. We can't prove the Earth moves on the Earth. No one has ever done it. Otherwise, you'd give me something better than because I see the stars move, the Earth move. That's stupid. Okay? Accelerometers don't prove it.
I think it's one of the strongest evidence, actually. I think you should believe it. It's one of the strongest evidence that the Earth rotates.
Evidence you got to just give it up, man, if that's all you have. Yeah, you might as well hang it up because that's not very strong evidence. It's just inference. You see something moving, you conclude, therefore, it was you who actually moved. It's just interpretation and inference. It's not strong evidence. Sorry.
It's okay, all right, perhaps, but it is also a quite literally, like it has yet to be contradicted, that claim that the Earth rotates. It has yet to be contradicted.
It has yet to be verified.
It's proven.
But either way, I guess I'll try to close like by saying like,
dude.
It is extremely logical that the Earth rotates, right? It's extremely logical, and you should believe it. And you should believe it. And let me tell you why.
Half an hour, this guy keeps saying the same fucking thing, man.
They don't believe it. Believe my religion. Yeah, no.
It's not a religion. It's something you can observe.
Guys, I see lights in the sky.
Empirically.
I haven't made my point
You
yet.
can observe it empirically. You can actually measure this stuff yourself. You can measure the length of the sidereal day for everyone in the sky. Right?
You have to believe the Earth is spinning. You just have to believe it.
And then you have to infer from that that it's actually you that's in motion. You don't get any verification that that is actually the case.
I guess like proof by contradiction, right? Proof by contradiction, right? If the Earth is not rotating, right? Proof by contradiction, actually. If the Earth is not rotating, right, then how do you explain the relative motion of every object in the night sky? Provide an alternative explanation for that.
Your argument's a question argument.
Yeah, the stuff in the sky.
Even if I did have a good answer for you, it wouldn't matter.
But either way, that's why everyone on the Earth, or nearly everyone on the Earth, besides people in this Discord server, believe that the Earth rotates. It's because
logical fallacy
you can measure it.
Yeah, but it's not even true. The reason it's not even true. The reason that people believe that they're on a globe is because they were told it when they were 3 years old.
Yeah.
I did at first, but then through simple logic, you can believe too.
Hey Tom,
when are you going to start using some? When are you going to start using some logic? Because we haven't heard any yet. All we've heard is interpretation, inference, and you inverting.
All right.
Here's
something that let me present to you the difficulty of why you can't measure it on the Earth. There's a reason for that. It's not just for no reason. There's a reason.
Okay, we can just put you on mute now because we were asking how it can be measured. Now you're going to tell us why it can't. So that's a concession that it can't be measured. Thank you.
You're better than a 5th grader, man.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Okay. Okay. I tried, but I suggest you first. I guess like look into the night sky for a while. Like look at the night sky with your naked eye. Like go out there at night. Look at it. Like look at the lights in the sky and then track their motion over like an hour, right? If you spend an hour outside, track their motion, and you'll notice that they all rotate around you.
Spiel on repeat for half an hour. Hold on.
Wait, one at a time.
Hold on.
One at a time.
Yeah, one at a time. I'm gonna go. So we've heard this spiel for about half an hour now. We're gonna track the stuff in the sky, then infer from that it's actually us that move, not them. Thank you very much.
Now hold on a second. Let me tell you why that's logical. Ready? It's logical because the only way for you to tell that you're going 60 miles an hour in a car is for you to look outside. That's the only way to measure it. That's how speedometers measure the rotation of the wheels and then further translation. But regardless, is if you were to measure in an experiment how fast you're going in a car and you don't know how fast you're going, right? Your speedometer is broken, for example, right? You're in a car and you want to know how fast you're going. You want to measure this. The way you track that is you'd measure your relative velocity compared to your surroundings, the trees around you, like the windows. You'd look outside of your car, right? You'd measure the trees and you'd measure how fast they're moving with respect to position. And then you'd be able to infer your velocity. You can, you get a measurement. Hey, it's like 59.9 miles per hour when you're actually going 60. It's pretty good measurement. The reason why you cannot measure it any other way, the reason why you want to like use this as your main evidence for the Earth rotating is because just like that, the car example, you can't tell how fast you're going if you can't measure the outside, right? So you close it at your car, right? So hold on, let me finish this. You close your car.
You don't know that you're moving at all in the first place. It's just
wait, hold on a second. Hold on, let me finish. Motion
of the stars. You've been doing this.
No, I believe you. I believe you'll understand if you let me finish. I believe you'll understand if you let me finish. Ready?
No, you are finished. You're done. You've heard this on loop for half an hour. The problem is you haven't verified that you're actually what's in motion in the
You're
first
a loser
place.
to mute him, bro. You're a loser to mute him.
Then you decide to interpret from that it's you who's in motion. We got it. Over and over and over again. That's good. Thank you.
If you look at Cox, Brian Cox clearly says in a Joe Rogan show that you cannot tell the difference. There's no way to tell from the Earth. And Joe Rogan goes on to say, what about if you're in an airplane? He goes, yeah, that would be a fallacy because that is not equal to what the Earth would be like in the heliocentric model. He goes, there is no
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I cut you off, Kara.
Yeah, I'm okay. I probably was getting a little long-winded and being around the bush. Yeah, drive it home there, Crypto.
So does this in bait and switch where example where the car is moving, right? Where we are already aware that the car is moving, therefore don't need to infer anything.
You're roboting
then,
No, if there's no bumps in the road, then you won't know the car is moving if it's in constant speed.
that has nothing to do with what I said.
Speed doesn't changes from like 80 miles to 70 miles, right? You wouldn't know the car is in movement if the windows were black and there was no like bumps and shit in the ground.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I said. So he's taking an example where we already know that the car's moving, correct? And then he's trying to make it analogous to where we aren't sure whether the Earth's moving or not.
No, he's saying if I put you in a moving car, right, and the windows are black and shit, or you can't tell that it's moving because if it moves at a constant speed, you won't be able to tell.
What you're saying has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I already heard his example. Please stop interrupting me to do that. So,
go ahead, say what you want to.
But you aren't addressing what I'm saying, and you're interrupting me to do it. Do you really
Go
expect
ahead,
me
dude.
to be
Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry. Go cry about it. Now go on.
You did it about 3 times now, so you're clearly not sorry. So the point is that you've got this analogy which is applied from a situation where we know that the car's moving, and then he wants to put that into another example where we don't know whether the Earth's moving or not, and he wants you to not notice that he's doing this.
Can't respond.
Overdrawn every day.
I mean, it's pretty simple to think about. Just thinking about it, right? It's like, all right, if we're born on Earth, right, and you know it's been rotating the whole time. That's why we don't know it's been rotating, so we're used to it, right? So, how do you know it's moving?
I got a whopper for you. There used to be this guy called Dr. John D. Or no, yeah, I think it was Dr. Doc. Well, it's anti-flat earther, medical doctor, and he said the reason why babies can't walk when they're born is because they're adjusting to the gravity and spin of the earth.
Wow.
I shit you not. There's like someone probably got a screenshot of the comment. I used to have it say it. I don't remember what I did with it.
Absolutely.
But
have you noticed how giraffes don't have this problem though? Mysteriously.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Only human babies seem to have a problem with
funny,
you know.
Their religion is too funny.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, I'm not even bullshitting. There's people here who have seen the quote themselves. You know, like he actually said that babies not be. Oh, he also said why they throw up too. Why babies throw up and they can't walk is because they're adjusting to the spin of the earth.
That's
insane.
I hope they took
The gravity
Max medical license.
That is so insane. What'd you say, Max? Max? I couldn't hear what
I
you
was
said.
just saying, I hope that they took that Quack's medical license.
Oh, for real? Yeah.
Other
Imagine
reasons.
chilling out so hard that you basically say newborns can't walk yet because of the rotation of the Earth or the gravity there. Like
The next level, bro. Next level.
Yeah, I think Quantum Erasure. I was gonna ask Quantum Eraser. I think he has it. Say, oh, I found it. Dr. John Wallace. Here it is.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this shit. Also, babies cannot walk for 12 to 8 months due to adjusting to the spin of the earth. That's why we
so crazy.
can't talk for a holy shit. I want to Google this guy, Dr. John Wallace.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with their bone development.
Bro, it doesn't even justify a response.
Listen, he asked an infant one time and found out. So
takes me 10 minutes just to get used to the cut of your jib.
But it's like, that's just so crazy. That's why I think this doctor, and you know, what happens when you fake a paper? You doctor it. I don't trust doctors.
Yeah.
Just say.
That's why I call
Aren't they the
ball. I
lowest
used to
level
call
of
that
their medical class?
I used to call it
Right?
ball shitting, where they came up with some random bullshit and just said, "Hey, it proves the ball." Yeah, that's bullshit. I ain't buying your bullshit.
That's pretty good. I've learned some good ones here. Google as you go earther, ball shitter. Good.
Yeah, Google Earther.
Google. I just like Google as you go earther. It's just describes so many of them. Like making shit up on the spot, Googling shit on the spot.
What about curve lover? Huh? I love curves. That sounds funny.
If you
like
put like pear-shaped Earth, you could call it perf or parth. Just put P in for the Earth. P-A-R-T-H. Parth
None
or
of,
Perth.
they don't have the same ring, man. Google as you go earther is just the best.
Oh yeah, I mean that's for the Tyson. When Tyson said it's pear-shaped. So is it a parth now or a perth?
They've all thrown Tyson under the bus now. Now apparently he's not a scientist. He's just a popularizer. He's no longer part of their.
Oh,
He was
is he
never a
just a
scientist. He's
wrestler
an actor.
again? I hope so.
No longer accept him as part of their Mount Rushmore of globe defenders.
Nah, they got to get new faces.
Yeah.
He was a new face at one point. So was Bill Nye.
Yeah, Bill Nye,
It's
they
like
buried. They don't claim him anymore. He's just an engineer now. He's been downgraded back to his rightful station.
what they could do is like
figurehead.
contact him. Be like, hey Tyson, I think you misquote here, and some flatterers are using you as a hostile witness. Could you polish up some of your verbiage and some of your jargon, and see if they'll like if the expert like Tyson will even listen to them? I predict they'll just block it. They'll just block him. He won't even entertain any questions. Just nope, blocked. You tell me I got it wrong? You know, like this guy's ego. Here, let me show you a picture of how big this guy's
Fred,
ego
he's
is.
never gonna do it,
Mike-
bro. There's no way. He's got
Mike
royalties from
Tyson.
fucking Cosmos. He's not gonna risk that. Are you kidding me? Get out
That's
here.
really
More like nice Trison.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a famous fly, along with everyone
Yo,
else.
can we just take a second to appreciate that hilarious pun? I think it was pretty good.
Thank
Neil
you. Thank you.
Tyson.
Just me? Okay. Well, I thought it was funny. Anyway, carry on.
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank
his
you.
name is a joke. Tyson. He's a chicken. He's chicken. Doesn't want to
Dude,
debate flat earthers.
dude, he's not a chicken, bro. He's a paid actor. He knows the Earth is globe. Sorry, a flat. He knows the Earth is flat. He's a paid ass actor. It's like the
You
rest.
might not. Sorry.
Here,
But
I turn
Tyson's
my
a chicken company.
I turn my mic on to give you an 8 on that for originality, man. That's original.
Neil
I like
Tyson.
that.
I
8 years.
Wasn't it? That
Eight
was
years.
appreciation.
Yeah, 8 years, and he's my new first. First
To be
time I
honest,
ever heard that one.
once you realize, in my opinion, at least personally, when I realized that people like Tyson were just like literally faking it and they're not actually delusional, it's actually kind of funny. You got this paid actor who just comes in like he knows the Earth is flat, but he comes in like says random, and he's just trolling. It's kind of funny. It's kind of a good gig. Imagine if someone said, "It will pay you shit tons of money. All you got to do is kind of troll and say ridiculous shit."
Yeah.
Check this one out. Neil deGrasse Tyson posted on Twitter, 20th of August, 2014. Just to settle it once and for all, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg! It was laid by a bird that was not a chicken.
In his model. Yeah. I guess.
He settled it. So a non-chicken laid a chicken egg.
Have
Really,
you
Tyson?
No, he's literally trolling. He's absolutely. I'm not joking. He's
So
just
is Elon.
they're all
trolls.
trolling. They're doing it for fun. They know everything. They're literally the world's most famous flat earther.
They're frontmen. They're literally the Heyoka, as Joe Rogan would put it. The fucking paid clowns. Literally.
Now Joe Rogan. Now he probably doesn't know. He's probably just absolutely retarded.
No. He knows. But
you
he's got
think
a
he knows?
family.
Yeah, I just said Joe Rogan's retarded. I bet you've never even eaten elk, bro.
I've eaten some elk.
Listen, hold on. I'm gonna post it. Give me a second. I'm outside. It is definitely worth a listen to.
You sure he knows?
Yeah, listen to this 4-hour segment.
No. Not a 4-hour segment. No. There's you'll literally see the transformation of Joe Rogan. Because he
Oh,
was
I've
the
seen
moon hoax crusader, bro.
that
Here's
one.
the
As
final
Eddie Bravo
form.
would say.
He
I know,
flexes with a NASA shirt on.
but I feel like they've done some fucking shit to him. I think he's a victim of some sort of
Oh
traumatic.
no. Oh yeah, he knows that he's playing hardball, or he's playing ball with fucking. Look at this. Check this out, Baboon. If you haven't seen this.
His
I've
buddy's
seen
a flat earther.
it. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's hard to find now though. Like this exact hour compilation of it, where it just goes over Joe Rogan on his
Yeah,
podcast.
Eddie Bravo also thinks space is fake. He doesn't just think it's flat, man. He thinks space is fake.
I mean, do you think space is real?
I don't know, man. Like, I think something's
Space
got
is
to be there,
obviously
you know?
fake.
I don't know what is there, man. Like, how am I
That's an
to
honest
say?
answer. That's an honest answer. We don't know what's up there. That's for sure. Definitely not what the fuck they depict in, Cosmos.
I can only go off what other people tell me, man. I can't do the maths. So, you know, I just got to know people and go off, you know, who do I trust more, you know?
Well, just trust logic. How do you have an atmospheric pressure, quote unquote, right? Atmosphere, air we breathe, adjacent to this vacuum of space, without a container. Without a container.
All you have to do is trust that
Yeah,
the
man.
government knows more than you. The government is all powerful. The government is your god, and obviously we're on a flat
I'll
Earth
agree
because
with
the
you on this,
government can
right?
hide information from billions of people, right?
I'll give you this, right? Nature abhors a vacuum, right? I have a dog, so.
Why does gas need a container?
No, gas
Huh?
pressure needs a container
Sorry, what?
to be gas
Yeah, why?
pressure.
They don't believe in gravity. They try not to say anything too cringe because they know you're recording in here. But
So
they basically
Parsifal,
don't believe in gravity.
Parsifal, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Can you
No, see, you
demonstrate
always try to
gravity
do
without
that.
an
I
Earth?
asked you a basic question, right?
And I
You said
answered.
that gas cannot exist without a container, and then you
I did
walked
not
it back
say
and said
that. You're
gas
straw
pressure.
manning me. You're straw manning me.
I'm straw manning you. I asked you for a little bit of more elaboration.
No, you're right. He didn't say gas can't exist without a container. He said
I said gas
gas
pressure.
must exist with pressure, right?
No,
Or
gas
it's just gonna
pressure.
fly away from the Earth.
Listen, I'll repeat it. Gas pressure requires a container. Can you show gas
Okay,
pressure
stop right there. Stop right there.
without a
You
container?
said gas pressure requires a container. Okay, so
Correct.
I
educate
heard
me
it.
about gases and pressures and how that works.
Educate us? What do you mean? What am I your teacher? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I would try and
Okay,
get a
or
little
you
bit
can
more,
just admit that you know what
try
you're
and get
talking
a
about.
little
That's
bit
fine
more
too.
specific about it because
Because I
you
just
can
like to
have gas
pop my head in
pressure.
here and like get you
I
guys to say
swear I
funny
was
shit
talking.
and then like go back to my day.
Swear,
So I
Stop
think I did already.
interrupting.
Like,
Stop
that was like the
interrupting
speed
Crip
run.
Joe. Parsifal, let him
Swear I
talk,
was
man.
So, I mean, what they'll do is they'll use this kind of deliberate misunderstanding of what you say when you say gas pressure in a container, and they'll say something like the pressure under a wing or whatever, right? Which is technically gas pressure without a container, but it's not like stable pressurized gas. So, what he needs to then provide is pressurized gas that is adjacent to a vacuum without a container, right? And they won't be able to do it. They'll just tell you gravity, and then they'll beg the question, and they'll affirm that. Sorry, they'll assert that it's already happening, and that the claim is the evidence. But then I never actually give you any independent evidence.
So we're kind of like you guys are missing the point, right? Like what I'm trying to point out to you is the irony in like you accusing us of like of like sort of redirecting, right? Because I'm just asking you like if you have a better way of explaining how gases work, then by all means.
Yeah, but
So
you're
this is how
conflating two
gases
different subjects, though. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just-
I'm trying to show your ignorance of like you don't understand like the basic
Oh,
kinetic
thank you.
theory
I
of the
appreciate you.
molecules, right?
I
Like
appreciate you
it's
showing me
funny.
my ignorance. Thank you. Yeah. Next.
So
Anyway,
where?
Crypto, go ahead.
Yeah. So where do we have pressurized gas without a container? Then please show how ignorant we all are.
No, you guys make the claim that gas cannot exist without a container, and I'm just
No one
asking,
said
like, why.
that.
Okay,
Well, okay,
pressure
so-
cannot exist without a container, right?
Yeah, no pressurized gas. So yeah.
Okay, so what is gas? Why does it need a pressurized container?
What is gas?
Yeah, let's start with there.
It's a state of matter.
Are you
Keep
that
going.
brick? Dude, you don't even know this in states of matter?
I do know this, but I want to hear the high school dropouts explain.
So why would you ask
Oh,
something
wow.
that you know?
I'm telling you right now that I have more
Because you
degrees.
made the claim that gas
Tell you right now.
needs a container to have a pressure.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, bro. I've got more degrees than you, and it doesn't matter anyway, because I could be a high school dropout, and I would still be correct about this, and you'd still be incorrect about
What are you correct about? I asked you to explain why you think that gas needs a container for pressure,
Dude,
right?
you
And like,
didn't
you're
even
not
know that
explaining
gas
anything.
matter.
I want you to explain to me how gas works, and you're like, it's the
No.
That's
Listen,
gas
such a
cannot
Parzival.
exist without a container.
Listen,
That's
Parzival.
such
Listen.
that's
This is an
that
open
question is
forum, bro. But like, if you were
I
to
know you guys
talk
don't
this
like it
way
when I
in
point
real
out how
life,
stupid
bro,
you guys
you
are.
would not have the balls to talk like this in real life. Just saying, bro. Be a little bit more respectful, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That
See,
question
that's what you
is
guys
so
do.
wrong.
You guys like to
Wait,
change the topic, right? And then
I was talking. Okay, so
That's what you're
that
doing.
that question is so broad that it's meaningless. How does gas work? You have to be a bit more specific. So if you were to say something like, at what speed?
Hey, drink piss or die, you fucking retards. Drink piss or die.
Okay, thank you. So if you can get a bit more specific with your question about gas, we might be able to actually get something useful.
He's muted.
The definition of gas pressure is the particles bouncing off the walls of the container or pressing on the walls of the container. So the antecedent to pressure is a container. It's really simple, man.
It's very simple.
I think there's a better word than particles, buddy.
What's that?
There's a better word than particles, buddy. I'm so smart. You guys are
Tickles.
all high school
Tickles is my
dropouts.
favorite.
Come on, dude.
And what is that? What is that? Because he hasn't said it.
Atoms.
Right. So how does that change the meaning of what was? How? Okay, you call me dumb.
Can we go back to a civil conversation, please?
Yes, you can call me names, but how does that change the meaning of what was said?
Nah, he left.
All right, okay.
Thank God.
That's wonderful. So what we had there is plenty of over talking, a few ad homs, and then a rage quit, but no actual conversation.
Yeah, no. And his friend that, was saying, I don't know about space. I don't know if he's left too, apparently. So that conversation went kaput.
It's really damning for people who are like neutral or at least curious about the subject. They must be pretty shocked by the behavior of Globers generally. I would have thought.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. It's just like, if you come into this subject honestly, once you see it, once you see the lie, you can't go back. Can't.
It's not even about whether you already see the lights. Like, imagine you're a Glober, but you're just like, hey, I'm open-minded. I like to kind of just explore everything. And you come in, and then you realize, oh, the flat earthers are actually trying to have a conversation. And the guys who are on my side, i.e. in his case, he would be a Glober, right? So the Globers, they're coming in and telling us to drink bleach and calling us dumbasses and calling us high school dropouts and not actually addressing anything you say. If I was even a Glober who's curious, I would be thinking, am I on the wrong side here?
Right. Yeah.
So, what are we addressing today?
Cognitive
what would you
dissonance.
Is that owlishness?
It is
Yeah.
owlish.
Hello, owlishness. What would you like to talk about?
I don't know. What were you guys on about before?
I prefer falconish to owlishness, I'll be honest.
Falconish? Well,
Yeah,
sorry.
falconishness is what.
It doesn't flow quite as well. But you guys were talking about what? Gas pressure?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so what specifically about gas pressure were you discussing?
Well, we were talking about how to maintain pressurized gas, you need to have a container because gas pressure is literally the defined by the walls of the container.
Right. Okay. So
it can't be Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. What were you saying?
I was just saying, so it can't be gravity, can it? Because that's not a wall.
No, it's not gravity that's containing it, but it is gravity that is pulling the particles down toward Earth. Because space is not entirely a vacuum, so you have a gradient between Earth and space.
So that's the claim. But then you have the definition of gas pressure, which requires
right. Right, but if the evidence for that is if you go further up, you'll find that gravity decreases, and you'll also find that gas pressure decreases. So you'll find less air the further up you go.
So there's a wall at the top?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a wall, but I'd say it's more like a gradient. So you'll find like pressure gradients.
So then, where in the definition of gas pressure does it say gas pressure is defined by the gradient?
I'm not sure that there is a definition that says that. However, if we're talking about Earth and we're talking about gas pressure, that would be the definition of how exactly you would have gas pressure on Earth.
So
it would be.
So sorry, carry on.
No, I was just saying that, like, so you understand that particles, they have a specific gravity. They have a specific mass, right?
Yeah. I know what your claim is. I understand your claim.
Right. So you would have those particles being pulled down to Earth by the gravity, and the further up you go, those particles get less and less. So then in space, you have it's not like a solid line. You don't have a solid line where it goes from no pressure to pressure. You have a gradient. So it goes through the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, no, I know the claim. Look, you're just
Okay.
describing the claim that I already know.
I thought it was about kinetic energy of the gas.
Yeah,
gas.
but that's what they say stops it from going any
Not
further higher,
gravity,
right?
but kinetic energy and temperature.
But they say that the gravity
PVT, pressure, volume, temperature, they're all related.
Uh-huh.
And that's
Mike,
because of kinetic energy.
They say that
Oh, Jigquad. Jigquad.
Oh God, shut up. They say that the kinetic energy and the gravity actually interact to create an equilibrium, which is why certain gases settle. That's the official explanation, which is wrong because when you have pressurized gas, you need a container because that's the definition. So when you understand, yeah, just let me finish. Understand that what you are doing is special pleading, which is a logical fallacy.
I'm sorry, what's the logical fallacy?
Special pleading.
Special pleading?
Yes.
I've never heard that one. That's a new one to me.
Well, please feel free to look out.
Oh no, I don't disagree with you that that's what it is. I just have never heard that one.
Oh, no, I'm not even saying that you were implying that. But what I am saying is, if I'm going to use that in this debate, and you're not aware of it, then it would be good for you to understand what that means.
I'm sorry. Can you spell that out for me so I can write it down? Special, like SPECIAL. Pleading.
Yes, and then
okay. Special pleading fallacy. And okay, I see. I just looked up the definition. So you understand that different gases have different weights, right? So you would have a gas that is heavier than other gases. So it would be why, for example, thank you for the song. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Really, really cool.
Thank you. I appreciate the song. Thank you. Anyway, so you understand how there are gases that have different weights to them?
No, I don't agree with that. But carry on.
So you don't disagree. So you disagree with the fact that helium has a different weight than oxygen has a different weight from like sulfur
I wouldn't use
hexafluoride.
I wouldn't use the word weight. I think weight would be an incorrect use of the term there. I know that
Why not?
like to say
Hey, what's up? So you don't agree that different gases have different weights?
I would use the term that they have different densities. I don't like the use of the word weight.
Why?
Because in order to, you'd have to weigh it, and if it's going upwards, you like, how would you weigh something that's not going downwards?
I mean, you understand that elements have weights, right? Different elements have weights.
Yeah, he's trying to
on the
figure out
periodic
how that.
table.
The density is more relevant than the weight.
Right. So
it's also part of your Newtonian gravity paradigm that I don't buy into. So you understand that as well, right?
right. So like you understand that, for example, carbon dioxide displaces oxygen.
Yeah, I agree that the densities are different. Yeah, I just don't like the use of the same weight for gases.
Okay, hold on.
I mean carbon monoxide.
No.
Yeah,
well, both. Yeah, carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. Carbon dioxide also displaces oxygen because it's heavier than oxygen.
Okay, maybe I got this wrong, but isn't carbon dioxide what you carbonate soda?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then when you crack the container, what direction does that carbon dioxide go?
That's a really ridiculous question because obviously it is escaping the container because it is pressurized.
But is it going
However,
up or down?
so a pressurized container obviously would release the pressure up. However, if you were to inhale carbon dioxide, right, it would displace the oxygen in your lungs and you would suffocate. So that's why you can't inhale that.
Yeah, you can.
I think you got.
You really can. Oxygen makes up a minority of the elements in the fucking air. What are you talking about?
I understand that. I understand that it makes up. I understand that, but you still can't inhale pure carbon dioxide.
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
You're
you can,
inhaling
yeah,
pure
but
carbon
it would
dioxide, you
displace-
wouldn't have any oxygen to be displaced.
What?
You just said that it displaces the oxygen in your lungs.
Someone starts talking
It
straight
does,
away.
yeah.
It's really annoying.
I think she's saying you shouldn't, not can't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Well, you are all the time.
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, you exhale carbon dioxide, right?
Young dog.
And you inhale it.
So all I'm saying is that it displaces oxygen, right?
Okay.
It displaces the normal oxygen in breathing air. Yeah. So it's not an argument of whether or not you can breathe it, because you can breathe anything, but it displaces the air, oxygen that you would normally inhale, and it causes suffocation if you were to inhale it.
Because of its weight or its density?
Let me see. I'm guessing because of its density. Let me see.
Check your notes.
Yeah, I am. I'm checking my notes. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say something that I'm not going to look up.
So density makes it to where you can't mix one gas with another, like oxygen with carbon.
You can mix those things.
Well, you can, yes, in your lungs. This is why
But they
it's in
separate.
a pressurized system. Your lungs are a pressurized system, and that's why these guys went there.
Uh-huh.
You don't see the logical track for that thinking on the topic?
Which topic? The topic of displacing of a gas. So that's the example that I'm giving for how gas pressure can be not
that's where the
contain, but
topic led to. But if I gotta take us back to the topic, never mind.
yeah, sure. Good. Take us back to the topic.
Yeah, pressurized gas in a container.
Right. So, I mean, you don't necessarily. I mean, you are correct in saying that eventually all gases will disperse into the environment.
Why would it be eventually? Why wouldn't it just happen instantly, or at least at
Because
very
it
high
needs
velocity?
because of entropy.
It happens violently and immediately.
Yeah.
Entropy is causing that in the first place. You can't say that it's slow because of the thing that's causing it to be quick.
Yeah, it's like when you pop a balloon. Think about how
Uh-huh.
small that hole you made.
It doesn't
Right.
happen instantly. It happens pretty fucking quick.
Yeah, it's violent.
Yeah.
And if we're
I
moving
don't think
on top of
I don't
that,
think
if we're
it's
moving 1,000 miles per hour and 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, right?
Uh-huh.
If there was a hole in the container, right, it would be like it'd be fucking
There's
very
definitely a hole.
violent.
Right.
I'm gonna need about a minute to just introduce a concept. So please, no one talk over me while I do this. Otherwise, I'll just be.
Go for it, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
So Owlishness, I don't know if you've ever heard of a film called Spaceballs. It came out in the 80s. Very funny, whatever. In Spaceballs, they actually have like a container around the Earth, right, that keeps the gas in. Anyway, just imagine that you've got an Earth the same size as our Earth, and then there's a container, say 10 miles up, that surrounds the Earth and keeps all the gas in, right? So the Earth is exactly the same as it currently is in every single way, except there's a container around the Earth that's Earth-shaped, that's 10 kilometers up all the way around the Earth. Okay? What do you think would happen to the gas if you were to, say, open a door on the side of that container? Do you think it would just stay there, or do you think it would leave?
If the container were removed, you said would it leave?
No. You just open a door on the side of the container.
Yeah, it would leave.
Right. So then what would happen if you removed the entire container?
It would leave eventually. So
then
right.
Therefore we would have no atmosphere.
Yeah,
right?
but like I was saying before, space is not a
outta
complete
here.
vacuum, right? So you have an atmosphere that is keeping. So Earth has its own gravity.
Owlishness, you're just going back to the same cope that you used before.
I know. But that's just how it is.
That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just how it is.
At least she admits it's her own cope, though. It's a step.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know how else you want me to explain it. It's gravity that is keeping, because it's not like a container to where like you have like gravity, or to where you have air and then not air, a vacuum. You have a gradient. That's absolutely how it works.
I just gave you the example of a container around the Earth, and when I said that you opened it, you said that the atmosphere would leave through the door.
Absolutely, yeah. It would leave in a gradient. Right. So it's like
what?
It's
didn't say
absolutely
that.
a gradient. Yeah.
You didn't
That's
say
what
that
it is.
before.
Wait, if he opens the door
okay, then
on the
I'll restate. I'll restate what I said before.
So let me ask.
that-
So if you open the door on that
Uh-huh.
glass enclosed globe and you
Yeah.
just opened a door, you didn't remove it, you just opened the door, you think that air is going to come out slowly or fast?
I cannot attest to the speed at which it would leave. Because I haven't done those calculations, so I can't attest at which speed it would disperse into the.
You ever see
into
Titanic,
space.
Owlishness?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember the scene where the guy gets sucked into one of the portholes?
No, I don't remember that scene, but I believe it.
Okay, so the reason why is that was the low pressure environment inside of the
Mhm.
boat, right, with the hole.
Right.
And then the water around it is like violently getting into that low pressure area, right?
Right.
Same exact thing, but with air.
No, it's not.
Okay, how's
because
so?
water has a greater weight than air.
But it's
Okay,
the
so
same force though. Is what I'm saying. It'd still be violent. Like
it's
it's
not the
gonna.
same force. It's not the same force because water is heavier than air, so you would not have the same force applied to air that you would to water.
But then water would actually be harder to move, wouldn't it? Because it has a more inertia.
Water displaces air. That's because water is heavier than the air.
Yeah, but you need more energy to move the water.
No, you don't need energy to move the water because gravity. No.
What are you talking about?
What are
You
you
need
talking
energy.
about?
You're
Energy
going. I don't know where you're going.
Nothing
What kind of
moves without.
energy are you talking about? Like, what kind of energy would you need to move water?
Wait, you think stuff moves without energy?
Right. So water will displace any air that is present, right? Because it's heavier than that water. So, like, if you're in a car, if you drive a car into a river or whatever, and your car is sinking, will the air stay or will the water displace that air because it's getting into the car?
Yeah, but
It's the same
that's not
thing.
analogous.
Why not? It's the same thing. No?
I don't see
No?
I don't see how.
How? Well, why don't you think how? Why not? Okay, if you have water in a so if you let me give a good example. So if you take a cup, right? And you put it upside down into water, what happens?
So I
You
put a
create
cup
an air
upside
pocket.
down.
Right. You
Okay,
create an air pocket.
So you got water. You've got like a bucket of water, and then you've
No,
got
no.
like a cup.
Yep.
So, and the cup goes on top of the water.
So you're putting the cup down into the water, but you're trapping air there, right? So you're getting resistance, pushing against the cup to push it back up. But what happens if you slightly tip that cup to release that pressure? The water displaces that air, right? Because it starts filling up with water.
Right.
Right, because water is heavier than air, so it displaces the air, and you get a bubble.
Okay.
So then that bubble rises to the surface because
How are you able to
it
do
is
that
lighter
example
than
though,
air.
right? What is the cup
Right.
in that scenario? What is the cup? It's the
It's
container.
what you said about the Yeah, yeah, it's exact. So like, what happens when you
Okay.
take an empty cup and you have water and you put you put the empty cup down over the water, right? You keep pushing it down, but it's resisting you, right?
It's
Because
creating that air
the
pressure.
air is right. The air is trying to push back up at you. But why is that? It's because the air
Forcing
is lighter.
But it's
The air is
attacking the
lighter than the water.
container though. But that's why the cup.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the cup is containing that little pocket of air.
Yep.
Right. And the force of you holding that cup down, right? Eventually, you're gonna have to hold that down to the point where you're not gonna really be able to hold that down any longer. The pressure is gonna be too much. Okay.
Yep.
So think of the same thing, right? Think of the same thing above your head with these pressure gradients, right? Because pressure gradients, right? It's still pressure. Like you can have pressure gradients. Like if you have a can of nitrous, all right, or a container of nitrous. In that container, eventually the gas will settle, right? The heavier gas goes to the bottom of the container. The lighter gas goes to the top. That's why helium balloons float, etc. Right? You would agree that
No.
helium doesn't float, doesn't rise.
Helium does. Yes, helium does rise, but that's
Okay.
you wouldn't have like I don't know what you mean by a can of nitrous. If you have a can of nitrous, it's pressurized.
What I'm saying is, if the pressure gradient in that can, the nitrous would be somewhere towards the bottom because it's a heavier gas. That's all I'm trying to establish.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, baby Kyle.
What was that? Someone say something.
So what's the point you're making?
Sorry, I thought someone was trying to interject. The point I'm making is that even though there's pressure gradients in our atmosphere, our air.
Yeah.
Still necessitates it being contained.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. It is contained.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what we're
Mhm.
saying.
By a wall.
Yeah.
By the wall.
So
Yeah.
the atmosphere is the one containing it, right? So then
No.
you have a gradient going into space.
No.
No.
It's
Yeah,
not
I'm just gonna
containing
grab
itself. Go ahead, Matt.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
going to grab
Crypto.
myself, just quickly, I'm just going to grab myself like a glass of water, except
Right.
there's no glass. There's no glass. It's just the water's containing itself. It's fine.
You see?
Does that make any sense?
Yes, because you can literally take ice and
No.
freeze it and then
I
put water inside of it. So
didn't
yeah,
say
water
ice.
can contain water.
Because the thing about ice is that it's solid, and
Mhm.
that's why I didn't say ice. I said water because that's liquid.
Mhm.
So, so your rebuttal to my saying that you can't have water contained without a solid barrier is to turn the water into a solid to make it a barrier.
I was joking about that. I was joking about that.
No, I know, but it's funny how that's the rebuttal though. Like
Yeah,
you're
I
implying.
know that.
And
I know.
Alex,
I was joking about that.
No one's contending with you that there's pressure gradients. We all know that. We all know that.
Wait, water can be contained without a barrier.
Really?
Yeah, water tension.
Really?
Yeah.
Water,
They're called water,
yeah, water
droplets,
tension.
where the surface tension just makes like a little droplet.
Yeah, surface tension.
So he's effectively saying you run out of water. The water running out is the barrier, right? But that's not really what we're talking about here.
What happens when the water is in a? What happens with the water when it's in a vacuum? What happens to the water?
Well, you're talking about how water reacts differently at different scales, like say on a planetary scale.
But you're
versus
saying
a
that.
droplet scale.
But you're
versus, like,
saying
in a class.
but the water is in a contained environment, because if it was in a vacuum, next to a vacuum, water will evaporate.
The water is not next to a vacuum.
What? Wait, evaporate? What are you
bye-bye.
talking about? You need for water to turn from a liquid into a gas. You need heat.
Hold on, wait.
Water
What
is not.
are you
You don't
talking
understand.
about?
You don't understand how
No, you
vacuums
don't,
work, right?
bro.
Bro, you never done vacuum sealing before? Do you know why you vacuum seal meat? You know why that? Because you're removing all
You
the
can
moisture
boil water
out of it.
without heating it.
No.
That's what
Vacuum seal doesn't remove the moisture. Vacuum
Yes,
seal
it
removes
does.
It removes the air.
It removes the air. Yeah.
Which
Iron, we
also
talked
has
about this.
moisture. Like
No.
that's why you
some
do
moisture. Okay, listen. If you take
Well,
a
that meat
T-bone
would be
steak,
dry.
if you take a T-bone steak and vacuum seal it, do you think that it
Hold on,
dehydrates the steak?
Crypto's trying to interject.
Yeah, Iron,
Hold
we
on.
talked about this.
No, real quick. Do you think if
But
you
we talked about this
vacuum
yesterday.
seal, if you vacuum seal a T-bone steak, does that dehydrate the T-bone steak? It's now a dehydrated steak.
No. No.
No,
I hope
because
not.
you're sealing the water in.
If
Yes.
you
the point
put it in a true vacuum, yes, it would.
Yeah, duh.
No, but you're not. That's not analogous.
Bro,
Okay, I wasn't responding to you. I was responding to the other fella in here. I don't know who was talking.
Well, it's not analogous.
He called cohesion a container, bro. What do you expect?
So when a steak is vacuum sealed, it's sealed very tightly so that nothing can escape, including the water. Right?
Yes.
That's not
Yes, you're correct.
analogous to having a pool
I
of water.
agree. I agree. I was
in a
responding to somebody else.
larger vacuum chamber, where as the pressure drops, the water effectively boils. We talked about this yesterday. Do you remember? We were talking about how correlation doesn't
Yes,
equal
yes.
causation.
Yes,
And I said, well,
yeah.
there's two different ways of boiling water. You can either drop the pressure, or you can raise the temperature, or you can do both, right? And we had this conversation yesterday.
That's interesting. So, if you lower the pressure of water, it boils. Is that why water boils at different temps? The higher you go, lower you are.
No, hold on. You're not lowering.
Question.
No, but I want to be very specific with what I've said. You're not lowering the pressure of water. You're lowering the pressure of the atmosphere around the water.
And your experience
do that, it makes it evaporate.
Change.
So I'm just honestly asking because that's interesting. So
I think you guys are repeating it though.
Yeah, this is agreed upon. No one disagrees with this. Yeah.
So when you lower the pressure of the atmos, the air around the water evaporates?
Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
See, I'm
Yeah,
learning
look it up.
something every day. So I come
Yeah,
here, you guys.
Cookie Monsters
If anyone
disagrees.
didn't know, water then it evaporates.
I mean, the terminology is not quite right, but it's effectively the same thing.
No, for real though. Like, I have learned so much from you guys inadvertently
Same.
because I look up things. I learned so much.
You guys, so
And how you still believe this heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a choice, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
It takes time.
what is the flat Earth take on the Southern Cross being different points of the night sky in the southern hemisphere?
There's a few different ways of looking at it, but there's a few different ways of looking at it. I mean, if you want to, you can apply sort of like an azimuthal grid of vision. Thanks, Walter, and that explains it perfectly. But there's also other issues with it because
a what? Apply a what?
an azimuthal grid of vision.
Yeah.
Which is
You,
it's a concept.
sorry,
that
you
is
broke up. I'm sorry, you broke up one again. An azimuth what?
azimuthal grid of vision.
Azimuth grid of vision. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I can link you something. I can't explain it to you succinctly in a way that would actually make sense to you, but I can link you something. But it's basically it's like a vision matrix of how we would see the sky through our atmosphere.
A vision
That's
matrix. Okay, so the two different observers, both looking directly south, they both see the Southern Cross, which would be incommensurate with like a looking out across a disc, right?
No one
Right,
says
but
run a disc though. Like that's
yeah, but let's actually address the claim more specifically, right? So first of all, they don't know necessarily that they're both looking south in the exact same direction. So that's the first thing to understand. The second thing to understand is that when this claim is made, you're talking about 3 points on the Earth, which are not all at nighttime at the same time. Okay, so that's important to understand.
Wait. So why would there
Why am I
be any
waiting?
confusion about the direction that they're looking? If it's in
because-
relation to north, which we agree we can detect with the compass.
Yeah, I mean, because they could simply be using inaccurate equipment, right? So it's just something to consider. But the second point is
no. Okay, hold on. So you're just in general.
What do you mean, no?
The veracity. You just in general doubt the veracity of compasses.
No,
What?
I didn't say.
Are you trying to find a gotcha moment, bro, instead of asking a question?
Yeah, we did this yesterday as well. I'm just trying to give you things to consider about this because you've asked what I thought was an honest question, and if you want an honest answer, you'll receive one. But if I'm just gonna be like jumping through your silly traps, then
I'm not laying traps. I don't know how this is done.
I'm trying to answer your question. If you don't want me to, that's fine. I will just move on because I'm actually sat outside the gym right now and I want to go into the gym, and I'm taking time out of my gym session to talk to you. So
Yeah, but
if you're gonna wait,
dude, your biceps are tiny, bro. Ain't no one give a shit about that. Small biceps, small dicks.
I have a
yeah. So
question.
anyway, the
Who
point
is
I'm trying to
Jim?
get to is that I'm taking time out of my day to give to you for free. So please respect that. That's my point.
Absolutely.
So we've got the azimuthal grid division. We've got the idea that some people might be measuring it incorrectly, and that's something to consider, right? But also something that's important to understand about this is that you've got, generally speaking, you're going to have viewers in South Africa, South America, and Australia, right? But they're not all in nighttime at the same time as well. So often you'll get this claim that's like you've got 3 point people and they're all looking in the exact same direction, which it wouldn't be anyway because the Southern Cross is in one point, so they can't all be looking directly south at that, even on a globe, right? It would be a slightly different direction. But obviously, I understand why you think it would be more difficult on a flat Earth. But those 3 points aren't all at night time at the same time, and therefore you wouldn't have access to the stars for all 3 points at the same time. And that's something to understand as well. Any questions?
What are you working today? I did back today.
Oh, really? Just general upper. I'm doing an upper lower split at the moment.
Chest for sure.
Hell
More
yeah.
reps. I mean, more weight, less reps. Get big, bro. Let's go.
Just trying not to get small right now.
Why?
Wait, what happened?
I don't know. I think Arom just quit out. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. See you later, guys.
Later, brother.
Yeah, that dude's a 6-footer. You know, he'd probably kick your ass in real life.
Yeah, I'm a little short shit, but I can fight. I'm not worried. Anyway,
Crypto
owlishness.
probably put the
Yeah.
two-piece on you and laugh.
Yeah, I'm only 5'3". It would probably kill me.
Owlishness.
Yeah.
Are you a space nerd? And I mean that lightheartedly.
I mean, not really.
Most flat earthers in here were space nerds. We loved it, right?
I mean, I'm not a flat earther, so
I'm only
no.
kidding.
Man,
I'm only kidding.
man,
I'm curious
man,
why.
I grew up on Space Ghost.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
on. What's wrong with flat earthers?
Who are the flat earthers?
I wasn't born a flat earther.
I said,
you
what's
know.
wrong with the flat earthers? I don't understand what the big deal is.
I didn't say there's anything wrong with it.
Oh, I thought you were like hinting that there was something wrong.
No, there's nothing wrong.
Just everyone's got their own point of view and their own
Yeah.
story about what made them look
Yeah,
into
but we
this.
can all agree on when somebody's just wrong and ignorant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's self-evident. Yeah, we can see that. And you can also see when someone's being honest about what they don't know, if they have a question, or if they're just trying to find a gotcha moment. There's tons of those out there, but it's like the real question in my mind, and I'm probably going to be asking it, for a long time because I see people in here asking it for like 8 years now. It's like, where is that pesky curvature? Like, where is that curvature? We're supposed to be on a ball, right?
Yeah.
Where's the curve? Where is it? And
Everywhere.
and nowhere, right?
Yeah, they say you can't see it from the surface. That's what scientists
I was gonna
tell
say,
us.
I know, honey, when you look in the mirror, you see lots of curves. I'm sure that's true, but
And
that doesn't mean you
Globers
see them in the mirror.
tell us. Hold on,
Sorry,
Globers
what?
tell us
Who are we
to
talking to?
trust the authority, right? But the authority says you can't see curvature from Earth. But then these Globers come in here and they say, no, man, you can see it from the beach with a boat. You guys are just undereducated.
Is it possible that people are
Undereducated.
referring to two different things?
Yeah.
Well, the people you work for, that doesn't qualify for anything here. It doesn't matter. It's meaningless. So why would you bring it up?
What was that non sequitur?
Yeah, I mean, I work for myself. Does that make me any more authoritative?
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
What did you just say, Gold Shock?
Only authoritative if you can fire yourself.
Everything. Who cares who you work for?
Do you have a question, Gold Shock?
Right.
No?
Yeah,
No
I asked
question?
a question. Did you hear it?
Oh, no, go ahead and repeat it.
I asked what it had to do with what I had just said.
No. Before that snarky comment, do you have another question? Like a legitimate question? Legit meaning
Yeah, I
someone
asked if
would
it was
say
possible that people were referring to two different things using similar language.
two different
That's always
things
possible.
in response to what? What do you mean? You mean perspective? Curvature?
Well, who was it? BattleMod said that
Yeah, that's why
what
I said, yeah,
people
that's
are
a good
saying there is no curve, you can't see it, and then other people are saying there is a curve, you can see it. Is it possible that these two groups
Those
of people
people are
are
lying.
referring to a different phenomenon when they're talking about it? Probably.
No.
No,
Oh,
they're
it's not
not.
possible? They're not referring to a different concept of a curve? Okay.
I'll tell you.
If
I'll
we
tell
took
you
you there,
why.
you'd understand.
I'll tell you why. Because you need a ball.
Wait,
believe
so
you're on a ball.
hold on. So let's be clear about that. So are you saying that they're referring to an effect caused by curvature, but in no way can prove it's an effect caused by curvature? Is that what the
No,
category?
I'm saying it's logically possible for a
So the
person to say there is a curve and or you can see a curve and you cannot see a curve, and for these statements to both be true at the same time. because the
No,
statements
because
refer to
we have a
different.
measurement, and we can measure whether it's curved or not.
Okay,
Yeah, we
that's
could
fine. That has
we
nothing
could
to
be
do with what I just said.
specific, but in the
I'm
reference
just
frame,
talking
when you
about
say
logic
the
right now.
Earth is so
I didn't
massive
mean to
and
cut you off. I
large
was just trying to make a
and
point.
curvature is so short, it takes so long for curvature to affect. And you say you can't see curvature because of that. When that's a thing, it's just so big and you're so minuscule. But then you turn around and you say, but I can watch a boat go over the curvature because when it goes out of the limits of my eyesight, it's going over a curve. That's an effect. You're making an effect a proof
Right.
of a presupposition. And so, no, they can't be used in two different categories in that sense because we're on the same topic.
Okay,
Yeah, because you can go to the ocean, right? And you can
both
watch
of
a boat. You can watch the boats go out of the port, right? And you can watch them go out and disappear over the horizon. That you say you believe that's what it's doing, right? But then you could go over to San Francisco from that same place, right? And look at it from a 90-degree angle, and you'll see that those boats are going from your left to your right, and they're going straight from left to right, and they're not curving anything. They're not curving at all. It just appears to be when they're moving away from you. That's all it is. It's an optical illusion, bro. Make sense of it. Go check it for yourself.
Wait, so you're saying that that effect couldn't possibly be caused by a curve?
Not if you can see it from a different angle and it's not curved. What do you think?
Wait, why? Okay. Why? Okay.
Well, I'd say you'd have to
I
first prove
confused
it
you, I
was
guess.
curved.
No,
And
you didn't
show
confuse
proof
me.
of
I'm
curve
just not seeing
before
how
you
that
could use
follows.
the logical inference. It's
Well, there
because
was
an
no
effect
logical
of a
inference
curve.
actually used, no formal one anyway.
Really?
That's
No,
what.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, everybody
yeah,
else
I know.
understood it though.
Wait,
I know
okay. I said there was no formal logical inference used. That is true.
that it's an effect of curvature. That's an inference based on the assumption that it's curved. I'm a jovial motherfucker, but I don't always have
And I
to
can
be.
also show you on a 6-foot coffee table, if you put the camera right level with the damn coffee table and you roll a Hot Wheels car across the table, it starts to disappear from the bottom up. It does it in 6 feet. That's amazing. So that tells me that it's just an optical illusion.
I'm not arguing.
I'm sorry, what
the
disappears in
illusion
6 feet on a coffee table? What?
Why the effect happens. I'm just the ideal that it's logical to have two different ideals about the same topic. No.
Well, it wasn't having two
Oh,
different
yeah.
ideals. It
Okay.
was
I
saying the
won't
same
disagree
sentence
with
differently.
the initial comment he said.
If
You
they're
can just
both
have a
can be
pluralist
true,
understanding of language. And
yeah,
that
but
allows you to hold two statements that would otherwise be
it's a
contradictory.
contradiction, though. Two things can't be true at the same time, so that
Two
violates the
things
law of
can't be
contradiction.
true at the
Shut
same.
the
Can you
fuck up, you
reword that?
fucking showering taking fuck. You're a dumbass.
Oh, it's soap guy.
What?
Why is the
Soap
piss
guy.
Soap is a sin, you retard.
Why is the piss
Listen,
guy
piss
here? How
man.
come this guy's
Listen.
so
Yeah,
big?
drink, piss,
Hey,
or die,
bro,
Michael.
if you
Drink,
want to
piss, or
wrestle, bro, I'll
die.
give you my address.
Can
He's
fucker.
somebody
banned
mute
it.
piss man? He's
He
soap
don't.
Yeah,
guy. He
fuck
thinks that
off, you
soap is a
stupid
sin.
bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your
Ban
feelings,
him.
honey?
He
Soap
called me.
guy, I'm your biggest fan.
No.
What's up, man? Oh,
He
sorry,
ca-
you can't talk. Oh, there he
Well,
goes. Never mind.
I'll give him one thing. At least he was really funny, and I enjoyed his company.
Bro, that
Hey,
guy's
remember him?
relentless.
The dude does the
Yeah,
same fucking thing every time.
he always
that-
calls me by my Christian name, Michael. That's how he puts it. Your Christian name.
But
Oh
Battle
my God.
Mod and Gold
I
Shock,
thought
I'd
that's what
really
you
like
wanted to
you
be
guys
called,
to
damn it.
continue.
It's all good. I just think it's funny that he uses that formal addressment and then he ridicules
Oh,
the
I
shit
see what
out
you
of
mean.
me.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
They don't really go together, belligerence and etiquette. But you got to be an idiot.
Well, that's what makes it entertaining, though, right? It wouldn't be entertaining if he was just belligerent.
Well, that's
But
why we have
used to
smart
be
and
better.
retard.
He used to be better than that. Like he kind of just talked in a monotone voice.
Hey, I
and
wanted to
was just
say something about the girl. I think she's genuine in her beliefs, and at least she's an honest
Yeah,
person.
I'm not
Maybe
saying
we
nothing good
shouldn't be
about her.
taking jabs at that girl. She's all right.
Huh?
She,
Who, me?
yeah, but don't tell nobody I'm nice, please.
Yeah,
All right.
don't tell him we were nice to you though.
Yeah, no more jabs, just haymakers. All right. Just kidding.
Yeah, I think you're genuine.
Uppercuts
So
only.
no, any stabs I take
No,
at you after
she's
this,
cool.
I'm just picking on you. Cool. I'm just
Oh,
trolling
yeah.
you.
No, it's
All right.
fine. It's fine. Oh, look, he's
All right,
back. Hey, listen, I want to know, Pissman, how do you make so many
Mhm.
accounts? Can you message me? Can you DM me and tell me how you make 75 accounts a day?
I know. I know that. No, man. She's
VPN
right.
with a bunch of emails.
Yeah.
Ghost
Only
number.
Like, what
75?
bot do you use,
Shit.
man?
That
Just ghost
motherfucker
numbers.
got 1 million accounts. My server
Yeah.
choked in
Oh,
2
wait, there he is
days,
again. Drink,
man.
piss, or die.
listen, my server jumped in 2 days, and I said, man, we got 600 people. What did you do? And my boy was like, Josh, he says, I think Piss Ant just made a bunch of
It's
fucking
clones.
the
Yeah.
piss guy. They're all piss guys. So we started labeling them. And this
Yeah,
dude,
soap
Oh, that was
guy,
Piss
piss
Drinker. Oh, I
guy.
didn't even recognize him.
he's good at it. I can't believe they
Yeah,
don't
he makes a million
recognize him quickly.
accounts.
Usually he says hi to me personally. Like he usually just says, "Hey, how you doing?"
Oh yeah, he likes to get personal with me. Damn it, Michael.
Oh,
You
he's
know
playing a game. Look, he's like playing a game. We're gonna join
But at
together.
least
We're
he's
gonna watch
funny. I mean,
Discord together.
I kind of like P Drinker. I really
Hey,
do. I mean,
yeah.
even though he's a pain in the butt, I like. There's something about him I like.
Yeah,
The
well, he
truth
makes
is,
75,000 accounts a day. So I mean,
yeah, the
dedicated,
truth
I
is
guess.
though, if
Well,
you
I
get
mean,
him
you
on,
know, when you get paid to be a shill, it works out.
Can I
when
get
you
paid?
get him on a good day, I think he's an all right guy, but he
I'm
just
only
is
kidding. You know, I'm just teasing.
mad because nobody's accepting of his beliefs. I like to live in the truth, and I think that's a truth. It's just we
I'm
ridicule him
sorry.
because he likes to drink
Kiki
Guys
is
need to
piss.
stop
yucky.
choking on the piss
And
pill.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's right or not. Piss smells bad if you put it in a bottle and then drive all the way home from a work site, and dump
Okay,
it
well,
out. How the hell
Hey,
could
okay.
you drink that?
let's
But
let's get back on topic.
okay, guy,
Bad blood. I'm curious, brother. I'm curious. So
Hmm.
I was having this conversation last night about sundials.
Right.
Do sundials
Uh,
work?
Yeah, I believe a sundial works. Do I believe it was based on a globe? No.
No.
When they
Why?
were
My next question. But if they
because when
do work,
sundials were first invented,
do they work at
nobody
night?
had a heliocentric
No.
globe. There you go.
Are you sure?
I mean, if they worked at night, you'd end up with like a lunar calendar, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
but
I
I'm
guess
just
it
saying.
would look. I guess it would work at night. Yeah, but it's not
Got
entirely
a
true.
cloudless night and a
Damn,
really
that
bright
joke
moon.
actually turned into a really
Yeah.
doozy, didn't it?
Are we really
Yeah.
gonna entertain this, guys? Come
I was
on. Sundial. He
Do
just
you
walked
not
you
think
all
that the
right out
moon is
there.
the reflection of the sun?
no.
No.
No, it's a reflection of the light off of the Earth onto the sky.
Well, with that logic, I guess a
What?
glober could say a
That's my
sundial
opinion.
will
I
work
can't
at
prove it.
night. What the?
Wouldn't
Can
it be
you
tinged
I'm
restate
allowed to
your
have an
blue then?
opinion?
opinion, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, restate your opinion, please.
Well, I
Well,
just wanted to hear
I think
Battle
that it's
Pod.
possible that it could be that the sun's light, since it goes around on the disk or on the flat, whatever you want to call it, with this flat plane goes around it, it leaves a reflection, and that's the reason why the moon moves at a different pace, is because it's a reflection. It goes up and hits the dome, and then it leaves and it gets focused onto a little area. That's the reason why it seems to be blotted out at parts of the thing. And besides that, the other day I was sitting here in the backyard, and the moon was coming up over the top of the trees right here, and I watched it disappear right in front of
Wait,
my eyes. Now
so
I'm
the
telling
light
you, I
bends
was
around
watching
the
it.
Earth?
Nothing was a planet up there, and it was rotating around me. It wouldn't disappear, bro.
Wait,
So
so the light
basically,
bends around the plane that is the
What?
Earth, the disk that is Earth?
No, what he's
Light doesn't
saying is
bend,
he
dude.
believes there's a dome in the sun. The moon is an effect of the sun, not a physical thing. It's a reflection of the sun when it's in other realm or the other side of Earth, and it
It's just a
reflects
theory,
to
but
this
you know.
side. It's a
Wait,
visual
have you
effect
guys
that
done
we
the
see.
flashlight experiment that like shows you how light can bend around an apparent
Yeah,
shape?
I've
Light
seen.
doesn't bend. It gets reflected, refracted, or absorbed, dude. That's the only way it works.
Redirected. Either
Wait,
is
so
true. It's cool.
so
In a
it's
medium,
reflection and
yeah.
refraction. It explains the double slit experiment or the
No.
single
double slit
slit
Go look up.
experiment.
experiment.
Hey, go
The
look
double
up
slit
poison spot,
experiment is
and then
kind
it'll
of
explain it to you.
No, actually we can't. We can only attempt to explain it. We can't
the
prove
double slit experiment.
either of our ideals
No, I said it was a theory.
are
I told you guys
100%
that at the beginning.
true for this split. All right. So we're not 100 on any of that. So I mean, to use it as grandstand is a hard thing to do.
Well, to be honest,
So
I'm not even 100% that the Earth is actually a flat, completely flat. It might be all kinds of different shapes from underneath. I don't know. I've never
No,
seen the damn thing.
listen. I was talking about the double slit, bro, not your thing, not your
Oh, my
theory.
bad. My bad. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah,
are you
that's
talking
not
about the
something
double
good to
slit
use for
experiment?
either of them. The only thing we
Well, I
have
think
is
they go hand in
theories
hand, but yeah.
based on only thing we have is theories based on observation.
Right. Well, that's the point of double slit experiment. is observation versus.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying nothing on that is 100% absolute.
Right.
We still don't know how light works. Tell me
It's
we
just
do.
all
I'll
speculation.
listen. I'll listen.
Yeah, when we figure that out, then I think we would know the answer to the question. But
Owlishness, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you heard about moonlight being colder than moonshade?
oh boy, I can't wait.
No. What is that?
So remember how you said you think the moon is reflecting the sun's light?
Yeah.
Possibly, could be, but there's this
Uh-huh.
one anomaly that's very strange, where if you have 2 cups of water, one in moonlight, one in moonshade, if
Uh-huh.
you had to intuitively guess which cup of water was going to be colder, which one would it be?
Moonlight.
But it's not. Or actually, sorry, you're right. Yeah, moonlight is colder.
Yeah,
But why?
that makes
Why,
sense.
why would you say
Bec-
moonlight would be colder?
because moonshade would
Uh-huh.
mean that there's more atmospheric not distortion, but there's more atmospheric cover, right? So there's more heat contained. Whereas if you have direct moonlight, you have no coverage. So meaning that there is a it's colder on clear nights, right? For a reason, because the clouds aren't containing that sunlight that was put forth during the day, right?
Not following you.
But if it's
So
if it's reflecting the
so if
sun's
you
light,
have
then the moonlight should be warmer, should it not?
Right. That's the
no
point of it. Yeah, if
Wait,
it's
no
by definition, moonlight wouldn't be. Well, hold on. Depends what you mean by warmer. Like, it's not infrared light, right? So you wouldn't like detect it as warm, right?
no it's
no,
so
no. In comparison, moonlight
Wow, we
versus
really got you on that, didn't
moonshade.
we?
Moonlight versus moonshade. That's the comparison. So
Okay,
intuitively speaking,
so shade is understood as a lack of light, or
yes.
like, well,
right.
it depends. Okay, and if what you mean by warmth is like the movement of particles, which is usually
So
how it's like
you
understood,
know
like
how they
kinetic
say
energy.
like, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go on, Alish, if you want.
I was gonna say like, you know how like they say like before it snows it gets warmer. Have you ever heard that?
No.
You never heard that? Okay, so basically the cloud coverage is holding in that warmth that was previously put there by the sun. So the atmosphere is holding in that warmth, and the cloud coverage is holding in that warmth. So if you have a clear night, it'll always be colder than a night where it's cloudy. Have you ever heard of that?
Well, I mean, I can feel that, but
Right.
that would be
Yeah,
humidity, wouldn't it?
actually, I have. I live by the lakes. I'm surrounded by Gray Lakes. We call that lake effect here.
Uh-huh.
Ojibwe.
Yeah,
I
there's a
mean,
reason why that is. So like
But don't you
yeah,
find that
yeah.
peculiar though?
There's a blanket
no,
of denser
not at
Do you
air
have
all.
a
there.
citation on the moon claim? I'm looking one up that seems to suggest that it's not true.
Which one?
The moon's like darkness is sorry, the lack of light from the moon. So I guess when the moon you can't see the moon, it's like warmer. Um,
Oh, I thought you were just talking about like
So
when
the
it was
premise
cloud
is
coverage.
oh
the
yeah,
premise is at night it'll be cooler where the moonlight is than it is in a shaded area. It'd be just the exact opposite as the daytime. And that's
What do you mean shaded?
there's,
Yeah,
there's,
because
It's
there
not
Okay,
are
the
during the
shade is
understandable.
day when the
contained,
sun is shining and you go and you sit in the
right?
shade, it's cooler in the shade, is it not? So if the
Yeah.
sun is reflecting off of the moon and the moon's light is actually the sun's light just being reflected, then why isn't the moonlight warm too?
listen.
well the
I'm with
the
you,
claim
girl.
wasn't that it was
That's what we're
warmer, it's
trying
that
to say.
water
That's
isn't
what we're
warmer,
trying to
right?
say.
It wouldn't be
Yeah, but
warmer.
I'm with her. Listen, she's saying in the shade there's something canopy in it. That's why it's shaded.
Yeah,
So
that's why it's
that's
like the
holding the heat
greenhouse
in. That's
effect.
all
You've
she's
heard of
saying.
that,
Yeah,
right?
I'm with you. Yes, that I would say that's logically fair. You should progress from
Yeah,
there.
that's why I was saying I think you misunderstood the question.
No, she got it. That it's cooler in the or it's different. That moonlight itself is cooler in the shade at night. Not in the moonlight is warmer, right? She's saying it could be because of canopy. That's her rebuttal.
Oh, okay, I
Fair,
got you.
fair enough.
And it's a fair rebuttal. No offense, but
Yeah. I just found that peculiar when I first heard about that. I just found
I
that
do
very
too.
interesting.
I mean, well, the
'Cause it's
question
hard
is
to
like
have.
whether that claim actually has any water, though. Ha.
Yeah, but I have a
Huh.
rebuttal to the canopy. That's why I was pointing out. So you got
Yeah.
winds and movement and convection. So
Well,
No, no,
I
no.
do have
But
a
the
claim, like I
initial
said.
Hold on.
claim just
Hold
might
on.
not be true.
Wait. I want to hear Battle Mod's rebuttal to that. Go ahead,
well,
Battle
yeah.
Mod.
How do you equate convection and movement of heat and wind patterns because of temperature and heat and equate all that in if we're going to go to weather patterns and canopy clouds and something shielding it where we're saying it shouldn't be a even distribution of temperature in that spot on Earth because the moon's light should provide no no energy at all. Like you broke it down to energy, and I like that you do that. Heat is energy. Sunlight produces heat, which is energy, yes, and then it's convected transfer thereof. Energy can be sent into other things through sunlight, such as solar panels, stuff like that, and we can convert it. But there should be no reason that the light of the moon should make a difference in the affected geographical position of a temperature, because there's going to be an average, a mean temperature across an entire area because of the canopies above it. Not talking about whatever shade in the light, but just because of the cloud cover or no cloud cover, and the wind patterns, and the heat distribution, and the convection.
Right.
So
Right.
that
All
doesn't
those other
really make
variables.
sense. What you're saying is we're going to have hot spots that are not going to show what we know to be true. They're not going to convect their heat. They're going to hold it. Entropy is not going to exist in the shaded fucking tree. I find that, if it goes against the laws of thermodynamics, then it's probably not true.
Entropy is not going to exist in the shade of a tree.
That's what I'm asking. That's what the premise is. It's holding the heat in all day. That doesn't happen anywhere else.
What?
We don't observe it on Earth. Heat convects.
Right. It's
At night
is it
in the
Well,
moonlight,
wait, no, heat
before
doesn't convect.
it
No, that's
transfers.
yeah, it can radiate or it can convect. Yeah.
yeah, convex. Yeah, what are you talking
You
Well,
about?
just said
convection
it
is
does.
like the description of
Oh,
how like
it's
air or
yeah,
liquids.
yeah. I know. But it's a transfer of heat, and the ideal is transfer at
Isn't
a
it the
rate, which
idea,
and that
Battle
rate is
Mod?
what loss of energy in the system.
Battle Mod, isn't it?
Therm.
Is it kind of like why you would want to wear black in the, or you want to wear white or light colors when it's super hot out? That way it doesn't absorb the heat as
Right.
much, kind of
Black
thing.
absorb and white reflects.
Yo, I have
Right.
proof that aliens exist. I just posted it in the chat if you want to check it out. But that's all I have to say.
I thought he was gonna piss bomb me again. Thank you. He didn't. I was
No,
like,
there's only
man,
one
he's
guy
here.
for that job.
Damn it, that guy's here. You guys got that guy. Fuck. No, it's cool though. I haven't heard him in a long time either.
Dude.
But I work a lot, man. So got my daughter to come home from the Navy.
Hey, there you go.
I'm enjoying life.
It's the way to do
But
it, man.
it's good to see you guys got some other choices for people and a decent server going on here. I don't know who runs it, but it seems like a pleasant atmosphere, to be honest.
At the moment, yeah.
A
Well,
lot of moderation is required for
things
sure.
go up and down. Yeah, I know. Seems like you guys attempt to keep it decent. Is my point. Without being hyper specific. Oh man, don't say that. I
I
love a troll. Just be original.
Well, they kicked me off the 24/7 Flat Earth server, so
I bet they did. I'm
That's
sure.
not hard.
I'm sure. Yeah. I'm banned too. We're in the same group. What's up?
I'm banned for 30 days.
Although I've never
Oh,
been banned from there, I probably should have
here.
been.
Let me put it in perspective. I was a founding member there, and I'm banned for good. But I went out saying "fuck
Aw.
you, fuck you, fuck you," and you're all right, and you're
That's because
okay,
you
and I.
stood up for what was true, bro. That's what happens when you do that.
Well, I guess whatever. Each to their own. I just figure it like this: we're on different roadways. It's all good. I ain't mad at
Listen,
no one.
I
listen,
feel
Flat
that.
Earth bros. I love
It
you.
does. Right. You still be my brother tomorrow. You're pissing me off right now, but love your neighbor like your brother. Well, my brother did the worst shit to me in my life, and I still love him. So I guess you could slide.
I love you, Flat Earth Bros.
Hey,
I mean,
love
you
you
know.
too. Well, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but you're not bad.
No. Really? Oh my gosh.
Actually, I think people don't share enough love in the world, so it's great to hear people tell each other they love each other.
I
You
love,
You know,
get like
I
you
love the
can
fact that we
boost
can have this
people up.
conversation without it being completely bombarded, derailed, mocked, or just plain out censored. Like
Right.
that's the one thing that like really drives me to have these conversations is like if flat earth was so easily dismissed, if it was so easily debunked, then why would they feel the need to censor it at every corner, every turn?
They don't do that.
I'm sorry, who's
Really?
censoring and debunking stuff at every single corner?
I don't know. Listen, but
You guys.
we sure
You
get
guys?
ridiculed on an international platform.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's
So
unfair to ridicule beliefs that are ridiculous?
Yes. That's
listen,
called
I
I don't think it's
discrimination.
unfair, but
no,
there's a way to do
no,
it.
no. Listen, I believe in true freedom and men having the right to say what the fuck they want. So you say whatever it is you want, and I'll say what I want, and you don't restrict my fucking right to speak, and I won't restrict yours. When you get
Amen, brother.
mad, and you come at me with malice, don't restrict my right to defend myself either. I don't give a fuck if you're a government official
No
or
one
my neighbor
restricts your
next
right to
door.
speak because you think the Earth is flat, though.
Well,
Okay,
that's
so
not
you
true.
agree then that it's not unfair.
Certain platforms do
I,
censor.
I have I have proof that aliens exist.
Hold
I
on,
posted it in the chat.
before
Yeah,
we
if
derail
you
the
The
conversation.
proof is the same as the flat earthers, though. It's someone on YouTube said it.
Yeah, but like the aliens have something to do with whatever's going on and the simulation that like I feel like I get simulation glitches and like my body's being controlled and I have these
That's
impulses. It's
definitely
because
why.
of the AI technology hacking blood and they're like neo-Nazi fucking mosquito scorpion time travelers like hacking blood and shit. But
Hey, I
Right,
came
alien
and
here
by
We've all
from.
seen that. We see
Why'd
that
he
every day
get
on
muted?
TV, right? That's true.
I think we should keep on topic though.
Listen, I came here from the time of the Genesis to tell you guys the Earth is flat. You've been duped, and when I tell people that, they just laugh at me.
Is that a problem?
I don't know.
Depends.
Do you hate time travelers? Are you time racist?
Are you a time traveler?
No, I'm a joke.
Just because
I
people
think
laugh
I
at you
might
doesn't
be.
mean they hate
Honestly,
you.
if anyone's a time traveler, I think I can fucking do this shit.
Listen,
I fucking literally predict the future all the fucking time. Like literally hundreds of times probably. And I just don't even do it on purpose. Like I'm like a savant on fucking
there's two problems, right? Two problems going on in today's world. One, the Overton window of acceptable topics is shrinking,
Mm-hmm.
and that
Is it?
shrinking is not a natural shrinkage. It's being forced bureaucratically on all different platforms for all different types of subjects, not just this
How
one.
so?
What do you mean how so?
How is it being enforced bureaucratically?
It's in the algos, bro. It's said by in 2015. I think her name was Juniper. If you look at the congressional hearings, when I can't remember which congressman was telling her, what are you doing to combat the promotion of misinformation, malinformation, and conspiracy theories on your platform, such as Earth is flat. One of the first ones he said, and what
Does
she
that mean the
responded.
Overton window is
Hold on.
closing?
Hold on, I'm not done. I'll explain what she said. She said, so what we're doing is we're demoting low ranking information, like basically what they don't seem to be authoritative information, promoting authoritative information and creating context bubbles underneath that information that could be deemed harmful, right?
Who said this?
Juniper. I can't
don't.
remember her exact
I
name.
feel like
Juniper
this is
something.
not true. The company would have said that they were doing that.
Now
The
she
Congress
represented
wouldn't have said that.
YouTube. She represented
Oh,
YouTube
okay.
in
So
that
she's
group
not a
session.
congressperson. Okay, sorry, there was confusion there.
She's the one. The congressperson was asking her.
Asking, yeah, they were
Yeah,
asking
this is.
people
I'm
who
sorry. This
run
is not really a shock. Never mind.
big
So that's not a
capitals.
bureaucratic influence. So that's just that's a company product, right? I mean, usually
No,
when I
YouTube's
mean,
the
maybe you
government.
consider companies to be bureaucracy, but usually, like when I'm thinking of bureaucracy in the most generalistic sense, I'm thinking
Listen,
of government.
bro. Listen, I'm
The
not trying to
senator
defend it.
asking YouTube, what do they do to stop flat Earth? And you don't see that as bureaucratic?
I mean, I don't like I don't. I think
So
usually
we're
like YouTube would
imposing
be considered a private entity, not like a bureaucracy
well, it is, and
in
here
the
we
general
are.
sense.
Here we are, the government, imposing our will on you as a private entity.
Is YouTube
Right.
the government?
Yes.
No,
No.
the government was asking YouTube, what the fuck are they doing to battle against this topic of
Is
flat Earth
asking
and
a does that
misinformation? So our bureaucrats are attacking them, telling them they need to censor this.
Right.
wait?
And
So
you
sorry.
can
Well,
apply
they're
the
not.
same example.
Sorry.
But bro, you can apply that same example
How do you keep
to a
rotating that?
myriad. Yeah, to a myriad of
He
different
keeps
topics.
rotating that stuff like they didn't mean what
So
they
so a congressperson asked how YouTube deals with stuff, and
He's a
therefore
script
the
flipper.
bureaucracy
I'm
of
a
the
bit
government is
flipper.
telling YouTube what to do.
Trying
Okay.
to wrap your head around, bro. It's a
Yeah, well,
congressperson
that's like
telling
not
a
how
private
that
congress.
works. That's not how government policy works. That's like we can go through
Yeah,
all of
when
it.
a government official sticks their hands in business of a private entity, they're looking to make policy.
Right.
But
Come here, baby. Let me put
it
my
sounds
hand.
like she asked a question.
Dude,
She
it's
did
called
ask a
public.
question
It's called
'cause she's getting
public-private
ready.
partnership, bro. It's literal fascism, real fascism.
Oh, what's the partnership that's occurring between the government and the private entity?
The battle of misinformation.
Right, legally,
You act like you can't
constitutionally.
comprehend.
Yeah, we have constitutional rights to free speech, right? So how
In
do you get
America,
around
I'm
that?
aware, yes.
Okay, so how do you get around that for your government, right?
Hey,
What do you
no,
do?
like we just all
You
talk like
you
this.
you impose upon the corporations instead and make it
Yeah,
I
you
can't
give them
remember
a
what the
code,
term is.
a uniform code, and
Don't
if
you
they
dare laugh.
don't do it, then you sanction them.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
is there evidence that the
Oh,
government
you mean
has
you twist their
actually
ear?
actively done any of
Yes.
Yeah,
this?
Yes, dude.
they sanction big businesses all
Okay,
the time.
what
Yeah,
did they do
so
exactly?
Can I
you
say something?
follow
You guys all sound like you're full of shit.
if you don't follow any codes when you're a businessman, you'll get sanctions or fines. What you
Well, I'm
advertise.
aware of codes. I'm just not aware of what that has to do in the particular case of, say, like a
Well,
YouTube or Twitter.
a code isn't a law, and if you don't do what I want you to do, you're a business, so I can get you by a uniform business
I
code.
understand that, but what codes has like the United States government set up that restricts free speech?
Hate speech, the labeling of speech. I'm supposed to say whatever I want, however lewd, rude, or obnoxious it is, because it's my
Okay,
right.
that's fine, but what codes
out,
have they?
check it out.
Has the federal government actually done in the United States?
Any codes that restrict speech, such as hate speech, I just said,
So
or
you
imminent
don't.
threat.
Okay, I asked for a code. I didn't ask for some codes that might exist. I want like a code that exists. Is there a code that exists?
Hold on,
Because
wait a
hate
second.
speech, I don't know what like a hate speech code is.
I want you to see this. I want you to
Well,
see
you
this
could
code.
Google
Doug.
that shit. That's a
Will you
famous code.
send me?
Oh, actually, hold up.
This
Not
is
that one.
her
Not that
asking questions. I asked
No,
for.
no, hold on. I just want to show you what they say.
Go watch the video and then come back and tell us about it.
Yeah, but hold on. I got a
I
question.
can't wait to see what they say.
Hold
I
on,
got
real
the
quick. I got
timestamp
a question though about that. How do magnets work?
True. Good question.
They
like how
work.
do magnets
They
work?
do work, but
He said
That's not
about
an
that.
explanation of that question.
He said
is it?
about
No,
that.
I'm kidding.
there
All
was-
jokes aside, all jokes
That's-
aside, what do you think of trans rights?
This is a diversion of the topic, man. We're on a topic.
There's
Thank
a channel below, dude.
Is that a Freudian slip or was that a serious question?
yeah, go
No,
to the
he's
other
just-
channel.
he's
You can
trying
ask
to
that over there.
divert. He's trying to divert. I'd like to see that what you were gonna post.
Can I interrupt and say where's the
Okay,
relevance?
Yeah, Congress questions Facebook. So that's one example. You can now be policed on Facebook in America for hate speech or violent threats or what they deem an imminent threat. So words have become abusive, assaultive, and physical.
Are violent, or
Violent
sorry, is
words are-
restriction on certain violent speech acts a restriction of free speech as constituted by the Constitution of the United States?
I believe it is. Freedom
Yeah.
of speech, however lewd, rude, or obnoxious
Only if
it
they
may
punish
be.
you for
I
doing it.
have a right. I have
I
a
could
right
be
to my
wrong about
opinion.
this, but my
You know what?
understanding of free speech in the United States is that there has always been some restrictions on it. Like you can't shout fire in like a crowded movie theater and stuff and expect no repercussion.
I was
because
exactly
you're
about to
putting.
bring that up.
Yeah, that's like the classic example.
Yeah,
So
that's the classic example.
So you really
Yeah,
thought that we
cry
were just going to
wolf.
throw all that
So
out the door
there
and
is
just
an
say, "Oh, screw it."
there is actually over 3,000 arrests. People have gone to jail for posting
Listen,
in
I
social
stated
media.
it. Yeah, I
I'm,
know, but I
I mean,
stated it.
sure, but what have they
However
posted
lewd.
on social media though?
Listen to what I say. However lewd, rude, or obnoxious I may say it, I have a right to my opinion. I didn't say I have a right to scare the fuck out of people at a movie theater, but I have a right to my opinion. That is free speech. Being able to verbalize my opinion, however
So
much it fucking offends you.
Wait, but
so
you
here's
just said you
the
can't threaten people or harm them through your language though. So you can't
No, I
just
didn't
shout any
say
opinion.
threaten. I didn't say threaten or harm. I said I didn't have a right to scare the shit out of a bunch of people in a fucking movie theater like a dumbass. But to equate the two as equal is stupid.
Well, no,
no.
because one
So
would be contained underneath free speech. Sorry, Alish, go ahead.
okay. So what I was gonna say. Listen. So you have your First Amendment right? So you realize that your First Amendment rights only allow you to be protected from free speech from the government specifically. So if you are in a private business, such as Facebook, right? They have a private business. Your speech can be restricted by that private business. You're only protected by free speech from the government. So
Yeah,
if
I
you look up
agree
the First
with
Amendment,
that.
yeah, right. If you look up the First
No, I
Amendment,
agree with that. You're
so
right.
right.
This
Listen,
isn't
as
a
much
public
as
platform. Listen, so what you meant to say is we're protected in a public platform.
No, you're
So
not protected by a public platform. You're under the purview
you
of a
should
public
be.
platform.
listen, no,
So,
your freedom of speech right is protected in public platforms. This is not a public platform, it's a private platform.
yeah, yes, exactly. So, you are
I
not
s-
allowed to say whatever you want because you have to agree. So, when you sign up for an account, for example, on Discord, for
yeah, you
Discord
signed a
terms of
disclaimer.
service, yeah,
He gets it, man.
Well, I do
right.
get it.
Nobody
I
was
only got
disagreeing with that.
yeah, I studied law. I
Right. So, but then you agree that on Facebook, for example, you cannot say whatever you want, even though it's your opinion, because you signed
what
Facebook's terms of
Service.
terms of service
Yeah.
agreements.
You,
who the
yeah.
here's the
You
fuck
kind
uses
of
thing though.
like.
Facebook?
Here's the
You're
thing
not
though. That
you're not addressing the statement of mine because they
What the
already
fuck
said
is
that
Facebook?
they already
Huh?
okay. Ignore him. Ignore the
yeah,
questions. No,
listen, yes,
he's saying that
How much
governments
private
are
people in
platform.
using.
One at a time,
He's
guys.
sa-
One at a time.
yeah, he's saying governments are using like their actions, like threatening actions against private businesses to encourage them to infringe on free speech, right? As
You
like a
can't.
second.
Then what illegal is that the government pressures them to do it. So I agree
No, they
with that.
don't.
Yeah,
If
they
it's
do.
your
They've admitted
property,
to it.
Bullshit.
listen, I'm not going to come to your house and call you a bitch and tell you you're going to accept it free speech.
You
So,
can
no,
if you want.
Bro, that guy sounds like Swagger Souls. It's sick. Keep talking.
well, no, I was raised better than that. You can't do that, okay? You just can't do
You
it.
can
So
if you want. I mean, that is absolutely free speech. You can come to my house and call me a bitch if you
well,
want. I'll just
I
tell you
should
to go
be,
away.
Can I
I
call you a
should
Right?
be
nigger?
able to. Well, I should be able to say
No, because I'm
I
not
think
black, but I mean, you
I
What
can
think
if
about
you
freedom of
want,
speech?
but I mean, if you
it's
want, you can. I mean, it
Technically
won't really affect
protected.
me, but
I
Black
think
people's rights.
I listen. I
yeah.
just think if you create a community, you do have a right to have standards and moral standards and ethics. Yes, there's no problem with that. But when people have to impose on you for their agenda, which is to limit free speech. Now, if it's your public platform and you want to allow me to talk this, but you can't because the government's going to take your funding and sanction you, now we realize that they are two different categories, and you make a category error by analogiating one to the other.
I totally agree.
So let's bring it
let's
back.
go to a logical
So it would
conclusion, and
be
then we
the-
can bring it back to the topic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that would make it tyrannistical, works of the government, which makes them traitors. They're controlling through tyranny. It's unlawful.
To kind of bring it back
Wait,
to
sorry,
flat Earth.
controlling any speech through the government would be tyranny?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
imposing your will on private citizens and private companies for your agenda. For a
I mean,
tyrannistical
isn't that what a
purpose.
government does by definition in all cases?
Not for a tyrannistical purpose. The purpose is to restrict your liberties and rights as free men by your constitution, which has upheld your government. We instilled the government to protect our liberties, not to
To enforce
fucking restrict them.
contracts. The
Not to
government's
restrict
supposed to
them.
be there to enforce contracts between
Yeah.
private
So it also
parties, not
it also
to
restricts liberties too, right?
It's
to
not
enforce
supposed to.
contracts.
By
That's not its
definition.
job. That's
Well, if like if I don't live in a company, right, or in a country with a government, right, theoretically my liberties are endless, right? I can do whatever I want, like which is physically feasible, right? But a government's going to step in and say like, well, no, you can't do X, Y, and Z because X, Y, and Z is bad for other people, right?
No,
That's them
governments
restricting
don't
my
just
rights
step
as
in.
far as like doing things
Listen,
goes, right?
no, that doesn't apply to our country. We didn't just government didn't just step in. Free men formed a government to protect their liberties. Don't get out of here with that bullshit. It doesn't
Okay,
even
so
Yeah, right.
okay, so okay,
It doesn't even apply.
this has
We
nothing to
took
do with
the
what I said,
motherfuckers
right?
out. It does.
Yeah. So
Your
the
government
government
can
as
come in and
formed
do
by the
whatever you
people.
want
Okay,
if you're
so
in
the
this other
government as
country. But
formed
you're
by
in. We're talking about America, motherfucker. So we don't give a shit
Okay.
about this.
Damn right.
Yeah,
This
so the
fictional fucking
government
place,
as
'cause we got
formed
a
by the
Second
people.
Amendment too, motherfucker.
This is getting
Yeah,
all
fuck
out of
you,
hand.
America.
Yeah, hey, and I'll drop the mic on that. You better America, motherfucker. You know what?
Okay,
America.
so what does
we don't have a problem
America
with you. You just go away.
what does America have to do with flat Earth exactly?
Try
It's,
Oh,
fa-
yeah.
it's fatter. It's fatter than a pancake.
Don't come at him and his America and his pride, okay? He will
How
mute
dare
you if you
Check
say
it out.
that.
Check it out.
Don't you dare.
To
Pride
relate
is a
it back.
sin.
my small town punk.
To relate it back
Everyone
to
who
flat
disagrees
Earth,
with
all
us are
right?
trolls.
We
Bro,
all
if you're
have
not
the
proud of where
freedom
you come
to
from, then
go
something's wrong
measure.
with you.
We all
I
have the
didn't call
freedom to go
nobody
make
a
these
troll.
measurements
All
ourselves.
right,
That's all.
everybody, let's talk at the
Sorry,
same
everyone
time.
who
Let's
disagrees
go,
with us are
everybody.
All right,
unpatriotic.
let's all talk at the same time. That's right.
Alrighty.
All right. Good idea.
Yo, anyone want to play Valorant?
Why
No.
is
Yeah,
that
does
band?
No.
No.
Why is that dude that's not banned still crying like we ban everybody that's a bitch boy like him?
I am crying. You banned
Not
me.
you, that dude. He keeps crying.
Did you
ban
send him a
everybody
butthurt
that
report, Mike?
disagrees.
You got to send him a
Yeah.
butthurt report.
Oh yeah. So I'm the
Where's
complaint
Brandon Zader?
department, dog. I'm the complaint department. I'll put you in line. You'll be like 10 millionth in line. Cool. We'll get to you. We really we thank you for your patronage. You
Listen, I think
promote us.
everyone has the right to their worldview and to go out and make their own conclusions. You know, I don't have to accept the ball lie. It's my choice. You know, that's the heliocentric model that was forced upon me when I was a kid. Took me fucking 25 years, 24 years to basically get out of it, and now I'm learning. And I think I have every
How
right
did
to
you
do
do
that.
that? Like, what was your journey?
Well,
Speechless.
2020 January, I was essentially going to go into the U.S. Cybercom. I was going to go get my OSCP, which is like Offensive Security Certification Personnel, basically
you took
legal
crack.
hacking. Yeah, basically legal hacking, ethical hacking, where I could hack companies, find vulnerabilities, and get paid for it. That's like the essential thing: penetration with Kali Linux, all that stuff.
No, so what went wrong?
No, I was gonna say. So essentially, what happened was I was also running a print shop, and this guy, I wanted to make this giant map for his YouTube channel. This guy, he's a military guy. And we got really close. We started talking. He started talking about alternate history and stuff like that. And this is about a year ago, or like 6 months before I decided to go for my OSCP. So like, it was so random. But in January, he knew I was gonna go for it. I don't know how he knew. He messaged me on Facebook and he was like, "Listen, before you go for that and you go into US Cybercom, like there's some things that you might want to look at and look into before you get into the government base, because you're government property once you sign up. Like that's it, period. And the video he sent me was the history of flat Earth from Eric Dubé, and I was like, what the fuck? I was literally like, what the? This is like one of the most pragmatic, practical people I know. Like 20-year veteran, like in the military, like came out. He did topographical maps, like tons of shit. So I was like, what? So like I looked at it, with a totally open mind. And the thing that got me was the nature of Polaris, about how the North Star doesn't move. It's if you get lost, look for the North Star. And depending on where you are, if you like have a camera or telescope or some type of, like, just a camera aimed at Polaris, right? And you do a time lapse, and then you add exposure to the time lapse, you could see the star trails. Like you can actually make it to where it's like full star trails, and they look like perfect concentric circles almost. And then trying to conflate that, right, with what we observe, because that's what we observe, with the globe Earth model, which is like we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, right? And then
The North Star.
But what I'm saying is
No, just let him
we're
finish.
spinning. We're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, right? One direction, and then we're also going around the sun, and we're going around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. On top of that, and at the same time, the sun is taking the solar system with it around the galaxy at 666,000 miles per hour, and it's just like crazy. Like I don't know if you guys ever seen the GIF
Fuck
of what
Jesus,
they say.
God is king. Fuck Jesus, God is king. Thank you.
And I don't know if you guys ever seen the GIF of like what the globe model is about, like what we're doing, like in the cosmos. If anyone wants to post that, and then you
Right,
just
so you
compare that.
you got duped by a grifter on YouTube.
Yeah, I gotta point
most
this
of the
out,
other
man.
flat
That
earthers.
that guy's still here. He doesn't even bat an eye. He keeps going, and that other guy's crying. We get rid of everybody that disagrees with him.
But essentially, that was my journey in
Why
terms
is
of
everybody
like.
crying?
It is kind of true. The only people who are censoring flat Earth are you guys.
Okay.
No,
Well, anyway,
That's
Seems like you don't
actually
want to
true.
progress.
That's a valid statement.
flat Earth is not being censored.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to second that one, even though I normally don't jump on bandwagons.
Who,
Are
who,
It's
you
all
guys a
they
part of the
got,
Flat
bro.
Earth Society?
They're so
you
low
have?
tier. It's all they got.
How are you being censored?
They're not. They're
Anyway,
just saying that because they can't measure a fucking
Anyway,
thing.
so like you say, so the reason that you believe the Earth is flat is
Nigger!
because a guy that believes that dinosaurs don't exist made a video.
Perfect timing.
okay. To answer his question that was muted, but essentially think about it like this, brother. If we're doing all those types of movements, right? Then how the hell do we see the same stars in the same spot at the same times a year?
Relatively.
Polaris
Well,
has
that's
been observed to move.
I'm
But
sorry, but he's funny, bro.
But just think about that, right? Why do we see the same shit in the sky all the time? Why does astrology work? Why is the
Why do
constellations
different
always?
places?
Why does celestial
Why,
navigation work? Like you can keep
Astrology
going.
Because
work?
the Earth is a globe.
can you explain like different like
You believe in astrology?
You should look more into Eric Dubé. I think that would be interesting for you.
So you want to know why the space never changes? Is that what you're asking?
No, I think he was asking about our movements.
Right.
Right. So you want to
According to
know?
the globe models claimed movements, right, of all these different types of movements that we are supposed to be going through, right, as Earth.
Right.
Yet we see perfect concentric, like east to west,
Mhm.
stars going over Earth for millennia. That's why celestial navigation works.
Yeah.
That's why, like, you know what I mean? Like, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is this explanation that came out of nowhere 500 years ago or something, like from the heliocentric models. Like, the geocentric
Right.
model worked perfectly fine. So, like, where was the justification for the heliocentric model to be forced? And if you look into history of it, you're like, oh, I see. It's literally just a power grab because they wanted to mix religion and secularism and basically dominate that way. But anyway, I digress.
So you
Bro,
do
the Earth
understand
is
why
flat.
you do understand why stars don't move, or you don't?
What do you mean certain stars move?
Stars don't move? Wow, that's a claim.
So the universe is expanding
Lady,
at
look at the sky every night and you're gonna see the
right.
stars.
The
Come on.
stars
Yeah.
move. Yeah, no matter where
Right.
you are.
That would
Uh-huh.
that if you claiming that stars don't move, that's nonsense.
They do. Yeah, they do.
Right,
They
right,
do
right.
move. So what will you say they don't?
It's okay. It's just I know Alice just is like trying to digest what I just said, but just
Bro, I
think
asked her
about
and
it
not
on.
you, bro.
Sorry, Gemsy.
I'm sorry. What's the question?
My bad, Gemsy.
My question is, how is
You
there
said
40
you want to
people
know.
in this room and
You
there's only 2 people talking?
see, Tara, you want everybody to speak at the same time? That doesn't make sense either. Foolishness, you said that the star you asked Bisticles. Do you want to know why stars don't move? Are you going in what is your story
So
about?
so perceptively why stars don't quote unquote move, as you would
So
say.
you're going into fantasy land.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Fantasyland for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you understand that stars are essentially like light years away, right?
We stand under the stars. Yes, we stand
Uh-huh.
under. We stand
Right.
over the ground, so we overstand the ground, understand the stars, right? They
I'm
move.
sorry, you what? You
Claiming-
overstand the ground?
Yeah, we stand over the ground. You said, do you
Right.
understand the stars? Yes, we stand under the stars. Yes, correct. And then you're
Correct.
saying now that they are moving, but they are not moving because
So
No.
we're the one moving, right? So we're moving under the stars because the stars themselves are hundreds of millions of light years away. So each
Can I ask
star.
you a silly question? Just real
is
quick.
that like a
Is it
baseless?
possible
Is that like a
that the
base?
stuff in the
Is that like a baseless assertion that you're making about the stars and the
No.
ground spinning under you?
No, I'm not. It's not baseless.
How do you what are you basing it on? Like, are you just making it up, or is it a story? Because you're saying you're going to Fantasyland, and now you're telling a story from Fantasyland about this. So how do you relate that into the realist level?
So our own solar system, right? We have our own star, which is the sun, right? So that supplies
It's a
the
star. Are you making
Yeah.
another assertion about the sun being a star?
Yes. Yeah.
So you're still in Fantasyland.
No. This is
It-
real life. This is real.
I think
This is
what's
real.
the best like breakdown of what I think you're claiming is like in general the most distant an object is, the less it is perceived to be moving, and because stars are claimed to be millions of miles away, it's moving incredibly slow in our perception.
Right. So
But
like for example, if you're on the ground and you're looking at a plane that's up above you, right? It looks like the plane is moving really slowly, but it's not. That's just the perception that you see because the sky is much bigger than the plane. So you're seeing the plane move across the sky, which is at a scale that you cannot comprehend. So you're seeing the plane move across the sky. It's similar to how when you first see the moon at the beginning of the evening, you'll see that it's closer to the horizon. You'll see that it's bigger. And then as the night progresses, it gets smaller because you're actually seeing how it compares to the rest of you're seeing a different perspective of the moon, right?
You're saying we observe movement in degrees of objects in the sky. Yes, I agree.
So it's like you're seeing the moon compared to what
Your surroundings.
yeah, your surroundings exactly. So you see it
In
compared to
relation.
the
So
horizon.
So it's just we can only judge the amount of movement, but that doesn't change or prove anything. It's just a gradual amount of movement that over such a vast view that we have to measure it in degrees. What we lacking is a frame of reference to go outside and just look back and say what's actually moving. People act like we can tell what's moving from inside the reference frame, and technically that goes against science.
So that's why I was
Moves all the time, man. What are you talking about? All you gotta do is kick the earth into the air. You can watch it move, you dumb fuck.
Oh my god, hey! It's Piss Guy again, one invisible
Yeah,
king.
give that guy a
What's
bottle of
up,
piss.
dude?
Hey, will you drink my piss or just your own? I'll send you some in the mail.
No, he's muted. He's muted now. He can't answer you, but it's the same dude. It's like you
Yeah.
can know the sound of his voice by now. It's like
He's been doing that to me for like 5 years. So yeah,
He's been
I
trying to
wish
fucking convert me for a long time.
I wish I could know the sound of that guy's voice.
oh man. Is this the server that he trolls now or
Chameleon, I swear he is.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
Batamo joined today, and he joined today, so that might be a correlation.
No, it's no correlation. Oh my
What-
god.
Hey,
It's a different guy.
Hey, Jemsy,
No,
I
it's a
didn't
different
I
guy.
didn't
I'm
share
definitely
the
a
link.
correlation.
I didn't share the link, damn it.
You brought him here, bro.
He
Tarafer
comes
Yas
every day.
Tarafer Yas sent me
Hey.
a link, and I came
Oh,
here.
it's
And when I
your
got
fault? Oh, I
here,
thought they were blaming me.
then when I got here, I said, "God damn it, the piss guy's here."
Yeah.
That fucker.
Damn it, that guy's always around here.
Listen, did you hear that girl? He's got 70 accounts. It's like, listen, I pee on my jeans accidentally, and I get rid of that shit. You can never get the piss
Dude,
out.
I've blocked 70 accounts from him.
You know how it is. It's hard to clean urine
He's got
out.
probably 7,000, bro.
Oh my god, that guy is just. He must be lonely. That's all I can think. And in a sense, I'm complimented that he wants to spend his time, attacking me. But
Hey, bro, if you're just lonely, here, I'll give you my address. Come over and hang out, man. I'll keep you company.
right, free rent. I guess I get free rent in his head. I don't know. He loves me, Michael. It's always Michael, Michael, Michael. Feel like my mom's yelling at me again and shit.
I was gonna tell him that he should be drinking seawater because it's superior to drink to piss, but he doesn't reply to me.
Yeah, you guys don't get that. Like, my name is Michael on my birth certificate. My mom and dad are the only people that ever called me Michael. I'm just Mike. My brothers and
No.
sisters, Mike, my friends. He got a Michael me.
What are we supposed
Michael,
to do with
you
that
know,
information?
you know what is a coincidence? I was listening to a video today of one of the astronauts of Apollo. What was it? One of the ones that exploded, and his name is identical
Michael.
to yours.
No, it's not. See, I will rebuttal that. See, he is Michael John Smith, John. So his initials are MJS. My name is Michael Jonathan Smith, Jonathan. So
Same thing.
you can say the same thing, but my kindergarten teacher told me I spelled my name wrong, so they're not the
How
same.
old are you?
What's that got to do with it?
Hey,
Yes,
that's a personal
kindergarten.
question. That's too
Kindergarten was
TMI.
a long time ago, bro. No, I'm 51.
He's old enough to be here. That's all you gotta know.
It doesn't
He's almost
matter.
as old as me.
I'm 51. I was a teenager last time
Damn.
before Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and Iraqi Freedom. After that, I was a man. But
You're still
Mike,
younger than George Dawkins.
Mike, have you got the ID, please? Because you can't get in without ID, I'm afraid.
God damn it, the big fuckers gotta ask me for my ID, and I ain't even drunk yet. If I was drunk, I'd give you something, but it wouldn't be my
Tell you
ID,
what,
damn it.
I'll flip my ID out, but I ain't showing my address.
Hey, six footers make
Not without
good
a kiss.
Good bouncers. I don't give a fuck. They can have my address. I don't think any of you got the balls to come out here to the country and fuck with me.
I'll come out there, but I ain't gonna fuck with you. I'll come out there and shake your hand and buy you coffee.
Yeah, it's funny. In one of the venues where I DJ now, as like a solidarity thing with the bouncers, I wear the same stuff that they do. And often people think I am one of the bouncers now, which is kind of quite nice, but I don't really want to be getting glass with drunk people. So.
Yeah, I've done that. See the big guy talking to the big guy and think they're both bouncers. Fuck yeah,
Who
and they're
told you
just
about
friends.
Discord in your countryside?
In Michigan, we got big cops and big fucking bouncers because there's a lot of fighting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, sounds fun.
Have you ever been arrested?
Well, you know, what's that got to do with anything? But I'll be honest, yeah, I punched a motherfucker in the mouth for some disrespect at the bar, and yeah, I've got arrested. I got bail money. It's all good.
You're crazy.
Yeah, no, I've never been
Listen,
arrested.
listen. In Michigan, there are literally guys that say, "Let's go to bar tonight and peg us a fucker and knock him the fuck out," and that's what they're gonna do. And if you don't
What?
know that,
Is
if
that
you
what they
don't
do
know,
in Michigan?
listen,
I gotta
I'm
move to
serious.
Michigan.
There's not much else to do. So.
I'm dead fucking serious. And if you don't know these guys exist, then you'll just when he's creeping up on you, looking at you funny, you're just
If I
gonna
come
let
to
him walk
Michigan,
up
would you give me a
and
place
knock
to
your
stay at?
fucking ass out.
Come to
Don't come
Oakland.
to
I'll show you. All
Michigan,
you gotta do is
buddy.
get dropped off near the gas station, and you'll be dead in 10 minutes.
I may, man. I got some.
If you got money on you, you probably be dead quicker.
Does
Yeah, I
Michigan
got.
allow people to carry firearms?
America does if you're, not a felon and you register and get a permit,
No,
you can
different
open
state have
carry.
different laws, right?
No.
There is no law, bro.
Listen, different states have different regulations on gun, yes, but in America, if you're not a felon, you can get an open carry permit. So some states don't even require registration. That's the only difference. They can't restrict it. They can only require
And
you
if
to
you're
register.
fishing, you can carry a gun anytime you want.
They can only.
Yeah, different states have different stuff. Like in Florida, you can carry in like regular delis. In New York, you can't.
Yeah. Well, that's because
I
some
wouldn't
states.
suggest doing that, but I'm saying you could, yeah.
So
Yeah.
listen, some states adhere to constitutional carry, and some states like to restrict that a little bit with registration and other things, making you get safety courses and stuff like that.
Does anybody disagree that if everybody had a handgun on them, that things would be way different?
No, I wouldn't
Yeah,
disagree.
yeah,
But
no
It
one
would
would
be.
fuck with it.
Shit would be
No
It
one
epic.
would
would be.
fuck with
I mean, honestly, if you knew everybody was carrying a gun, would you even pull that shit? No, I don't think you would. I think you just go and find some other way to make money rather than trying to steal from people.
Oh, that's who Cookie Monster is. It's Brookie.
I'm just
Can we
saying,
get back to the
of course it
topic?
what?
Let's get back to the topic at hand. Any Globers here who still think they live on a
I have a
tilted
hater.
spinning water?
I believe we live in a triangular Earth.
Yeah, no, you
Oh,
don't.
Cool, you got a
Isn't
picture
a
of it?
triangle like a 2D something? Triangle on a table?
Yeah, guys,
Mm.
can we just we've been in this debate quite a while. The whole the Earth is a dinosaur or a donut or a Pokemon. It's really old for us
It is a
now. So
donut, though.
I was just thinking, well,
I
we
like that
let the
better than some of the crap they say.
yeah, we let the piss guy hang out, and then the triangle guy had to show up with him. That's what I was thinking.
we can just
This
stick
guy
to the
always
action.
brings the retrash with him.
No, like
Yeah,
think
we can just
about it.
stick
All
to
of my Christian brothers, you see the Holy Trinity just make adds up. Three sides of the
yeah,
Earth.
yeah. I mean, carrying on the troll, it's not funny, bro. Let's just stick to you've got the
I'm
sensible
sorry.
options. Let's just stick to those, please.
He even
I
brought
mean,
the
if you,
Trinity in there, man. He was trying. He's like, I'll get a fight started.
yeah, he's
Almost
practicing
worked.
his troll. He's practicing the troll. At this moment, he's a low level troll, but eventually he might get better, right? Sitara?
Right. Yeah, he's a
Wow.
practice. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
he's a practicing
you see
troll. He
where I'm
knew that
starting
if
from. I
there's
have
any
nothing to lose.
Christians in
But
here,
only go
Imagine
up.
trolling.
You see,
he's gonna
trolling is the best way for one to learn and grow. It gives you space for improvement.
trolling.
Away from the troll, Sitara, do you have any realist level questions? Like, can you have
Right.
be honest and have a question?
Well, I already asked my original question why I joined. It just brought a lot of curiosity for a topic like this with this many members, and I was.
What was the question again?
Well, I got cut out. I'm sorry. I said I already shared my original question about my
Hey, man.
curiosity bringing me in here with this many
What's the
people
question again?
about a topic like this.
Yeah, what was the question?
Yeah, we
Honestly,
don't want you to preface it. We just want the question, please and thank you.
okay, well, I mean, I don't remember which word, but I would like to ask how many of you guys here actually, truly, honestly believe that the Earth is flat, and if yes, what is the best reasoning behind it?
Yes, I do, and it's because the Earth is observably and practically used as flat.
Well, I think I can answer on Boy's question now. No, he doesn't have a useful question. He doesn't have anything else more productive.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we don't believe the Earth is flat. We actually know that the Earth is flat. Belief belongs to religious systems. Flat Earth is not a religious, a blind belief-based system.
Right. That's why people
Yeah.
get so confused when they're like, convince us. No, we're not converting you. No, this is not
Exactly.
exchanging one belief system for another. You're wrong.
Why is
Yeah,
it a
you're
problem that people word their questions that way? Like,
well, because it's just not useful. So we had the loaded question example earlier. I don't know if you were here for that, but like if you were to ask someone why are you a paedophile, right? That's not a useful way to ask that question because there's no way for that person to answer without them appearing guilty. So it doesn't actually leave room for the possibility that they're actually not that thing in the listener's mind.
your analogy is about something else completely.
No, it's not. It's actually about the usefulness of how questions are worded. It's entirely on topic.
Magnet, how
Exactly. But Crypto, would you ask Crypto, would you ask a pedophile, why do you believe you are a pedophile?
Right.
Right. It's the use of the word belief.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can try
What's
that as
wrong
well.
with
But
the use of the word belief?
It implies you have a belief and not a knowing. That you could
Yeah.
know something and you haven't established that to be a fact, the not knowing
Can
or
you
I
not
couldn't
believe
know.
and know something at the same time?
Yes, you can.
Just ask
Thing
why
is,
you think that.
So, like, is
I-
this
up
like
the
a
lead.
method of thought control that you guys exercise?
No,
No, no, no.
in your group?
basically, let's say I believe that when I get home, my wife is gonna have a ribeye on the plate, and once I get there and I see the ribeye, I know it's a ribeye. But there's a possibility that I believe the ribeye is gonna be there, and when I make it there, it's not ribeye; it's like salmon fillet. Then my belief was wrong. You see, you can believe in something that might be correct once you get to the knowledge step and you know it's there, and then you can believe in something that is a lie or something that is wrong, like the globe
Well,
land.
also, you can go a step further and say that it's a justified belief because you spoke to your wife earlier and she said she was going to make you a ribeye. But then when she went to the store was out of ribeyes and she bought fillet instead. So when you got home, you had a fillet, right? So
yes,
you can even have a justified belief that is wrong.
Right.
There's a paradox.
I think
in
these
there
thought
now.
control exercises that cults do are really
What if
interesting.
he doesn't have a wife?
Yeah, I mean, I do find the thought control of the globe cult very interesting because they literally have to tell you on TV every day
Well,
that it's a
no,
globe.
you guys do it to check each other.
Oh no, but you were talking about thought control of cults, so I naturally thought you were talking
No,
about the
thought
globe.
control exercises that you guys are doing.
Which I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
the one where they repeat that the Earth's a globe like a mantra on every single media, 24/7.
Yeah.
Does that
Yeah,
have
that is a
something to do
control
with your
thing.
journey of becoming a flat earther? Could you share that with us?
No,
Oh no,
he
because
ain't
you're
got
talking
he ain't got no
about
wife.
but you're talking
I'm
about the
I'm
thought
like
control.
barbecue, and I think it would be interesting if you guys like.
But you're talking about the thought control of a cult, so we must be talking about the globe because that's relentless.
Yeah. It's a pretty powerful cult.
It's like they control every media station. How, like, what? Could you even imagine a more powerful narrative that is literally woven into the narrative of every single bit of media you're allowed to consume?
Yeah. Are you a
Yeah,
baller? Do you play ball? Come on, bro. It's
Would
all
you
in
like
the-
to share your journey of like how you escaped the thought control of the globe cult?
No, thank you.
I want to hear that too.
That'd be really cool.
How we escape the thoughts of the globe cult is very simple. I started searching. I started researching. I started reading,
I
verifying
I turn
theories.
I
off
didn't
the
want to hear
TV.
this guy.
I turn off the TV. That's what I do.
Very nice.
Yeah.
It's
they
not
can
very
take
nice.
turns, I
I'd like to
guess.
hear Get Beget story. So if you don't mind, go ahead, Get Beget. Don't listen to these guys.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, I came to Flat Earth. I really believe the same. Like, wow, these people are crazy. But this was like almost 13 years ago. And when I came across it, I knew about many conspiracy theories before. Like in 2001, in 9/11, in the very first night, in that night, I was at Internet Cafe talking with professors from Microsoft, and they all knew about the event. And they were showing me how Windows actually had a communication systems for these elite people to a way of communication which is not actually encrypted, but it's a sign language they developed, and we wouldn't understand when they use it. So, and we wouldn't even detect it with uh, cryptography programs, cryptography detection programs, and stuff like that. So they were not suspect of anything, you know. They thought, okay, people are drawing some signs here, they are playing stuff, but were actually communicating through this language that they developed in Word, in Windows, the Windings characters. So
Oh, the Webdings? Oh shit.
yeah,
Or
yeah,
Wingdings? Yeah.
Windings, yeah. And I said, this cannot be a coincidence, especially when I'm in a live chat room with Microsoft engineers and professors. And they were telling us, like in that class, they were actually talking about this event because it was a huge event at that time. The world stopped, yeah,
That's wild.
in that day. Yeah. And so I was like, you know, I know there are no conspiracies. And I knew that the CIA invented the term of conspiracy theory with the purpose to obstruct any investigation of the John F. Kennedy assassination. So they invented this term to obstruct patriot people, legitimate detective experts in their own government system, yeah, to obstruct them to do any investigation on this assassination and let people believe the narrative at the TV, which CIA was the one uh, master controlling this story on TV. Now, when I came to Flat Earth, I said, "Whoa, this is huge. This cannot be. uh, how could I be so fool and not realize this?"
Right.
Like when I saw their arguments, yeah, and then Eric's Dubay video showed up, 200 proofs. He presented a lot of things, discrepancies, things that we observe in reality and how they are bending our reality and stuff. And I said, yeah, it's very obvious. It's ingenious the way they did it.
True.
But yeah, I was disappointed about myself for not seeing it before, you know?
Right.
And so I escaped, and then I start research. Hey, I do have some knowledge throughout my lifetime. I've learned physics, maths, computer stuff. Now I have to rethink everything and start over again. Like, I cannot accept. I had to change everything about myself, even social behavior and stuff, the way I speak with people, the way I treat them. So, yeah, it was a huge change for me. And from a, how was I say, an evil hacker, turned into a normal person, I'd say.
I feel that, get
Yeah,
get.
Amazing.
so I'm still a little slave in the system, yeah, but hey, I'm not sucked by it. I know what the system is now, and it doesn't control my life.
So you think the flat Earth ideology made you like a more ethical person, is what you're saying?
Made me
Not
more.
just flat earth, but also religion, the Bible, reading. But hey, I didn't went to a religious system and just become a parishioner. No, I took the Bible, I read it. I have my knowledge. I don't belong to any religious system. I don't believe in them. They are systems of manipulation. They control masses of people with these religions. And heliocentrism is one of the wickedest kinds and religions that there out there in the world.
Yeah.
They even have a uh, how do I say? Um, they build people. They take them from their early childhood. They indoctrinate their minds. They prepare them. They school them the way they want, so that throughout their whole lifetime, they will know that these people will put all their effort and work into uh, strengthening this religion and finding new things how to make it even more believable and stronger. And they even hijack science, natural sciences,
Yeah.
Yo,
and they
quick question.
started this. They didn't start this yesterday, like to hijack natural sciences. They
Yeah.
Yo,
started hundreds of years ago.
quick
Yeah,
question. So when you met these Microsoft professors, did they offer you red pill or white pill?
they didn't offer any pills. Yeah,
Oh, you
Matrix wasn't even released yet in that
hold on.
time. Yeah, so
Listen.
the Matrix concept didn't exist.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So yeah, the thing is, it's like if you had to just take a step back, right? Third party point of view, right? What's there to gain? Why the lie, right? The easiest one to think about is competition, right? If you have less competition in the world, then you have a better chance of succeeding in whatever you want to succeed in, right? And that's all it is. It's when you indoctrinate
Yeah,
children to believe you're on a ball, it's like you're already starting off like, it- you know, a low place. Like you're already starting off on a bad start. So it's by the time you
yeah,
catch up, it's just like they're already 20 years ahead. I mean, you could just think about
yeah.
it like that.
Oh my God, you know how what it means to own someone's soul? It's better than having a autonomous tractor or harvester. It's
Right,
much better than that.
right. I mean, think about you
Because
hello trolls,
when you
right?
own
Are you guys
someone's
getting paid?
soul,
No.
yeah, when you own someone, that person
Some of
is gonna
us.
do everything for you, and he's uh, everything that you want, but not only that, he's gonna find new things for you that you want, and you had no clue about it, and they are good things, and he brings them all to you.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
they want souls.
it's just like the system is so. I mean, just think about it, right? Think about
Mm.
your inclination. Those the people in here who want to make fun of flat earthers. Just think about how useful you are to that system, right? You're not getting paid. You
Yeah.
know, you're coming in here to ridicule and limit the conversation, and
Getting
it's
paid.
like, but it's just like, think about it, right? Like, why? Why go against? Why go out of your way to do that? It's
That's
pretty
like the
powerful.
opposite of what we're doing right
Actually,
now. We're
not
giving you
true.
guys
Not
the
not, not
floor
right
to
now.
explain your
Not
journey.
not right now. Not right now. I'm just saying in general. Do you get my point? Like in general, how some people are just like, you guys are fucking retards. You guys are dumb. You guys are. You don't know. You don't understand. It's like most people in here like understand the globe model better than people defending it. Honestly, I've seen
The
it
way,
firsthand.
so, in simple words, because I have to leave soon at work. So, in simple words, is like you can get dominated by parasites, and you have no clue you are being dominated when you are infested with parasites, or when you work for parasites in this world. You can get to the point that you have no clue that you're doing that. So,
Right.
Have you
No
ever
concept.
realized maybe it's possible that when you debate individuals on topics that aren't fairly common, you're more likely to be versed on that topic, especially in their position. Like we do this with abortion, right? Like pro-lifers, like you want to go make a live right now and start debating random individuals, you will come across like 90% of people can't defend their position. Because people don't think about these positions. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's more of like a debate bro tactic. It's pretty cringe. But sure, like I'm pretty sure I've witnessed like some globe earthers coming in here and providing decent argument. But obviously, the vast majority aren't going to understand some questions.
I mean, give an example, man. There's people in here that have been waiting for 8 years more
Well,
for
well,
some globe
Kiwi
proof.
was gonna share his journey next, right?
Like, if I had to vouch for people, I would say like someone like Newt or Gold, that Gold guy. Like, they're very educated people on like physics. There was someone yesterday talk about gravity, but he didn't necessarily believe in the globe Earth. No, it was 2 days ago. I don't remember his name. I don't know if anyone will remember him, but he's talking about like Einstein's theory, like a specific experiment in which we isolate the variable. But because it's so vague, I can't specify. But like someone like Newt is pretty educated.
I mean, we can go into gravity and all that jazz, but
Do you
like,
want to share your journey of how you became a flat earther? Since Kiwis doesn't want to go.
Who?
You.
I'm not a flat earther.
Aw.
Well,
mean,
thanks for hanging out and promoting us.
What about you, Michael?
No, man, I'm not gonna play with
Come
these
on,
children.
bro.
They're kids, man. They're
Tell
just
us
trolling.
tell us your story, man. We want to know.
Hey, I think my story's already engraved in stone, bro.
Come on, be Wendy, and we'll be the Lost Boys.
He
Read your
said,
story off
"Be
the
Wendy."
tablets.
Let's
Hell
go.
no.
I would lie and say I'm not curious, but I'm definitely curious. Battle mod.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are, but I mean, I just don't entertain this. It's really not a foundation for truth.
Oh, for sure.
Everyone in here wants to hear it.
No, it's
It's just
okay. Don't force them.
it's a testimony. It's a testimony. I mean, I could sit
I'm
here
not
and tell you.
forcing, just a little
No,
peer
force
pressure,
him.
you know?
I could
A
tell
little
you how
pressure.
I
Pressure him.
found Jesus, but that wouldn't make him
Ron?
real to you.
Can I just cut
Man,
in?
That's
Owlishness
okay.
really
What's
wants.
wrong with that?
Owlishness wants to get on the mic.
it's
What?
cool though. Thanks for asking.
Aw, maybe later.
What's up?
Who wants to share their flat Earth
Maybe.
journey?
Bro, people are making fun of me in the chat.
Oh no.
I know
Good.
it's
Oh,
I
awful.
don't even
listen,
have that
listen.
open.
If they didn't love
I
you,
would never.
they wouldn't pick on you. Pick on her harder, guys.
That's
I
so
would
real.
never.
Anyway,
I would
what
never
did you
do
want
that.
to say?
I would never
I was
rename.
trying to get the flat earthers to share their journey. Like Kiwis,
Yeah,
or Guinea. Yeah, it was your turn.
yeah, I mean it was, and then you talked over me, so I stopped.
I can
Well,
talk
go
about
on.
my globe Earth journey.
I went to junior school. The end.
And you became a flat earther. They taught you that at school.
No, that was he was saying his globe Earth journey. Pretty short journey.
Oh, the globe. Yeah, that's cool. But Guinea, yeah, you should tell us your flat Earth journey, bro.
He's still working out, I believe, right? Still working out, bro. He's got to focus on reps.
I feel like a flat Earth journey just starts with like a breakup, and then like constant amount of eating of food and discord. I think that's the journey. Pretty accurate.
I mean, that's not what they've said so far.
Oh wow, I think they're missing out some pieces of information.
I mean, listen, if you guys are curious, you know, it's hard to find now. Like just doing a normal search on YouTube to find legit information, but like I'm sure, you know, there's I mean, if you go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, they have like a huge section A to Z that's like cultivated, like from laser tests to circumnavigation to celestial navigation to NASA to the Coriolis of like just go check it out, man. I mean, you can be there
You
for
guys,
days learning.
you guys should do an event in this server of like, if you can try and find a PhD scientist or someone like credibility, and then like debate one of your flat earthers, and like I would like to see that.
Yeah, maybe. You guys plug that Discord a lot.
I mean, it's honestly awesome though, for real. I just discovered it a month ago, not even. And
How did you discover
you know,
it?
through Eric Dubé's video with I think he's in here. Flat level water, if you guys know him.
Oh shit! You guys did a
T-
video together. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so he did an interview about the server with Eric Dubé on like his podcast, and you know, I was just I never even thought something like this could exist on Discord. So when he said that, I was just like, get the fuck out of here. There's a Discord?
Wait, sorry. Flat Level Water was on Eric Dubé's podcast, or Eric Dubé was on
Yeah.
Flat Level Water's podcast?
No.
So
He
Eric
was on
Dubé
Eric
has a
Dubé's.
podcast. I didn't even know he
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
podcast.
Well, it's just like his YouTube channel. Like, yeah. And then, yeah, I was listening to, you know, Flat Level Water's story, because he's an architect, and yeah, and they were talking about how the ego death is like the most profound thing to experience when coming into this topic, and radical agnosticism is basically the stance of flat earthers.
So like when you
Essentially.
told us earlier that your friend like shared the video from
That
Eric
wasn't
Dubé
him.
with you,
He was
it
like an
wasn't
older
Heretic?
man. No.
Okay.
No. I didn't know anybody in here literally a month ago. Not even kidding. I was just one of the silent majorities of flat earthers who didn't, you know, tried sharing my, you know, my thoughts about it. Got ostracized by friends and family like everybody else who tries to. And then you just sort of become tactile in terms of who you decide to share this information with. And it's very ostracizing. There's no real benefit in the short term to going into this topic, but the long term benefit is I can think for myself now. You know, like I
Do you
don't have
feel
to take anything.
isolated from your old life?
Oh, I'm so happy I'm out of it. It's just full of bad people, drugs, drinking, etc. I'm working out every day. You know, I got my career path online, and my priorities are in order. And I just love coming in here to listen to the conversation and the just there's so much to learn about the subject because the subject itself is like something we can all relate to, which is the nature of reality, the nature
So
of
would it
Earth.
be fair to say that the flat Earth ideology has like improved your lifestyle?
100%. I wouldn't even call it an ideology. It's more like an escape from ideologies. You know what I mean? Like, because once you realize you've been fooled by the globe ball model, by the heliocentric model, at that level, at that extent, you are not only like skeptical about any other thing, but it's almost like you have a baseline of knowledge now. Because I know the Earth is not rotating, it's not moving, and I know it's measurably flat. And I know that. That's like probably one of the only things you really can know at a certain point. Like everything else is speculative, and you have to dive into it with your own reasoning, and that's scary for a lot of people who have only been you know taking other people's words for it, or the authoritative word for it, or it's a lot of accountability and a lot of responsibility, and not everyone's ready to handle that. They fucking spiral as soon as you try to take away their ball. Everyone's seen
Wait,
it.
so a quick question. So why do objects fall to the ground, and why do gas particles move and float away?
Why do things fall to the ground?
Yeah.
Depending on what it is that's falling,
Well,
and
we
the
weren't
medium it's in.
debating. We were just talking about how the ideology has improved its lifestyle.
Well, I'm just, if everybody wants to keep the story time, well,
Story time.
I was just curious why objects fall to the ground.
I don't know. Why do helium balloons go up?
Yeah, why does my chair fall to the ground? Why do heliums float? Yeah, sure. Can you explain that?
Just a difference in density and the medium that it's in.
Okay, so things that are denser often fall to the ground. Why?
That's not what I said.
So you don't think that things that are denser can lead well?
Well,
dense they
here,
are.
let me throw something at you real quick. What would happen if you put an iron ball in a bucket of mercury? Would it sink or float?
Float.
It would float.
I
Right.
just fled that. The hell?
Yep.
Could you not hear me?
Where's gravity in that?
I would have to understand buoyancy.
But I'm just saying, where's gravity in that? You know what I mean? Gravity is literally just a term to the God of the gaps theory. You guys ever heard of that?
No.
Yeah, I already find a reasoning. Yeah.
Just think of it like gravity of the gaps theory. It's just like when you try to explain anything relatively, about like how could we have, gas pressure next to the vacuum of space without a container? Oh, gravity. How come, certain things, rise and fall, or gas, or well, gravity only acts when it wants to act. And it's just like people always resort to gravity, and once you chill in the conversation long enough and you see everybody's approach, it's just like it always goes to the same thing. Oh, and it's like
Right, good.
literally like programming, bro. It's fucking wild to witness.
So
What
is this
I to
statement?
bring up as well, just
Hey,
on the gravity thing, just adding to what you said, is that gravity actually explains all motions, which is quite funny in terms of like their worldview. So if something goes down, that's gravity. If something goes up, that's gravity. If something goes across the sky, that's gravity.
Right.
So it's like they literally say that everything is gravity.
Right. And
Well,
yet
everything's fighting against it, right?
wait. So tell me if this statement's true. Is Mercury denser than iron?
is mercury denser than iron? Depends on how much of each, right?
Right. Well, in the same quantity.
In
The
the
same
same quantity.
quantity.
So if we measure the state of the mercury in this cup you were talking about, and like this iron ball, and we get the same amount, which is
Like in the
denser.
same volume is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what density is, right?
Yeah. the
Density
amount of
doesn't exist. It's fake.
amount of particles in it.
Yeah, so density already factors in volume, right? Or at least it's a ratio of volume.
So, like, yeah. So, so when I'm
Right,
talking
so which
about
one
like,
has more
full
in the
of-
same amount of volume?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd assume it's mercury, but I don't know.
No, mercury. He said I said yes, and iron ore would float in mercury because mercury is denser than
But
iron.
to answer the more central point, we knew about Archimedes' principle before gravity was even conceptualized. So the idea that we need gravity for Archimedes' principle is asked backwards.
Okay, so would you like to explain to me why things fall to the ground?
I mean, I can explain it to you in terms of an experiment. So you can take an object and then apply it to a medium, and then that object will either sink, stay where it is, or rise within that medium relative to the density of both the object and the medium.
Okay, so what is the variable that's causing such states to happen?
Well, it's the interaction between the medium and the object.
Right.
What is the medium?
Well, the medium's whatever you make it for the experiment.
Wait, then how does stuff
Well,
dissolve?
Huh?
That's a completely different question.
Well, no, it would be related, right?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
If density alone is the explanation for why things sink or float, then dissolving wouldn't be a thing, right?
Why is that the case?
Well, because dissolving is like an even dispersion of a set of particles throughout a medium, right? You wouldn't expect that if density alone explained the nature of how objects orientate themselves, because heavier objects would always sink, or they would always separate, right, depending on their densities, which is not the case. So
That is what's happening. That is a phenomena being observed, but that's not necessarily the cause of the effect.
Well, it's just a non sequitur anyway, because things can either rise, stay the same, or sink without dissolving.
Right. So
yeah, but you wouldn't expect things to dissolve at all, period.
What does that mean?
Why?
Underneath a pure, well, because like things would separate based off of density, right? If there is nothing but density to explain the nature of which objects orientate themselves,
So
then
you're
of course
trying to do a
dissolving
gotcha moment instead of having a conversation.
It's
You
not
know
a
what I mean?
gotcha. I don't know why you think it's a
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah, it is. And it's a waste of everyone's time.
this is not really a gotcha moment. I mean, you can say that an iron ball would float on mercury because the relative density of iron is 7.87, whereas mercury is 13.5336.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Perfect.
iron would theoretically float on mercury regardless because it's at a lower density.
And that's what you find, isn't it, when you actually do it?
I think mercury can't. Can mercury dissolve iron? I think it might be able to.
I don't know if it can dissolve it, but it has a lower melting point than iron.
But there's
don't
another
think
thing that in a free fall, for example, if you have a free fall and you put an iron ball in a mercury box, like for example, free fall experiments.
Oh, my bad.
when
Never
the
mind. Okay,
plane-
so mercury is like the one exception, but you could do it with gold.
Well,
So what I'm saying is something else. So for example, you are on a plane and a plane dives in a free fall, and then you have a box full of mercury and you put iron in it, it won't float. It will stay wherever it is. So the
Wait, what did
density is
you just
different.
say?
In a free fall experiment, for example, when they basically try to simulate microgravity, what they do is they take stuff up on a plane and then plane dives free fall, and that's when you simulate that there is no gravity. So in that experiment, if you take a box full of mercury and place an iron ball in it, it won't float or it won't do anything. It will stay where it is, even though density is different, but the iron ball is not going to float.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you explain that?
How do I explain that in no gravity
No, no, I'm not
Well,
asking
Alice, you don't
I-
have to because you believe in gravity.
He-
It's
He's
flat earthers who
asking.
need to explain.
Oh, you're part of our religion. Don't trip. You believe in gravity.
No, the thing is, every
These
time
guys.
every time she hears a voice, she thinks people are speaking to her, but that's not the case in here.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That was a
Yeah,
little.
I
No,
know.
but Beasticles is right about the
Obviously not.
he's right about the tribalism going on. It's like they she thinks she's got this question to answer, and then they're like, "Oh, don't worry, you're on our team," and then everything's
Yeah.
fine.
It's so
Wait,
wild
but
to watch in real time. Like I'm not dumb. I see what's going on.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Am I fucking up over here?
I mean,
My
she
bad.
can try
No,
to
Yeah,
you're
you are
explain
good.
it.
fucking up.
You're
You
good.
are
They're
fucking
onto
up.
your mind games.
I mean, Alice, you I mean, yeah, you can. Go ahead, explain. Explain why an iron ball in Mercury doesn't change position. It doesn't flow to the top when in free fall. There you go.
Why it doesn't in a free fall? I can't explain that. I
Yeah,
just know the density of both.
just go to la land again to imaginary land and explain it from there. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Remember when
Explain
you
it.
went to the stars? Remember when you projected to the stars and you was explaining how the land under your feet is curving and spinning because of the stars. Now you can explain the Mercury ball
You said because of
example.
the stars?
You said that earlier, but anyways.
can you send the video of the free fall experiment with mercury and iron?
Instead of mercury and iron, and the simpler thing to find would be bubbles. For example, a bubble would always rise, but in a free fall experiment, the bubble would stay. So that experiment is easier to find. That's because that is more valuable for heat transfer community. A mercury and iron means nothing to heat transfer community, but a bubble means something. So that experiment is easy to find.
Free fall
That
is not a substitute for gravity. You can't. You're not modifying gravity by going into a free fall. So you're not doing anything to manipulate gravity.
No, you're
no free
eliminating the
fall.
acceleration.
No, the relative. Yeah, you are relative to basically your frame of reference. When both the objects are in free fall, relative to each other, there is basically you're eliminating the acceleration, as you said correctly. There's no gravity then.
What acceleration?
Gravitational acceleration.
You mean things going down?
Well, rather, there's
Yeah.
no buoyant force experience because they're both moving at the same direction, or
So
they're
you're
moving
so
with
you're
gravity, right?
Correct.
so you are
That'd be the
eliminating
difference.
gravity.
You're eliminating it insofar as you're not experiencing an upward force created by the objects that you're standing
So
upon.
the airplane is anti-gravity device. Got it.
It's not
No, it's
anti-gravity.
not
It's
an
that it's falling
anti-gravity.
at the same rate that gravity is accelerating.
Oh, so
Whether
they
it's
both falling, and we observing an effect that is not just gravity or any of that. You just falling at the same rate and making the observation. Great.
Yes, it's finding a counter force, right? Just as like
Yes, you're eliminating variables. I mean that is why like buoyant force, or that's part of why like density is explained in like buoyant force, is my understanding, right?
Correct.
Or gravity helps explain, or at least is an option for explaining buoyant
What
force.
type of gravity?
Gravity being
Newtonian or Einsteinian?
I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it really matters for the sake of like.
He's saying the ball is falling to the ground, therefore gravity. But we're in the airplane and
Well,
dropping
no.
the
I mean,
same
it's.
ball,
Well,
therefore no
no,
gravity.
no. Well, something is falling to the ground. What we call, like, the reason for this is like, whatever, right? One explanation or for why it falls to the ground is because it's undergoing the force of gravity, right?
Okay, so gravity is a cause supposition about why things fall.
Well, I mean, gravity would be a description of like a rule in the universe, right? That's described as a force through science.
That is just
so
description.
then is gravity a term that you're applying to the effect of things falling?
No,
Yes,
gravity is a
that's what he's
fundamental.
doing.
No,
You are
gravity is a fundamental.
describing the effect, and you're saying gravity.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I find that in conversations with you guys, a lot of the time you'll flip flop between using gravity to refer to an effect, the downward acceleration, or a supposed cause for that effect. So it's really hard to know
Well,
sometimes.
I
in these
mean, a
conversations
cause is
what you
an.
guys
I
are
mean,
actually talking about.
An effect can be
Yeah.
a cause also. So I don't understand the
No.
distinction between cause and effect.
No, the
No.
You've
effect
got
is
an
not the
effect, and
cause.
that's downward acceleration. If that's
Okay.
gravity, then whatever you're saying is the cause of that downward acceleration is not the same thing
Let's
because it would be the cause of the effect,
just
not
get
Okay,
the
into.
so can I
Let's
explain what I
not get
mean
into
by
the
that
nitty
since you
gritty. Yeah.
so
No, please don't.
when I say an effect can be a cause, I mean that in turn the thing that is affected, right, may in turn like release to another cause. So like it'll have a causal chain, right, which is a series of causes and events.
Oh
So
yeah, but that's a though.
so I could hurt somebody, right, and the cause might be my fist like hitting them, right? But then in a
Yeah, but
turn,
that's
like that, the
gravity.
effect is pain, and in turn that pain causes like a cortisol reaction in the person's
That
body,
doesn't
and then they
demonstrate your
punch back, right?
presupposition or your assumption about the gravity
but
that you're talking about.
acceleration can't be the cause and the effect in the same
I didn't
chain.
say it was the cause and the effect.
Yeah, that was the
You
point.
just
You
said.
conflated the point.
Yeah. You said it could
Yeah.
be.
See,
I
Yeah, the
said it
effect
could
isn't
be
the cause
one.
of itself, and that was the point that I
I
was
didn't
making.
say
I
it was
wasn't
the
talking
You
about
were
cause.
things
saying
falling, going off and being a cause
Yes,
of
an
this or
effect
that,
can
some sort
cause
of chain
another
reaction.
effect. Yes,
I
but it
didn't say
can't
that
be
the
he's
the
saying
cause
cause
of
this
of
like,
gravity
driving
is
that
gravity.
logical
hey,
chain.
Glotchuk,
no,
you're
no,
saying this like we're
hang
not
on.
paying attention or something.
Okay.
Hey, hang on.
When
Let's
did I
not
say
get
the
into
cause
this.
of gravity was gravity?
You said
Let's
the
not get
cause could
bogged
be
down by
the
that.
effect.
Yeah.
I'm saying let's not get bogged down by the definitions. Let's just say why in a free fall experiment things, if density is explaining everything, why does it not happen when it is in free fall? Like what
Densities
you're
don't
just saying,
explain everything.
different
Who
density.
said that?
Who said density
Density doesn't
explains
explain
everything?
everything. That's a
No,
straw
but
man.
density explains. Okay, that's not a straw man. Somebody said it. Okay, I'll take it back. If you say your position is density does not explain anything, but when you pose the question that iron ball floats, then another question was posed: why does it float? And then people said density. But again, it was proven wrong that in a free fall experiment that does not happen. So what is your? Why do you still like? What explains it then?
You got that whole thing out and they didn't mute you.
Okay.
Impressive.
So the original question was, why do things fall to the ground, right? That was the original question.
Let's
I'm mistaken?
let's just start from here. Why do things fall to the ground here? Let's just start
You
from
don't
there.
know
Why?
why. Why are you asking us why? Why?
No, I'm just not
Why
saying
will
why.
anybody
I'm
in here
saying
know
I have
why?
Let
no.
me, because I'm the person who asked the
Explanation.
question. I
Let me
asked,
answer this.
why do
Let me
objects?
answer this. Let me answer this because it was posed to me that you said I don't know why. But what I know that I have a predictive model that every time I make a prediction with that model that I describe a certain thing that it is falling, I give a reason that this is my hypothesis and this is what I see every time. And I don't see it broken. So I have
You're
no reason
describing
to
the
not believe
effect
it.
observable. You're observing
Yeah,
effect,
observable.
describing the phenomena, but you're not actually providing
that I
cause and
don't
effect
believe
relationship experiment of why is this happening. You're
this
just saying
this
it's
is
happening, therefore gravity.
no, this is not it. Not therefore gravity. This is what I call gravity. It
You're
is not I'm
observing the
saying
phenomena
because
and
gravity.
saying gravity.
Yeah, I'm observing a phenomenon and I'm naming that phenomenon gravity. Let's just stick to that. I'm not saying everything is
Okay,
gravity.
the
I'm saying I
effect
observe a
that you're
phenomenon.
observing, it's gravity.
Are you trying to debate in good faith or bad faith? Let's just get this out straight. Like I'm trying to engage in a reasonable discussion. Are we discussing in good faith or not? If not, then I don't have anything to say to you.
Or mute yourself.
Okay.
Wait.
I mean, the crux of the argument is that gravity has never been proven to exist.
Oh boy, what does proof mean?
The
Story
proof
time
mean
was way more interesting.
Okay, I know this is sounds like a stupid question, but I asked because earlier someone defined it as a deductive argument, and then they listed off a bunch of inductive arguments that they made that constitute proof. So
I'm just saying it's called the theory of gravity. It's not a law of gravity. It hasn't been proven. It shouldn't even be
okay,
called a theory.
what constitutes
really.
proof?
What do you mean? What constitutes proof?
Well, I mean, like, it's kind of important to understand, like, when we ask for, like, proof of something, like, what is our measure of, like, sufficiency for the, like, okay, this is enough to, like, convince me that this is probably the case.
Cause and effect proof. Actual scientific
I
experiment.
don't know what that means. I don't know what cause and effect proof means.
That's why you're saying that the effect that you're observing is gravity. Paka?
Yeah.
And therefore
Okay,
globe.
so
Therefore we live in a globe because gravity. Paka?
okay, so when you say cause and effect proof, what do you mean exactly?
You observe a phenomenon, a natural phenomenon. You predict. You have a good prediction about what is causing that phenomenon to happen? What's causing the effect that I'm observing? You're saying you could see the effect of gravity, right? All around you. Okay. So, what would be the cause of gravity? How would you isolate it? How would you isolate
I mean,
gravity?
that's a much deeper question than a question about, like, why it is that objects fall to the earth,
But
or appear to fall down, right?
But the thing
Nobody's
is,
disagreeing that the phenomena that we're observing is happening, and you guys are
right.
posting it like, hey, you
Wait,
guys are
well,
denying that this is happening.
well, no, you're defining the
Because we
phenomenon
have
differently than other people are.
the other guy said we have a model that explain this and this and that, this effect happening. But
Okay, well, the effect is the
just
objects falling
describing
down
the
to the ground,
effect.
right? The model that explains that is the model like produced through gravity. I mean, we could use Newtonian gravity, right? That would be like
No.
a model that predicts why it
can't.
is. You can't? Why not?
Yeah, you're using like a mathematical equation, a mathematical construct to explain a phenomena that is happening, but you don't have an experiment. You know, you haven't passed it through the scientific method to
But we
prove
just
a
discussed
mass
2
attracting
experiments
mass.
that have been done.
What?
Well, I mean, the
You
very
say
basic
Newtonian
experiment
gravity.
of dropping an object from your hands
not-
and seeing what
that's
happens
not
where
an
it goes,
experiment.
right? Well, I
That's
mean,
an
you can.
observation.
Okay, you let go. Okay, so you make a prediction about what's going to happen to the object when you drop it. When you drop it, it hits the ground. Big surprise.
That's not a
That is a form of
prediction. It always happens. You're not
So
predicting anything. You know when
hypothesize
you
that.
pick up something, when you pick it up and you
Oh,
let it go,
Well,
it's
you
gonna
don't
fall.
know until you test your prediction, though. That's how the experiment
Yeah.
works.
Really? You don't know?
Well,
stories
well,
when
no,
you
you
pick up
don't.
the pen and you drop it, it's gonna fall. You don't know that?
Wait, so you can't do any experiments on things that people believe they know?
You're just observing a phenomena that is happening and attributing
That's how all science
Newtonian
works.
gravity, mass attracting mass.
No, I
You don't
didn't.
even know.
We didn't jump to like mass attracting mass yet.
That's
Okay.
Newtonian.
You said Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, no, but we're not jumping to that, right? We're going from
why'd
like
you
step
say
by
it?
step.
You said that is the
Okay.
cause
To
of the
prove
effect.
the thing,
Oh
to prove the thing that you're testing, you must manipulate the thing that you're testing to see if it causes the effect. So therefore, you must manipulate gravity in order to see if it causes the effect. So go
Okay,
ahead and
wait, okay.
manipulate gravity.
Okay, I'm not testing gravity. I'm testing the nature in which what happens to objects when I let go of them. That's the experiment that I'm doing.
What would you say? Why do you say?
Well, that's
Why
just a
do
rate
I
of
say what?
fall.
Is your saying?
That's a
Is your
rate of
answer
fall.
gravity? Is why things fall?
Well, I mean,
Is that what
that
you're
would
saying?
be. I mean, if we go deeper into the conversation, that might be one
Just
possible
asking what you're
explanation.
claiming. Okay, you
Okay,
didn't
well,
say it
I'm
like that.
claiming that there is that an object dropped from my hand experiences a downward acceleration or an
A
apparent
rate of
downward
fall, like
acceleration.
Metalmon said. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Metalmon.
it's just a rate of fall, and you're just modeling a rate of fall. They're wanting to get to the source, but you're trying to divert from that topic,
The
acting like
question of
it's not the topic because we can focus on the effect, and the effect will prove the cause in assertion or
because
logical inference.
there's two no
That's
because
not how it's done.
what is being described here is that if gravity is an effect or a cause, if it's indeed an effect and purely an effect, then what we are testing is the rate in which falls and the reasoning behind this. While this is an effect taking place, a description, how it's caused is another matter at hand, like how gravity is caused, which is explained by Newtonian or like Einstein's theory of gravity.
Einsteinian, Newtonian.
They make the predictions on why.
That would
there
be
is
a claim, not actually a. There's no demonstration for the.
I understand.
So
That's just a
you
baseless
test,
claim, right?
you test nothing. You
baseless
test absolutely nothing, and all you do is make an observation. That's all you can do.
So what, you mean like testing the theory of gravity?
To test gravity or
There is no
scientific proof,
theory of
you need to
gravity, no
you got to
scientific theory.
manipulate the gravity. You can't
Well,
manipulate
or an
gravity.
object can manipulate the gravity, and you can.
That's your problem, not ours. You're saying you know the
Wait,
cause.
I mean,
but
I don't know enough
in the
about
same
Newton. How
sentence, you're
Newton.
saying the rate of fall can prove the cause.
I didn't say that. I said that's not what I said.
That's your
I said
gravity. You deal with
Basically,
it.
we can test the rate of fall. Yeah, if we know at what rate objects move or fall, we don't even need to test that shit. We can mathematically deduce when it'll hit the ground, how many seconds, how long it will travel. 'Cause
yeah.
we know
So
the speed and the
so why is
distance.
it that? Okay, so
But that
then you would
doesn't
have a
prove the
rule.
cause.
Okay, so then you would have a rule that describes the nature of reality or whatever. Well, like objects hitting the
Well,
ground,
the
given like.
observation of falling objects, not the nature of reality. No.
Trial and error,
Wait,
bro.
wait.
Trial and
So
error.
okay, I don't know if you. I don't
You're
know. I believe
inflating
that
your
objects
concept.
exist in reality. So I mean, I would say that
Well,
that
they
would be
do.
describing reality.
The reality of observation.
Right.
But in
So
reality,
a
every
reality, yes.
observation has a
Reality.
cause, yes? In reality, every observation has a cause, yes?
I mean dude. I mean,
Is
I know
the
just
ideal
enough about
science
the.
to get to the root cause?
Okay,
Cause and effect?
I know
Yes.
just enough
The
about
answers are
like
yes.
theories
That's
of
your simple
causation
answer.
to know that I know nothing about like the theories of causation beyond like a
Yeah,
very
there's only
rudimentary
theories. No
understanding.
one has proved cause, and you guys jump to rate of
No,
fall. As
nobody
if,
can prove
listen,
I don't think it's
no,
possible to prove cause and effect. Isn't that like one of the
Okay,
theories of
yeah,
causation?
none
here.
of us
We're
can.
done.
Listen,
We're done. You can't prove his cause. We're done. Thank you
listen.
for playing.
You need to make this specific. No one here denies the rate of fall. We observe the same things you do. So what we deny is the theoretical given cause, and that's what we debate. But you always go back to the rate of fall, the observation, as if it's a cause. It's not.
No, I'm not saying that the rate of fall
The
is a
simple way
cause.
out is to say we can't prove the cause. What's
I'm
gravity?
not
We don't know.
saying.
Next question.
No,
Okay.
because okay, so we'll ask.
That's what
We'll
an
ask the simple.
educated man would
No,
say.
because
Yeah,
what
you're
was
just not
asked,
listening to what I say.
what was asked was, is gravity effect or cause? And it seems to be that Goldshock and other individuals, even me, I would say that gravity is an effect, not a cause. So in minds, we don't know. I personally don't know what
effect of
causes
what?
gravity. What do you mean? The effect of
That's why
material
they get
object?
in a Newtonian or Einsteinian. Now, is an effective curvature of space time, or is it an effective gravitational pull between two masses?
I would probably go with Einstein's theory of gravity.
How would you
Both
go
can
about
model
proving
it
that?
on a small level, right? As far as I'm aware.
They may be
But I don't personally know.
compatible at a
I
small
would.
level, yeah.
Unfortunately, it is true we cannot manipulate gravity itself. The thing that we can do is observe the effects of gravity, not the necessary cause
Yeah,
of gravity.
we already co-signed that. We already said,
Yeah, we've been over that. We've got
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
observations.
We drifted right back same spot, and that's why old boy just tried to put a period on it and end it earlier.
Yeah,
I'll be
but
quiet. You
what?
can do that because you're right. It's not
Yeah,
fruitful.
but in terms of this brings back to the original question of why do things fall? What is the effect? What would you describe this to be?
I wouldn't, because we all agree that there's no way to prove it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So why
So
would
do
I
you
be
do you
pompous enough or have an ego to say I'm going to prove
no
the unprovable
no
right
what
here
what
in a Discord lobby with some
I'm not
speculation?
asking I'm not
I'm not
asking what is
offering
the
a replacement
cause.
model. I don't think any of us are.
I'm not asking what is the cause. I'm asking, well, you agreed that you see the similar effect we describe. However, we call it gravity, but you don't call it gravity. You speculate there is actually,
Well, it's a
well,
law of
because I do not
gravity,
know the
which is the
cause.
rate of fall. Yeah.
Sorry?
It's not the
Yes,
cause
the
of
rate.
gravity. See, you're doing it again.
But
You're making category errors. We
no,
don't
I'm not.
deny gravity. We deny the given cause for the observed rate of fall. Can I cover that again? And the
Okay,
rate of
so you
fall
do agree.
is the law of gravity.
Okay,
No
so
one.
what is
Okay,
the
so
cause then?
he
That's
doesn't
what
know.
we're
Oh,
asking
no
That's
you.
one.
what we're. That's
Wait.
what we're saying. We don't know.
Okay,
So
well,
You
one
tell me.
hypothetical that was proposed was density, right? But that seems to have a flaw with it, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to replace
No.
anything for anyone.
Yeah, no one's saying density is the only reason why things fucking rise or fall. That's not even the point. It's like the
But
point
what,
is, it's like, are you asking why do things fall or how?
It depends on opinion. If how.
yeah, I said why? Why?
Okay, we don't know. Next question.
Okay. And then in terms of, because it's reference when Gravity spoke about this is in reference to gas and the atmosphere, right? And why the atmosphere is relative to the Earth and does not escape into the vacuum entirely.
Right.
So the question would be, have you observed and tested the firmament?
What was that question?
Have
Have
you
we
tested
observed and
and
tested the
a
firmament? I'm not a firmament guy, so no. Kinetic energy explains why gas can only go so far from the heat source. Pressure over volume over temperature. It's really simple.
Do you
Doesn't
think
need
there
gravity. It
needs to
doesn't
be
need a globe. It just needs once gas rises so far away from the heat source, it loses its energy and it falls back down. It's really
Wait,
that
so
simple.
do you believe that there is no physical container?
Yeah, I just said I'm a non-firmament
Very interesting.
proponent.
Wait, so so by this explanation, can we apply this to a globe Earth theory? I'm not saying that this proves globe Earth, but this at least provides
Kinetic
a
energy?
Or
explainable
maybe
fact. Yeah.
someone who believes in a
No,
firmament
it's
would
not a
like to
belief.
speak
We
up.
can demonstrate kinetic energy.
Well,
Gas
yeah,
is
Okay, that's
not
fine.
not for you. It's not, but maybe someone who does believe in it could speak up on it and give their take on the firmament.
People would say that the reason this
No,
is
but
the
you're
case.
talking to you're talking to Bettermore right now. So why are you trying to
Well, we're speaking to
attribute
multiple
something else to
people
him?
actually. That's not true.
He's the one not giving you a reply, so address him.
Many people give me a reply, so that's fine.
Man, it's cool. Listen,
But nonetheless,
whatever.
yeah,
I don't
nonetheless,
care
let's
either.
just take. Yeah, that's fine. So in terms of kinetic energy, so a physical container is not necessary. So this contention that I'm questioning wouldn't be in reference to you anymore. It'd be in reference to people who think that a physical container isn't necessary for gas pressure. So does
Well,
anyone
even NASA says that. I can post the citation from NASA.
yeah,
What the
so I
hell? Wait, you
understand.
said NASA says it, so
Well,
why don't
I
you
would
post
agree
the
that as a
citation? The fuck?
man, the only way I could demonstrate you to
I'm gonna
see
post.
gas pressure is under containment.
No, but
do I
what is
believe
being
there's a
claimed
firmament?
by other flat earthers is that a physical container
Yeah,
is necessary.
I know the
Yeah,
proposition,
Listen,
supposition,
and
whatever.
that's
You are
the
against
problem is
what
it's not a
NASA say.
claim. It's not a flat Earth claim. It's a flat Earth question.
Can you just cite
right?
the actual
is a
NASA
claim made
article
by
instead
Flat
of
Earthers.
No,
well,
the
stop
question.
playing linguistics. I don't care if it's a
I know
claim
he's
or a question.
heckling us. Like, can
Shut
we
the
get the
fuck up.
article? Just share the
Yeah.
article, bro. We'll address it.
Listen, the question is,
But
how
any
can
of you
you
that believe in a
demonstrate
firmament,
gas
go ahead.
pressure without a container? That's the question, because that's in the
Well,
globe model. The globe model
so
says
someone
that we don't need containment, like we don't need containment to have pressure, to have gas pressure. That's
well,
I mean,
someone
that's it.
well, let's address. We'll go for the different claims because I've seen multiple different claims when it comes to the atmosphere. So you can go with one that's been demonstrated, claimed right now, which is kinetic energy. Are you fine with? What is your contention with the kinetic energy claim?
I don't know enough about it to talk about it, but do you know about Jupiter, right? In the globe Earth,
What about?
in the globe Earth model, Jupiter is a gas giant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means it's
Yeah.
a gaseous planet, right? Completely made of gas, being held by what? If there's no container.
Actually, just to be clear, there's no claim that Jupiter's completely made out of gas. That's not been verified.
Well, no shit, none of it's been verified.
Well, no, but that's not even a claim that has claimed to be verified, right? Whereas the claim that Jupiter's made of gas is a claim that has claimed to be verified. But these people that generally are claiming that,
All right.
that they don't know what the core is made of, right?
Okay, my point being is that is there a way, the question is, can you demonstrate gas pressure with no container? That's the question at hand.
And by container, you mean some physical object, like solids holding
Container.
a bunch of gases?
Container, yeah. You need a
Something
container
that
to
holds
show
the
gas
gases in
pressure.
place.
Yeah.
I mean,
Period.
Wait, you have evidence to prove this?
Evidence to prove what?
You said that you need, I mean, maybe
You need a container to have gas pressure? Yeah, that's
can you prove that?
demonstrated. That's demonstrated.
Can you prove it? I didn't ask if
Prove-
it was demonstrated.
Prove what? What are you talking about? That's
Well,
how you have
prove
gas
that.
pressure.
No, prove that
Yeah,
gas
I gotta
pressure always
demonstrate
requires
that-
a container.
Yeah,
No,
show.
you
Well,
prove
here.
you prove
I
that
got
you
this.
Well,
don't
that's actually
need
the
the
second law of
container.
thermodynamics.
I got this. Okay, show me gas pressure without a tire or a propane
Why are you reversing
tank
the burden of proof?
or an air
Why are
because
you-
it's the answer to your question. So,
No, he
what
didn't.
way can
It's not
men
my claim.
demonstrate air pressure without containment? And don't tell me a fan because that's air resistance and air force, not air pressure.
Okay. Actually, I'm pretty sure a fan is an
These are the
example of a
ways,
change in air
they're the
pressure, but that's kind of
examples of
besides the
gas
point.
pressure with containment, and the only way you'll ever see gas pressure here on Earth as a man.
Wait,
Or
Yeah,
unless
wait,
it's barometric pressure,
what
and
is
then there's
what is
your
true?
But of course, the only time you would see gas on Earth under pressure is when it's in a container, because
Yeah, that's
like
all
by
that's all we
definition,
got,
you're
bro.
in a like by definition, like of course, like what?
Yeah, are you on
It's like a
Mars?
logical
what are you
consequence.
talking about? Yeah, we're on
Wait,
Earth.
but the question
bro.
wasn't whether or not
exist in
pressure
the
on is
vacuum
always
of
required on
space.
Earth, right? The question is whether or not you require pressure in all circumstances, and that's a very different claim and much harder to prove, right? It would be much easier to prove that gas doesn't always need a container in the traditional sense.
Oh,
for
please
there to be
do.
pressure.
Please demonstrate that and prove that.
would
But
be
I don't
easier
have
to
to
take
though. I mean,
selfies
you
in
just have
front
to
of
admit that your
containers.
claim isn't actually
Show the experiment. If you don't show the experiment, then it's
I can
just
show you
pseudoscience.
pressure under
That's not how
containment.
anything works.
Can you
but
show
okay.
me yours? I can
Yeah,
show you mine.
that's
I got
how
a
science
submarine tank
works.
in the barn with a torch hooked up to it. That's
Not
air,
what science is.
gas pressure, and containment. Show
Yeah,
me the opposite.
I got a
And don't just point at the
butane
atmosphere
can
and
right
say
here.
there because you can't prove there's not a container. That's
Yeah,
the fucking point.
I got a can of butane,
Can't
bro.
you just let them believe we live in a giant shipping container, and so that
Okay.
they can get on and tell their stories?
I mean,
Shipping
here's like going to be a
wow.
problem, right? So air density does seem to increase or decrease with altitude, right?
I would slap the shit out of you. in
So
your
of course we should observe.
I know, right, Battlemod? I feel you, bro.
Show
But
the
then I
experiment.
suppose you would just show that. Wait,
I
what do I have
wouldn't
to
even get
show the
mad.
experiment that altitude changes air pressure?
Show you
Just
can
like,
have gas pressure without a container.
oh my
Shut the
God.
fuck up.
Can you relax?
Just bullshit. You have
Okay,
nothing.
so
You have nothing.
okay, no, okay. So there's a couple of problems with this, right?
No, that's the problem.
Pressure
And
in
the turnabout in
altitude.
Alabama, shit.
Just show us gas pressure without a container, and we'll
Show
be
it.
done.
Okay, so
What's
I
up,
would
boys?
need to. Okay, so first of all, for someone to be able to show you that there's gas pressure without a container, I would need to be able to show you that we're not
You
in a
just need
container.
to do it for Christ's
just
sake.
need to do it, bro.
Holy,
What are you
can you
talking
guys
about?
relax for a
Do
minute?
it.
Okay, no, stop.
Hold on. That's
Stop.
right.
Okay.
And you can't
So-
prove we're not in a container, right?
Okay, well that's like a
You're gonna
separate
play
question.
into their
But of
game and
course,
explain
Well,
of
it
course,
goes
to you,
along
if
with
any
what
time I
they
say,
are.
"Oh, there's pressure," you're going to say, "Oh, well, there's a container." You can't prove otherwise.
Yes.
So the problem with this is that
Two-way
I would
street.
need to prove that first we're not in a container. So why do you keep asking, "Oh, like show it not a container"? Well,
The
I can
globe
show you that
plane
I can
is
show you an
open
example of
system.
pressure without a
Globe
container,
plane
but you
is
won't
an
believe
open
it.
system.
Would you like an example?
Another one is listen, hold up.
Earth.
I want to
That's
kill
an
that
example.
before you bring it up. Pressure
Mars.
differentials in the atmosphere isn't an example of pressure without containment.
Would
Yeah,
Would you like
exactly.
an example?
So there's no such
of,
thing as pressure without containment in your world, do you?
Would you like an example of pressure
In
without
everybody's
containment?
world. Sure.
I said
All
in
right,
the view.
I just
though.
posted a video. Here's a video posted at 24 past the hour of sulfur hexafluoride.
Oh well, this
Right?
is in the ideal state, and the atmosphere.
No,
is in an
it's
ideal
not.
state.
It's in literally
pure.
the normal air.
It's
So you
pressurized
literally
air.
No, it's not. It's literally in a tank. Watch
It's
the video.
pressurized air. What?
Yeah, listen.
No, it's
they
in
have
a
to-
tank.
Yeah.
It's
So
an
you see it
ideal
literally in
gas.
open tank. Watch the video. Literally, it's an open tank, right? They have sulfur hexafluoride in that tank.
Yeah, which is an ideal.
It is heavier than air. No, it's not ideal. Listen,
Only
you need to listen to
it
me.
is. Listen,
No,
an
it's
ideal
Why
not.
are we
Because
shifting the
gas is a purified
goalposts?
gas that's not loose in the atmosphere. It is.
yes,
an
it
ideal
is.
gas.
Look at it. Look at it.
I mean,
Watch
Okay,
the
if
Why are you
you
video.
stop,
yelling?
I'll break it
it
down.
is
Parts
open to
per
the
million.
atmosphere.
If this was loose in the atmosphere, it would spread out, but they contain it and they get it together,
Oh my
and then when it
goodness.
does in
What?
the ideal state, it does funny
What
stuff.
is your idea? You can
We
literally
can
see
float
like the
an
top.
anvil on it, but first we have to put the gas in the ideal state, which it doesn't
What is the
exist that
ideal
way in
state?
nature.
You can clearly see the
Basically, you have
top
to
of the
manipulate
container.
it. You have to
Listen,
manipulate
the
it to show
ideal
that.
state of gas
That's
is
what an
pure gas.
experiment
That's
is. Yes.
that's literally what the
Congratulations.
Earth. So like this is literally like an experiment of what the Earth is. So you have a container,
No,
i.e., the Earth,
no,
right?
listen, the Earth
You
No.
and
have
its
a top.
atmosphere
You have
is a
a
mixture
top.
by parts per million of ideal
Right.
gases,
Right.
not a big collected group of the same gas all in one
Okay,
group, but it
so if
all
you see a
spread
big
out
collected
mixed
group
up.
of gases that are identical to the atmosphere, the pressure is going to be the
You
same.
don't.
Sulfur
Okay,
hexide.
hold on.
So
So the
sulfur, what the fuck you just said? That's
Sulfur
hexafluoride.
identical.
hexafluoride.
Okay,
Sulfur
that's identical
hexafluoride.
to the gas that we breathe.
No.
What are you talking
So
about?
no, okay.
No. Oh
So
my
if
goodness.
you do have gases that are identical to what we breathe, and you have an open container,
If
then of
You guys
course you're not
studied
going
the
to
gas
observe
laws?
anything different than what you're already seeing around you. And of course you won't accept that as evidence of pressure because you believe we live inside of a container. So
I'm lost. Did I miss anything there?
okay, there should be no
Yeah.
issue
No,
with
listen,
using a purified gas to demonstrate
If
pressure.
you research the gas laws, yes, an ideal gas is not a natural state. You're applying it to the natural state of the atmosphere, which is not
Mhm.
an ideal state.
Why do you require a
It,
natural
it's called a
state in
fluid
order to
Let him
test?
medium.
talk. Shut up.
If you let me finish, motherfucker, see, I'm not into that. It's the atmosphere is a fluid medium. That means ever moving, ever changing. It never exists in an ideal state. So whatever experiments you perform on an ideal gas does not apply to the atmosphere. Period.
Yes, it
Because
does.
the
Okay, so
atmosphere is not an ideal state. These gases are split up parts per million area over volume in our atmosphere.
okay, so I've got a question then. Is an experiment not meant to eliminate variables?
Well, they are, but it doesn't apply to a natural state of gas.
Okay, well,
Address
an
that.
experiment. Okay, so if I'm experimenting to
And if
test
you're
about
not,
like
just
whether or
show me
not.
how you factored it into parts
Okay,
per
so
million
if
in
I'm
the
making an
natural state of
experiment.
air.
Okay, so if I make an experiment to test whether or not visible light has an impact on how plants
Non
grow,
sequitur.
you're going to tell me, oh, well, you can't do that because you're using LEDs, and LEDs aren't a natural state of
No, I
light
wouldn't tell
because
you that.
light
I got
comes
a
from the sun.
greenhouse. No, the sunlight's electric. That's why we can use electric lights. You don't know me.
What?
Yeah.
You heard me. I
That's
got a
why
grow
indoor
room
grow
in my
houses
Wait, what do you
work.
mean light is electric?
It is.
Listen,
it puts off
it's
lumens, electrical
It's made out
and
of. Wait,
sunlight.
I didn't say.
Lumens.
Okay, putting out lumens doesn't make something electric.
I got a greenhouse full of berries. We just enclosed it because they're third generation berry bushes. And mostly we use electrical lighting on them, and they're the best berries in my region. So
Okay,
you
that's
can grow
great.
the same thing
So
on
you do
electrical you
understand.
can grow on light. That
Okay.
doesn't apply to what I'm talking about. You're trying to take an ideal state and make it exist all
Okay,
the
well,
way
the
around the
ideal
earth.
state in my. Okay, so the ideal
gas
state
laws
in my
don't apply
hypothetical.
to reality. The guy that created them said that. Gussie's.
Sorry, do you have more you want to talk about before I'm allowed to speak?
No, you should research gas laws and Gussie's laws and Charles' laws, Boyle's laws, and then maybe you know something.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn. I didn't know about any of this stuff. It's like you're trying to fucking interrupt him. He's trying to explain some shit. Like I'm trying to
It's the
listen.
only
Yeah, all
recourse
is
they have when
listen.
it's a logical premise they have
Allishness
to prove their point, not knowledge.
Right.
Allishness brought this up, and Goldshock is defending it, even though he's clueless about the ideal gas laws. They don't know about this, but they want to
You know,
speak over you.
yeah, you know Gussie's laws, bro. You know what I'm saying. I'm not really
Okay,
being
so
rude.
what do
I'm
you want
trying
me
to
to defend
enlighten you.
then?
I mean, do
What is
you want
exactly do you want me to defend?
No. It's Goldshock was defending your
Example of gas
example
without contain.
without
Right.
The only
So
thing I was
what it
taking issue with.
without knowing what he was defending.
Okay,
That's
no,
what.
to be
No,
clear,
he knows what he's defending.
the only
So
thing I was defending is that the idea that it needs to be some perfect or imperfect system to explain it. I think that's a foolish concept. That's all.
Who said that? Who said perfect or imperfect?
Okay, so
What does that
BattleMod
even
took issue
mean?
with the experiment because it's not an accurate representation, because it's a perfect gas.
Because it's not.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
But
well,
that wasn't
Okay,
what I'm just
then that's
taking
fine.
issue with that being a reasonable reason to reject it. That's all.
So let
So
me give a different
here's the
example.
premise,
So
if you can understand it. No
You can let
real
Owl
or
go on now.
all right,
No.
but no, this is a gas law. No real gas exhibits ideal gas behavior. And that's why
Mhm.
ideal gas laws do not apply to the natural atmosphere or gases we see in the atmosphere,
Wait,
because
then it's not a
ideal
ideal.
gases have been manipulated by man and don't exist in nature.
Okay, sorry.
That's
You need to
pretty.
repeat the entire claim and like provide a citation,
It's
please.
not
I'm
a
really
claim.
interested now.
What is not a
It's not a
claim?
claim. It's Boyle's fucking law, dude.
That is a claim by definition.
Boyle's
Goldshot,
law.
you need to chill
There's your
out, dude.
citation.
all right, so let me break this down a little bit further for you, if you would like. Would you like me to
You
kind of
must
break
be
it
in
down
high
for you?
school.
You're gonna teach Matamo about ideal gases,
Hey, you.
ideal
Yeah,
laws.
you
No,
can
no,
try to
no,
break
no.
it down.
I'm gonna go even deeper than that. You ready? Are you ready for this?
Not an ideal.
No,
I'm
not ready.
shaking in my boots with
Yeah,
anticipation.
you
I'm
should
not
be.
ready.
Are you ready? No, you should be. All right. So here we go. So, do you understand the periodic table of elements?
No.
Oh,
That's okay. So, if you look at the periodic table of elements, you'll realize that each element has its own weight, right?
Well, that's not a realization. No, I already know that. So you ask a person if they know it, and then you talk to them like they didn't.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that you know that everything has its own weights. That's kind
No,
of
you're not,
a.
or you wouldn't be asking.
I'm
I'm sorry, I gotta troll.
Okay, well, I'm telling you that it's pretty much a commonality that each element has its own weight. So you know that each element has its own weight. So therefore, each compound has its own weight. So if you apply
compound.
that, yes, compound, because you realize that
Define compound.
air.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, define compound. Go ahead.
How are we using it in this context? Since this is chemical compound, gaseous
So you,
Talking about gases.
yeah, gaseous compound, because you realize that the oxygen that we breathe is not composed of just oxygen. It's a
That's right.
combination. It's a compound. Right.
Parts per million.
So we're not breathing just pure oxygen, right? So we're breathing a
What?
number. Yeah. We're breathing a number of things.
Yeah,
So
all gases have a rate.
Okay.
right. So each one of those things has its own weight, which
Mhm.
we breathe. So you have different chemical compounds such as sulfur hexafluoride, which is what I just posted. If you were to release sulfur
Yeah.
hexafluoride or carbon dioxide, or like for example, if you have
Takes a long
like
time for it to disperse because the entropy rate is low.
yep, yeah. Why is
Yes,
that?
it does.
Why
Because
is
of
the
the
entropy
density
rate
of the material in the medium
right?
you're releasing
Correct.
it in.
Correct. Because we gave this
Archimedes'
example
Correct.
earlier.
comes in.
Right, because we gave this example earlier because we were talking about mercury
Displacement.
and iron balancing or iron floating on mercury, right? So we were talking about the density of both materials. One is more dense than the other,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
So
this is called specific gravity
right, so we're both
or
agreeing that
relative density.
gravity is a thing.
Yeah,
No.
relative density. That's what we're
Uh-huh. So
talking
relative
about.
density and gravity. So we have
No, I said
so we have
specific gravity and relative density. Those are actual theories that you should look up because the specific term of gravity
yep,
is displacement due to relative density of medium in both objects.
correct. So if we apply that to basic elements that we have in the atmosphere, in the environment, they each have their own specific weight. So they would be, if they were to be compounded into, compounds, they would be heavier or lighter? Heavier, right?
Where are you going with this?
You mean like bonding?
So in other
Wait.
words,
When they become bonded, they become a different chemical altogether.
right. That's called a compound, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm asking. If
right?
you're specifically talking about coherent bonding.
Uh-huh. So the
Okay.
oxygen that we breathe is it's comprised of what? Oxygen,
It's called air.
hydrogen. It's called air, so it's not just oxygen, right? So
We
as
know
we
that.
go further up in the atmosphere, the oxygen gets thinner. Why?
Okay, well,
Fresh.
kinetic energy covers that because it can only do the work in the system that it has the amount of energy to do. Movement takes energy. And different
Mm-hmm.
gases, due to their density, not weight,
So
will
Yo, what's
retain
up,
more
Michael?
it goes as far as
energy from heat because heat is temperature. That's why it's pressure volume over temperature, and that's a gas law, Boyle's law. So
Pressure
kinetic
volume
energy,
over what?
temperature.
Battle Mod, what
Pressure
up, bro?
volume over
pressure
temperature.
times volume over
P,
temperature is constant.
PVT,
Okay.
PVT.
PVT.
Yeah.
Got
So
it. I'm
Boyle's
trying
law.
to stay on track.
You can
so you
look up Charles'
understand
law,
basic.
Avogadro's laws, Gussik's law.
Avogadro's law, gay
Okay, so
Lussac's,
you
parts of gay
understand basic
Lussac's law.
chemical laws, so therefore you understand gravity, right?
Specific gravity, not the gravity you're talking about.
Is it supposed to prove something? I already
Same
covered
thing.
specific gravity and relative
Okay.
density, and these are gas
Right.
laws in kinetic theory.
So
But you keep going to
basically, what
gravity,
you're
and
affirming right now,
gravity isn't attached to any one of those theories I mentioned.
it literally is because
No, relative density, special relative. No, it's not.
but everything that you mentioned does
No.
because it
Specific
applies
gravity,
to
relative
right.
density,
Mm-hmm. That's
and the gas
right.
laws.
Uh-huh.
They all work off kinetic energy theory. They're all part of kinetic theory.
Correct. So
Not
how does that
gravitation.
apply to the globe, right?
And it applies to thermodynamics and the amount of
It
energy and
it
ability
doesn't.
to do work in a system. It doesn't apply to a globe, in my opinion.
How does it not
It
apply?
doesn't specifically. It doesn't because in
Because gas laws.
as far as the system is concerned that you're talking about, the reason that this system is what it is because of all of these attractive forces. Well, in kinetic gas theory,
The shape
there are
doesn't
no
matter.
forces
The shape, the shape of the container doesn't matter. Only the movement of the gas, how gas moves under pressure, volume, or temperature.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, you got it.
We can
but it's not.
demonstrate
You
all
said
that
how is it affected? It
in the
doesn't.
lab under containment.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we demonstrate pressure over volume and temperature in a lab? I'll give you an example. If I want to boost the pressure in my propane tank because I've been using it too long on the asphalt, it builds up a ring of frozen area on the bottom of it through the differential exchange for the gas to release. All you do is heat up the container with a different propane tank. You increase the pressure, therefore increase the volume and the temperature, so they're all related, PVT. And then you just demonstrated the expansion of gas under heat in containment.
Right.
It's only constant, the pressure, as long as the temperature is constant. It can
Okay.
only do the work that the heat brings to it, the energy. That's kinetic energy.
Right.
You
And
need energy to do work in a system.
so
Period.
how long during the day do you have kinetic energy or that heat? About what? 12 hours a day?
24/7.
Well, there's different forms of heat than just the sun, but yeah.
No. You only get the sun for
You get
like
heating and cooling and movement.
mm-hmm.
So the movement
Right.
is heat
Waves and you
in of
get
itself.
volcanic.
Water moves,
Right.
particles move.
So wait,
Yeah, things become
volcanic, hold
excited.
on. What are you talking about volcanic?
Wait.
I'm just saying, once you excite particles, they create heat themselves. So the heat supply creates heat also.
Heat is heat. You're correct. Heat is heat. There's no different types of heat. There is just heat.
Gotcha. So where are you going with this owlishness again?
I don't know. You kind of just proved my point, like for me. I didn't
No.
even have to
what
do
your point
anything.
is.
I don't even know what your
That's
point is.
You got
typical.
no point.
You literally just proved my entire point.
Which is?
You
Kinetic
proved the
theory.
pressure gradient.
Well, a pressure gradient doesn't disprove non-containment. That's the problem. The only way we can demonstrate it is with containment. In a propane tank, you get gas on top, fluid on the bottom, and if there happens to be any metal in the bottom of your tank, which we flush those periodically to get the metals out, they'll be on the bottom. So there'll be a gradient in the propane tank too, and that's the only way I could demonstrate it to you.
Right. So you have gradient inside of
Under
what?
containment.
Under containment.
Yeah.
So in other words, the atmosphere you have a gradient, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, the funny thing is people act like that in this tank, the pressure should be even all the way through, but it's not true, right? And you
Yep.
know why? That's because you have gas on top and liquid on the bottom, and fluid pressure will never be equal to gas pressure, and gas pressure will vice versa, you know? So,
Wait, just to be clear, gas is
Kind of
actually
like
fluid.
the Earth,
it won't
right?
be a uniform pressure.
Yeah,
It's
kind of like
Probably
the
mean
Earth,
liquid.
right?
That's
Kind of
why
like
we should
how
She's
you have.
she's like giving a class to Batman and saying, "Right, you're correct, boy. Yeah, well done."
No, she's not giving me shit class. She's just acknowledging.
She's
It's
acting
kind
like
of
it.
like.
This is why we shouldn't compare the pressure in the ocean to the pressure in the atmosphere, because they're two different categories.
You
Wait,
literally
how are
just
they two different
explained.
categories?
You literally just
Fluid
explained
pressure
the
and gas
entire
pressure.
Earth model to me.
I just explained it. And no,
Yeah.
actually, I know the
Liquid
atmosphere
on the
is not-
Just to
bottom,
be
pressure
clear,
on the air,
Jesus, your
pressure on
fucking
the
voice is
top.
annoying.
just to be clear,
Who, me?
both gases and liquids are fluids.
that No, see, you say it's a heliocentric model for an atmosphere because you attribute gravity to everything I say, but I've told you specifically when these concepts were brought out, there was no theory of gravitation, so it couldn't have been applied to specific gravity or relative density because it didn't exist at that time. And Gussick's laws and Charles' laws, they don't require any area or shape. It's how gas works. Period.
When you say they don't require it, are you just saying that like the explanation?
Gas doesn't work in a uniform shape or manner. Gas is like water; it has no inherent shape, and it takes
No,
the
their
shape of
point
a
of
container.
the
That's
guys who are
exactly
studying
correct.
those gases, excuse me, the guys who are studying those gases, Charles and Gussies and all, the point of observation was so limited that in those limited spaces, yeah, gases displayed certain laws, but when you increase that point of observation to planet scales, things change. Those guys had no concept of what that means. So now we have modern technology and we can actually observe gases on planetary levels, and we know that those guys were, just observing things in their lab
So
in
when you
small
go to
containers.
Fantasyline, it's different.
Is that supposed to be a refutation of the gas laws? That
I
we
mean, the
still
point
use
more
today?
so
No,
is that you
not
guys want to
refutation.
rebuild everything from first principles, and that's
Not
like nigh
refutation,
on
but the thing
impossible.
is,
No.
gas law does
Yeah,
not
you do.
include gravitational. What do we say? Force. I mean, just don't call it gravity. Call it some other force. Call it whatever you want. Call it baloney force.
Specific
No,
gravity.
So
yeah, no, it's just how. No, actually, gas laws just apply to how gas works. He's correct. Doesn't We're not saying
small
any other
spaces.
force works on them other than energy. Gas particles need energy for movement. Period. Otherwise, they can't do no work. So unless we can prove there's a force pulling up or pushing down on them, we have to stick with what we know. If I want this gas to spread out quicker, I gotta heat it up.
Yeah, but the thing is, there we know that there's something pulling up. For example, when you use propane, for example, if you spray propane, propane sinks down because propane is heavier than air.
Yeah,
So
and that's covered by densities. It doesn't need a push or pull. It doesn't
no,
require a
but the
pull.
thing is, no, but the thing is, that's what I'm saying. If you conduct that same experiment in a free fall, propane will not sink.
Helium will
Propane will
rise,
just.
but
What's
it'll
that?
only rise as far as the amount of energy it has to do work
It will
or
not
movement.
rise. What I'm saying, you can take that same cylinder, do the same thing on the ground, propane will sink. But in a free fall experiment, the propane will not sink. Propane will just go how it is going. It will just disperse in the atmosphere like anything else. It won't sink unless there is a force. You call it gravity, you call it baloney, you call it donut, whatever you call it. Unless there's a force acting in one direction, won't sink on the ground. That's the only point.
Yeah, and then from that you could probably derive
Yeah,
that you
that
don't
doesn't prove
necessarily
the
have to be
glow.
in a
That's the
container,
funny
I
thing
guess. Yeah.
about gas. It doesn't have a preferred direction. It depends on how much energy it has, and it disperses 360 degrees spherically. That's the entirety of the point. It
That
doesn't
is
have a
true. It just
gas does not have a preferred direction, shape. It don't have a defined shape or a preferred direction. It can rise or
yeah.
fall depending on its state, and its state can be manipulated through the
Wait, how do
reducing
you
of
know
Temperature.
it?
energy, cooling or heating.
Wait, how do you know it
True.
has no
True.
preferred direction?
Kinetic theory. We can demonstrate it. It expands. So we release a gas in a room, right? Does it all go to one area? No,
I'm
not
not
all.
I'm not sure what bearing what gas does in a room has on like a greater model of like a whole world or
How
something.
would you be so sure it had a preferred direction of travel?
But you're the one who
Kinetic.
claimed that it has no preferred direction, so I just wanted evidence for that.
But
In a vacuum.
is the
I don't
room
have to
is the
prove that,
room
but you
is the
can't
room on
disprove, guy. That just because you said no, can you prove that? No, I can't prove it. Can you prove it does?
is the room on the earth?
I mean, nothing that Battle Mod has
Good to
said
see
so
you,
far about
Elijah.
propane and gas is,
Good
I
to see
don't
you
take
too.
exception
He's
to any of
doing
that.
fine.
Everything seems correct. Everything seems correct.
Well,
It's just the conclusion that he's drawing is like slightly like I
well,
would like
there's
to have
no there's
one
the
on one at
what
some point if we
conclusion like
can.
is
Yeah.
that at the end of the day, you guys
Tangent.
are trying to trying to smuggle in this premise of a attraction to the center of the earth. Let's
Snuggle.
face
Preferred
it.
direction,
And
exactly.
No,
Apply it
there
to
is a
gas
don't
force
laws.
say
in one
no in the
direction.
middle of me saying what I'm saying. It's very late night. I don't want to fucking
Yeah.
have to like let's keep it chilling. Like don't talk when I'm talking. So I just posted 2 citations in the chat. Um, even if there was a force, it has nothing to do with the movement of gases, according to kinetic gas theory. Um, and these collisions between the particles and the walls of their container, or in centrism's case, no walls. There's no energy loss. Therefore, it's not like they would be slowing down because of, again, the thing that we discussed in the former, the force of gravity. They're not affected by the force of gravity, and they don't lose energy. So once they're on a trajectory, they're going that way until they collide with something else. So I mean, the conclusion is the gas would fill the space and it would fuck off into space, and then we wouldn't have any air to breathe. And you guys just don't like that that's the case.
That's not true, man. Kinetic theory is
There's
like
nothing
I
logically
know.
unsound about it.
Others like I know what kinetic theory is,
Okay,
and we can
can I ask you
derive
something?
EV
You
equals
say it's
nRT
not
using
true.
kinetic. Go on, go on.
Listen, you're saying it's not true. Can I get a quote from kinetic theory or even a citation from the theory that disagrees with anything I stated? That gas has no preferred direction. It expands in all directions, omnidirectional. Can you
I
prove
mean,
that?
I never
Because
said
that's
whatever
actually
you
what
said
we
is wrong.
observe.
Yes,
I mean, if your
yes.
propane
What
tank
you are
leaks in
saying
your
is
house,
correct.
what happens to your house? It fills the whole damn house up. It doesn't have a
Yes,
preferred direction.
an ideal gas has no preferred direction, but there is an external force acting on it, and propane is
No
not an
gas
ideal
has a
gas.
preferred
No,
direction.
depends. Ideal gas, because depending on density.
No
No, no,
gas.
no.
You can mix
Ideal.
them all together and they still have no preferred direction.
There is though.
They
That is
collide.
wrong.
There's a
Yeah, they
million
collide,
collisions
but
going on
They
every
collide and
second.
cause
You're
heat.
telling me, hold up, they're going this way, that way, and colliding with each other, but you're telling me they're
that's
doing it
for
all
liquid
while
as well.
following one preferred track, and it's bullshit. You couldn't
For liquid.
demonstrate it if you wanted to.
No, that is for liquid as well. This kinetic theory that you're talking about, that molecules have elastic collision and stuff like that, that's true for liquid as well. That does not mean that what we preferred
No,
direction.
we're
What do
not
you mean by
talking
preferred
about super
direction?
liquid. We're just talking about gas laws and the
Yeah,
demonstration of
let's just talk
the
about
workings of gas.
gas laws. gas laws, ideal gas. Okay, you know this ideal gas laws hold only at high temperatures and low pressures, and that's a caveat because what scientists observed is that all the gases when they're isolated, they do not behave according to ideal gases depending on which gas they're dealing with, and that's why they're corrected gas laws that we are using these days. And for refrigerants, propane is one of the refrigerants. There are some other gas law. No one uses ideal gas law.
Helium.
But for propane, nobody uses ideal gas law. Honestly, as a refrigerant, propane, nobody uses ideal gas law. In a refrigeration cycle, propane does not follow ideal gas. But the thing is that this preferred direction is just, it's absurd. Gases do
Yeah.
have direction depending on what their density is.
Well, gas has mass, yeah.
But that
Yeah.
doesn't prove the globe, right?
We haven't even touched on that topic. We're just talking about, how
Listen,
from
gas
one
can't
premise to the
travel
other.
on any direction without energy.
It
Yeah.
can, unless there is
Okay.
no
It
Okay.
external
can't.
force
Because
acting on it.
for
It can't. Listen,
uh,
you're acting like falling down is it doing movement. It's not. When it runs out of energy, it returns to its natural place. When it
Um,
gets heated up, it might rise again because now it's got newfound energy.
you are correct. What you said is not wrong. If it is heated up and the density becomes lighter, it will rise up. You are correct. But again, why it rises up is because of a force in the downward direction, because it is interacting with a heavier element next. What you said that a gas will heat up and rise up is
Well,
100%
there's
correct.
kind of a
It will
vortex
rise up because
created
of a
when,
force.
listen, there's kind of a vortex created that causes displacement in a systematic way where cooler air that was rising is now falling down and warmer air that was falling and got warmed is now rising back up. So it becomes a flow, not a force. And that
Yep.
that flow in of itself can cause movement.
Yes. Yes.
Now
That
we
is
get
that
into
that
convection and radiation and all the distributions
Yep.
of heat and
Eddie, you
energy
just
and
described Eddie vortices. You're correct. You're correct on that as well. Nothing you've said so far is wrong. But there's some things that,
it
some
still
assertions that
doesn't
you made is,
require a preferred direction or a gravitational force. We can see the movement without applying any of that, and we can even predict it and calculate it and rate it. Yeah.
see, the thing is the preferred direction thing, as you said. I mean, the thing is, unless there's a force acting on the gas,
Yeah,
then
I
you're
agree
correct. There
with
is no
the
preferred
unless
direction.
there's a force acting on the gas, but we really don't see evidence that we can say this wants to rise, but something's pulling it down.
We see that. That is what I'm saying. We see that
No, you're
when
saying because air cools and it no longer has energy to do work and rise in a system and it's no longer least dense and it starts to fall, that some force must be pulling it down. But the
then
reason it's
hold on.
falling is because its density's changing due to cooling and it no longer has energy to do work
I'm
from
saying that the
cooling.
same cool air, which would fall on this earth, would not fall. The same with zero energy, would not fall in a free fall experiment.
In a vacuum.
Is
You say free fall, you mean a vacuum chamber, right?
No, I mean a free fall experiment. You take something up an airplane and the airplane dives free fall, like no engines, nothing, just free falls like a stone.
So if we cooled the gas to an ideal state, took an airplane and dropped it, it'd fall because it has no energy to rise, and somehow that proves gravity?
It won't fall. It won't fall unless there is a. So the thing is, the same thing, whether you cool it or
Why
heat it,
would it float? It has no energy.
it will still. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm trying to say. It's got nothing to do with
You're saying
energy.
the only way it can fall is if yeah, listen, it does. Energy and density. That's what specific density is, and relative density. They apply.
I know what those terms are. I know what those terms are. Don't worry about it. I understand them intimately. Go
So
on.
all things in the medium are
He's getting
separated by
mad.
their density, right? Including gases.
Yeah, but
and
that density does not matter.
gas and gas, dig it? It's got that funny quality where the density can change depending on the temperature.
Yeah, it does. But density means
So a
nothing
thing
unless
doesn't
there is a
rise
force
because
act.
it beat gravity. It rises because it has energy and it's
Yeah.
less dense. And then when it becomes more dense,
Yeah, you don't.
it doesn't require a force. It will fall down because it's more dense than the air around it. And it no
Then
longer
why
has
does it
energy to make
not do
itself
the
do
same
work.
thing?
You guys act like something can float without having energy to do work in a system. If it wasn't a force, it'd
Listen,
float.
Battlemore.
No.
Battlemore, I think we are going in
It's
circles. We are going in
illogical.
circles. What I'm saying is,
It's illogical.
no, what the logic, we are going in circles because the thing you said that something falls down because the energy is lost. Okay, basically you cool that thing down, right?
Yeah,
But
and
what
the
I'm saying is
density
if you take it
changed
on,
also.
yeah, but the density means nothing unless there's a force acting on it. And when we negate that force in a free fall experiment, the thing does not behave like what you expect it to. That even if it is cold, it does not fall. Does not fall to the ground relative to the other air in that medium. Anyway, I actually have to get going, but you
Yeah,
please think about this a little bit and then
there's gases. Listen,
think
I know
about
what
it.
you're
And
talking about. There's gases in the clouds that are super cool that should fall but don't. That's how storms
no, no,
are
no, I'm not talking
created.
about that. I'm talking about the air inside the plane.
I'm with you.
I'm talking about the air inside the plane. Anyway,
You
guys,
mentioned
I
that
really have work tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow. Take care. Okay, bye.
later.
Bye, I love you.
Damn, that's not a thing you hear a lot of on a flat Earth server. Love getting thrown around and stuff.
I thought you were lying to him.
Yeah, man, like, I got hate for anyone.
She said I love you to bottom line.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's hard to say.
Anyway, what are we discussing?
Gravity and gases.
Hollow Earth?
No.
Hollow
See,
Earth? No.
you're not
No.
paying attention, buddy.
I totally am. You're still discussing the same thing. Can we move on?
I didn't say Hollow Earth. That guy did.
I know.
So the guy said that there was a force. Buttermore mentioned like a vortex flow. The global the movement of the ground, the earth, but it might be the movement of the sky, the movement of the luminaries above, causing this force effect that is being detected. So who's right? Who's wrong? Might be an effect in the medium that is causing this.
Maybe the 5G towers?
That's been happening before the 5G towers.
I think they've been around longer than we think, man.
Then you think in your imagination, possibly.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have that game again? Buddy, I love that
No.
game.
Hey,
Yeah.
what do you guys think about The Sound of Music? Because it's personally my favorite musical. With Julie Andrews.
Are you a blue
I thought
hair
we were
colored
just asking
person?
a normal question. I don't know nothing about that. Sound of
You don't know
Music.
any. You should really treat yourself. It's a really, really nice film.
If you want to hear good music, just ask Deacon Frost
Is
for
it
his.
like a Broadway production?
Yeah, kind of thing. It's a film. Like it's a movie. It's not like a
Might be
musical,
something
like
I
a
can watch
theater.
with my daughters. I'll check it out.
Yeah, yeah. It's really, really nice.
I like
Be
family
warned.
content.
Well, and there is some. There's some. Like German. Like there are Nazis in the movie, but just as a warning.
We're a military family. We're not easily offended. We've
They
been
don't win.
dying.
They don't win. The power of oh shit. Sorry, actually, no. Watch the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, let me watch it, man. No, kids are getting older. They're starting their own families. Shit, I'll take a movie I can watch with them. But I mean, I live on a farm, and I prefer they live here. This is theirs when I'm gone anyway. So, and we got a big house. So I got my grandkids, my son-in-law. But I'm a traditionalist. I was born Gen X, but so when my daughter gets married, I'm supposed to get a new son. Many hands make light work, man. Fuck out here on the farm. You work for the family company now, boy. Yeah, you're a boss. I get to
Family,
bitch at you.
the family is an enterprise. Take care of it.
It should be. It should be for every man. This is your kingdom. You should be your own chief Melzekian priest. You should bring your congregation back to the Father, but that's just my opinion.
I'd say you're probably right on that.
I just
Well,
like having my kids at home.
he is right because that's been a foundation of many nations for a long time. And look at the experiment that goes in opposite ways of that, and looks what's happening with this family separation.
Yeah, the family separation is a big one because, see, listen to this. My kids are young. They're starting their life. They're doing their thing. They're doing their work, which younger people should work towards their future. But here I am, this old guy with all this experience under my belt. And my grandkids don't need to be stuck home listening to mama bitch about the day at work. They can hang out with grandpa, and grandpa can drop them bombs on them and let them know what's up in the real world. That's called generational blessing there. Teach them everything I got. What else I got to do? I own the company. I can work when the hell I want to.
And they go to the real world and they see shit happens. They'll be like, "Grandpa told me about that."
You know? He also told me what to do about it too.
Yeah.
Teach them
They'll
how
be
to mow the
saying,
grass.
"Hey man, I really loved you, Joe, but you look scared. My grandpa said no witnesses. You gotta go too, Joe." Sorry. Hold this shovel. I'm joking, man. Don't everybody get scared. It's not like we got a wood chipper in East 40, or maybe we do.
You probably got a wood chipper.
Well, I do. I like to keep up the area.
Right.
I mean, I haven't wood chipped nobody, and I'm not planning on it, but I wouldn't say
I
it's
call
beyond me.
bullshit.
I
I'm
wouldn't
glad
say
you
it's
told us that.
beyond me.
He
Fuck
also
around with
has
my
bullshit.
daughter.
He also has bullshit because he has a bull.
Yeah, I'll be
Lots of them.
honest, man. I got daughters. Somebody might get wood chipped one day. I don't know. I can't tell the future. Don't fuck with my girls.
About a mobile. Someone's bullshit to that. So
We've all
yeah,
seen Fargo, man.
Get the cat out there pushing him in and shit. Yeah, I hear it. Oh, hey, tapioca, eh?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
eh?
kind of funny
Yeah,
looking, huh?
all the
Hey,
way up
you
in
wood
there.
chip that guy. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, eh?
kind of funny
He's like,
looking.
Fook, we're gonna have to lock him up.
Yeah.
What the
Gotta
fuck you
test the wood
doing?
chipper on those maple leaves, eh?
Damn, Lulu be busting on that girl, don't she? It's a decent server, guys.
Yeah, man. tight.
It's all right.
Like I was saying, the Overton window just expands. That way you can
Yeah,
actually have these conversations.
they don't want to hear about that. You know that. That
I
would
know.
imply their rulers really don't have their best interests at heart.
Why would they?
I don't know. I don't got rulers.
Same here, brother.
I'm the champion of my own welfare.
Hey,
No,
hey, you gotta
honestly,
watch.
I'm an anarchist at heart. You know.
Gotta watch those blue-haired colored people in the server. You can't defend them. So you might want to watch what you say sometimes.
What? I could say I'm an
Well,
anarchist.
I got
no,
bail
no,
on
no,
them.
not saying. No, I'm
They'll
just
have
saying,
me
like in
out flipping
general.
soap drops.
In general, those blue-haired colored people, and there's lots of blue-haired colored people on this server.
No,
You know
I
what I
don't.
mean?
But so what's your point by saying that?
I don't agree
What I
with
mean?
anarchy.
But what's your point by saying that?
Is that
What I
there's a
mean?
lot of blue-haired people on the
We,
server?
we have
Yeah,
a lot of
Blue-haired
blue-haired
colored.
people in this server that
That
are
is Vlad.
seething about the
Um,
success of this channel. So just keep that in mind and act smart. That's what he's saying.
That's
That is
exactly
What's
what
up,
Vlad.
I'm
Vlad?
saying.
What up,
What up,
Vlad?
guys? What up? Vlad's
But
in the house. What up? What up?
I don't like anarchy.
That's
It's the
fine.
stupid.
Look, the only time I see
No,
blue hair
but
on the farm.
I'll tell you where I'm coming from with that. Like we accept that there are like natural laws and rules and regulations to this place. For instance, well, the pressure we breathe is the pressure we breathe. If one day suddenly the pressure changed, we'd be dead, right? Like water is water. Like if it stopped being water for whatever reason, we'd be fucked. The sun, same. Like there's just certain things that we know. Like we don't think that as created beings ourselves that we shouldn't live to a certain standard. Like
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I
like
don't mean
yeah,
anarchy as no rules. I don't mean that. I
correct.
mean the in the simplest. Yeah, I mean it in the simplest sense of you do not speak for me. Not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you. I'm just saying in general. That's a true anarchist point of view.
I was
Okay,
Is
thinking
yeah.
it when I was a
no
kid.
no one has any authority over me,
I
and vice
wanna
versa.
be
Yeah.
anarchist.
Yeah. And I feel you. I know where you're going with that because I'm right there with you. There's only one thing I fear.
Yeah, it's just every man should be his own master. I'll be the judge of whether or not you're fucking me. Because I really don't give a shit about how you see it once I'm married. Don't tread
Yeah,
on me. That's what that
there's.
sign means. That's why we
Listen.
fly that flag. Don't trespass. Don't tread. And I won't
Damn,
trespass.
Vlad,
Listen,
opening to the mic, bro.
you got a wood chipper, bro. I'm not getting on your bad side. That's for sure.
Oh, man. I've been to war. I won't chip you. I'll just leave you where you're lying. Somebody else does the cleanup, bro. I'm not schooled in that.
You know, I heard this.
No, I'm
I
kidding.
talked to this. No, you're good. You're good, bro. I was just gonna say
Because
I
I
heard
can
this
carve
thing
an
from AA.
animal up.
I
I'm
heard
schooled
this guy from AA say something to me. I'll never forget it. Where he goes, you know, I could lead a horse to water, right? And they have to choose to drink, but God has a way of making that horse very fucking thirsty. That always stuck with me.
I've heard something along those lines before. I wonder if that dude was an AA guy. He was one of my dad's buddies.
Probably, maybe, man. They have a weird cult thing.
Yeah, there's sayings. Man, whatever saying gets you through life, you know. My
Hey,
grandpa used to say there isn't nothing to it but to do it. Get off your ass and put your mind to it. And you know that shit's helped me throughout life.
yeah.
Just fucking do it. Find the solution. Find the way. Get rid of doubt and fear. Fear are
My,
just obstacles in your mind, and you're your worst enemy. Your mind is.
yep, 100%. My dad instilled into me at a young age about school and shit about never be afraid to ask questions. Anyone who says they know, they don't know. don't be afraid to look dumb in front of everybody. Basically, like if you're asking questions like that you don't know, then it's like you have to be the one to ask questions. Never stop.
Yeah,
And they,
I think one of the biggest problems today is parents aren't raising their children to be men and women. Be your own man, be your own woman. Speak for yourself. Declare
right,
when you've been wrong.
right.
In the 70s, in the 80s, and 90s, when I was growing up, that was a big thing. And I know it was big before that because my sisters and brothers were also big on it, and respect people too. You're not the only person on earth.
Right. There's always someone lower than you. There's
You
always
listen to
someone
me,
higher
you
than
fucking little piece of shit. You're gonna come in here and tell people how to think about the world. You don't know shit, dude.
Wait, why'd you mute him? That was good. That was way
Yeah,
more
yeah.
interesting than the fuck
Let's
ever
hear,
you're talking
let's
about.
hear him out.
You're gonna come
Are
in
you?
here telling me what I need to think about, whatever. Fuck you, dude. You don't know shit. I hope.
All
Damn, this
right.
I hope you get.
Damn.
blue-haired colored
That guy
person's
drinks
angry,
piss.
bro. You see, I told you these blue-haired colored people, man. They
I'm,
come in here,
dude.
just
I'm
fucking
chilling.
go crazy.
They're
What
going
do you
crazy.
mean I
I'm
don't know?
chilling.
What
I'm
do you
having a
mean?
nice
What do you mean?
conversation.
Man,
Why
what
is
do you
this
mean I don't
blue-haired
know
colored
shit?
person chirping, man?
You're nothing. You're
Man,
nobody,
what do you mean
kid.
I don't know shit?
You're
I
gonna get
deal with
beat the
shit every
fuck up.
day. Like,
We're so
You're gonna.
angry, bro.
I want to
You all
slam
right?
your head into a
You bet.
locker.
Listen,
wanna
I
what?
bet you
Damn,
got. You better start working
violence.
out because you're a little pussy,
I'm gonna slam your head right into a locker, you little
little
faggot.
girly boy.
I go
Wow.
shooting.
I heard.
I
I
deal with
heard
shit.
tougher from my sister
This
yesterday, motherfucker.
So much
It's
angst.
funny.
And she's fucking 55. You little pussy.
careful, guys. Liberal
Yeah.
language, please. Let's use liberal language only.
Yeah. Yeah. Battle
Hey,
Mod. Don't let them bait you.
Make sure,
Baiting
there's
us.
make
also
sure you
Okay,
tell
well,
me
my
what your
sister is
pronoun
tougher
is.
than him.
They're baiting us. Don't
yeah.
worry, Battle Mod. We're smarter than
Remember,
that.
there's also males that
Can
like other
I
males, and they do
can
deal with
I
shit every day.
can I tell you guys something?
No.
No,
No?
no,
Are you
thank
You
you.
sure?
asked. You asked.
Yeah,
I'm
Tell me. Come on,
curious.
hon. I'll listen. I'll quit fucking around. Come on.
All right. What's up?
no, please, no.
I actually have purple hair, so what do you think about that?
Ah.
That's
Okay,
fake
cool.
hair. That's fake.
Listen, don't take a bunch of
Don't tell me
jovial
that.
fools joking about something as if
Oh,
that's
don't
100%
tell me
their
that.
fault.
Don't. I'm
That's
gonna
Why?
go
that's
Why
fake the
crazy.
not?
I'm
glow,
gonna
bro.
fucking. You're
Because men
instigating
will be
something you
men,
shouldn't.
hon, and you should know that. We're not always.
What?
Sometimes we're just joking.
None of this
Like
has
that.
to do with the topic
Yeah,
at
men
hand.
will be
Oh, but
men. That's good.
she
I
wanted.
know.
She
Like
wants to know. I want to
Anyway,
entertain
Can we
her.
get
does
back
anybody
to
have an
does
Hollow
the
Earth,
actual
purple
please?
hair
substantive
refute
argument
kinetic
for
theory?
why the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Is there a single
Yeah.
substantive
Or
argument?
Hollow? Or Hollow?
I don't know. Did the
Guys are
purple
no
hair prove the
fun.
globe?
Anybody
Pizza.
want to step up to the ring?
Step
Any
up to
white
the
belt debaters
ring.
want to come at a black belt for once? Let's do this. Come on. Give me
Black
a substantive
belt
argument. Come on.
debater. All
Come
right.
All
on.
right, Goonish versus Battle Mode. Go ahead.
All right. All
Come
right.
on. Let's do this.
Why do you believe you're on a ball?
I
Basically,
haven't made any
probably from the
assertions, right? You're
beasticle.
making there has to be a positive assertion made about the
Yeah,
Earth being flat.
he keeps saying let's go, but he ain't made one positive claim.
I haven't made a positive claim, right?
I
This is
noticed
Earth
that.
flat,
Yeah,
right?
I declared that.
Where's
I
the
prefaced
positive
that.
assertion that the Earth is flat?
What's the
All
problem?
right, let's cut to the meat and
Measured, bro.
potatoes here,
Easy.
guys.
There's
Let's get to the meat and
nothing.
potatoes. That's what I want.
Nothing
Come
hard
Come
on.
here.
on, let's get into
All
it,
right,
Give
guys.
it
Goonish
to me. Come
versus
on. Just
Second
give an
Frost.
argument. Somebody.
Two, one on one,
I don't know. I think you're cooking chicken.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Battle Mod.
that's the meat portion of the meat and
Get this
potatoes.
black belt debater, quote unquote. Go ahead, Battle Mod. I'll shut up.
He couldn't beat down a fucking chicken.
Second Frost wants to take it.
We'd
Go ahead.
starve if we sent him to the creek to
Oh,
get dinner.
take what, man? There's
Here's
nothing
your
to
positive
take.
claim, man. I ain't heard
Like
shit.
fucking taking candy from a
Other
baby,
than a
bro.
negative
Anybody?
claim.
Anybody want to step up?
Negative
What,
claims
bro?
don't mean go to debate.
You were told it's measured flat, bro. 100% measured flat. What up? Positive claim.
Well, you
Right.
said
What's
step
okay?
up, and
So what's premise one of the argument?
I just told you it's measured flat, so it's flat.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's premise
It's that
one?
easy.
What's premise one?
There is no premise. I'm telling you what it is.
So
It's
your argument
measured
has no
flat.
premises.
There is.
Does your
I'm
argument
not
have validity
I'm
or
not
not?
debating with you. I'm not debating with you,
Does
buddy.
your
I'm
argument
telling you
have
what it
validity or
is.
not? Okay, you don't have an
There is
argument.
no
Next.
debate.
Somebody.
There is no
Next.
debate. There is no
Next.
argument. I'm telling you a
Next.
fact.
Buddy, that's
Next.
not
I'm
really how
telling you a
this works.
fact. That's
Come on,
it.
give me an argument. Come on.
That's
At
it,
least
bro.
let him finish before we cut him off. Come on, guy.
Come on. He has
Ain't gotta
nothing
be
What?
substantive to say.
quick.
Come on.
I just told you exactly what it is. Take it or
Yes.
leave it.
Someone give me an actual argument.
But there's no argument here. I told you what it is.
Anybody.
Are you fucking retarded?
Oh, he's just saying it's not a logically founded argument because
Buddy.
it doesn't have a premise. Or it doesn't follow a
Anybody.
logical point or reason.
I thought I was gonna at least get a singular
He said he
argument in here. I
observed
mean,
it
that
to
would be
be
great.
flat.
I
I would
gave
love
you
to leave
exactly
with
what you
at
need.
least a singular argument.
Yo, is this guy retarded?
Why don't you start it off, Mr. Black Belt?
Hold on, I'm not gonna make any claims. I'm waiting for the flat earthers
Yeah,
to
that's
justify what they
apparent.
believe.
Oh yeah, what a black
Yeah.
belt move.
Wait,
Yeah.
look, yeah. So your proof is a challenge or a negative claim, then, right?
Well, he did make a claim.
Yeah, you made a
It
negative
just
claim.
it was just it was more of a an axiom, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a positive
Well,
claim
it was a
of a
it was a
negative flat
description.
Earth.
Hold on, it was
Flat
a
Earth doesn't
description.
exist. Prove
Hold
me
on,
wrong.
it's what's called a description, right?
Yeah, description isn't a premise either. So what's your point?
Exactly. I described what my actions were going to be.
Nothing.
Okay. Now I'm asking. Hold on. Now I'm asking if there's any flat earther here that wants to step up and make an argument for why the Earth is flat, then you can do so. But I'm waiting. It seems like you guys have all cuckolded out, and you can't actually argue with somebody that knows what they're talking about.
Because it measures that way.
Glad
Yeah,
It's that simple.
there you go.
It's
He
that
don't
simple.
want to second it and move to the next thing. He wants to grant it.
Yeah, prove the claim wrong, Mr. Black Belt. That
Bro,
the Earth is
they just gave you
Earth
Sorry
isn't
one
you
flat.
wanted to
thing.
be more. Sorry you wanted to be more
Sorry,
complicated
does
than
one
that.
person want to talk to me?
Oh my god.
Is he playing
Move
the
his
fool?
black belt. He's getting blue belt now. You're getting a blue belt. You're gonna keep going lower, bro. Come
He
on.
got blue
Anybody?
ball. Shit.
You were told, man. You're just choosing to be
And
ignorant.
your
That's it.
chicken's almost done.
There has not been a single argument
You're
presented to me. I'm
choosing to
waiting
be
for an argument.
ignorant. You're choosing. There's no argument. It's a
So
fact. That's it.
okay, great. There's no argument for flat Earth. That's fine.
There's
I'm
a
glad you conceded.
fact.
You just
Buddy,
said
it's
there's
a
no argument.
nobody's
Hold on,
debating.
hold on. You just
There's
said
no
you just
debate.
said
You're
there's no
creating a
argument.
fake debate. You're
Hold on,
trying to
hold
overtalk
on.
me
You
to
just
create this fucking
made the
retarded
claim
debate.
there's
There
no
is no
argument for
debate. I'm
flat Earth.
telling you the reality of
You
what it
just
is.
said
That's
there's
it.
no argument for
There,
flat Earth. So, I mean,
yeah, it's
my
flat.
job's done here.
100%. It's measured
My job's
flat.
done here. There's no argument
100%.
for
It's
flat Earth.
measured
It's fine.
flat. You can
But
try
you
and
did no
overtalk me,
work.
but
I
I'm telling
came
you
in
exactly
here
what it is.
expecting an
You
argument
can
for
Hey,
flat
try and
Earth
overtalk
shut
that
me.
up.
I
any of
told you
you can
already.
justify, right?
This
Listen,
guy's
But none of
retarded.
one
you
of you
can.
two
All of you
motherfuckers,
cower
listen,
down, right? As soon as
listen,
somebody that actually knows
listen,
what they're
shut
talking
up.
about comes
Shut
in
up,
So
here,
this
Chad.
guy's
everybody pipes
retarded.
down. Everybody turns it.
Nobody
Nobody
wants to
pipes
listen
down.
to two people talk at once. That's not fun. So when one of you gets done being a dickhead, why doesn't the other one start being a dickhead? Cool?
I already told him.
I mean, we'll let you. Just do it one at a time.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna argue with this
Make
fucking
it a
idiot.
palatable dick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, we have one flat earther claiming that there's no argument for flat Earth. Now, I'm assuming that some other flat
Wow, this
earther
guy
here
puts words
disagrees
in
with
my
his
mouth.
claim that there is no argument for flat Earth. Does anybody want to present an argument for flat Earth? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Anybody can jump in. I don't want any ankle biters, right? I just want somebody to present an argument, right, with valid premises and actually knows anything about logic. That would be great.
You clearly don't.
Nobody?
You clearly
Nobody.
don't know
Really?
shit.
An entire chat of
You
flat
All right,
earthers.
all right.
Look at this guy
Here
talking
we go.
shit.
Here we
Wow.
go.
Go ahead,
Okay. Okay.
Elijah.
But guys,
Here
guys,
we
Let
go.
Elijah
Here
get
we
him.
go.
you can't
So
mute him, right?
so here we go. You know what a true dichotomy is?
He doesn't. Please define it for him too.
Like a
Well,
false
it's either one
dichotomy.
or the other. There's no third alternative. Unless you can come up with one, then it won't be a dichotomy. Like that's the whole point. So That being said, the surface is either curved or it's not. Is there an alternative, like a third, before we move on?
Mr.
No.
Orange Belt now.
Yeah, did you
He's
guys
actually
hear him?
ignoring you, Elijah. He's like, he's gonna say
Yeah,
anybody,
Right. So
anybody.
here comes here comes the logical syllogism.
Right, he just wants a formal
Here comes the
logical
logical
argument.
syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, p, then every distance to the horizon will be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, q. The horizon distance is greater than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not q. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Not P.
There you go. So
Yeah.
if
So
it's not
you.
curved,
So what
it's
you've
it's
just
what?
done. Hold on. Hold on.
So if it's not
Yeah,
curved,
you've
what
just
is
made
it?
a really like this is like white belt shit. Okay, what you just did was
Mhm.
affirm the
Mhm.
consequence. Okay, hold
No, I
on,
didn't.
hold on, calm down. You've just affirmed the
No, I didn't.
consequence. I don't know if you know what that is, but I'll explain it to
If
you.
P then
You
Q,
said
not Q,
P1, if
therefore
Q
not
then
P
P.
is not
Hold on,
affirming the
hold on.
consequence.
If
No, it's a logical
P1,
formalization of
hold
an
on,
argument. It is.
hold on.
Yeah, no.
If Q then
Well,
P,
let him respond. Let him
Q,
respond.
I have a defeater to Q, right? Which is up for dispute. And if we were to presuppose Q, that would not entail P, right? If that was
What?
the
No,
case and it was
no.
disputed.
Q
Q is
Q
Now,
not
Q
now,
presupposed.
what
follows
you've
P.
done is you've affirmed the
Q follows
consequence.
P. No, you're
No,
wrong.
yes,
You're not
exactly.
a
You've
black belt.
affirmed the
You're not a black
consequence.
belt. You're just that
You've
fake.
affirmed the
You're just
consequence.
that fake karate master in Martin
So
who
Let's
you've
wasn't
break it
really a
down.
affirmed the
black belt at all.
consequence.
So
Your
somebody's gonna have
argument
to mute him
affirms
for a
the
second for me
consequence.
to explain what's going on
Yeah,
here. So
yeah.
no, I
Listen,
didn't. No, I didn't
Q isn't an
infer P.
assumption. It's a
P. I
mathematical
didn't infer
equation based
Q.
on geometry.
Q.
Right.
Q is a consequent of the geometric shape.
Yeah, it's the
P. If Earth was a
geometry
sphere at
and
the radius.
math for the model. Yep. So Q isn't assumed. And P would be the consequence of Q, which is your model. You know, the GSW84
yes, that's
model.
by definition affirm. Yes, that's by definition affirming the consequence.
So if it
If
This
you
is
know
guy is
anything
sphere,
great.
about logic,
I'm
you'll
going
know that
on
that's a
mute,
no,
major
guys.
it's
This
logical
not
guy's
error.
retarded.
confirming the consequence. He said if the Earth is a sphere of this given mathematics, then we could only see this far times the square root of the observer's height, which is just a mathematical truth.
Yes, the argument is if Q then P, premise 2 is Q, conclusion is P. That's affirming the consequence. This is a beta male cuck level move, right? This
No,
is
it's
a
not
level 1
actually.
debater. This
So
is somebody that doesn't have any.
if it's a
Hold on,
sphere, a 6-foot observer
hold
could
on,
only see so
hold
far.
on.
If a
This is somebody that
6-foot
knows
observer
nothing of logic.
can't
If
see
you
that
do,
far, then it's not a sphere.
okay, I'm going to ask everyone here to look up affirming the consequence argument and look
Or
at
if
the
you can see
formulation.
greater.
His formulation is perfectly aligned with affirming the consequence. This man
Give
knows
the
nothing of logic.
formulation. Give the
This man
formulation
knows
for affirming
nothing
the.
of logic.
Give the
Hold on.
formulation for affirming the. No, give the
Yeah,
formulation for affirming the
I
consequence.
just did.
Give it.
I just did.
Do it right now.
Can you
No,
do
you
it
So
in
didn't.
yeah,
a more
P1.
calm manner?
Calm down.
Give the
P1.
formulation for consequence.
I'm gonna say. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. P1. If Q, then P. P2.
What?
Are you listening?
Yes.
Are you lost? Okay. P1. If Q, then P. P2. Q. Conclusion P. That's affirming the consequence.
Okay, it is. Yeah, if P then Q. Q therefore
Yeah.
P.
So
That's
shut
not
the
what this
fuck
is.
up, you
That's
level
not what
1
this is.
debaters.
That's not what this is. It's modus tollens.
Hold on.
If P then
You have
Q, not
level 1
Q, not
debaters. You know
P.
nothing of logic. You're not. Hold on. You're layman. You're layman. You don't understand anything about logic. If you
Shut the fuck up. It's
This
if
guy
P
is
then
Guy's
Q, not
fucking
Q,
retarded.
therefore
wackadoo.
not P. It's modus tollens. Affirming the consequent is a fucked up form of modus ponens. If
Yeah,
P.
modus tollens is a logical formalization.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's modus tollens, and it's confirmed by math. So you can attack the argument, but we can break it down in a mathematical equation and show you that it doesn't pan out. So you can actually see farther than you should be able to on a sphere. And then you'll have to bring in fairy tale things for which you cannot prove to say why you can see further on a sphere of this given radius than you should be able to, allowed by geometry of the reference frame.
Yep, he's now white belt. White
We're
belt with
not
3 stripes. That's it.
Yeah, we're not confirming anything. We're proving it with your model. It's all weighed against your model and the numbers in your model. It's got nothing to do with confirming anything. If P, then Q. See, the Q in this is a solid. That variable is your radius. It's not some fairy tale fucking sum. And if the radius is this big, then a person of this height mathematically can only see so far on a sphere. If they can see greater than that distance, then it's not a sphere of that radius. That's logical.
Yep.
It's called an inference.
I just
This
came
guy
back
doesn't
when
want to do
Elijah was
logic.
calling him a dollar store wannabe karate champion. That was pretty funny.
Karate Kid.
You
Kid,
guys
I was
are
waiting
dunking
for
on
the
the guy
swan
that's server
kick,
muted.
bro.
No, he's being
Hey,
explained to.
Yeah, but it's like beating up somebody in cuffs. Like
Nobody's beating anybody up. He's
hit
being
him with the
explained
swan
reality,
kick.
bro.
He's the one that
He's being
claimed he was a
a
Yeah, the only
Bushido
way
master.
you can have any optic wins is by muting me. That's how you know
No,
you're losing the argument. And
there's no
notice how the
losing or
person
winning here.
hold
There's no
on.
losing or
And notice
winning.
how the
There's no
person that
losing or
originally
winning.
presented the argument no longer has anything to say. Right? As soon as you take them off of their dialogue tree, they're lost. They're
Yeah,
babies. They don't know what they're
The
talking
fuck
about.
are you
They have
talking
a
about?
good system
You're just
and
trying to
dunking on
bully
white belts,
people with
but
that
they can't do
You're a
obnoxious
shit
anything
talker,
voice of
this
when a
guy.
black belt comes around.
That's all I hear.
Crying shit talker.
Say it with some chest,
Nigga.
man. You're just trying to bully
Motherfucking
people
nigga.
with that
He
obnoxious ass voice
definitely
you
is
got there.
He's
blue-haired
being
Like
colored
a
a
person.
12-year-old in
Bushido
fucking
master.
Hulk pajamas talking shit to me right now.
He needs to win with words. That's what he needs to win with.
well,
Motherfucker
That's his
probably
all.
still
that's how
wearing
That's
conversations
his
underoos.
all.
are, though.
Yeah, that guy is
No,
so
man,
fun at
that's
parties, I
stupid.
bet. Oh my god, what a treat that was. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, after 5 drinks and he won't shut
You
up.
guys are laymen. You guys are babies. Yeah, I'm a black belt. I'm a fucking black belt. Look at my black belt.
Hey, the fun would be guessing who's gonna get drunk enough to slap him first. In
It's
my
like
state, anyway.
try doing this in real life. See what happens, bro. Especially to a bunch of hood motherfuckers, bro. See what happens. You won't get
Listen,
nowhere.
I partied at bonfires with my friends and my brothers, man. And truth is, if you say the wrong shit out of your mouth, you should get slapped, and you'll get slapped out in the country. Nobody's calling you a county sheriff. You're gonna admit you're wrong,
Exactly.
you know. And then you're gonna get another beer from the keg and shut the fuck up. Good you family.
What are we talking about?
And I've been that guy.
Family.
I've been that guy.
Talking about
Took it like a
blue-haired colored
man too.
people.
Yeah. All right. What about them?
Cause I was talking mad shit.
They get like these rage fits all
He
the
was
time, you
talking
know,
mad
when they
shit.
don't get their way. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Have you
Oh,
guys
so
seen
you're
the
like
experiment where they take the high-powered flashlight and they put it through the slits?
Yeah.
So
The
what's up
double
with
slit
that?
experiment.
Well, yeah, why
what's
does
up with
why?
that?
That's not an
What's up with that?
experiment.
We don't know why it does that, but we'd listen to your theory.
No, that's not my theory. I just saw that video. I have no idea.
Are
The
you talking
double
about the
slit.
double slit experiment where they talk about
Shine like a flash.
observable?
No.
No.
They like okay, so it's something like they take two like picture like a door.
Is it beyond the curve?
Well,
Yes, he's
I
talking
think
about
it's
that
the
stupid
final
shit.
scene of that. I think.
Yeah, it's beyond the curve. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, guy.
You know how much
No,
times how
I'm
many
just
years
wondering
they've been
about that
bringing this
one
shit up?
This
It's
that
all
one
motherfucker.
trash.
experiment. I was wondering
It's
what you
not an
thought about it.
No,
experiment,
you're
dude.
not.
It's all trash.
You got something you're gonna try to attach to it, and we'd rather you get
I'm
to
not
the
attaching
I mute him
anything. I
now
promise.
before he says
Get
anything.
straight
I
to the
promise
meat,
you. There's
Mute him.
nothing more. I
Mute him.
just wanted to know what you
You're
thought
gonna
about
say
that
thank you,
experiment.
Bob, at the end. Don't lie, motherfucker. And Bob didn't even do that shit. Your dumbass don't even know which guy performed it. And it wasn't an experiment. This guy said, let's just do it real quick to see if it pans out. Nobody made a prediction. There was no claim. We didn't use no mathematics. It was just a couple guys on the beach. doing
I
some
think there
dumb
was
shit
math
they
involved.
probably
Yeah,
shouldn't have been doing.
there was math involved.
Maybe a rough estimate by guys who were trying to do the fucking
I bet you watch
radius and
CNN,
how
buddy.
far away you could
I
see
don't.
it,
I
but
don't watch
it
CNN.
by no
I'm
means
right wing.
was it an experiment. And
Well, if
it
you
was,
believe that,
That's why
then
you
you
don't have to
believe
fact,
it.
give me you give me the PDF or the data collection on this peer-reviewed experiment you're about to cite. How about
It's
that?
like you don't
Let's take
understand
that
what hit
route.
pieces are, you know?
Yeah.
It's
Can we read
it's
this
like
hit
you don't
piece?
understand what
Or is
propaganda
it just
is,
some
you
dumb
know?
shit we're gonna see on a YouTube
I was just
video?
wondering what you thought of the
Is it
idea.
some dumb shit on a YouTube video or not?
What the real
No.
propaganda is, you spit
Motherfucker
that
got it
video.
on Netflix.
He
Look,
learned it
we
in
know.
the
Get out of here
TikTok
with that weak
university.
shit, you low hanging fruit, bitch.
But imagine National
I
Geographic
apologize.
had to do that, right? So you know who we're up against, right?
Yeah, he come in here like he had a 44 Magnum, but he ain't even got a 22.
I don't own a gun.
Yeah, see?
I live in Canada.
Yeah, well,
I'm
Why are you
still
it's just
speaking then?
across the border.
the thanks, Bob. Go ahead and say it. You know you want your badge.
I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say that.
Who did the who did the documentary?
How do you say you're right wing? Why would you say you're right?
Who's
Don't
that
say stuff
Because
like
I'm
documentary
that,
right
by?
wing.
man.
I'm right wing on
No.
every
Beyond the
issue.
Curve. Who's it by? Who are the people?
I have no
in
idea. It's a
the documentary.
it's a Netflix
You say you're at
documentary.
the end of it. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. So
Yeah,
who
it's the last scene. They put like a super
It's
high
not a
powered
season.
flashlight.
It's not a season. It's just one.
Hey, Mr.
What's a
Right
season?
Wing.
It's Beyond the Curve
Yes,
documentary. And I'm just asking you, who were some of the participants in this
I
scientific
couldn't name
experiment?
a single name. I remember watching it a long time ago.
Comment on some experiment that you don't even know who fucking did it.
Yeah, I
Hey,
don't know the names.
don't
I
believe
just remember
propaganda.
watching the video.
So that's
Don't
a
believe the
yes.
propaganda.
Me from the room, foulish.
That's some shit. Can
What
you
did I
take
do
that
to you?
shit, guys? Nothing.
I literally did nothing to this guy, and he's fucking banning me.
What is this? Hey, listen.
That's funny. I
Who's the
just
guy that
heard
was
you
asking?
talking.
Here, you want to see something cool? Check this out, everybody. Love everybody.
He said, I seen this video one time with an experiment. What do you think about that? And he don't even know what the fuck the video was. Or the
Gave you the short
experiment.
version.
Or the people.
Hey, Mr. I just want to know about this right wing guy here.
I know the guy that made that documentary. I know the guys that played in it, but it still doesn't make it any more meaningful, the event you're referring to. Because it wasn't an experiment. It was more of a demonstration or a let's just see real quick. Experiments are done 2-3 times. You keep repeating them, you know? You don't just do it once. So for some dumbass to come in here and claim some shit that they do it all the time where they're like, oh yeah, Bob did this once, man, and he proved the globe. So what
Dude,
you're
hey,
saying is
just to be clear,
you
I'm
don't
not
even
claiming
care.
anything. I have no dog in this fight. I was just bringing it up because I
Well, I'm
figured
just
this would be
saying
the
when you
channel to
do
do it.
that, you're pretty
just
much
curious.
saying that, you know,
I figured that
don't
this would literally
use
be
the
a relevant
scientific
channel.
method.
Okay, well, what do you think about it?
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
I know.
What do
See,
you
you
think
don't know
about
much
it?
about it.
Well, okay, now I'm in the doghouse. Personally, I believe it's a globe. I do.
Okay. As long as you're honest about
Right.
it.
Why?
You know why
You
you
Listen.
believe
said
it on the
so?
globe? Yeah.
So do the
Honestly,
Democrats, bro. So do the Democrats. Remember that.
okay. Well, up here we
You
call
said
them
you said
libtards.
yeah, but you said you're right wing on everything, bro. So
Yeah,
how
I
come
don't
you
think that
think it's
flat
like?
Earth is a left wing issue.
How do you know?
I personally, I just never associated it either side with either party.
Well, if you talk to most the flat earthers, you'll notice one thing about us, bro. We definitely don't associate with any left ideologies.
I
Well,
really
neither do
don't
I.
have any
Well, I
political
understand that.
ideologies
I'm just
except
saying we're
for
not no
all
fucking commies
politics
here. I
can work
promise you
together.
that. Yeah, that's what we know that. I'm just saying,
Well,
like,
you
there's a
only
lot
know
of
what they
people.
tell you.
Well,
Somebody the
if you
other
go,
day
DM'd me and asked me what is the link between gay people and round Earth.
Balls.
That's dumb.
That's the answer. Balls.
Teabags. Yeah,
Lots
I know.
of
That's why it's
balls.
dumb.
Just balls, straight up.
Vlad.
Why? What else you wanted the
I
answer,
mean,
man? I
look
gave
at
her
a
the answer.
rocket ship, look at Venus,
Yeah,
look at the moon,
exactly.
put them all
And
together in the
Everything.
same picture.
Hold on. Let's see. Everybody love everybody, right? That's your name, right wing guy.
Yes.
no.
Yes.
What made you
Always.
want to come into the server?
Well, I joined the server. I know Doobie. I was on like a couple panels with him, whatever. And I usually sit in the politics channel, and I saw that this channel was popping off, so I sat in here for mute for a long time, and I heard Sanjay, an Indian guy, and I've just been kind of lurking and interjecting just with
today?
stupid shit. Yeah, earlier once I did kind of say, okay, let's get back to Hollow Earth, but that was just a joke. It was just a joke. I'm not trying to derail. It was, yeah.
So, what do you know about the Earth's circumference?
Well,
Nothing.
okay, I've heard. I don't know the number. I don't know how.
You
I
don't know
don't
the
know it.
size of the ball that you think you're living on, right? Just admit it.
No, I wouldn't have a number to tell you. I think it's really
But
big.
you believe it's on the ball. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
essentially,
ahead.
what the point
Okay.
of this VT is, brother, is
What's
to
BT?
VC, this voice
Okay,
channel,
yeah.
is to understand why the globe Earth belief is a belief compared to what we can actually objectify and measure in reality. Like, why do you believe you're on a ball? You know what I mean? Like, why do you think you're on a ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour, you know, in the vacuum of space? Like, how did you get there? You know what I mean? Like, if you went to the beach at 5 years old and just looked out of the ocean, why the hell would you assume that you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum? You know what I mean? It's everything had to be told to you, just like everybody
Well,
else here, eventually, like at one point or another.
I don't know. Like when I look out at the sky, it makes sense to me. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe it's like I've been up in a plane, like for sure. I'm not trying to say like I can see it's a long time ago that I was in a plane as well, so it's not a fresh memory. But
Well,
You
even if you
say
said,
that bro. He said that it made sense to him that he looked at the sky, saw the sky moving, and it makes sense to him that
yeah, the sun sets, the moon comes. It makes
that would
sense
be a
that it's.
nonsensical claim. It's the
I
opposite
know,
of what.
sorry, it makes sense to me. No, it is sense. It's my sight.
well, no, well,
And
just what does that
Hmm.
have to do
Understand
with the ground?
perspective.
oh, okay, I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Can't that be
Nonsense.
said about a lot of things, though?
A lot of things,
Mm.
absolutely. A lot of things that, you know, people bring up to prove or disprove the shape of the Earth. They don't even start on Earth. They go to the sky. They go to
Okay,
gravity.
well,
They go
what
to
about like
gases.
sundials? Sundials, that's a good one.
What about them?
Like
They work,
the reason they
right?
work. Yeah.
You know how I think Elijah was talking about it last night. We were talking about it. So sundials, they work, right?
Mhm.
How would they work on a curved surface versus a flat surface, right? We only have one or the other. So far, it only works on a flat surface because those angles of the shadows are angles, right? They're straight lines, right? Like when you have noon on a sundial, and then at 1, the shadow's a little longer, right?
Mhm.
So on and so
Mhm.
forth. What is that shadow? Is that a straight line, right? That's an angle of the shadow.
Okay, I hear you, but I know that they have. I think that there is a class, and when I say I think, I have no receipts, guys. Like I'm not coming here like.
You're good, dude.
But I think I've heard there
Just
was
be
this
honest.
thing.
As long as you're honest, bro.
No. Yes, where like they put 2 sticks in the ground, like super far away, and then like measured the length of the shadow, and they were different at the same time in different places,
Talking
kind of
about
thing.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
talking about
It's like
Eratosthenes?
an
Yeah.
ancient thing or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where they got the circumference of the Earth, 24,901 miles, or 25,000 miles in circumference, right?
Bro,
I mean,
that's
he
the
was off by a
circumference
little
of a
bit.
circle. That doesn't mean the circumference of the Earth. The Earth is not a circle. They draw point A to point B a distance. So they had a piece of the pie, and then this is the whole pie. The whole pie is a sphere because we measure point A to point B, and the lines from the shadows. That doesn't make any sense. You're just making claims, baseless assertions. That's
Well,
not
but
gonna.
it's also not a sphere.
It's gonna give you the whole size of the
It's
world.
not a
It's pretty
sphere.
much a sphere.
Or sorry. I mean, like I wouldn't say it's a sphere. It's because it's not a sphere. Is like a perfect, like a marble, but it's like
It's it's
like a
pretty close to
potato.
perfect.
They say it's a oblate spheroid, right?
Yeah,
Is
Yeah,
that
kind
where
of
we're going
thing.
with
Like
that? Okay.
but
There's
it's
still
pretty
drop
much
over
a sphere.
distance. There's still drop over distance, though. Where can you
Yeah.
find the drop over
It's not
distance?
like a potato. It's
okay,
for all
what do you
intents and
think about the
purposes, it's
pyramid,
perfectly
the
spherical.
Great Pyramid of Giza, and like the length, they like the length from the base to the top. Like there's like some magical numbers in that, like
Dude,
from the
just ask
base
him
and
how
the.
the sun
Yeah.
sets on a flat Earth, and you're done.
I mean, you're kind of going
You're
all over the
done.
place.
Okay.
Everybody love everybody. Oh, can I just call you Raymond? Because that's what reminds me of everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Nice.
if you care to look, the sun just kind of actually just fades into the soup of the
Yeah, but it doesn't get
horizon.
smaller.
Okay,
Right?
have you heard about the super tall tower in Dubai where you can watch the sunset from
No,
ground
no,
level?
Yeah,
when you
you're
guys
gonna go
say
to two
set,
different
when you
times
guys
of sunset because of elevation.
hold on. Let's just deal with the premise. We're turning, right? So the ball is gonna go from the bottom up until it's gone, till it's done. That's what's supposed to happen. That's not what actually happens. Like I said, you can look at videos with filters, you can see the sun literally just disappear into the distance. It doesn't go down in the sense of, as far as the horizon line is concerned. It doesn't go from the bottom all the way up and then disappear. No, it just disappears above the horizon. So that's really it. Like it's supposed to not do that.
But like in Dubai, there's that super tall building, and if you go up to the top, you can see it
With the
happen
Burj
like again,
Khalifa, so what?
something like that.
So yeah, you open up your angle of view. That's like me putting my eyes on my bathroom floor. Clearly, I'm not going to be able to see all the tiles, but if I raise my eyes elevation, I'm going to see more of the floor. So the further the sun gets away, you have this angular separation between the the sun and the ground that you can't resolve. So it makes it appear like it's setting, and then you can raise your elevation and voila. But you can get the same
But
effect
that's
just zooming in. You can get the same effect just zooming in to the sun. So clearly it's an optical thing and not a physical thing, which is why I said the first thing I said that got brushed past is that if the earth were a sphere and we were turning and the sun was being blocked by the earth's curvature, then we would just see it disappear bottom up. That's not actually what we see. Just disappears into the distance above the horizon. That should not be happening. That's basically that's a black swan in my book.
So here's a video for you, bro. If you're serious about going into this topic, just a little fresh video. I'm gonna post a Dave Murphy one again. Because you can't find this on YouTube, but if you're willing to watch a Netflix documentary of, you know, that long, then I challenge you to watch this. Come back with some questions.
in what chat? Like, what are you
Uh,
posting this to?
you edit it so I can tag you. 24/7 flat Earth. Chat. You see it? You can download it too if you'd like. Kind of just, it's a great little
I don't.
baseline video.
I don't see it.
I mean, I tagged you in it right here.
Like, in what
Bro,
text
you
channel
just
did you
move
post
him
it?
away from the argument that is on the moment, and you moving him away to a video that is an hour long. Come on, bro.
I'm saying for later. I'm just giving it to him
Yeah,
for later.
but now we're gonna talk about the video.
No.
I don't know where you posted the video.
I'll just
You see, you moved him away from what was being talked about.
It's okay. There's so much
Yeah,
time, bro. Don't worry about it.
There's nothing that's going to change the fact that with a solar filter we can just see this. The sun does exactly what the moon does. It's just the moon does its luminosity isn't as brilliant as the sun, so we see it disappear into the background of the sky much sooner, which is why it's much higher in the sky. It could be like fucking 40 degrees with barely any clouds, and you're like, oh shit, the fucking moon was just right there. Where to go? Like it's gone. It doesn't have enough light to break through the opacity of the air. So that's exactly what we're seeing with the sun too, just to a greater degree. Well,
That's a
it
pretty
takes
good point.
a greater degree of distance. This is what we see. Like everybody, ooh, what about sunsets? What the fuck about them? When you say sunset, don't you mean that the earth is supposed to turn away to the east while everything appears to be going to the west? And so it's supposed to be blocked by the physical curve of the earth, which is also debunked by the black swan. But anyway, let's assume there's a physical curve of the earth. And so as you're turning, this thing is supposed to be disappearing from the bottom up. No, it's not what happens, dog. How is that a win for you?
What do you
Not
mean
you, but
disappearing from the bottom
proverbially.
up?
What do you mean?
Real
What do
quick.
I mean disappearing from the
Like you
bottom up?
said, it should be disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah. What do you expect it to disappear from the top first? The side? What? How exactly do you expect the sun to disappear?
Well, it comes up on one side and goes down on the other.
Right. So if it's coming up, you expect to see the top first, right? So if it's leaving, you expect to see the bottom go first, right?
Yes, that's what I believe I do
Right.
see.
Right. No, you don't. If you use better equipment other than your eyes, you'll find out no. That's
Can I
not
find a
what you
video
see.
of that?
Yeah. Yeah,
What do
you
I
can.
type?
Did anybody post it by any chance? I'd assumed you guys would have posted it. I guess not. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Should be in my history actually. Maybe I'll find it faster if I look through my history.
What do you need posted, Elijah?
That dearth video of the solar filter on the sun and the sun disappearing in the background.
Ah, shoot. Yeah, I don't think I can get it faster than you.
Oh, I found it. Holy shit. Look at that. There we go. There you go.
Okay, so again, I'm so sorry, but what text channel are you posting this in?
Oh, see what you have. It's not a text channel. What you have to, well, I guess it's not a channel. You have to click on the top right message thing.
Yeah,
That's where.
above where it says 24/7 flat Earth, there's a little caption looking thing there. Hover over it and it says open chat. When you click
Oh,
that, it'll. Okay,
okay.
you're with me. Cool.
Thank you. Sorry.
Quick. Yeah, they didn't make them because Discord added that to you. Just you automatically get a text chat for every VC, so they don't make text lobbies.
Which sucks because then you
The one
can't
that
use
comes
the
with.
search. You can't use the search text
I
feature.
know.
That's so dumb.
You don't get none of them perks on that message bar. That's bullshit. I ain't got no soundboard. Y'all fucking me with the VC text chat. I bet you don't use them soundboards here or at 24/7. Do you guys? That shit's probably disturbing.
No, a lot of dudes do. Creation Bear, he uses his own soundboard. Drace uses the soundboard.
Yeah, I mean, no, there's a built-in soundboard for Discord, but server owners like to restrict that option so that you're not just soundboarding the VC. The first day I seen it, I went to Geo's and I onboarded the shit out of them. I ain't gonna lie. Till they restricted it. I was high. I was like,
I've
"Yep,
been saving these videos you guys been posting.
I'm out."
Do you guys know? I'm pretty sure he comes here. That Nathan Oakley guy.
I know Nathan. Have I ever seen him here? No.
He was just
Am
here.
I a fan? No.
He literally was just here
Oh
the other
well,
day, or he's been here.
oh, I
I
wasn't
debated
here
him.
the other day.
It
I
must have
just
been
got
him.
here today.
Yeah, but he came in
No,
here a
I
couple
think you
days
were
ago.
talking about Jedi. Listen, you're
No, it
probably
wasn't.
confusing
Wasn't
Jedi
Jedi.
with Nathan.
No, it wasn't Jedi. Nathan doesn't go by like Nathan on the Discord though. I think he has a burner account, but it literally sounds just like him. It's got to be him. I didn't know
Yeah,
that, but I was
Jedi sounds a lot like Nathan.
yeah. But no,
Yeah,
I'm
he
pretty sure
does.
Nathan was here, but like the
Does
first time I
Porter
joined, and the second.
Racer come here?
I'm not
Nathan's
sure.
got a profile and his name is Nathan.
Right, right, but you don't think he has a
For
burner?
Discord.
Right, but you can have a burner.
Yeah, I know. I got 3. That I'm just saying he comes
That's
on
what I'm saying.
Discord as himself. I share a few servers with him. Let me see if he shared.
Well, I mean, I can get that, but I can get you to have a burner too. Cause like, yeah, I mean, I joined the Flat Earth one too. I'm sure he's on there.
What, just 24/7 2.0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know they're trying to shut this Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth down.
This channel?
Yeah, that's what I
It's
heard.
not-
I got an email
It's not
from
new to
Wait,
somebody.
an
me.
email? From who?
It wouldn't be the
I don't want to
first
snitch.
server either.
Want
I
to
ain't a
snitch?
snitch, but I didn't sign it though. But some people are
Bro,
trying.
I'm banned from there on 2 accounts.
What'd you get
Can't.
that Discord misinformation? You're interacting with
They're
the server that does this shit. That's not snitching. That's just telling Discord
yeah, no,
warned
it's been
you
raining.
because
Bro,
that's what
I'm.
you got though, right? That's what you got.
No,
Discord
from
warning that this server that you go to is
no, this channel.
involved in. Oh, this
They're
channel.
Yeah, they're talking about that. This channel like is extremely triggering.
Oh my god.
Oh,
See,
for the
Triggering.
owners of the
the blue hair.
politics server.
For
Is that what
who?
you're saying? So a bunch of kids that argue political theologies, ideologies, they're mad because we're talking about flat Earth.
I destroyed them. That's
Fuck,
why.
the only thing you know about a politician is what they tell you. At least you can research science and do it yourself. Repeat it, do
That's
the
dangerous to
experiment
them.
yourself. Well, it can be, They took the phosphorus and shit out of them little chemistry sets they sell now, because we got to tell you guys not to eat the laundry soap, but I'm just saying.
Hey, enjoy the ride
Blue-haired
while it's
colored
here.
people.
When I was
That's
a
what I'm
kid, I got
doing.
a chemistry set I could blow the farm up with, man. I got my grandkid one, and I was like, man, where's all the good shit? What is
Listen,
this?
maybe if they wouldn't ban me every 5 minutes from their server, I would still be in there.
Yeah, maybe. Me too.
Yeah.
I'd still be calling somebody a motherfucker though, so they were kind of smart to ban me. I don't know about
Okay,
you.
well, I didn't call anybody
I did.
a motherfucker. I just
Couple
be
people.
talking, and they said, "Oh, you're acting like you're stupid." Blah blah blah.
There's more places to go, man. When one door shuts, open another one, huh?
Yeah. I came here because a lot of the people from there
Life's
came
a
here.
journey. Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Really,
you might want to
it's
try
the
calling somebody a
it's the
motherfucker
best
from time
advice
to
you'll ever
time. It's
get.
fun.
Whatever you do,
Yeah.
enjoy
So
it.
I'm not about ad homs because I feel like it kind of
It's not an ad
weakens.
hom.
It
It's not an
is
ad
though.
No, it's not.
Hey,
That's
sometimes
just
it's
You
a,
got
true.
Sure it is.
Hey,
No,
listen.
no. So it doesn't help.
sometimes it's true.
Don't give so much value
That's
to a
fucked
person's
up.
words that you never met in your entire life.
Oh
It doesn't
man.
help when you're
You'll
trying
have
to
more fun.
argue.
Have
When
more
you're trying to
fun.
argue a point, it does not help to ad hom people that you're arguing against,
Well, it
especially if you're
doesn't,
in the
but
minority.
who
From
likes a
from
person that sits there and whines about getting interrupted all the time either?
from
So there's two sides to that coin, you know?
so from where I come from, motherfucker is a compliment because if
It,
you
it is.
it's a mother and you fuck her, you're a motherfucker.
Oh,
Or I'm
yeah.
calling you a badass and I'm making
That's
you
why I said
equal to
sometimes
me,
it's
you
true.
motherfucker. Right.
That's why I've been banned like 4 or 5 times. 4
She ain't
times.
no father, dog. She won't get that one. I'm a father. I'm with you, Gemsy. Hell yeah.
Cause I be acting silly. They think I be too silly for their server.
Well, you know, Creation Bear got you, and he's a pretty joking, jovial motherfucker. That just surprises me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, actually.
He is. Yeah, he is. He's nice. I like him. I like Creation Bear.
He put a time limit on it and shit, huh?
Oh, were you listening? Or were you there? I don't remember.
No, you said he banned you for a month. Remember?
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you want me to make it too? I know
Yeah, I
that's
wasn't
my.
sure if you were there when he did
He
it.
does. You know, he does music too. Creation Bear. He does music. He's
Yeah,
pretty good at
yeah.
videos and stuff.
Yeah, he does all sorts of stuff. I like him. He's a
He's
nice
one of
guy.
the guys I like from there. You know, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate no man, but you know, it was just time to go. That's all. And I listen. Don't get separation anxiety, man. These are just people on the internet. There's millions more.
Yeah, I'm unbanned in like
Make
a
your own
month or
damn
something.
server,
No, no,
right?
no. I'm unbanned in like a
Well,
month, so I'll
not
be
that
back.
hard. You build a server. Shit, I can build one in an hour. Have it tuned out in a day.
You can build your own server, but I mean, there's no point in me building a server.
Bots, all that. Only thing I need is people.
Yeah, you don't want a woman holding the keys.
Why not?
I'm not even a
Well, I don't.
woman. What do you mean?
No, I mean like, for the car.
Hey,
I
You
rather
say
hey,
you're
hold the
not
keys.
Jamesy,
not a
careful what I
woman, so
said. Those
you're a
blue-haired
young
colored
lady.
people are listening. Do not say things you will regret.
Oh yeah, pronouns. Yeah. Look,
Yes.
I'm Gen X, man.
Yeah, but I wasn't speaking in general.
I don't
Come
get
on,
into all
you
that
just
shit.
whenever you just say women and something, and that's already starts something wrong.
I don't even know what
Oh.
woman
Oh,
is. What is that?
I know that sucks too,
See,
because I only got
she's
daughters
about
or
to say,
sons.
I don't even know what a woman is, man.
No,
That's
but I
some
was.
crazy
I
shit.
know. Listen, they don't know why we get so confused. But see, I'm a Gen Xer, and 20 years ago, I just had daughters and sons. Life was difficult enough in those times before the pronouns. Pre-pronoun existence. Caveman. Life was tough, and then all of a sudden, I had to figure out what the fuck you wanted me to call you. Like, you ain't
It
doing
used to be
shit
so
for me in my
simple.
life. You're not over here protecting my liberties, but all of a sudden I got to respect you for some reason. You've never respected me. I don't even know you.
It was easy to call people motherfucker back then, you know? Nowadays, people get their feelings hurt.
Their skin's too thin, man.
fragile, paper thin. I swear to God. Yo, I can tell you
When
this
I was a
one
kid,
story. Okay, you do it.
break
You
an
tell your
arm and
story.
go, I think it's hurt, Mom. These motherfuckers act like they're dying. We didn't
Okay,
have safe
Okay.
places.
I was
Hey, my
muted there
bad.
for
We
a
didn't.
second, but
My
I'm back now.
my
We
bad. My
didn't
girl
need
was
them
talking
yet.
to me. I was gonna say though,
We,
nobody else got that email or that just message.
Are you a
No.
I
mod
just
like
got
of
here.
the server or what?
Oh
No,
yeah, that you're not an admin, so
no.
I don't
I
know
think
why you would even get a warning unless they're gonna. I don't.
I'm not sure. Maybe it was an accident. I mean, I am on
Maybe.
here a little. Oh, I have been the past couple days.
Can you see the audit log here?
No.
If you
I'm
can
on my
see.
phone.
No, he's
No,
talking
I mean.
about people. They're going through the server doing a mass writing letter campaign to get a lot of the members to
Oh.
sign off
Oh.
Yeah,
to
on
shut to
24th.
delete.
Hold up. We're in the politics server, so these sons of bitches are lobbying against you.
Well,
Yeah.
they're saying
Yes.
they. Well, hold on. They want to.
Mm.
Passing
What
around a
what
petition, they're
they
rigsing your ass.
what they said they wanted to do was get rid of the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, and I said why,
Yeah,
and
why?
they went. Well, hold on. I'm about to say it. He said it basically goes against the TOS, and I
Oh
can
my
see what he's
god.
saying, but I can see what he's saying, but I'm like, well, there's still a conspiracy tab, and the loophole around that would just 24/7 Flat Earth could also have conspiracy in the name, and I'm sure that would work out. And he also said after that, he said, right, and like the 24/7 Flat Earth channel also brings a lot of traction in. So, like, I mean, I just thought it was weird because I'm
That's
really against
funny.
like cancel culture and shit
Do
like
they
that.
get
But
paid off the server? Are they
Well, it worked
monetized?
before, like the 4
Incorporate
years
with
ago.
Discord?
4 years ago, it worked. They cried and cried, and the flat Earth section got deleted. And now it's back. We kept the powder dry. A lot of us still stayed on the server, still kept talking
Oh,
about
so
flat
this
Earth.
was the one that we originally went to then, Crit.
Yep, this is it.
Yeah, they said no, we just got here. So yeah, we were here
wait,
a long
so how
time
was
ago.
that? Couldn't you
Back.
bypass it by just saying it's a conspiracy though? Because they do have a conspiracy
No,
channel.
no, you bypass it. If they don't like the channel, they don't join it. That's how they bypass it.
Well, right, of
What
course.
they want to do is they want to make a wide sweeping decision for everybody.
Well, he said it
That's
went
a
over in
server.
terms of services because it's spreading misinformation in a
That's the
political
people
channel, and
that run the
apparently,
server.
I don't think. Well, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't think he meant to send it to me.
It's
Well,
rich
flat
with all these
earthers are big on
communists.
politics, so
That's
that can
crazy.
offend some people that believe they got a choice.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess like flat Earth is flat Earth in politics. Is
It's not
flat Earth
I
like a
mean,
restricted.
part? Like I don't think
No,
even
Because
flat Earth would be a part of
no.
misinformation is
politics.
misinformation is restricted to medical shit and shit that could harm people's lives.
Sure.
honestly,
There's a clear definition for that.
even though I'm totally with round
Glober.
Earth, yeah, even though I'm totally like a glober, I don't see a problem
Oh
with
yeah.
flat
Hell
Earth
yeah,
at
girl.
all.
Us
I
Glovers
Like
read
gotta
there's
the
stick together.
literally zero problem with anybody thinking Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know.
That's not an issue.
That's why I was asking him. Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
wondering because
it's not a big deal at all.
I've read the TOS. I've always read the updates and all that since I've been on Discord. I read the
Hey,
Yeah,
right
TOS
wing
so
guy.
I understand.
This is why
It,
they want to take it down, is
it's
because look
because
how
it's a legal and
popular it
binding
is.
contract.
I
What
mean,
we
I don't think
entered
it's a
into
I
problem
an
at
could
all.
agreement.
I could see how it's popular, but it's not like you're gaining more followers. It's just like you're the only active one at 2 in the morning. Like
Look
you're
at
not
the
Hey,
stats
right wing guy.
for the last 30 days.
right.
Ukraine channel has like 4.5 or
Isn't
4,600
is that like a
hours,
psyop then? Like
and
wouldn't
then
you
this channel's 3,400.
wouldn't
All
it?
the other channels are like in the 2,000s. So
What?
what they were used to is like in the past, what they would do is they control the conversation. They have one
Right.
or two flat earthers in their channel, and they would just mute you. They would just kick you out. They'd ban you, and they'd be like, "Yep, flat Earth debunked again." And now that there's a flat Earth channel run by flat Earthers, and is so basically what they did is they consolidated all the people to one spot instead of just spread out over the whole server.
True. And I just
So
like
if
I
they
don't know.
really
and
had a problem with flat Earth, why didn't they raise it before? Because they
Well,
thought it was funny. They thought it was funny to get a flat earther in there, make fun of them,
I mean, it
kick them
still
out
is
of the
funny.
channel.
Not the kicking out, but it still is funny.
What is funny?
Like a flat earther, the belief. I'm not saying kicking out or censoring anybody is cool. I'm against that 100%.
Hey,
That's
right
why I
guy.
didn't.
Okay, which is more funny then? Flat Earth or this rampant, foaming at the mouth, over response to flat earthers?
I mean,
Foaming at
usually,
the mouth, flat Earth.
well, obviously, it's the foaming at the mouth. But a lot of flat earthers, if you don't believe, they just go straight for the fucking kill shot. I mean,
Hey, listen.
regardless, it's still funny. It's not harming anybody. You know what I mean? You guys shouldn't be banned.
Hey, right wing guy.
Shouldn't ban what? Or should be banned from the server?
Yeah, I don't think you guys should be banned. I mean, you're doing nothing wrong.
Okay, that's
You guys,
why you should unban me from 24/7 Flat Earth server because I'm doing nothing wrong,
how are you
right?
banned?
I don't know.
Wait, you're banned from the actual channel itself?
From the server, yeah, from the 24/7
Oh,
like Flat Earth server, yeah, I'm banned.
Not
well, you
from
must have
this
done something
place,
wrong.
bro.
Well, see, the
From a
thing is
whole
though, a
nother
lot of the
server.
mods, right? But yeah, some of the mods are just like just so. You got to deal with flat earthers like they already know more than scientists. So if they get deep into the aspect of them knowing all, they get this god
Yeah, I
complex.
think you're
and-
fucked up here. So does science
No, I'm not.
adjudicate the shape of an object?
Sorry, it's
Yeah.
really hard. I
What's
honestly
what's the
didn't hear it.
purpose of science?
That's a broad question.
Yeah,
It's a
how about
deep
this?
question.
How about I
The
can
answer-
answer it very quickly, see if you agree with me or not. Science is a method to test the physical and natural world, to determine cause and effect through systematic experiment by manipulating variables.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the cause of circle?
What do you mean? What is a cause of circle?
Well, you say like
The fuck does that
flat
mean?
earthers think they know more than all the scientists. Okay, is there any
Yeah.
That's not
scientist you will
true.
ever find on God's green earth that will tell you they've adjudicated the cause of
Hey,
circle?
guess what, bro? I guess we can go
Yes.
to the standing point of nobody knows.
Yes.
Guy.
Nobody knows.
My answer.
You're fucked up.
Matt
My
should have been lying
answer
to us.
is yes.
He got a
Nas
hell
has
of a
been lying
voice,
to
don't
you.
he?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say to this right wing guy, man. You're still that right wing guy, right? In
I think
Canada?
he had a few beers. Eh?
No, I don't drink it.
Different guy. It's a different one.
Oh, that other
Oh.
guy left? Oh,
Yeah.
this is a
Molson,
new
eh?
this is a
I'm sorry,
communist.
Molson?
Okay, my bad.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that there is like some sort of petition going around, and I didn't sign it. So
Yeah, they've been
You
threatening to
mumbled
do the
something. I don't know
petition.
what you said.
They've been
There's
threatening to
a-
do that petition for like.
I said there's
since,
a
like, the
petition going around trying to cancel this little, chamber on
Go
the server.
ahead. Doesn't
Dude, that's not
matter.
the first time I heard petition in Flat Earth.
Right.
That's
Buddy.
funny shit.
I'm just
Look,
saying.
they
Like,
hate us so much they try to petition us out. They can't beat our premises, so they
no,
scream and shout.
right. I mean, you're
Mm.
just kind of annoying sometimes, but I get it.
Yeah, look at the content you've had to add. You really are spreading misinformation about what you
Well, it
think is
makes your
misinformation.
argument seem not very solid if you got to run away from it.
There is information on both sides. I mean, why can't
No.
we just agree?
Globers have nothing. Globers
Right.
have
See, that's where you
nothing.
lose every time.
No, they got nothing.
They
So,
go to the
They
carcass of
absolutely
everything.
So
nothing.
you-
Globe owns
you-
everything.
You said right here that all flat earthers think they're smarter than all the scientists. Can you name one
I
flat
didn't say
earther,
that.
or you
I
gotta
didn't say
treat them
all.
as if they think they are?
That dude that
Oh,
I
I
just
know.
brought up.
I know several who think they're smarter
I think
That
than
about
scientists.
that guy
8
that I
out of
brought,
a 12 right now.
the
I
guy
can
that
think
I
of
brought up, who was here
multiple.
2 days ago.
Okay, so because they say so, a flat earther says the surface of this object is flat, and you adjudicate that as really meaning they said I'm smarter than all
No,
scientists.
the whole point of like the beginning part of the argument is you cannot get past
Absolutely.
you can't
Okay,
get
let's
past
go
the
through this.
dome.
Alish, what
So
is
what you're really
the
saying is
purpose
you're
of science?
smarter than all flat earthers.
What do you mean, what is the purpose of science? All I said was there are several flat earthers that I know who claim that they are smarter than most scientists because they perpetuate the idea that they
No,
know the
that's
scientific
incorrect.
theory that's incorrect. What is incorrect?
How are you speaking
Listen,
for other
so
people, by the way?
What
yeah,
what
it
T Dub,
shouldn't
what
be
did
a
you
big
say?
deal when people challenge science. Any science you can't challenge isn't
Listen, I
science.
didn't take the vax. I challenged
Okay,
science,
that's it.
but I still
Yeah,
don't think the
Okay,
fucking Earth is
we're
flat.
not talking about that.
yeah, you're done.
Okay, we're not
See,
talking about that. Anyway,
he's
T
trying
Dub,
to
what did you say?
insert. See what he's trying to do there. He's trying to insert misinformation into the
Yeah,
conversation, then report it saying, "Hey,
I just said in TOS it's restricted to medical misinfo, and then he went there,
Yeah,
bro. That
we're not
dude's
doing
on a
that.
mission. That dude's on a
I,
mission, bro.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't
8
think
beers
that
into a 12 pack. I'm telling you.
flat Earth at all in any way, sense, or form is misinformation
No, thank you. It's
at
the
all.
truth. I appreciate it.
I
And I have
I don't
read
think it's
TOS.
misinformation at
I'm not
all.
full of shit.
It's the truth. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well,
Yeah,
if it's
I
not
can.
misinformation, what is it then? It's the truth. Thank you. Like, fuck. What's opposite
It's
of
just
misinformation?
it's just
Information.
You
perspective.
The
would
Like
real
I have
information. No, it's the truth.
would you
Thank you.
label it pseudoscience?
no, so I label it as a miscalculation of presented data.
You know, I see
Yes.
flat Earth as a good thing in the argument. You know how many
Mm.
13-year-olds and 14-year-olds who actually wouldn't be into science that are now into science because they wanted to debunk some flat earther?
Yep.
So that's a good thing. It promotes science, and it's
Yes,
flat earthers
absolutely.
are hyper specific about the scientific method. My children listen to them, and they Google it, and they research the scientific method, and they're like, show us how to make gunpowder, Dad, and all this other crap. And I'm like, man, flat Earth don't lead to blowing shit up. But my brother's always blowing shit up out here.
But listen to this one really quick one. I know plenty of
But
people
it
smarter
promotes
than whatever
science.
so-called scientists. You know what I mean? And then
I'm
if you
somewhat of a
there's
scientist on the
and
agricultural end, and
more than
the
a
fact that I'm a
scientist.
farmer.
Listen. Michael J. Smith here, right? He lays down roads longer than anybody ever fucking did in their life, right? Michael J. Smith,
Yeah,
right?
I paved
So
Michigan
yeah, it pays
interstate highways.
fucking
Yes.
right. So he's not only that, he's a mechanical engineer. So right, he has a high grade fucking education, right? And not only that, he's a fucking very fucking qualified person. Did a whole bunch of shit in his life, right? Did more than all these fucking globers. You can put a fucking thousand
I don't
globers
use that as a
together.
qualifier, bro. But
Well, I'm
thanks
just
for
saying.
the
But
prop.
listen, you can put more than fucking a thousand globers together in a fucking room, right? And you can add up all their fucking qualifications, and they won't even come fucking close to this one guy here, right? That's the
Was
one thing I
raised in
gotta
a
tell you,
different time, Blad. My parents thought
right?
that you shouldn't own anything before you knew something about it. Well, and these kids nowadays, they don't understand this. If you're going to own this model, see, if you believe in it and you own it, then you should understand it and be able to maintain it. Same way, and a man doesn't own a house until he can maintain a house, and he doesn't own a house until he knows how to own and maintain a car. And he doesn't start a family or have a wife until he's got both those things down. So that's plumbing, electrical, framing, roofing, total reconstruction of a car. A man should have a life that he can maintain, and so should a woman through her man. There should be a natural family. And they should the grandparents should bring the parents in. The The parents should bring in the grandchildren, and the grandparents should still be around while the parents and the grandchildren walk them out of this world because they brought us into it. And we should pass knowledge and money and wealth from generation to generation. But a system is set up to keep people so much info that they don't know what the fuck to believe, so they can never focus on what really matters. And what matters for the people in control is economic systems and legal systems. They know the law and they know economics. They know everything they can do in business legally. They know how far they can push before it's illegal. They're masters of those systems, law and economics. Where we just sit around and bitch that, they take all my tax money, even though most people get half their tax money back at the end of the year. I run a small business. I just pay, but they keep you bitching and fighting against everybody else, so you'll never stack up any wealth and challenge their position on the throne. And you say, what throne? Well, you look at a trillionaire standing next to a guy who makes 500 a week, there you go, there's a throne. It's probably his Maserati and his motherfucking Ferrari and the barn he parks them in and the home he lives in versus where this guy lives. That's a fucking throne. You give a guy a chair, a $10,000 chair, who's used to a $200 recliner, that motherfucker will think he's a king. And then he's going to get greedy and he's like, man, I don't want other people to get rich so I can still be this important guy. It's just human nature. Power corrupts, absolutely. Wealth corrupts. That's why they say money's the root to all evil. There's people out there that kill their grandmother for $100.
I feel like that's just because you're poor.
Because I'm poor? No, I have to read the legal news to know what poor people are, guy.
Buddy, you're talking to a fucking estate owner, you stupid fuck. What's wrong with you? Holy
Yeah, I'm
shit.
CEO of an estate. I run a
Not
You're
only that,
CEO
listen,
of what?
of
an
an estate,
estate.
and I own a family-owned. I run a family-owned company. I don't own the company. I'm just the chief officer of it.
Oh,
The
damn.
Right.
executor. The executor
What
I
of the estate.
my
It's
point of
all
this all was,
legalese.
can I say something before you guys go again? My whole point of this was just to show you, like Michael J. Smith, right? Fucking has these access to instrumentation, right? Paving roads for long distances to understand how all this refraction, how to measure over long distances and all that shit. It's his job, right? So when you're asking for
It's part of it, yeah.
qualifications, right? If you ask anybody for qualifications, this guy here, right here, is better than any fucking scientist you can fucking put.
Dude, I don't like to
Like
argue survey with people
I
on the internet because you got a guy who just read the manual that's telling you something about the equipment that your state or your city will say don't use it at this extreme distance because it's no longer reliable. And here's this guy who read the manual, the owner's manual, and he's like, oh no, the company says you can use it at 10 times that. Well, you sure they do. They do, yes, I can't argue that, but the engineer society says don't do that shit because it's not very solid and reliable outside of these distances.
but it's
And
all
you'll
measured flat
argue
in
for
the
3
end.
days with some fucking kid that likes to read a lot because he ain't got nothing else to do but sit at his computer, read, and he wants to be intelligent. And now he is. He knows a little something, you know what I'm saying? But he just doesn't have the experience of this in practice. I've been around the world, yeah. I do things that other people don't get the chance to do. I served my country, I went to a higher echelon college. Yeah. But I don't like to say that I'm better than anybody because there's nothing I've done in my life that is special, really, that anybody else couldn't do. It's an experience. Life is experiences.
Just
Go
do it.
from experience to experience, and each one of them experiences develops your personality.
Just do it.
Yeah, ain't nothing to it but to do it. Get off your ass and put your mind to it.
Make your dreams come true.
I don't believe in working for other men. But, I mean, most of the world doesn't even know they live in a fiction. Our states, those are fictions. Our republic is a fiction. Our country is a fiction. Citizenship, that's a fiction. It's a word within a
It's
fiction.
all a
Law is
fucking lie.
legalese within fictions. Most people just can't get rich because they don't know the law. But it's nobody's responsibility here in America to teach you the law, and ignorance of it is no excuse. That's alarming. When the law dictates the limits our children can go to, you would think school should teach law first. Because it'll be the difference between success and failure. If you don't know grants are available to you and money's available to you, you can start a $3 million business on some signatures and be in business tomorrow, then you probably won't try to do that. See, rich people don't like new faces. Unless you're the guy working on their fucking expensive car. Or painting their foyer. They sure the hell don't want you sitting next to them at the clubhouse. They seen you in the hood yesterday. You know? People say, why would they lie? Money, of course. Shit, there's no bigger motivator on earth. And if you say I'm wrong, I'll bust out some knots and show you I'm not. So I'll buy you a Mustang just to admit I'm right and then prove my point.
Bust out some knots.
Well, I could call them stacks if you want. You want me?
Yeah, he mean pine nuts. You know, he has pine trees. You can get the pine nuts from the pine tree.
No, I mean a big ass roll of money with a rubber band around it. A knot. We got acorns out back though, and walnut trees and shit. We do walnuts, chestnuts, acorns. See, when your family passes down knowledge, you learn that you should own a large plot of land with hardwoods on it, something that produces money yearly, which land can produce money. You can farm it. It could be full of nuts already. It could already be full of berries. There could be a waterway. There's many reasons your land could produce money. That's where you start. And then all that money you make just living right there at home, while you keep the family right there at home on your land and you expand your land over generations. Kid gets tired of you just build him a fucking house. You know, here, we're going to put you over in these 10 acres. Be quiet. We're tired of hearing you bitch. But he's still there, you know. That's when families would, that's what they've done. They've kept every craft, mastered every craft, kept all the knowledge, and just stayed at the top. As long as nobody's look at them, I don't know why the hell people fight with their neighbors. Fuck, me and my neighbor, we help each other out. I can't understand why you people in them cities, you're like fighting each other. Fuck that lot next in between your house, it's all fucked up. But instead of cleaning it up, you're gonna kick some dude's ass in the street and put his blood there too with all the garbage you ain't got rid of.
The crack, bro. It's all the crack.
Yeah, and they think the government's a problem. Well, the problem is they broke up your damn family, man, and nobody taught you how to fucking act right. And that's literally down to earth, most common sense part of it. If you was taught to act right and respect your siblings, that shit would have reverberated through your entire life. You'd know you ain't the only person on earth, and you have respect for other people and yourself. See, because you can't respect other people unless you respect yourself. If you don't respect yourself, you can act a fool and make yourself and somebody else look stupid, sure. But that doesn't show much self respect or respect for others. But you can do it. Being an adult means you should consider the fact that maybe some things are just best left unsaid. I like to say words aren't physical, but you know what? You can't ever take that shit back.
That's sort of taught to them, a lot of these globalists, the anti-flat earthers, mind you, that a lot of the lessons they should have learned in grade school, like in the sandbox. If you got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all.
Grit said you get beat up talking shit in the sandbox. You're damn right. I'm with you.
Treat others the way you want to be treated. See, a lot of them is really kind of cringe because a lot of them will say they're atheist as they fully adopt the model of the Catholic heliocentric model cosmology of the Catholic Church, and then be like say that their system of their worldview, their system of knowledge and stuff is all based on belief or lack of belief. So they could, number one, they're using the Catholic Church creation myth as their worldview. Number two, their worldview can match flat Earth. I don't believe the Catholic Church. I don't believe this Big Bang cosmology. I don't believe Copernicus, Newton, that the model's so glorious it could only have been
Hey,
created
hold up.
by
Let me
supernatural
make
beings.
let me make a connection here. Are you saying I don't believe the Catholic Church because that Catholic priest George Lamonte or whatever came up with that primordial atom that was the start for the Big Bang, and that
No,
the
that
the
I would say
Catholic
this.
Church created the Big Bang theory?
Yeah, I would say both because number one, their causal agent is a supernatural being. We'll show that. How do you change, very manipulate this supernatural being? If you've got an observation, data, and science, and then you tell me the cause is a supernatural, like, like this guy from Harvard does the same thing. It talks about that we live in a universe made by aliens in a laboratory. Okay, well, sure. Can you show me these aliens? How did you know that? How did you change, very manipulate something here to get them to do a predictable result? I did
When
not
they
say I just
talk
don't
about
believe you. Russell's
yeah, when
teapot,
they,
basically.
yeah, like when they talk about the fourth dimensional being looking down in the third dimension type shit. You're talking about fourth dimensional beings, right? The
Yeah, like
unseen
sort of,
world.
yeah, be outside of our ability to perceive them.
Yeah. Yes. I'm
So
with
how do they perceive and not perceive at the same time? I would say I don't believe you, right? Like the same reason why where Richard Nixon said that he talked to God and God personally told him that God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. I'm like, okay, well maybe you're right, but can you show me this God? You said you talked to God. Is he in the room with you right now? How do I know that he really likes capitalism? How do I know that you interpreted the words of God correctly? Oh, trust me, bro. No, I do not.
How
I
the
do
hell do we
not
know
trust
you
you,
ain't
bro.
How do we know you ain't bipolar? Right? I mean, honestly, bipolar people hear voices all the time.
Or just propaganda. Is what it really comes down to. Is the quote from Copernicus here. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, the Copernican principle, and he had schools too. Yeah. There were only so many schools way back when. Most of that was based on hermetic principles and frequency, vibration, all that.
See, this is good for Al. You still around there, Al? But interpreting data. So here we go. Copernicus. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. Least he accept as truths ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart this study a greater fool than when he entered it. So this is what the other guy was in here earlier today talking about. He
Oh
wants
yeah.
flat earthers to make a few concessions that
Oh yeah.
telescopes work or something like that. I'm like, sure, I can make some concessions as far as astronomy,
I
but
did.
the concession I want you to make is that you will follow
Oh yeah.
the words of your experts. That you are now a greater fool than you were before. You look through a telescope, it works. and then you made a hypothesis about the Earth. You're
Oh
now a
shit.
greater fool.
Oh
I'll concede.
shit.
I'll concede that telescopes work, and you concede to the words of the experts. And then he didn't want to do it. I said, "Oh no, I won't take that." So you want to deny the experts, and then tell me that I'm saying something I didn't say. So you want to straw man my position, then tell me that I'm denying the experts when it's you. You're denying the experts, not me.
You're careful, guys. The XO is here. He's about to drop some bombs.
Oh, attention on deck.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. The globalists are gonna start going away now.
Who's
Yeah.
here?
Oh, you don't know the XO? You're about to know the XO. Don't worry.
The whomst?
The whomst, the XO.
XO MG4
Yeah.
pillbox.
Bro, I don't know who that is.
He goes by many names. Now it's some kind of Jew name in the chat.
Or Hebrew.
Whatever you want to
What do you mean
call
some
it.
kind of Jew name? That's Hebrew. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. It's just a joke, you know. And he'll get it. What are you a Jew? Are you getting offended because I used the word Jew?
No,
No,
it's
I'm
just a
not Jewish.
mischaracter, right? It's a mischaracterization.
Atep
It's oh my
Adonai.
God, I'm just yeah, but it's it's a funny thing
El
because he'll
Evo
if when he hears it, he's gonna be all like, I'm not a
Kadesh.
fucking. Anyways,
Who am I supposed to be scared of?
No one. No
No
don't
man.
be
one.
afraid of
I
anybody.
told you earlier, don't put so much value on these people. They say, damn.
Why would you be afraid of anybody?
We're gonna keep
I don't
coming
know.
for
Well,
you.
Why should I? You said.
You
I
need
said
some
you'll know
self-defense
Pillbox. I didn't
classes.
say
What's up?
be afraid of him.
I
Just
used
you'll
to be a
know him.
combat instructor.
Pillbox is also an
I'll
army
teach you
guy,
not to
eh?
fear anybody.
Yeah. Oh, Pillbox is
Slack.
muted. He might be talking shit, and he doesn't realize he's muted the whole time. Or you guys have him on mute. I think you guys have him on mute. No, he's not on mute.
My youngest daughter, she's a beast, man. She's already first degree, black belt, Kempo style, Taekwondo.
Oh shit, Taekwondo? No way.
Yeah,
Wait, you
man.
only have daughters, bro?
No, I got 2 daughters and a son, and
Oh
an
yeah.
adopted son.
And an adopted
Well, I
shit.
got 2 daughters and 2 sons. That's my boy.
Yeah.
He's in the will. Damn it.
What's the echo coming from?
I don't know.
I think it's just you. Oh no, one deck. What the hell is one deck?
Oh, one deck. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who it was. You're hot miking one deck.
The
I
only
want to meet
person
him.
who I'd be afraid of, not really
Sorry, guy.
though, is when QE comes in.
Oh, that's the last person you want to be afraid of. This guy's
Why
just
would
a
that
big
knuckle
fucking mouth.
dragging
I know,
mongoloid
right?
crayon eater scare
Yeah,
you?
if you meet him in real life, you'll laugh. Trust me, I promise you.
Crayon muncher
I
called
know,
me a
Yeah.
right?
tomato.
He's so
He
silly.
called me a fucking tomato head.
The thing is his jokes never
But he's
changed. It's
right.
been fucking 10 years. He keeps saying the same fucking jokes.
I
His
do
jokes are
have
I
a
fucking
know.
lame
point.
and old. Garbage. He's fucking lame, that dude.
You should tell him that.
I
I
already
dare you.
do. Every time I fucking meet him. Yeah. Last time I told him, you know what? Last time I told him, I fucking told him. He comes in. I'm having a conversation with fucking one of the guys from the past, right? And I'm just catching up on a few things, telling him, oh, my music's getting like this, like that. And then fucking QE comes in. He's like, oh yeah, what's your favorite fucking color? And you know what I fucking tell him? The color of inside of your mother's fucking vagina, right? And then guess what he tells me? He's
Oh
like,
yeah,
"Oh, you
that's
wouldn't tell me that shit to my
just say
face."
to
I'm
a
like,
girl.
"Motherfucker, motherfucker, I'd
fuck,
fucking say
Vlad?
that
Have
shit
you
to your
no
face and
filter?
more." I have no fucking filter. Right to his motherfucker. Fuck that guy.
He said, "I like
That's
the
what I
color
told
of
him.
your mom's ass." You
Right,
could have just said it like
Silly
that.
little
fucking
goose.
I'm from Philly. Yeah, man, I'm from Philly. Yeah.
pink. I
Yeah,
said
we're trying to
pink, like the
talk
color of
shit
the
here,
inside of your
John.
mother's vagina. I told that cocksucker.
He's
Anyways,
just a little silly goose. He's
yeah,
just a
right.
silly little goose.
Yeah, okay.
I think this is all funny because
It's like he can
John
suck my
Philadelphia, baby.
balls.
John doesn't bother me one bit. Words don't hurt.
Yo, I love it when he starts going off. I just can't. I just love it. It's my favorite.
I mean,
It's not even.
I mean,
It's not
it's
entertaining.
for
It's
us.
corny.
It's
It's
not.
like he's
No,
not even a
it's
funny
so
anger.
funny.
No,
It's
it's not. It's
hilarious.
terrible.
What do you
It's
mean?
shit. No, if you find that if you find that funny, you're lame too, because that's not funny.
Well, sometimes listen. Some of those guys too need told that how dumb they really are, but some of them don't.
Okay, but
Is
it's
it
funny when it's
I'll
directed at me.
Was it funny to like haha or funny hee hee?
I don't know what you mean
It's
by
hee
funny
funny,
hee hee or
and throw a
haha. Like
interest in there.
it's literally
Throw interest
directed
in there,
at
bro.
me. So I don't know what you
Gay
mean.
funny. It's gay funny,
Okay,
not ha ha funny.
yeah, you're laughing
Yeah,
at it, not laughing with it.
that's right.
I think
Funny
it's like
hee
both.
hee. Oh, yeah, I guess I could work.
Yeah, it's like both. Like I mean, what do I get called the entire time? Like a fucking baltard or like a
Yeah, I knew this was what this was going to. You guys are talking about abusive flat earthers. This is a new phenomenon in the last 5
There he
years.
is. There he is.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's
He's there.
nothing new, man. QE will batter a motherfucker down. We all know.
I
that.
know. I think it's so
Listen.
funny. It's just like I can't
Ain't
like.
no listen. That's a verbal assault and battery. The minute he comes in, we all know it. Come on.
I
Accept
know
the truth for the
it's
truth.
so fun. Like
And
I
Axel, you know him long enough that you should already fucking know this.
yeah. Yep, I know it.
I love John. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I love John. We all know the truth. He can beat the bricks off a motherfucker.
Yeah, sure. My ball sex.
In my best boomer voice.
Yeah.
John will put the boot to ass like no one else. But it's not always needed. Sometimes it's
Crayon
it'd be
muncher.
Yeah, sometimes it would be funnier because he has such powerful stuff. If he just let the stuff speak for itself and the idiot look like the fool.
No, dude, it's an act. Like it's so good. It's so
I know.
good. It's
But I
so
call
good.
it
I love
tact.
it.
No, it's not. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not an act. That's the ego of a man. That's not an act. That's the power of a man abusing his power.
I love it. It's so good.
He has what power?
Listen,
what fucking
a lot of
power,
military,
man?
ex-military
No,
guys.
okay, I can explain. As soon as you want me to speak, I can explain that.
Explain it.
Want you?
So the power that he has, Vlad, is that people on the internet culture, they form a group of people that have some sort of cult consensus on what they believe, and they pick a leader, usually someone who's outspoken or has the most control, and that's what happens with everybody. And the flat earth has gurus that preach pseudoscience bullshit lies that are considered truths in the cult, and that's how you end up with QEs and Nathan Oakleys. That was
I
easy.
think you're talking about science. I think you're talking about modern scientism there, dude.
What? Scientism? Okay, well, this is another problem.
You're talking about. Hold on. You're talking about what you just said. Your statement applies to modern scientism worshippers like yourself. You just follow consensus and authority.
Okay,
Both
this
fallacies.
guy's
You do that
already
religiously.
out of his mind. This guy's nuts and has no idea who he's talking to right now. Bro, relax. No. Okay, go ahead, Battle Mod.
You don't know Grizzly? You don't know who
are you a
Grizzly
Glober
is?
now?
Holy
You a
shit!
Glober
Grizzly's
now,
not a Grizzly's not a Glober.
No, I know. He's calling me one. He's not a Glober. He's a confused little guy on the internet that doesn't know who he's talking to.
Is that
You just said a dumb statement just now. That's why I just corrected you.
Yeah, he's triggered. He has no idea who he's talking to. So anyway, so QE. So go ahead,
Okay, we're
Vlad.
gonna pump the.
Go
you guys.
ahead,
Okay,
Crit. Okay.
Yeah, pump the brakes here. Let's
I ain't heard Grizzly.
Let's move back to the topic. Yeah, let's get some.
Yes.
Grizzly was here earlier.
Three
He used to
Aries
be-
in the house right now, and a fucking Aries Taurus fucking
Yeah,
cusp
I mean,
right
I've
now
talked
talking. It's
for a
gonna
total
get
of 9.
fucking
All right,
loud.
well, I've talked for.
It's gonna
I've
get
talked for a total
loud.
of 90 seconds in the last 4
No,
days, so I got
no,
93 seconds of speech so far.
yeah, MG or whatever, XL or other guy.
You'll
Yeah,
get
you
it.
can talk. I'm just
Yep.
asking. Hey, let's move past
Sure.
the cult of personality stuff. Is what I'm looking for.
I know somebody started talking about me personally. We were talking about somebody else. Somebody even said that I have a religion. And that's somebody who
Social
doesn't
structure.
know me, so I don't know
I
if
think you
anybody knows. It's not about
misunderstood.
me.
I think he
So
he
let's move
said.
on.
I think he said
Yeah, he
you,
definitely did.
but
Yeah, he definitely
he
understood.
was referring to like the royal you.
No,
Like
yeah, he doesn't understand. I know, bro. I know I have to back everything up and unpack this. So the flat earth is also a deception. It's not a deception versus the globe. It's actually the same deception in some ways. It's objectifying creation. So that's a new
At
topic.
least, at
New
least we
topic
all
is
know God
can
exists. You know, that's the big one. Out of all of us right here, we all know God exists. Well, except the Globers. I mean, I'm not talking for them. You know, I'm talking about the real ones. You know, XO. That's all that matters, right?
So what
the
is
real
creation?
ones are the
no,
friends you
Hold
made
on.
along the way.
no.
Hold
That's definitely not all that
on.
matters. No,
What the existence of
no.
Hold
God
on.
is not all that
Listen. So
matters.
can I ask you a question, Obi? XO. Now, if you know that the globe and the flat Earth are both misconception of what creation actually is, then
It matters.
could you tell us? Can you tell us what creation is? I would like to hear that.
He
Epistemology.
disconnected. He disconnected. He has a shit cell phone fucking network. I don't know, broke
Well, I want to
fucking
get
God
this
knows.
entire epistemology, and we're gonna hash this out.
Hold on, does that guy believe in something other than flat or globe? He believes in option 3 of some kind, yeah?
No, no, no. There's no option 3. He is a flat earther. It's just he describes. He doesn't want to like you like the firmament, right? It's not flat in his world, right?
Well, actually, he talks about the
It's biblical
globe.
flat earth. That's what he. Yeah, Jimsy, my bad. It's
He talks about
biblical flat earth. You guys.
he talks about the water, the earth coming out of the waters, out of the waters. So he makes a difference between earth and the waters, and it's
He's
not
a
like he
Christian then, yeah?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
it's not like
Bible
he
biblical
says
flat
creates
that
his own
earther.
the
concept.
earth
Yes.
came up out of the waters.
The
Separation.
Bible
Waters
literally
above,
does
waters
not
below.
say flat Earth, though.
Yes, 100%.
It is a
All the
non-moving
books,
Earth.
all of them.
No, it doesn't. The Bible does not
Yes,
say
it
It
flat
does.
does.
Earth. There you
It
go.
does.
All of them.
It
Isaiah
It says a
40.
non-moving
does. It
Earth.
said that.
Uh, uh,
Listen, it says
Isaiah
the earth
40,
shall not be
22.
shaken from its pillars. It says it.
Check,
Earth shall
check,
never
voice
be
The
chat.
Bible
moved.
says the
Circle's
Bible
not a
says the Bible
sphere.
says
Yes,
the Bible
it
says
is.
the Earth isn't moving.
No.
The Bible says the Earth isn't moving. That's what it says multiple
Above
times.
the circle, it is he who sits
This
above the
woman's
does.
circle
deaf.
of
She's
the
not
earth.
listening.
I am listening.
It
I
says
listened to what you
it
said.
says unmovable.
Yeah, but the
Oh my
Bible says
God,
the
are
Earth
you
isn't
really
moving
saying?
multiple times.
How the fuck do you say circle is not a ball? It's the same fucking thing.
No,
Jesus
it's not.
Christ.
A circle is not a
Completely
ball.
different.
Oh my
Because of
God.
the
Oh
listen
my
to me
God,
for
yeah.
a second.
Oh
The
my
You're not
God.
gonna
circle
win
ball
this
thing
one. You're
is
definitely
an
not winning this
argument,
one.
and where
Young lady is a puddle, the same as a ball.
listen,
Well,
the
answer the
words
question.
that were used in
Is the
Hebrew that got
puddle the same
translated
as
to
a
circle,
ball? Is that what you just
and the
said?
person who
Yeah,
mentioned
because you think a
circle
circle's the
is
same as a ball.
Bro,
So
Oh my
Batamo is
goodness.
speaking, Ghost. Batamo is trying to speak. Go ahead.
well, it's a translation of dur and cur in the Bible, circle and sphere, and in Joshua, I think it says that the circle at his feet and were grasshoppers below him, but it's translation from dur. So the same guy used circle, which is one full circuit of the earth. And so, but he also knew the word cur, which meant a ball, a child's ball or a circular ball. He didn't use the circular ball, cur. He used the circle, one full circuit, dur in Hebrew, and it got translated to circle, not ball, because he didn't use the word that meant sphere. He used the
Batamo,
word that said
there's
circle.
also
And so, it also says in the Bible in Hebrew that God inscribed a circle, dur, on the face of the deep.
But he speaks about
On
the
the
circle.
The Bible is clear. The Bible is clearly talking about a geocentric model, guys. I don't know what you're
Hey,
disputing.
hey,
100%.
Hey, it talks about the circle of the earth. It's not that the earth is a circle, it's the circle of the earth. So it's a difference.
Yes.
Same thing,
Big
saying that
difference.
Yeah, like the
the earth is a
atmosphere,
circle.
the area, the area.
Yes.
Like things gravitate towards my circle when I bust out these fat cars.
So do birds really travel in a circle?
Why do birds suddenly appear
Hey,
when you
Exo, what do you
are?
think about Exo? What do you think about the circle of the earth? People in the
Just
Could be a
scripture, the
circle
circle.
of the. Could be a zodiac circle.
They long to be.
If you can
Yeah,
speak.
yeah, Mike. You always finish the songs, eh?
Are
Because
birds
you know
even
the
real, bro?
lyrics.
No.
Yeah, they know they can get me like that, Vlad. Close to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. That's
Come on, man.
fucking
The
crazy.
Carpenters jam that shit. Who doesn't agree?
Well, listen, I play that kind of
Silent.
music
See,
at work, man, all day.
I bet you could put a dub mix in on that shit, and I could get down on it too. Get it
Maybe.
all in slow
Listen,
on the close to me.
I'm gonna start my music up again. I was just taking a break again. You know, after you get so far, you always kind of like, oh, it's just so much. You know, music is just such a crazy thing.
You gotta take
So
a
you don't know
break.
where to start. You have to take a
Let
break.
things fall into perspective.
Well, no, it's not
Start
even that. No, it's not even that. Well,
centering yourself.
it's too much at one point. No, because like once you start learning, no, because you do frequency, no, because now it's like LFOs, pitch modulation with LFOs while you're fucking doing like what do you call it, automations, and it's the music is getting crazy. You know what I mean? You can make sound so fucking crazy. And that's what I'm saying. It's too much at one point. So you have to take a break. You sit back, and then you have to make keep it simple, but simple, nice. Like I'm trust me, my next track's gonna be sick. And then plus, I bought a microphone. My microphone, I have a wicked microphone. I'm gonna fucking use the shit out of it. I already had like a one two liner in my last track that I put. It was just a little deep house mix I mixed. You know, it's nothing special. It's just a finisher. But anyways, my first time I put my voice on it, you know, and it's not bad. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's I was just practicing, like layering
Oh
vocals into the
my
music.
god. Who the hell cares?
Oh, the people that are fucking listening, guy. Who the fuck are you?
If you
He
say
was doing
so.
this Peter. He's doing this Peter Griffin impersonation.
Cool. How am I supposed to know that?
That was Peter Griffin. I'm glad you told me
Yeah.
because I would have never knew
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it was weak. It was like
Great,
a
I'm not
3
gonna lie.
hour.
Hey, Glorious George.
Hey, Lois.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you know anything about plasma?
Yeah, what about it?
Did you like
Yeah, what about it?
educate Wildman 420 on plasma that one time? Was that you?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Wow, that was a long time ago, but I recognize it. Okay, cool. Sorry everyone.
It was a good time.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Educate me on the plasma, please. I want to know what do you
I
know
don't
about
even
plasma?
remember what it was about.
Lightning, and about how lightning can go
Oh, yeah.
like from down to up and up to down. That was a long fucking time ago.
No way.
It can
Lightning
do
down
that,
to
you
up.
know. Yes. There's many
Yes.
different forms of lightning.
But where's it hitting up top? That's the question. Because if it's going down, it's hitting the ground, right? So
And
what's it
that's
going up
true
top?
from
What's it?
clouds, you know. It can
So
go from the
is it
ground
hitting
to the
the
sky, from the
firmament?
bottom
Oh
of a
my
cloud to the
God, the
ground,
container. Are you
from the
telling me
top of
there's
the
a
cloud
fucking
to the
container now?
sky.
Oh my God, these Globers just told us there's a fucking container.
Yeah, I often wonder what sprites are arcing against when they're clouds are drifting through the air. A sprite is lightning that goes from the top of the cloud up towards space, and there's no. So
What
what's the
space?
drag?
It's not.
It's electric. So something created drag and spark, and then there was a connection. So I'm lacking where the connection was for the leap, or where is the sprite headed? Because generally positive runs towards ground. Generally speaking.
Generally, but then who
Right.
knows which way the current's flowing? Because nobody can actually
Yeah,
see it
exactly.
flow.
We can get into
It's
reverse
just a
flows and constant
reference. It's
flows.
just a yes. It's just a
Yeah.
reference point. We start a current. Oh yeah, whatever. Anyways, what I'm trying to say
It's
is,
got to have a contact point.
but it has to hit something, right? It's not just fucking going into empty air.
Right. It's got to have contact. Something's got to attract it.
The clouds.
No,
No,
sprite
man.
shoots from the top of the cloud upward.
Yes, exactly.
A sprite, lightning sprite.
Yeah, it
Lightning
hits the
sprite, yes.
ionosphere.
Oh. So it's physical. Hello.
Well, you know what the ionosphere is, right? That's physical.
One.
Radio
Well, that's
waves don't leave it.
right, because the radio waves have to bounce off something, right? It's
Well,
not
they
line of
say
sight at this
they say
point.
we
It's
bounce
off
our
of
ham
this
radio
thing.
off that, and that's what skip wave is. We're bouncing it off the ionosphere. But then again, they'll tell us that we can talk to the ISS, which is above the ionosphere. So
Right. So
I
how
don't know.
did
I
those
don't know which
frequencies
one to believe.
penetrate there, but the other ones are bouncing? You know.
It's just
But
like
then
a
again,
slight
but then again,
difference
but then
in
again,
frequency. I mean, a very
but
slight difference.
but the craziest part is people actually fucking flew right past this physical barrier, landed on the fucking moon, right? And fucking got off this moon somehow, and then fucking
Ionically
went right through this
charged
barrier again,
particles
you know
from
what I mean?
solar winds. You
Jesus
get that,
Christ,
right?
how much you have to believe as a glober and the amount of
That's a
spin you have
lot.
to put on shit, it's fucking insane. I don't understand how you guys do it. I literally don't. It's fucking nuts.
Solar winds and ionized particles.
But wait, there's an excuse for everything at this point.
They say there's nothing to convect heat up there either, but I say in the solar winds there is, because it doesn't just supply heat, but there's a certain amount of debris that's removed from the moon if you listen to NASA, and that gets stripped by the solar wind, so there's particles and material right there.
But here's the thing, okay, so
Minerals.
I'll listen to this. Your wicked fucking Milky Way galaxy there, right? Is it spinning like that for real? Is that what you think it's happening?
The Milky Way?
Well, yeah, whatever. Your solar system right there in your
Yeah, the
thing. That's the
Milky Way.
Milky
You
Way.
know, it's a
That's the Milky Way galaxy. That's your. Do I have to
what
teach
kind of
you as a
galaxy
glober? You're a
is the
glober.
I'll
Milky
show
What
Way?
you
kind of
something
galaxies?
milky in a minute.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
Glober,
Oh.
listen. Don't. Are you smarter than a flat earther?
You know,
I
Probably
mean,
not.
what are you trying to
What
ask
kind
me?
of galaxy is
well,
the
I
Milky?
mean, what is that? That's your Milky Way.
Hold on.
It's
What kind of
milky.
galaxy is the Milky Way? There's a few different kinds of galaxies, but what kind of galaxy is the Milky Way? This is like
See, I
seventh
don't, I
grade.
don't, I
Come
don't,
on,
I don't
man.
even, I don't even know that. I don't
It's a
even get that deep.
spiral galaxy. You just said
Like,
Oh
what are you
yeah.
trying to ask about?
What I'm trying to tell you, so is
I
is
was
that what you think
pretty
is happening right
specific. I
now?
said, what kind of galaxy is the Milky Way?
No, it's just
It's Milky Way
talking about
galaxy.
what I'm.
Like,
The cheese galaxy.
It's a spiral galaxy. You know
I
how
thought it
many
was
different
cheese.
kinds of galaxies there are? Or where our closest
MJ, I was
spiral
asking
neighbor
her a real
is?
specific question though. MJ, hold on. I was asking her a specific question, and that was, do you believe that you're on a ball in that galaxy, all spiraling like that through space?
yeah.
That's my question. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So now look at what Soro posted. You see her little Giphy. Do you believe that that's what's happening for real? For real?
Hold on. I'm not looking. Hold on.
Well, check the flat Earth chat. Yeah, her Giphy.
No. That's
What do you mean no?
ridiculous.
But that's what they say is happening.
No, it's not. That's not what happened.
Young
That's not what's
lady.
happening.
That's what they say is happening.
Who said that that's what's happening?
NASA and every one
No,
of
that is
them.
not what they say is
Yes.
happening.
Young
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
lady.
Google how
not. No,
fast
it's
is the sun
not.
moving. Google how fast is the sun moving through space.
Oh my god. You
Google it. What do you mean?
I'm
Oh my
not
God.
Googling it.
Why you not want to
That's
Young
Google
not
that? This is
lady.
your
okay.
religion. Why you don't want to Google your religion? What's wrong with
Sun
you?
is not hurtling through space.
Yes, it is. It
No,
has
it's
to because you.
not.
But if you look at your Milky Way galaxy, those little
Listen, this
tails are
leads
little
into my
individual
shit. Let me
sunlights,
say
and
it.
they're all moving. Everything's
Listen,
What do you mean
expanding in
they're
your
let me say it,
individual
Vlad.
sunlights? What are you
Mike,
talking
before you
about?
interrupt, hold on. Everything in your
Yeah,
Big
hold on.
Bang universe is expanding.
Yeah.
Everything in your Big Bang, right? So your sun has to be moving if it's expanding.
It exists in a spiral galaxy. Listen,
That's
this
why.
is
That's why
I
it's
asked.
like this.
This is why I ask how many different kinds of galaxy are in a
Hold
spiral
on, Mike.
galaxy.
You're
It's
derailing
moving
me, man. Hold the
and it
fuck on.
has
I'm getting right
arms.
through her head. You're just derailing right
Well,
now.
this is
Do
why
you
the
understand?
sun
No,
would travel
derailing.
like
Stop. Shut up,
that
Mike.
in their galaxy.
Owlishness. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah.
Right. So this is the jiffy that they're telling you that's what's happening in space.
Jiffy?
All of
What are you
them.
talking
Well,
about?
it's a GIF. The GIF. The fucking
Yeah.
it's the format of the image. It's a moving image, right?
Yeah,
So
the
that's what's
solar
happening.
system moves.
Mike,
in a spiral
hold on,
galaxy.
please. Let me just after this point, you can talk all the fuck you want. Okay. So your solar system is spiraling, right? Everything, your universe is expanding. So everything is supposed to be moving. Do you see how the Earth is going around the sun? Is that you say yes, right? Because that's how it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. It's going around the sun, right? So now here's the problem we have. If you look up at the night sky, right? If you look up at the night sky, you'll notice that the constellations are a certain position and they're always in a certain position where you won't be able to see, let's say Polaris, right? It's always in the night sky, meaning 365 days a year, you'll always see it there. But if you're
Only if
spiraling
you're in the
around,
northern hemisphere.
yes, it doesn't even matter. But look at what the Earth is doing around the sun. It's spiraling around the sun, where all the stars in the sky, the reference would be all fucking. It would be all fucking a mess. That's the problem. Your
That's
constellations.
not a problem.
Yeah, no, your constellations and everything above in the sky would not be so perfectly doing the perfect centrical fucking year after year mapped out to the point that we can precisely know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? So
So
like when
did
the
you
moon, when the full
actually
moons,
read?
etc., and all that shit. I don't read
Did you actually
anything.
read what? You
I don't
didn't
read
read
anything.
anything?
I don't read anything.
You didn't read anything?
I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? What did you read?
Okay,
I'm
so did you
explaining to you
read what was
something.
posted?
I know. I don't care.
It
I'm
says,
telling you my
so you're
point.
telling me to look it up. So somebody posted the sun, in fact, our
Is
whole solar
moving.
system orbits around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. We are moving at an average of 828,000 kilometers per hour, but even at that high rate, it takes us about 230 million years to make one complete orbit around the Milky Way.
Young
So,
lady.
That's around the Milky Way, but not your Earth around the sun.
That's our
yeah, I know. It takes 1 year for the Earth to go around the sun. That's kind of how that works.
Right, but Polaris is always there. Polaris is always there.
Right. No,
Right.
Polaris is
Polaris
always there
is
in the
always there.
northern hemisphere. In the
Always
northern
there.
hemisphere, right?
Always
So
there.
what's in the
But that's a
southern
problem. If
hemisphere?
your sun is going, if you look how
It's
you're
not the,
just map it out.
not
Yeah.
Put balls,
You can't always see it.
put balls on your table. Make the Earth go here. Make the sun
Yeah.
go here. Put
Yep.
Polaris above, and now start moving the Earth around the sun, and then watch happen. What happens to Polaris? How fast does Polaris have to be move in order to keep up with the north of the ball of the Earth?
What do you mean? It's spinning in the same direction all the time.
Listen,
so
how much people can I go on camera right now? No, how much people in the channel? No, it's too much. Fuck. Anyways, what I'm gonna just you know what I'm gonna do? I can open up a paint. I can open up a paint. This is the best. Paint is
You're just
awesome. And then
arguing
I'm gonna
relative
share my
motion.
screen.
You're saying we're all
No,
moving at the relative same speed
I'm
and our
gonna
visual
listen.
universe never changes. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but that's all fucking fake argument garbage, anyways.
Fake news.
I'm trying to explain to her reality here. You know. Yeah, I got paint up. Yeah, and we're
The
gonna draw
reality
nice
is
little
everything's always
circles.
moving if we're in a spinning galaxy.
So
Sun,
She accepts the
Earth,
relative explanation.
so Polaris is
Polaris. How far is
320.
Polaris?
I literally
Quadrillion,
was about to
fucking
say
yeah.
Polaris
It's a
is
huge.
300. Can you shut up for a second?
Hmm.
Polaris is 323 light
Mhm.
years away, right?
Amazing.
Like,
Amazing.
hello. That's
Right. Do you
far.
understand the scale
10,000th
of that?
Clover that read this to us.
Yeah,
Yes.
trust me. If
yes.
anybody, if
Right.
anybody understands scale, I understand scale. I graduated electrical
On a
engineering, my
universal
friend.
scale, that's
I can fucking
minuscule
count in any
distance.
base. I can count in any base number system you want me to. I can start counting in binary right now. I can start counting in base 3 right now if you want. Trust me, I understand
Okay,
scales
that
very well.
I'm really
You don't
proud of
understand
you
who the
for.
fuck it.
I'm
E.
proud of you.
Oh, buddy, that's pretty hard. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A. No, not 10. 10 is A. Then B, C, D, E. Then it goes 1, 0. So yeah, it goes
That is
1,
not
0.
how to
Then
count
1.
in BASE, but I appreciate the
Yes.
effort.
No, that is exactly how you count in base C. You just don't understand the transition.
E's 2.718. You can't count to 3
Oh,
if you're counting in
what
BASE.
E? What E are you talking about? Are you talking about the
The
hex
number,
E? Or are you
the number E.
What, on the calculator?
What?
I'm talking about the hexadecimal, the E. You know the hexadecimal E?
Yeah, but that's if you're in
That's what I thought.
hexadecimal, you're not.
But that's what I thought you were. That's exactly what you said. That's what I started counting.
No, hexadecimal is base 16.
Yeah, but what the E is there? How do you? Okay, 16 is represented with what? A letter, right?
Yes, but base E is not a whole number. Anyway, it's a
that's
whole
what
complicated
that's
thing. I
what
was derailing you slightly.
Well, I assumed that's what you fucking asked me, and I started counting in that. That was
Counting in
actually
bases that are
arguing
not whole numbers is wildly difficult.
Listen, we don't need a rational.
Buddy, I see. If you were talking about that fucking that 3.12 or whatever the fuck that it's a constant, yeah, I'm not gonna start counting that. You fucking retarded.
So is E. It's irrational.
Come
Let's
on.
move on. Let's move
Anyways, irrelevant. I'm just saying I understand base number
right.
numbers
It's not a
very
whole
well.
number.
It's
like 2.7.
I'm not talking about the E constant. That's something else, man. I was talking about the hexadecimal E. Buddy. Anyways, so are you guys in my paint now? Because I was about to start drawing nice suns and shit before this guy derailed my fucking conversation. Solid color.
What does base E have to do with space?
No,
He said he could count in any base, so I gave him one of the hardest ones to count in. It was just a joke.
He was just trying to name.
Stupid.
That's all. He got trolled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, what I'm trying to like. Anyways,
now I'm
irrelevant. No, yeah, you're fucking saying stupid shit, which is irrelevant to the topic. What I'm trying to say is
what's the topic, Vlad?
Well, I'm in paint drawing the system in the solar system, right? Yeah, I'm going back to fucking coloring. This is the sun, right? This black fucking dot right here is the sun. It's pretty massive, right? This is the Earth, right? And then I'm trying to drive the scale or whatever. But your Polaris, right, is so far up here. Do you guys see it? I just tried it. It's not to scale, but whatever.
See it where? I'm wondering where. Oh,
right here, you see it right here. Like I'll try here. I'll type this on this. This is Polaris. This will call it P Polaris up here. But the thing is, not only is the sun going this way, this Earth is gonna have to go around the sun one time, right? This star literally has to move with Earth to keep up with the fucking pole of it.
Do you understand?
The distance that you're saying that this star literally has to move, which you're saying this is how many 3-point-something quadrillion distance, right? For this star to move here to follow the Earth's pole, it's insanity.
Right.
Insanity.
So do you realize that the entire universe is expanding at the same rate? So all celestial bodies.
Nothing's expanding. All the constellations are always the same for thousands of years. That's why you see all these kind of, what do you call it, historical fucking mappings of the sky, which have the same stars and they never fucking move. I'm sorry to say it. Nothing expanding.
So,
You can believe.
in
You can
that
believe
case,
what they lied. You can believe the lies that they told you. You don't have to feed them to
Okay.
me because I already know what they told you.
Okay.
You don't have to teach me bullshit. Thank you very
So
much.
if that's the case, then there's no problem. Everything,
Yeah,
nothing ever changes, right? So then there's no argument whether or
the
not
Ceres
it's
cycle
expanding.
exists, right? The Ceres cycle exists, right? Hey, Lulu, relax. That is after the math, okay? Aftermath. It started off nice and clean, but then
That's
that's
fucking funny as hell. Look, she screenshotted that shit. I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna meme it, man. That's troll material there, bro.
But it
I ain't
explained
letting you
everything
live
so
that shit
well.
down,
So
motherfucker.
relax.
I got
It was awesome.
Looks like my fucking 7-year-old granddaughter drew that shit.
Whatever. I hope you guys take it and post it on your refrigerator walls. It's fucking amazing.
So, so the expansion of so you understand that in this model, the sun is
Your
going around
model.
the solar system, the Milky Way, right? It said it was going around the Milky Way at a particular point. So the Earth is circling the sun,
You
which
got to
is going
understand the
around.
perspective because the sun, right? You only see the sun in the daytime, right?
The sun is always there regardless.
It turns off at night, bro.
The sun is still there in the night. It's just on the other side of the Earth.
It turns off.
No.
But Polaris is always there in the night. Always there. Doesn't matter what, 365 days a year. But you got to understand that your position, how if Earth moved around the sun, Polaris would be on the other side of the sun.
Polaris is always there. You just can't see it because the sun.
No, Polaris is always there every night, 365 days a year.
It's there 24/7. You just can't see it during the day because the sun is illuminating
Your Earth moves
the sky.
around your Earth moves around the sun 365 days a year. Right? So in order to, but the thing is, if it does, the Earth goes around to the other side of the sun, your whole night sky would change completely, and Polaris would not be there.
So
it
what
would
he's
still
saying
be there.
is
no, it would not be there.
Epihelion,
No. Hold on. That's like saying
orbit.
that if you walk around in a circle, that like a distant mountain is gonna just change where it is. Like when you're talking about such a vast distance, when you're talking about giant distances and like giant objects, it might as well just be static in the background because the level of movement that you have in relation to it
Really?
is just not there.
I want you to do this. I want you to spin around in a circle with any speed you want. No, just spin around in one spot. While you're spinning around in one spot, do like a 500-meter walk around and like a football field or something, right?
Right.
And then while you're doing that, walk in a linear fashion as well as spinning and looping and walking in it like an arc section, right? All the while keeping your eyes focused on the one thing.
This guy is stoned as hell.
Who?
No, he makes perfect sense. You guys are stoned as
T-Dub?
hell if you don't understand him.
No, but for the guy who asked like, why? How come we still see the same stars, no matter what side of the sun we're on? It's because the distance that we're traveling around the sun is basically like nothing. It's nothing compared to how far away.
Cool story. You guys don't understand the perspective. The problem is the sun will be blocking off those other side of the star. It doesn't matter. Like you'd be in the night time, but the stars would be completely different. It would be the opposite side of the sun stars.
So let me
You
give
guys
you
don't
an
understand.
example.
You guys don't understand when you guys. Okay, first of all, create the little solar system in your rooms, right, and then put yourselves on the Earth. And then try to like visualize that perspective. That's what you guys got to do because if you guys don't realize that how fucked up that perspective is, you guys are always going to be stuck there.
So if you go outside, right, and you run around in a circle around your entire neighborhood, is the sun still above you?
That's
No.
completely irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant.
No, it's not
That's
because
completely
it's the
irrelevant.
same thing.
No, that's no,
It
it's not.
is.
It's
Well,
completely
hey,
no,
bro,
no,
that was a
time
stupid.
you
no.
leave
That
the
was a stupid.
neighborhood,
One of the
thing
worst.
I've heard in my goddamn life.
That is one of the worst. And please, lady, go back to your
yeah, because
cross knitting.
Literally, bro. That was
sun
like
changes
that was
position.
cringe.
horrible.
Go
That
back
was
to my
cringe.
The
what?
sun changes.
Cross knitting.
The
I
sun
said cross
changes
knitting. I'm
position
sorry.
over time.
He just says women should stop doing the thinking. Let the men do the thinking. That's what
Make
he
my
just said.
fucking
Oh my
sandwich,
god.
please.
Bro
The
is
sun
so
isn't
out of
even.
ideas. He's like resorting to woman jokes.
No, he's actually
No,
right because
he's right.
women
Bro
make
is so out
big
of ideas. He's
mistakes.
like, oh, woman joke.
No,
It's not a
you
woman
wouldn't even
joke, dude.
understand
That's
the
a
concept if you tried.
Yeah, but what you said, like, it's not a woman joke. Like,
what you said was
if it
fucked
was,
Oh,
up.
let the men
if
do the thinking. Ha ha. That's
well,
why we
no,
believe
like,
in
fucking
flat Earth.
what I want,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
If a man had said the
You guys
same
done
thing as
fucked
what
up
you
now.
said, I would have said exactly the same thing to that man as what
Okay,
you
that's
said.
why that's why they made the well, let the men do the thinking. Ha ha.
Yeah, that's why
I
they
got
say
you. I
do
want to
my
make
job.
it that thing. Okay.
That's
He's trying to
exactly
hide it,
why.
but I think that's
Do you hear that they say it's a
Not right.
two-woman job?
We're all going to go outside and run around in a circle and
Yeah.
believe that the fucking earth is round.
I know.
Right.
Everybody's just go. Let's
That's
go
exactly
crazy.
Let the
what
woman
you
run
said.
around in circles. They used
Right.
to figure it
So
out that way.
home from the pub.
Go run
He
around
just got out
your
of the pub.
neighborhood
He's
and go
all
see if the
geeked
sun is
up.
all
As
right,
the
somebody.
sun moves throughout the sky all day long,
Wait,
it changes
also,
position.
wait,
So
the
it's
the,
kind of dumb.
the stars do change position as the Earth turns, so that we do. If you do like a time lapse of the night sky, the stars do move.
They do,
So we
yeah.
get new stars all the time throughout the
You
night.
see the heavenly bodies.
Doesn't it go like in a
move,
circle?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
will
but
see
it's
a,
like it's very small circle. Like you still see the same stars.
Depends.
Very,
I mean, you can do the same thing on the equator, and you get like this kind of spiral, like double
Right.
spiral thing happening as well.
right.
Yeah, if you
So
look,
you can.
if you, yeah, go ahead.
That's a time.
I was going to
where
say in the
you'll
northern
never see
hemisphere
that.
you
They'll
get the
get
North
dumbass.
Star. In the southern hemisphere you get the Southern Cross, right?
The South Star.
Not exactly.
No.
We don't
No,
really
that is
have.
exactly.
We don't really have a
No.
Southern
Sigma
Star.
Octantis.
We
Yeah,
have
but
a-
the Southern
we have
Cross
one
moves,
that
you see, but the
follows.
Northern Star doesn't move. So you got a problem there. You see.
Exactly.
That's incorrect.
What do you mean?
No, that is correct.
Well,
It's not
sometimes
So the
it's
Southern
the
Cross will
Sigma
move across the
Octantis
sky, so
and-
you'll see the Southern Cross in different locations, whereas the Northern Star will stay fixed.
We have a star that's close to the middle.
So you got a problem in your model.
Sigma. It's
Why?
called
Why
Sigma
was that a problem?
Octantis, and it's not always visible.
Sigma.
Yeah.
Sigma.
How is that a problem?
Yeah.
Hold on. The
And
reason
he's
why the
Sigma
North Star,
Octantis
the reason why it
also
doesn't move is because
changes
it's aligned with
relative
our
to
rotation.
position.
Right. It could
Well, that's
be out
convenient
of
for you in your model,
line.
but in the Southern Hemisphere, there's nothing fixed, which there should be.
There's only
given your model.
one model.
No, but it was arbitrarily that
Oh,
star.
it's-
It was
I think it's-
arbitrarily chosen
it's
as
just
the North Star.
arbitrary.
It was chosen as
Right.
the North Star.
But there should be
because it
something in the Southern
aligns with
Hemisphere
the
that's
orbit.
also fixed in your model, but there isn't. So your model has a problem.
No, there shouldn't be. It doesn't have to be.
In your model, there has to be something fixed in the Southern Hemisphere. There isn't.
No, it doesn't have to be
It
fixed.
has to be.
Why?
Well, then what you're saying
Because
is
your ball
the
is spinning.
sphere rotates in two different manners. Top
Yeah,
and
well,
bottom.
maybe there's not a star out in that area.
If there's something fixed in the
It
Northern
would have
Hemisphere, there has to
be
be something fixed in the Southern Hemisphere in your model.
Why?
Well,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yes,
No,
it does.
it actually does work that way.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, no, also there.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's not like
It
there is
would
a
work that
location.
way if
There
the
is a
axis
location.
goes
Hold on.
in
Wait.
and
Excuse me.
You're
Wait. No,
saying-
this is so easy. There is a location in space in
Time
which
me
if a
while
star was
I'm
located there, if a star was located
Oh,
there,
right,
it would correspond.
It
It would correspond to
correspond.
the axis. But
Yes.
there is no star there. There
It
are
just
stars
happens to
nearby,
be no
but it's super
star.
Yeah,
faint.
that star corresponds with the
But there is just no
There's
star
nothing
in that
fixed.
location.
There's
It just so
nothing
happens
fixed in
that
the South, dude.
it just so happens, because that's because there's no star there. There's no star in that part of space.
No, dude.
that would
There's just
correspond.
nothing fixed in the South, so that means there's a problem in your
my
model.
No,
No,
hold on.
You're not explaining.
Hold on,
You're
wait.
not explaining the
problem with
problem
the
you're
model,
having. You're
bro.
denying
Hold
that there's a
on. You don't know
problem
what
in your
you're
model.
talking
You're
about.
denying.
Let's say the North Star. Let's say
You're the
Paul just
retard.
didn't exist, right? If it didn't exist, then we would say we wouldn't have any
Actually,
reference
the
for
North
anything being fixed.
Star isn't.
There should be at least one
actually-
fixed star in the southern
The North
hemisphere, and
Star
there isn't.
isn't
So yeah, that's a
all
problem with
that
your model.
completely.
No, you don't want to accept that that's a problem. You want to just skim through that.
The North Star isn't completely,
That's a problem.
accurate. For the North rotation. I'm just saying. It's a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's just there just isn't a star that's bright as Polaris
Yeah,
in
you
that
said
location.
that quite a few times.
There are no
I'm pretty
dim
sure we
stars that are
got
fixed
that.
either. So again, you're just saying stuff. You're not actually
No, I'm
addressing
saying
the problem.
the star.
I'm
There are
saying that the
stars. There
North-
are stars that are close. There are stars that are close. They're not fixed, but they're
we
close,
just
and even
don't
those
have
are super
one
dim.
that's completely.
Even those are super
And
dim.
there should
so
be
you
at
can't use
least
it for
one
navigation.
fixed star. There should be at least one fixed star in the southern hemisphere.
No,
There isn't.
Why?
Because there's a fixed star in the north. So according to your model, there would be a fixed star in the south.
Why would that even work like that?
You see, you just don't want to accept the fact that you
can
believe
you
in something
mute the
nonsensical and
why
something
guy?
contradictory.
No,
You just don't want to accept that.
but why would it work like that? Why would you say
Bro,
that?
put the drink down, mute the mic, and let him answer. Fuck.
But he's saying something that's incredibly
Don't
wrong.
ask why again. Shut up. Let him fucking speak. Fuck. Don't be a child.
I can't
Trying to be
believe he's
childish,
saying it.
motherfucker.
I can't.
What? How many drinks you had, dude?
2
Fucking
drinks.
lost?
Why am I
matter,
fucking
bro. Like,
suddenly?
it does
Why
not
am
have
I
to
being
be.
suddenly
It does
called
not
out
have
for
to be a
being
fixed
drunk?
star.
It's like 4 drinks.
4.
You see, these
Okay.
heliocentrists, they want to just get away from the topic
Maybe
onto something
you're
else. They
just
don't actually
walking
want to
right
focus on the
against it,
topic.
dude.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
No,
it's just
I've had 4 drinks.
it's
I don't know
possible.
about you.
It's possible that. Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
It's
I've
just I
only had
don't get what this
2.
argument is.
Like, honestly, I'm
It's
still pretty
possible
sober right now.
if it's possible that like, if you leave this galaxy, right? If you go like a million light years in one
Dude, we
direction,
don't need your religious
facing
beliefs, dude.
hold on, facing our south pole, then maybe you would find a star that's fixed to our.
Can we?
But there is
Maybe,
no
maybe,
star
but
in
we
our.
don't need your religious
But
beliefs.
there isn't a star. Hold on, there isn't a star in our galaxy that happens to correspond perfectly with the Earth's south pole right now. Right, we know that the Earth's axes engage in what's called a precession. The movement, the location of their of which way they point engage in the precession, which means that at some point even the North Star will not correspond with the
What religious beliefs you're giving us, dude?
It's not
We
gonna,
don't need
it's
your
not
religious
gonna,
beliefs
it's not
right
gonna
now.
correspond.
We just don't need them.
Bro,
It's
bro,
called yeah.
They're not religious.
I mean, look, if you just don't believe in inductive reasoning,
You're giving me your religious beliefs, and you're expecting me to accept them
No,
blindly.
this is just the mathematics. This is why we can predict. Why do you think we can
You're
predict?
giving me
an
your religious
eclipse?
beliefs,
Hold
and
on.
you're expecting me to accept
Why
them
do you
blindly.
think? Why do you think we can predict like eclipses and where certain stars and where everything
I can
will
predict
be
you eclipses
in,
with a flat Earth model as well, so that doesn't prove it.
in hundreds of years, right? But
I
the
know,
point is,
I can predict you that
hold on.
stuff with a flat Earth model. So.
Hold on. You asked why there isn't.
That doesn't improve your chances, dude.
Yeah, you keep just mumbling, but I'm trying to actually make a point. Like,
yeah, you're talking shit and talking away from the topic.
The Earth's axes engage in a precession, right? You asked why. Oh, why is it that this one star corresponds? Well, it only corresponds at the current moment.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that.
Hold on.
No, I asked you why isn't there something
finish.
fixed in the southern hemisphere when there should be?
Let me finish. Yeah, I'm getting to that. All right. And as for the south, the reason why we don't have a star there right now is because at the current moment, the way that the Earth's axes have oriented, right, they're constantly engaging in precession. Right. At the current moment,
there isn't a star.
There isn't a star. There isn't a star. Currently,
but there should be, according to your model. So you got a problem.
In our galaxy, there isn't a star right now.
I know, but there should be a fixed star in the south, and there isn't. So you got a problem. You're not answering that.
Why does there have to be?
Because there's a fixed star in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, but why does it have to be in the south though? What if there just isn't a star?
Why? Because according to your model, you're a ball in space, and the south would see the same, the north would see the same, but that's not the case in both.
What do you mean? Why? No, they're pointing in different directions. The north is facing.
Yeah, I know, but there should be something fixed. I know, but they're pointing there without in a fixed position, so there should be something fixed in the south.
The point is, hold on. If you go out in the trajectory of our south pole, right, and you move through space in that direction in our galaxy, you will never encounter a star. You're just not going to encounter because it just doesn't exist in that location. However,
okay,
right,
well, that's a problem for your model.
If you go
in
the opposite direction, no, it just happens to be where the stars are located right now.
There's no just happens to be. You have a big problem in your model because you don't have something on the other side because you think there are something above us in the globe and something below us on the globe, but there should be a fixed position of the stars, and there's not on both sides. you have a problem. You're still just denying that there's a problem in your mind.
There is a fixed
There's just
point.
an empty
Wait,
space
there
there.
is a fixed
Oh,
point.
there's just no star there. There's just a little bit dim
there
over
is
there.
a fixed point. Hold on, wait. There is a fixed point, but
Hey,
there's just
let's relax.
it's empty.
Yeah, show me the fixed point in the southern hemisphere. Go ahead, show me that fixed point.
There is a fixed point. It's just
southern
empty.
hemisphere.
Show it to me.
It's
Show
empty.
it to me. Show it to me.
You won't see anything.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. There's a fixed point. Show it to me.
It's dark. It's empty. There's nothing there.
Yeah, okay, cool. So then there's no fixed point then.
Yeah. It's not like the South Pole is just wobbling errantly. There's no fixed. It's just all meaningless.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fixed. It's fixed just like the North is.
So can you show me that fixed point? Can you show me that fixed point and show me how everything around that fixed point is oscillating, like in the North? Can you show me that?
I mean,
it's
not we just know that's what's happening.
No, but you can't show me that, can you? You're just lying right now.
No, what do you mean? This is common sense.
Okay, if we look up at the sky in the northern hemisphere, we see everything oscillating around the northern star. We see that with the star trails. Can you show me the same thing in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, you can if you choose.
Go ahead, show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. You said yes. Show it to me.
What do you mean?
Show me the star trails oscillating around the fixed point in the southern hemisphere.
Well, you want me to give you like a fucking YouTube video?
Show it to me. Show me video footage. Show me some evidence. Why do you believe what you believe?
Because it's facts.
Show it to me.
Because it's just true.
No, it's just not true because you haven't shown it to me. You just fallacious. You see, you just believe the. You don't even have the kind of like the will to go and check all this up yourself. You literally just believe in consensus.
It mentions it in the Bible.
Dark times, bro. Dark times.
What do you want them to show you? What? What's going on?
I want to see the fixed point.
Fixed point. Southern star rotation. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, like this is so stupid. Here,
Yeah, it's stupid.
I posted in the chat. I posted in the chat a time lapse of stars moving in the southern hemisphere. Like again, I'm just confused. Like why you think that's important to like grab a video. Like if you need me to do that for you, if you need me to do your homework for you, then you can go ahead and do that. If you just have.
So Grizzly is a firm believer with not doing his research and is opposing that side.
Yeah.
He believes in that 2 + 2 = 4, but he doesn't want to go do his research on how 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, just his level, his type of argumentation is just so silly. Like he's saying, like, show me that they persist in the South Pole or they rotate. It's like, well, you want me to get on a fucking plane, like turn on my Discord camera? I'm like, okay, I'm in Australia now.
Yeah, no, they're just like screaming.
No, man, like you got a link to somebody who shows this. It's generally what a citation is. It's not a challenge to get out there and prove it yourself.
At any rate, it doesn't prove we live on a spinning ball. Because you'd need the premise to be true for the conclusion to be true, right? So
And notice how he's quiet now that I linked. Actually posted the video. He thought I wasn't going to do that. He was counting on me, just like not actually proving my point.
So if
maybe they're just taking their time to watch it before they say anything. How about that, eh? Don't jump to conclusions, my guy.
No, I'm not talking about the other people. I'm talking about the guy who was shouting to link my evidence.
Well, yeah. He's looking at your evidence right now. He's gonna say something after he looks at it. Hold on.
I don't believe I was shouting. I was just stating the facts. Nobody asked you to go.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about Grizzly. Yeah, I know you guys. Yeah, you guys have been reasonable, but he has a tendency to try to distract from the fact that he doesn't know what he's talking about by just asking for evidence and just hoping that other people won't want to do it and saying like, "Oh, see, that means you don't know anything." To like avoid actually
At any
engaging.
rate, like, what does it prove anyway?
Morning.
What does it prove?
The fact that the stars spin around, it means that just even though there isn't a star that's fixed on our southern pole,
You know what the
there's
problem with
still a
that
point.
video?
There's still a point in space around which those stars rotate. There just isn't. There isn't a star in our galaxy. There
Tell me
isn't a
that's the
star in our
southern
galaxy.
location. Tell me that's the southern location, though. See, that's the thing. You can't tell me that.
What do you mean southern location?
Well, tell me this is the southern point that's spinning.
I mean that's what it is.
No, how do you know? It's just a video that
How do you know? How do you know?
You're telling me.
How do you
'Cause
know? How do you know
I
that?
live in
How do you know that
in
the North
Canada.
Star?
Guys
I live in
literally asked
Canada.
for a
I live in
video,
the
and then
north.
now they're saying, "How do you know? Were you physically there, bro?"
No.
These guys are
First of
retarded.
all, that's the sky of the north, my guy, because that fucking tear in the sky you see in the north, where I fucking live in Canada, it's just the star. That's the fucking rotation of the north sky, guy. Now, how do you know that's the rotation of the south? I live in fucking Canada, bro. I see this shit every night.
Yeah, that video he posted is completely fake. There is no fixed
Garbage.
point in the
I
south.
know,
He's just
because I've
lying.
been asking Australian fuckers from Aussie to show me the fucking point rotating in the south for fucking years now, and no Aussie fucking ever did. Thank
Can you
you.
calm down? Like, Jesus, sir, this is a Wendy's?
For years. Yeah, lazy for years.
Yeah, I posted footage from Australia, so you can go look at that.
No, that's not Australia.
Yeah, the one from the bottom, the very bottom.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
all
that's
that, like,
the
what does
trash.
it prove?
More fucking trash.
So it shows that stars do such and such in the sky. Therefore,
Okay, so Grizzly, now that I've actually posted and I've called your bluff, are you actually going to engage with the point? Or
I already told you,
are
your
you
video
gonna
is fake.
Are you
Your
gonna
video is
move
fake.
the goalpost?
There
You
is
want to
no
move the
fixed
goalpost?
point in the sky. Shut up, I'm talking. There is no fixed point in the
wanna move the
sky in the
goalpost
southern
even more?
hemisphere. You're just posting fake videos, bro. Good luck to that.
Bro, you asked for a link and he sent you the link. Now you're saying it's a
Yeah,
fake
yeah.
video.
No, it's
hold
a
on.
fake
Look at
video.
the
Watch the
Australia.
video.
Look at the Australia
Look
link.
at the fucking fake. Yeah, look at the fake Australia one that he just posted. He's going back
Oh,
and
okay, it's
forth. The
fake.
thing's
It's fake.
oscillating.
Yeah,
It's fake. Yeah,
so
look
it's all
look at
so
it.
everything's just fake.
Go
So it's just
look
fake.
at it. Go look. Yeah, look
Why
at
are
it.
you
Go
yelling,
closer.
bro?
You look at it. Look at what kind of fucking fake
Bro,
shit there's
shut
Bro,
going
you
on.
up.
literally
Shit on
from
the
fucking Canada
Yeah,
and you're
but
talking about fucking
trash.
no, but see,
Australia.
this is the
liar.
problem. This is the problem. No,
Look at the
even if I
video. I'm
exhaustively,
watching the video. I'm watching
Why
the
are
fucking
you
video live.
which
It's
yelling?
one are you
fake.
watching?
Why are
Which one
you
are you
The
watching?
yelling?
bottom
Which
one,
one?
the bottom one, the bottom one, the one you just watch it. Look how fucking fake it is. There's lightning things on the fucking ground. It's like a
Can you
CGI
stop
fucking
freaking
fakery.
yelling? Shut your mouth.
Shut the
Stop
fuck out
yelling.
of here.
Why
Yeah,
are you
hold
freaking
on.
yelling?
There's been an artist concept added to the forefront just to make it look more visual appealing.
No,
But
that's fake.
the actual tracking has
No,
been done
that
by a
it's
camera.
bro. Do you not
Fake.
understand that you literally probably couldn't have seen it with the naked
If
eye.
you want to see how actual star trails work, I've posted a couple of good videos to explain what's happening in the south. This guy's just posting fake videos.
Yeah. Gorilla just fucking posted something real now. Go. Watch that. Now you, Glober, go watch what? We watched your shit, now you go watch for real shit.
By the way, you see the thumbnail in the video I posted. It would appear that we live in some sort of like parallel dimension. Because look, it's spinning one way over here and spinning another way over there. It looks like there's two focused points. But that's just perspective and angular resolution going on, and you just don't understand it. You see. So the reality is there is no fixed point in the south. You still haven't provided that. You just posted some fake videos. That's all you've done.
Here, look at the trails where we're at the outback.
So you failed to provide a fixed point in the sky in the south, and you should be able to provide that given your model. So you still have a problem.
He did.
And you're still not
You
explaining
claimed
it.
that it was CGI.
I mean, and this is the problem with Globers, right? Like NASA feeds them fucking colored balls on a screen, and they believe every fucking thing. So they clearly have a problem discerning CGI from reality, and then they will feed us or try to feed us some fucking CGI fakery, and then say, "Oh, it's real."
It's big
But
stars.
you can't say that
Fuck
it's
off.
CGI. You don't know that it's CGI. All you're saying is it could be, right?
Yeah.
There's no way that you're
No, look at the one that he actually posted, guy. There's like lightning. If you look closely, there's like the car. It's like its lights are like like glowing, and there's lightning on the ground. Like, bro, it's a CGI. It's trash.
Yeah, look. There might be some visual effects on it, but
There's
it's not
the
asking you to
visual
look at
effects.
the.
No,
Yeah,
buddy, buddy.
if you
And
don't
then,
like
oh
if you
yeah,
don't like
and
the
then
artist,
it's a
Right, so
forward
let me show
and
you
then
this.
a
Let me show you this.
rewind and it's a
Let me
forward.
let me show
Now
you
watch
this.
what
Let me show you
Gorilla
this.
posted. Now watch what Gorilla
No, I want you
posted.
to look at this.
No,
I
no,
want you to
no,
look at
no,
this.
no. We watched two of yours. Now you watch one of
No,
ours.
I want
There's
you to
no,
look
no,
at
no,
this.
no, 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 no,
Bro,
no, no,
there's
no.
multiple fixed stars on the
Gorilla
southern
forwarded this
hemisphere,
earlier.
bro. It's
Dumbasses.
plain and simple.
Yo, bro, there's no fucking no, no, no. We tell you and that's it. Go fuck off.
There's over 2,000 of them.
Yeah, so I posted a video where I did an effect onto it. It's still New York in the video, right? New York isn't faked in that video, right? It's still a place.
Apples and oranges. I don't give
there's
a
an
fuck.
effect
You're
onto
gonna.
it.
I don't care about your explanations. I know how CGI works
I'm
and
just saying.
filters and fucking layers. I
We
don't
gotta
care.
let people talk here, you little
No,
fella.
no need to explain. Fucking try and educate me. You don't know who the fuck you're talking.
Well, I'm just saying that you don't know that to allege that it's.
You don't
CGI
know what I
because there's an
don't
effect.
know. I know
I
what
do
you can
know what you don't
manipulate
know. That's why
and
we're
what you're
trying to
trying to
explain it
show
to
me.
you and make you
No, you don't
understand.
know what I don't know. You trash. You don't
Well,
tell me
you're
what I
saying
know.
no. You're saying that it's all CGI. I'm saying it could just be an effect, right?
Oh yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, they could have went to the north. They could have taken a video of the north, right? Then they would have
I
went
did
go
an effect
downstairs.
onto it.
They would have backgrounded, foregrounded something from Australia, and then added effects and then said, "Oh, it's an Australian thing." But no. Oh, guess what? That's the rotations of the north anyway. Still the north. Interesting.
What I'm just saying. I'm just saying that.
I literally asked
You can't say.
Australians to go
You can't.
downstairs on live video. But why don't
Oh
you
my
go
god!
watch
You talk.
fucking what
You just
Gorilla?
talk.
Why
You
don't
just
you
talk.
watch
That's all you
Gorilla?
do.
Why don't you what Grizzly Gorilla actually gave you a
Hold on.
real fucking star trails, and you don't want to watch those though.
You just don't
You don't
listen.
want to watch
You don't
those.
listen.
You don't want to.
if
Well,
you
go
don't like
watch there.
if you don't like the
Why don't you
artist
go watch
conception,
it?
if you don't like the artist
Why
conception,
don't I don't need a I don't
I
need an
added raw
artist
footage.
conception.
I
I don't need an artist.
added raw
No.
footage from the Australian outback. If you don't like the artist layer
That's
on
not
the foreground,
the Australian outback again.
then you can look at that.
That's not. No, that's not. It's not even like
Yeah,
it's video unavailable.
There's no point
Sorry to
sending a video
say,
to Linktree.
it tells
He's an impossible
tells
interlocutor. He's
it
dishonest. Jim.
tells me fucking unavailable video. Thank you for nothing.
No, you're just dishonest. You don't want.
Dishonest, buddy. You're
That's
dishonest. I see a flat line. It's flat to me. You're telling me it's curved. You're lying, not me. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think.
You're
I
dishonest.
think
Don't call anybody else a fucking liar. You're a Glober.
What's
Globers all
dishonest is when
liars.
what's
All
dishonest is
Globers
when you
lie.
say.
You don't call. You don't deserve to call
Do you
anybody
just
a
try to
fucking
ramble
liar.
because you know
Yeah,
I'm
No,
not
but when
CTFO?
you're lying, bro. You're lying. Why are you gonna fuck? I don't want to let you. You're gonna keep lying. No, you're rambling. You're rambling. You're the one that's rambling. Actually, you're rambling. You're the one that's trying to overtalk me. That's the
No,
problem. I
your
told you to go
ideology
watch the fucking video, and you didn't fucking go watch it. Did you go watch the video? Why the fuck would I want to watch somebody that's being very dishonest with me? I don't want to fucking talk to you. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you're saying people are lying, but it's just we're
Who's
literally
lying?
posting evidence. We're posting footage.
Yeah, fake shit. It's fake shit. And you tell me
Yeah,
it's
but
real. Good. Oh, good
yeah,
job.
but
Good job. Fake
the
shit. And you tell me it's
if
real.
you just
Okay,
don't if you don't believe in inductive reasoning, if you don't believe in
inductive
inductive
reasoning.
reasoning,
Okay.
Whoa,
Measured
and you can only
so it's flat.
Hold up.
Measured flat, therefore it's
hold on.
flat. Where did the curve come? Measured
if
flat.
you can only be reached
through
like rhetoric, right? If you can only be reached through
measured
rhetoric,
flat,
then there's
bro.
no
It's
point having
measured
this
flat.
conversation.
But it's measured flat. But it's measured flat.
Okay, so
though. I don't know
Wait,
what you're talking about. It's measured
so
flat.
who's wanting to make an inference about what? You want to make an inference? You want to make an inference about what the sky seems to do?
I thought we wanted to make an inference about the center of what we would see in the southern hemisphere. So the center of the southern star. We don't actually have a southern star, so we say, oh, the one that's closest to the southern
People
area
usually say
of
the
the
Southern
vortex.
Cross. They usually.
No. Wait. Southern Cross is completely different. We have completely different places that we see in our night sky, right? So we have the Southern Cross, some that you might see.
There's no fixed point in the south, boys. Keep coping.
Yeah, how come in Australia or in
Doesn't
Antarctica?
matter.
How come in Antarctica during
why
the
are we
winter?
concerned about
How
this?
come?
What
Hold
is,
on. How
why are
come?
we
How
concerned
come in
about this?
Antarctica during the winter, like the sun never dips below the horizon? It just goes in circles around like 20 degrees
Don't
above the
know that
horizon.
that's the case. Don't know that that's the case.
That is what happens.
And it does happen in the.
That's another lie. See, they're going to pivot to another lie now. So he's been caught out a lie about the southern hemisphere. Now he's going to move over to the fact that there's 24 hours of sunlight in the north, but no 24 hours of sunlight in the south. He's going to move over to that lie now and provide more fake footage, eh?
The sun moves around. It doesn't. The sun in the middle of the summer and over the South Pole. If you're in the South Pole, the sun barely.
Sea level.
The sun
Sun
barely dips. The sun barely dips below
moves
the horizon.
around the sea level. Sun moves around the sea level.
This is chaos.
There's no 24 hours of sunlight in the southern hemisphere, but there is in the northern hemisphere. Another problem that you're going to have. But you see, you want to move over to that topic now. Without having dealt with the previous topic about the Southern Cross. You see, you're just going to jump from topic to topic and keep pivoting, and then you're going to fuck off in an hour's time. You people do this the same every time, so same thing.
Who cares what? Who cares what the sky things in the sky do? Apparently,
people replace
right?
the northern. Oh my god!
I can barely hear you, Britnat, for some reason.
Okay, one second. I'm going to switch out of my AirPods. Okay, I was saying.
Right, so what are we going to do?
When I invoked the, oh my lord! Right, when I invoked the Southern Cross, I wasn't saying that that's the fixed point. I was just saying that if someone says there's no Southern Star, which is true, people just usually point to the Southern Cross as something that you can't see in the Northern Hemisphere that you can. Well,
there needs to be a fixed point in the south, and there isn't one.
There is one. There's the southern. There's the Polaris Australis is the southern pole star.
Why does there need to be a fixed point in the south? Like, why?
Because in your model there's a fixed point in the north, so that would have to be in the same thing in the south. You can't show that apart from some fake CGI videos. So you can't actually show that. So until you do show that, stop claiming that.
Do you think that this is
like when you say fixed point? Are you saying that there has to be a star in that fixed point, or are you saying
I posted
the same way how all the star trails make a circle around the northern star in the north. The same thing should be happening in the south, and you can't show that.
Does any of this have?
There is a southern pole star. There is a southern pole star. It's called Polaris Australis.
Can you provide evidence of that, Zoidberg? Because the guy before just posted some fake CGI footage. So if you can just provide some evidence for that would be great.
Can that star curve the water? Can that star curve the water?
Sasha, please.
Does trails prove the curvature of the Earth?
Sasha, please.
Star trails do not prove the curvature. No.
Okay, that means
they're doing an inductive argument. So you can't use deduction to prove curvature one way or another. You can't say it's flat, therefore flat Earth. You can't say it's curved, therefore curved Earth. You use induction to make the most likely answer with the best
induction. Can we use surface for induction?
What?
Can we use surface for induction?
Well, you could probably
Sasha,
use it as a case, right? But you can't make a deductive argument based on curvature.
Are you saying that we cannot measure the Earth?
Wait, what?
So
we cannot measure the surface. You are saying?
Well,
that's what he's saying.
I've had this argument a few times, right? So let's.
Can we measure the surface?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. There's a horizon, right?
Simple question. Can we measure? Simple question. Firstly, simple question. Can we measure the surface?
Yes.
Well, you can measure the surface, yes, but the curvature.
Okay, let's measure the surface then. If we can measure the surface.
You're skipping past a key point. This is why I'm.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Can we measure the surface?
What, yes. Measuring the surface and measuring a curve are two different.
Can we measure the surface? Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking him.
No, you can't measure a curve.
Why?
Okay, he said we cannot measure the curve.
Why?
Okay,
no, you can't.
Okay,
why?
how we get dimensions in the first place if we cannot measure them?
So you can use
how we get the measurements in the first place?
I'm answering your fucking question. You can use trigonometry, right? to suppose
Okay,
what the size of the Earth would be, and then
let's use
that to figure out what a hypothetical curve would be, right?
no hypothetical, the real one, not hypothetical. Real one, not
Let's say
hypothetical.
there's possibly two horizons, right? One that you can see,
No, it's
the
only
apparent
one horizon in
and
the
then there's the
world. Not
geometric
two.
horizon.
No, there is no two horizons, man. There is only one.
That the apparent horizon is congruent with the geometric horizon. It's an unreliable test, right? You retard.
There's only one horizon, retard.
All right.
If they're always incongruent,
So what you're
it's
saying
unreliable. You can't use it.
there is a horizon dictated on geometry, but we could never measure it.
So
what I'm saying is, if there is one,
Clarify.
right, it's not a reliable test.
let me just hold on a sec.
So you get your radius off an apparent horizon then, because therein
So
lies a problem too.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh, so the
So it sounds like you're saying. Sounds like you're saying you can't measure curvature, but you believe the Earth to be curved. That's strange.
Then it
You
comes
can
from
I've posted a video like
position of
how you might
The
measure radius.
battle mod was talking. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Mute these fucks
so
if you
then
have to.
you're saying that it's derived from a presupposition of sphericity in trigonometry, a presupposition.
No, it's not that.
Oh,
right,
these
so
are your
what
words.
you
I'm using your words
well,
against
no,
you.
I'm saying that it's not based
Pre-assume sphericity.
Inductive. 1 second. Yeah, you would use inductive
yes,
arguments.
we could pre-assume it's a sphere, and then we could
No,
calculate
I'm explaining
it
it to you. I'm explaining it to you. You would use
parabola.
a series of
I don't
inductive
need you
arguments.
to explain it. I'm asking you if that's what you're saying. I don't.
I'm saying
explain to me. I fully understand it.
Well, I'm not saying that, so I guess you wouldn't understand it, right? I'm saying that you would use a series of inductive arguments to come to a conclusion about the sphere of the shape of the Earth. Sorry, that's the Freudian slip there. And then you would use that explanation, right? You would use that inductive argument to say what the Earth is probably the case, what shape it probably is. So we know, for instance, that we can explain a lot more better with a spheroid Earth than we could with a flat Earth. So where do we go from
you're
there?
just going to
We might
dodge
suppose
the
it's
fact
a
that you said
spheroid
a
Earth.
presupposition in
Begging the fucking question.
Question, bro. You can't explain things better with a globe Earth. That's false.
Well, you could go through all of the different explanations and we could compare them, right? If you want to suppose, for instance, a flat Earth, you'd have to do a lot of legwork to explain, not individually, because you can do that pretty. You can explain things on flat Earth, but together as a model. There's a reason why you guys say you don't want to put forward a model. You can't do it, right? Because you can't.
There is a model has been put forward. You just don't know about it. You're ignorant of it. It explains everything just like the globe model does. You're just very ignorant. Now, please educate yourself.
Well, that's not an argument, is it?
You just said that we don't have a model. There is a model, so you're wrong. Go and look up the model, please. You're wrong.
Oh, you have a model now. That's
there is no model.
Yeah, it's called the geocentric model. That's the basic one of which we're working from. Yeah.
You do have a model?
Yeah, there is a flat Earth model. Yeah, there is, and there is a. It's not, let's say, as consensually agreed upon as the scientism bullshit. But hold on, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Hold on. But because we're living in a dystopia and we're discovering the truth, and this is really new information, then yeah, there's not that much agreement. There's still people going different directions, but there are some things people all agree on in the flat Earth community. But the thing is, you're not interested in any of that, learning the model, understanding where people disagree. You just want to sit there and say that the globe Earth is true because of all the consensus and the authority around you. That's it. That's all you want to do.
I think you can't.
That's all you want to do.
And
you can't make a knowledge claim about a spherical Earth, but you can make a probabilistic claim about its likeliness that it is a spherical.
So you're telling me that we can't know the shape of the Earth, but you're going to assume it's a globe, yeah?
That's what they all did.
Well, do you never use inductive arguments ever? Do you never do that? Are you
I think you're pretty naive, bro, because you're the kind of guy to say we have all this technology and all this accuracy and all these cameras and lasers, blah blah. What? So you're trying to tell me we can't detect the curvature of Earth, really?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Listen,
that you
your
can't make a
inductive
knowledge claim
argument
about
should
it.
have a logical bridge, and that's what we're failing to see is the logical bridge. Where's it
Well,
at?
induction is logical. I don't know why.
I know. So where's the bridge from what you're saying to us understanding? Is there should be it should be a logical consequence of your thought patterns.
Right. So yes,
Or your
it's true that
premise.
that you aim to do, for instance, So science is inductive deductive, right? So you move from your induction to your deductive argument, right? Now the issue with induction is that you can definitely falsify claims with deduction. So I could definitely look at your flat Earth model, and we could probably falsify it, right? But to prove the say, what we know the Earth is a spheroid, that is virtually impossible to do. Virtually impossible.
According
Thank
to
you
you,
very
yeah.
much. Let's close the book on that one.
I agree.
It's
Since
just
we live in
it's
a
just
reference
well-known
frame
stuff.
of Earth.
Yeah. So it's impossible to detect the shape of the Earth, but you're going to believe it's a sphere.
It's a belief system, mate.
I'm saying
The globe
it's
is a
likely
belief.
a sphere, which is a different claim.
But it's
I
unlikely
keep
that it's
saying you
not a
can't make
sphere,
a
right?
knowledge claim.
But it's unlikely
What?
that it's not a sphere, right?
Well, that would follow, right? If it's likely it's a sphere,
Right.
it's
But
unlikely
how are
it's
you
not a
able to
sphere.
calculate probabilities accurately if you don't know the whole system and the entirety of the system?
Well, you base it off all the observations we have to draw.
No, you're just going to guesstimate those probabilities to suit your agenda. That's what you're going to do.
Okay.
Observations
What do
of
you
what?
say, Kate?
Okay, but that's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. Like, I think you just don't like.
Where are you getting? Oh, it's a higher probability that it's a globe, but you can't detect it. So how do you know what the probability is?
Well, you're just saying I have a bias. Why are you saying that? I don't understand.
Probability isn't really about logic.
Exactly. You should be detecting things, not probabilistically reasoning here, dude.
Well,
Probabilistically speaking, you're a woman, not a man, bro.
So I've already said like
Right,
several
that's a
times that
category
if you want to
error.
use the measurement for the
Probability
geometric
is outside
horizon.
of the argument of logic.
I was saying if you want to use a measurement for the geometric
But it
horizon for your
is.
deduction, right? And I say to you, what if it's the case that the apparent horizon and the geometric horizon is always incongruent? You can't say that's not true. So
There's
you
only one
can't know
horizon.
it's a flat Earth just based on that observation alone, and it's an
So do
unreliable
we call it a
observation at best, right?
statistical anomaly?
There's not two
Yeah,
horizons.
this is the
mate.
point.
There's
This is the
only one
point that I'm
horizon.
making. To ultimately, you cannot know for certain unless you use inductive reasoning. But they're unwilling. They do not engage with that form of reasoning. So you cannot. There's no there. You can't work with this because you're just
Doesn't
stuck
involve
using
probability.
you're stuck using deductive reasoning and rhetoric,
Statistics aren't
right? The only thing
logical.
they engage with, the only thing they can engage with is deduction and rhetoric. But if they don't engage with inductive reasoning at all, then this whole thing is a non-starter. To be completely honest, there's no working with this.
I think some of them are honest. I just think that Grizzly is just a retard, I guess. Like I think
You can't refute me, so you insult me, which means you lose the argument, bro.
I think Heretic is a real G. I like
A logical argument should be undeniable if
some
it's
of the
true.
others, I don't know.
Yet there's people here that don't follow. Is it because you didn't present the argument good enough? I'm still
Well, I think
hearing
it's
stuff
pretty.
about
It's
what
pretty.
logic
It makes
is
sense.
and not the logical argument.
Well, it is logical to use induction. That's what people have been doing.
What
when
is
they've
the
invoked
logical
different
argument
phenomena.
based on that? Okay, if we give you that, what is your logical argument? That's what I'm saying.
So,
You still haven't
what
built
you
the
would
bridge. You just
okay?
keep
I'll explain.
saying you're grandstanding on induction like you two sound like professors or something.
No, I'm not. I'm not even trying to. I'm not.
No,
I'm not even
because
learned on physics, right? I'm just
no,
basing
because if you don't, hold
butt.
on. It's because if you don't believe in empirical reasoning, or if you believe that empirical results and quantitative outcomes are biased by institutions, or they're just lying, or there's an agenda, then it's impossible to ever engage with that aspect. It's impossible to engage with that aspect of the world.
Quantitative isn't
You are
logical.
stuck. You are
Probability
stuck.
isn't logical.
You are stuck only with rhetoric and deduction. That's it. And you can't do.
Didn't you straw man me?
You're stuck with rhetoric and deduction. If you believe, right? I'm not saying that everyone here is. If you believe that inductive reasoning and empiricism is plagued with bias, and it
Based
just
on
depends on the institution,
probability,
and
anything.
it's just based off of bias within institutions and corruption and lies and all the rest of it, then yeah, you just can't engage with the reality because how do you know that anything is real? Why do you know?
Bias is irrelevant to
I don't see
empiricism,
probability
dude.
as reality, though, or quantitative or statistical anomalies. It's not reality. It's how we fucking describe reality.
Do
It's
you,
not the observations or the results that
just
we
to make it-
argue with.
just to make
It's
it
the
clear,
interpretations thereof, right? It's the interpretations
guys,
thereof that
want some
have
other
no place
evidence?
within the logical framework. They fall outside of the logical framework, the interpretations
what you
part of
do,
the
for
results or
instance,
the observations.
what you do, for instance,
Yeah, he's
you'll get
not
like a
getting it.
series, you'll get a
Probability
series of
isn't
phenomena,
logical.
right?
Neither is statistics or quantitative theory. That's not
Yeah,
logical.
do you want some quantitative theory?
It's based on probability.
No, I have some quantitative theory for you to consider.
And I'll tell you what, Occam's razor, what the one that takes the least amount of guessing is probably the truth.
Okay,
it is
so
based off. It is okay. Sorry.
That's logical.
so have you ever heard of the National Geodetic Survey?
Really? Do you think we're fucking
Yeah,
flat
again,
earthers are ignorant to the
I think
World
measuring straight
Geodetic
lines when
Survey? It's
using
a
a
no, okay, but
formula is going to be
yeah,
invalid.
we've heard about
It's
many
not. It's
geodetic surveys.
no. That
so
how
the
do you know?
national.
How do you know that's not a lie though? How do you know it's not CGI? How do you know it's not fake? This is the point. When you reject
So
induction, that
it's not
okay, but
CGI.
yeah, but that's what you would say, wouldn't you? You know, Glober, right? That's the
No.
point. They don't. I'm saying I'm not actually on their side. I'm saying that's when you're
The point
unhinged
is
from
the
induction.
geodetic
Right.
surveys.
You cannot.
So
There's no engaging
I
with
just
that.
want to explain it a little bit clearer, because you can use empirical evidence for induction. That's the
Geodetic
whole point of it,
surveys
right?
are wrapped
You'll
around
get
a
a
spherical
series of
model.
phenomena, right? You observe a series of phenomena. So, for instance, I'll just throw. It's not a strong one. I always throw this one out just for simplicity's sake. But you could say, for instance, all objects we look at in space and so on are all spheres. Why would you expect us to be anything different? Right? That's just an example, right? Don't like argue with that. It's like obviously it's not a strong one, right? But you get a
Yeah, it's a non
series of
sequitur.
those sorts of arguments. You'll look at observations. So you look at the stars of Polaris and the southern hemisphere. You'll look at a myriad of other things, right? And then you'll come to that conclusion, well, whether it's more likely or not to be a sphere, right? That's the point. You take empirical observation and you contextualize it into a probabilistic inductive argument, right? So it is empirical. It's just that you can't make a knowledge claim about it. That's all.
No, it's not
Right.
empirical.
So I have two empirical claims. So there's the deflection of the vertical study. This is a completely independent way to determine geoid slopes is to measure the local deflection of the plumb line from what one would expect if all of Earth's mass was evenly distributed inside of Earth ellipsoid. Right? I posted two links.
Oh,
I posted the.
Just keep talking. This ain't new shit.
It's not new. So
This ain't new to none of us.
why?
You think we don't? Flat earthers don't know about geodetic surveys, deflection of the vertical, the premises. You know, in geodetic
So
survey, they
you got
correct all met. You hold on. When you go by a model, you start from a datum. That datum is a spheroid datum, and all measurements are corrected to adhere to a spherical coordinate system. So they input sphericity. They don't measure sphericity. And only after you input the spherical math does the vertical deflect. Have a good day.
so this one is a camera is placed at each GSVS benchmark and is precisely leveled to the plumb line. So this is actually calculated by the stars, not by the Earth. So basically it's using elevation angles as you guys like to use. So I've posted two links, which is deflection of the vertical survey, and then the link for
Is that
vertical
supposed
deflection.
to prove your sphere?
Yeah.
Is that supposed to prove the sphere? Do you
Yeah.
understand what I said to you about survey? You know, survey is a requirement of my job. I'm a highway engineer. We pave
Yes.
highways, so we survey.
Yep.
So the
Yeah, I
deflection
understand
of
that.
the vertical is only seen after you input spherical math or you correct for math. Then you bookmark your shit from a benchmark. I know. I
Right.
went to school for this.
So this one is
In real life, we see that all verticals are 90 degrees and none deflect. But when we input sphericity for the geodetic survey model of the
Mhm.
spherical coordinate system, and we correct for its placement on a sphere, then we would see mathematically that they do deviate, and it's after being computed for the shape of a sphere.
So
But in
this one is
reality,
not done
all
that.
verticals are 90 degrees. No, yeah, I know, but this point applies directly to that. And if you don't understand it, then there's no sense for us to even cover that one.
So this one,
There
like I
is
said, is
there is
calculated
no
based directly
deviation in a
off.
vertical.
Right. So this one is based directly off of elevation angle. So it essentially is
Yeah,
using a
elevation angle. And then listen, they take it and put it on a spherical model and they say, yup, it deviates. This is what I'm telling you. And this is the process I learned in school to survey highways. I actually do survey. I own total stations. I'm tired of hearing Theadio like, we don't use that old school shit. We use a total fucking station. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And we
Right.
don't see them deviate
So
any vertical. In reality, it's 90 degrees
right. So it would
from
be
plumb.
90 degrees
The plums
because
don't.
you're using elevation angles, right?
It would unless. No, it's got
Huh?
nothing to do with elevation. No. In this instance,
No.
it doesn't matter
But
what
are you
elevation you're at. Plumb is plumb 90 degrees.
right? So are you
Elevation doesn't
measuring,
matter.
but are you getting accurate results after inputting your spheroid calculations?
Spherical math.
Right. Are you getting accurate
No,
results?
listen. It's accurate results to what? What we would see when we add spherical math to Cartesian coordinates that we mapped out in Cartesian coordinates. That's what we do in planar survey as a
Yep.
civil servant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they take it and they wrap it around the math of their supposed ball. That's called the World Geodetic Survey. So we take real life
Right.
measurements and we add spherical math. Do we see anomalies? Yes, because all the land that actually is measured doesn't fit on the sphere.
But you have to add the spheroid in order to get those accurate results,
A
right?
deviation of plumb.
Uh-huh.
No, not accurate results. To get a deviation of plumb, you have to add in spherical math. When you
But that's
listen,
how you
are you one of those people that say the Earth surface is so big that you wouldn't notice curvature on the surface anyway? If so, it shouldn't be that hard to understand how a Cartesian coordinates, which is a tic-tac-toe board, and you do it in short distances and sections, goes together and builds a big square, you know? And then you're wrapping it
that's
around a
how it's
sphere.
done,
There's
yeah.
going to be access. There's going to be anomalies. I already know it's how it's done. And the anomalies are because you're taking reality and wrapping it around a concept.
It's not a concept though. Like that's how you get accurate results.
It is a concept. A datum is it's a coordinate system.
Right,
You
but are
don't
you
get accurate
getting
results by presupposing the coordinate system which you're measuring.
so
That's not
if
how you
you
get
are not
accuracy.
using that accuracy, are you getting accurate results? So if you're not using the
How
curvature
about I put it this
model,
way? If you don't
are you
add
getting
in curvature, you'll never measure it. You understand that?
right because
You'll
you
never
won't get
measure it
accurate
in
results.
civil planar survey. That it's not
Right.
about accuracy.
Are you getting
We
accurate results
survey
with
in planar. Do you know what planar is? Planar survey. It's a plane. We create a plane. We create all
right,
these lines
exactly.
and graphs. It's a
Because you're
plane.
measuring it in
And
short
without spherical math from your World Geodetic Survey, without that
right, so
math, you wouldn't see a deviation of plumb. So you'd have no proof of a globe. So you have to input the math of the model to see the deviation that
My
proves the globe.
God.
So the model proves the map and the map proves the model. Do you not get it?
so you're
It's
measuring
summary
it
bullshit.
you're measuring it in short distances, right? Why do you think you're measuring it in short distances? Because
Because
of
of the
your
capabilities of the equipment and the accuracy It's more
Right.
accurate at a shorter distance. Why is
Because you
that? Because of
have
the atmosphere and refraction.
because of your 8 inches per mile square, because you would have
It's got nothing to
that
do with
shape.
shape and everything to do with how good you can use that tool in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Accuracy, we do it in short distance for accuracy. We don't add
Right.
sphericity for accuracy. That doesn't even make sense.
Makes
Stop
perfect
believing the
sense.
first Google link you get. It doesn't make sense. We
It's
presuppose
not
the truth to
the
make it more true. That's what you're
it's
saying.
not the first. That's not the first Google link.
We should read deeper into it so you understand what they actually do. Rise over
Yeah,
run versus
I do
curvature.
know. I do know.
You ever been on a job site where total station, laser levels, any of that stuff is used, range finders?
So here's another
I've
study,
been on many.
the geoid slope validation survey of 2011.
Next, you'll be on the arc of the parallel.
So here's another one.
Wait, could it also just be caused by like inaccuracies? Like if there's measurement like issues or like things like that, data collection issues?
If there's
There's
what?
inaccuracies in any measurement. It's man-made.
Like inaccuracies in
That's it.
surveys.
There's always inaccuracies. That's
Yeah, so,
why
yeah, but that doesn't necessarily disprove their ability to
No, the model
measure
can't
reality.
prove itself. That's all you're saying. The model proves itself because of my math. You're reifying the model. You ever heard anybody say the map isn't the land and the land isn't the map? Well, the purpose of the map is so you can navigate. Maybe not 100% perfectly, but we'll get you to your destination. I mean, we can't write down every landmark and every contour. I would say if you could measure curvature, it would be impossible, and that's why they take a parabola and extend it over a large area, and with their measurements, they computate and correct for the arc that parallel would have. That's why it's called the
right.
arc of the parallel.
So
If it
that's
was a
your 8
sphere, it'd
inches
have
per
this
mile
arc.
square, right?
Yeah, and if you put a bunch of sticks on a ball, yes, they'll deviate. But if the ball is mathematical, it doesn't prove reality.
So, but they're also using absolute gravity to determine what?
Determine plumb.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't see how that changes anything.
So not only are you proving that the Earth is round, but you're proving that there's gravity. Because you're finding different gravities
Really?
turning
That's your
upon the
rebuttal to
elevation. Yeah.
Really? You
Uh-huh.
haven't been at this very long, have you?
Nope.
I'm not proving shit. I mean, you failed to prove you even had a point with this, but it's cool.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm using the evidence that I'm being
You're
given, so it's
using what
not.
you found on a quick Google search. Yeah, I'll commend you for that. I spent a little more time researching this particular category because it is close to what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a highway engineer. I pave highways. I'm pretty sure I already said that a couple times.
I think everyone has been listening to you, Yambalon.
What?
You think we've all been sitting here listening to you ramble on?
So
Is
here's
that a question
another.
or an attempt to insult me? Hold on. Is that a question or a jab?
Just a question.
So
I mean, I don't hear you with a better topic.
Well, I
We'll give
just
you the
joined.
floor if you need it. Come on.
Sure, I'll take the floor. Why do lasers and level measuring instruments not work properly? What were we talking about?
No.
So I also wanted to
Seems
mention
like
real
you
quick
missed the point.
is
Go ahead, Ron.
I wanted to mention real quick that you hear a lot of issues with not being able to here it is. not being able to measure elevation angles on a curved surface, right? Here's another link showing how they measure elevation angle on a curved surface, which includes deflection of the vertical.
That's interesting.
You jump topics. I'm hip to all these topics, but you jump around quite a bit. What are you on? Some
No, this is the
master
same thing.
glober survey fucking bullshit?
This is the same thing. It's
Well, I know,
NOAA.
but
It's the National Geodetic Survey. I'm on the same
I know
website.
what NOAA. I know what NOAA is. Yes.
Uh-huh. So this is still the
And
national.
but that's an argument between a flat Earth section and a globe Earth section.
Uh-huh.
Elevation angles, but that's not really one that I get into because mathematically I could create any coordinate system I wanted to as long as the things I were basing my travel and time off of were always in the same position. It wouldn't matter the shape of the surface I'm on. I'd still get where the fuck I'm going.
So I hear a lot of arguments that you cannot measure elevation angles on a curved surface, and this proves that you can.
No, you're not going to be able to measure an elevation angle using curved lines, having a curved
Yep.
adjacent.
This.
If one or
Did
more
you
of
not?
those lines are curved, you won't get an angle.
Did you look at this? Did you look at the image?
I just had a look at the. I had a look at the diagram.
You need a
Here, I'll
tangent
post the
line, the
diagram.
baseline. You need a baseline.
I'll
The
post
baseline
I'll
can't
post the
be
image.
curved to get a proper angle. It doesn't form a right angle with a curved baseline.
It does.
Yeah, but the actual tangent line moves with position, which would change the actual position.
Right. Nobody's saying you can't get an elevation angle to a curved surface. Just not
That's
using
exactly
the
what I've been
curved
told multiple times.
surface. No, not. There's a difference.
You wouldn't be able to navigate on it because your angle to the elevation would always change. You got to understand what he's saying. The rate of change to the elevation angle due to the curved surface.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't work out. You'd end up 300 miles from where you should be, maybe more. I've been on Navy boats, but I'm not too hip on this sextant bullshit. You know, we just plotted a course and went from bay to bay, port to port.
Okay, well, I've presented all the evidence that I have for the night. So.
You should go against Quantum Racer on this topic.
Oh yeah, I know.
Were
Is that
you
graphic?
presenting
Is that
evidence for
is
or
that
against
is that
splatter?
does that graphic present reality?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. I mean, if.
Oh really? I see
But-
line. I see lines. I don't see water. That water is not real. It's not wet.
Sasha, it's not water.
Oh
You have
come on,
seen
girl.
the
If I draw you if I draw you cube on if I draw you cube, for example, on the paper and tell you, look, this is the cube, you will tell me, oh really? But that's cube. It's reality.
I will not tell you a cube is reality.
Wow. Wow, that was
Did
amazing.
you see the did you see the did you see the drawing? Your drawing on that graph. Did you see?
Wow.
That is not a drawing that I made.
That graphic. Okay. Did you see the water?
The water is on the far left side. It says mean
Yeah.
sea level.
Is that waterfall? What's that?
Mean sea level.
Is that
Sea level.
waterfall?
Is that
No.
waterfall? Okay.
No, that's not
Sea level,
waterfall.
Sasha.
I see blue. I see blue things is coming from the left angle and it's going up.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
That
Do you
that
see that
mean
in
line
Do you see that in
represents
nature
sea
apart of
level and
waterfalls?
That's not a
based on
waterfall.
spherical.
That's just
That's not,
the.
what's that? What's that?
That's just the water level.
That's water level.
Yeah.
But you said that's reality. It's not a
mean sea
drawing.
level with a plumb line.
You
So
said that's
the
reality. You said that's reality. It's not the water. It's not a drawing.
This is what we're doing. Are you trying to broom her out, making sure she has the best experience ever to make sure she comes back, Sasha? Is that what
Yeah,
you're doing? It's working.
I'm
It's
just
clearly
throwing
working
her
very
back.
well. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sasha, I'm just talking about
in
Sasha.
text
Yeah.
she said.
Okay.
Ixo,
In
please.
text she
Only
said
only
she measured the mean
Ixo,
sea
please. Only
line
one
with the
thing.
plumb line.
Only one thing, Exo. Is that you, Exo?
I cannot hear an
No,
absolute single syllable that you said, Mike, because of
I said, is it that you,
Sasha, and nobody else has actually learned anything in probably 7 years because of Sasha. That's okay. Let's let him continue to talk.
read
No,
the text
nothing.
lobby, bro. You'll get it.
Only Exo. Be aware there is also good people, even if they are different. You know, be aware of that. Don't step on good people and everything will be alright. Okay?
I'm just. Here we go.
Only that.
Alice,
But I
Alice?
appreciate that what you said. Okay, that I can have the space for speaking. And you're cutting.
Did I
Your
just
mic
lag
is-
out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad
That's
right
so
now.
generous
Yeah.
of
I bet
Exo.
they still want to listen to me instead of just kidding. So I'll be right back.
So what's up? I'm sorry,
I want to
somebody
hear.
said
I want to
something.
hear more about the waterfall.
The waterfall, which one?
The one in your diagram.
I want to know how to measure
Well, I
mean
mean,
sea
it's not
level
really
with a plumb
my
line.
diagram.
That's new.
I mean, I didn't make it. It was like somebody else. So
But it's alright, you know. For example, if that's drawing showing you the sphericity of the Earth and an understanding of sphericity of the Earth for you, that's for me alright. For me, that's only drawing. It doesn't show anything. But if it's that for you showing that the proof for the globe, that's totally alright for me. And for example, now all your questions are how to say you are now on point. You don't need to question anymore anything because you got the proof. Now life can go on now. You can leave these people who thinks these stupid things or whatever.
Bro, I'm too high for that, man. She did up good, man. Obviously, she's new to the debate, but she got in here with
No,
some
she's
old school
not. No,
motherfuckers
she's
and
not.
got
What are you
down.
saying? No, she's not.
No?
no, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'm
No,
new to her in the debate. But
Yeah,
no,
I've
listen,
been around.
mean sea level isn't based off a plumb line. It's based on
No,
spherical
no.
geometry and the presupposed
But why
distance
do
to the
you
core.
why do you think it's
It's
presupposed?
based on a model. That's what the mean sea level is based on a model. But if I was to
Right.
go and want to know a reference to mean sea level when I was surveying, I would go to the sewer system and look for the average height of the sewer, and I would consider that zero sea level
Mm-hmm.
because we go off landmarks and survey. But that's just
Right.
a fictional level. We actually don't know the average level of the oceans like people think we perfectly do. The mean line is it's a product of the spherical model.
Why do you think we don't know the mean of the
Because
ocean?
Because we can't even tell you exactly how many gallons of fucking water we got on Earth.
Why do you think
What
that?
makes you think we would know its consistent level? And what do we
Right.
reference the level to? The shoreline? We call
So
that high
why
tide and low tide.
right, why do you think that we don't know that?
Well, I know we don't. We
But why
approximate
do you
based
think
on the model. I just told you what we do in survey. If you
so
mean we by surveyors, we do it because that's what's considered an appropriate approximation.
so we basically don't know what the approximate sea level is because of tides, right?
We
No,
know.
that's not what I said. I said
You know why we know?
we couldn't possibly know how
Why?
many gallons the oceans
Because of
hold at any one given
because
time.
For example, because of elevation profile of your country, for example.
Uh-huh.
It's not like we know the weight
Oh,
of
that
Earth
means
or the weight
everything,
of the ocean.
all hills, all mountains in distance are based on the sea level. That means two distances on the ground, let's say to 100 miles, they are based on sea level. They have no correction in a curvature under the ground. They should to have like on the sea level. Do you understand me?
That's funny
And
that you
that
got
sea
under the
level
ground.
Yeah,
is
because
based on the
if,
nearest
uh, bec-
oceanic
uh, uh,
shoreline.
let's put it like this: if you're coming from the sea, and then now let's say that this is curving and it's touching the shore and it's going through now through the continent, you still need to have the curvature, you know, that is going. It must go under the ground. You
That's so
understand me?
funny because that's
Yeah,
literally an exact argument that I've made before.
yeah, but that is elevation, you know, and all
So,
elevation
right.
profile, all mountains, I'm telling you now, hills are based on the sea level.
Yes.
That means the mountains in the middle of the USA, for example, it's let's say 1,000 meters height from the Pacific or from the Atlantic, from both,
Right.
because we are counting the sea level like a base, like one. But the distance is between two mountains, let's say in 200 miles.
Elevation.
Zero elevation, you have only height, and you should have between that two distance that curvature what you have on the sphere, also on the land. That means you cannot measure the mountains if you have curvature down. You have another problem with rivers. Go to the delta of river. Imagine that only. And then you are now on delta, let's say Mississippi, and you want to measure the curvature to the source of Mississippi. That means in the opposite direction where is river going. And there is, do you know how much is bigger is Mississippi? You have curvature like I don't know, 5 miles of curvature to the source.
Yeah, the water's going uphill, eh?
Yeah.
Fucking nonsense, mate.
All right,
Come
y'all.
on,
Well,
is that you? Sorry, Horst.
Why does water roll downhill?
why does water roll downhill?
Because that is direction of the water.
Yeah,
Young lady,
water.
do you know why water goes down hills? Do you know, rather than up hills?
Because there's
Yeah.
a curve.
Elevation change.
Like if you pour some water on the windscreen of your car, you know, it rolls down the windscreen. It doesn't go up the windscreen, does it?
No.
No.
Right.
And then it
So
collects
it goes.
in the little pool at the bottom of your windscreen, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because of gravity.
So if the Earth was a sphere, how would wouldn't the water just roll off?
No.
It kind of does because of gravity. If you pour it on your windscreen, yeah.
So it rolls off every surface you ever seen, but on the
No,
globe it just sticks to it, yeah?
Yeah, he means why doesn't it roll off a circle or a ball?
Oh,
No,
because
water
of
rolls off
gravity.
balls. Water
Yeah,
rolls off every ball you
direction
ever
is
seen, but not
down.
the Earth. It sticks to it.
Every
Yeah.
direction is down or up
Yeah.
on a ball.
And it's the one thing we
Doesn't
can't actually see. We just have to believe. Yeah.
Yes.
The exterior surface of spheres are not cups. You know, it's not a container.
Well, it's like you have centrifugal force sort of holding the water in, combined with the gravity.
But wait a minute,
Okay,
young lady. If the Earth was spinning and the water was on the
Right.
Earth, like you say, the
But wait a minute. But wait a
centrifugal
minute.
force would make all the water on the Earth go around the equator. Because if you spin a ball with water on it, all the water will move into the middle. So why don't we have a big river in the middle of the Earth and no water either side of it? Why do we have water everywhere?
River? Why is there a big lake in the middle of the earth? If it's
I mean, that's kind of like what the
Can you
oceans
explain
are,
that?
right?
Can you explain why water is evenly distributed around the Earth and not
Can you
collected in the
explain
middle
why
if there
there's
was
not a
if there was spinning?
big lake in the middle? There should be a big lake in the middle of the
explain that?
wall.
I
I think
mean,
the
that's kind
land
of
is
like what
heavier.
oceans
It
are.
would move to the center.
You're the one who mentioned centrifugal force. You mentioned that. So
Right.
why isn't there a big band of water around the equator then?
Well, she
I,
said
there is.
torpedo, but
It's
she
like
meant
kind of
There
called
isn't.
the
There
ocean.
isn't.
Yeah.
There should be
So
all
there.
the water should be in the middle of the earth. There should be no water at the top and the bottom of the earth.
No, I
Belmont
mean
makes a good
like
point.
I think
the
all the
water
So
is.
can you
land.
explain that? Can you,
Well, it's a
considering
very
you think
top.
the Earth is
heavier.
spinning, considering you think the Earth has got water stuck to it, why isn't it in the middle of the Earth? Considering the forces applied
Why
to
would
it.
it? Why would it just be in the middle?
Why isn't it
Because
flying
if you
out
spin a
into
ball
space?
with water on it, all the water moves into the middle. You can do that in the laboratory.
Why
It's called
is the water
centrifugal
flying
force.
out into
What you
space?
just said.
Why
So
does it
centrifugal
stick to
force
the
will
river?
will move the water into the middle. So why isn't that happening on Earth?
Because of gravity.
No, gravity would be go in the middle according to centrifugal force. So why isn't
Why
that
not
happening?
because of penicillin?
Can you
Penicillin?
let her answer, please?
Yeah,
Can you
because
please answer the
penicillin
question?
is
Don't deviate. Don't deviate, man. Don't stop deviating.
yeah,
Penicillin.
because
So can you explain?
no,
Can you
because
explain why the water is not in the middle of the earth, young lady?
she
Considering you
told
think
you
all the things you think.
she told you gravity.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
but gravity should be making it in the middle then, according to her
No,
model.
gravity. I
No,
told her
because.
penicillin because gravity.
She's the one who mentioned centrifugal force. She mentioned that.
Uh-huh.
She was the one who mentioned that word. So according to those
Yeah.
forces, the water should be in the middle of the earth then, if it's spinning.
No.
Not
Why would it be
only
in the middle?
it should to
Because if
escape.
you make a
So.
wet tennis ball and you spin it, all the water will be in the middle
Right.
of the tennis ball.
Grizzly, what does
No, it
centrifugal
wouldn't.
mean?
It would
What
be
is
all
centrifugal
over.
mean?
So can you explain to me why the earth doesn't have water only in the middle, why it's
Grizzly,
evenly distributed?
Grizzly, shut
Can
up.
you just
What
let
is
the lady answer the question, please? Stop deviating.
Grizzly,
Yeah.
shut
Young lady,
up.
go ahead,
What
answer the
does
question.
centrifugal mean? What is centrifugal?
Young lady, can you please answer the question?
I've been trying, but yeah.
You know,
So.
you're saying gravity, but that's exactly the thing which would make it more in the middle then, because you're talking about centrifugal forces.
No.
What do you mean no?
So. No, because when you have gravity that is holding all of the water in the spot that it is, like you said, water always finds its level, right?
If you spin a ball with water on it, all the water will compress into the middle because of
Grizzly, what the
centrifugal
fuck are you
forces. Why
talking
isn't
about?
No,
that happening on the
because
Earth?
no, it's
Grizzly,
because if
no,
you
no.
have
Gravity acts uniformly.
Can you just let the
across-
lady answer the question? Stop deviating. Go ahead, young lady.
It acts uniformly across the entire planet. No, this is just the
Shut
Yeah.
up,
Young lady, please
Cal.
answer the
line of
question. Turn this guy
territory.
down. Let her answer.
Yeah, can you let
Brain
me?
dead.
Hold on.
Brain
Hold up.
Turn him
So
down. Answer the question.
Complaining motherfucker.
Yeah, why don't you talk to someone who
If
actually?
gravity's uniform, if
Can you
gravity's
answer the question? Because
uniform
you
on Earth,
mentioned centrifugal
what are
forces. You mentioned that.
gravitational
So,
anomalies?
I
so
know
according
you
to the
keep people keep
Young
talking
lady.
over me. I know
I know,
people
but
keep talking over
you're
me.
dragging your feet. You don't really want to answer. You don't know what to say,
Yes,
do you?
I do. I keep trying to answer, and you keep talking over
Give
me.
people a chance
So
to answer.
Okay, so yeah, because she's
Yeah,
not
So
the
you
most
can't.
because she's
That's
not
fair.
like the
That's
most
fair.
articulate. Like,
This is
yeah,
so
because
silly.
because maybe
everyone.
because she's not
So
because she's not the
can
most
you make your
articulate.
answer now? I
Like,
know there's other
well,
trolls in
Yes,
here, but you just turn them down enough.
yes, I would love to. So basically, if water always finds its level, as you say, right? So if you have enough water, it would gravitate easily around the entire Earth. So you would still have water around everywhere because gravity is applied equally around the Earth. It isn't contained to the equator, as you say.
it isn't though.
But if you
You're gonna have
spin that ball, would the
problems.
gravity be applied equally?
Yes.
You're
It's
gonna
No,
have
it wouldn't be.
problems
Keep
There would be a greater
gravitational
amount of
No,
centrifugal
because it.
force in the middle.
No, there
Remember that
wouldn't be.
deflection? Remember
There
that
would.
deflection?
There would, which is why if you take any
Powerlessness?
ball and you make it
Remember that
wet and then you
deflection?
spin it, it's going to be wet only in the middle
But
after you start spinning it.
it's
Why were
not
you
like.
appealing to why were you appealing to deflection of the
So therefore, that's
vertical
not the case. Gravity isn't
before,
applying
but
the
now
same
you
way
are?
on all spaces. According to
But
your model, gravity would be different.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Why were you
Okay.
appealing to deflection of the vertical earlier but not now?
What do you mean appealing to deflection of the vertical?
Appealing
That
to
was something
deflection of the
completely
vertical
different.
earlier.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was something completely different.
now
That was
now it's not
unrelated.
relevant. Now it's not
It
relevant.
was unrelated
So
to the
now it's not
point
relevant?
that gravity is equal. around the entire Earth. That's
So
why
is it
you
equal or
use
is it not equal? Is it equal or not equal? It's equal in some instances, not in others. Like, what's the go?
correct. Correct. So you use that to determine it on different elevations, right? But water is always at the same
Yeah, we
elevation.
use
So
that. That's why we call them anomalies.
so you
Wait a minute.
so water
Wait. How can water be at the same elevation if we're in a sphere?
because like you guys always claim, water finds its what?
But according to your
Level.
model, it doesn't always find its level. It makes a sphere. It makes a curve, according to you,
Yes.
in your model.
Yeah. It always finds its level. However, so it's at
Not
the
in your
same
model, it doesn't.
Well, it does. It's always
In your
at the
model, it
same-
doesn't.
It does, because that's why it's
In
called
your model,
sea
it makes
level.
hills and mountains around the world.
Right.
Absolutely doesn't. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Well,
In your model, the Earth never makes a flat surface. It's always curving.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the
So you may be wrong,
gravity.
maybe.
Well, gravity is holding it down, and then it's always at the same level because gravity is affecting all of the water equally.
But according to your model, water is not at the same level.
Only because of tides, right?
Do you know what that is absurd what you said now? Gravity it's holding a water leveled, and you are saying that water is leveled, but gravity is holding. Practically, you are saying that we have gravity with a flat surface.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there's another problem if you're gonna bring in
oblate?
tides in the moon, right?
Isn't it
Because
oblate
the
because
Barry
of the
Center.
uneven distribution
Sorry,
of
Battle Mod, I
energy?
didn't hear you. You're coming in really low, so it's really easy for people to talk
Oh.
over you. Sorry, man.
It's cool. It's cool. It's
I was
cool.
just gonna mention the
I was
Barry
just
Center.
saying.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
So
You guys continue on. Go.
do we have a specific question, or are we still talking
Yeah,
about
you're just
water?
dragging your feet.
you guys are
Yeah, you're just
I'm
dragging your
not
feet, young lady,
dragging.
over and over.
Not
are.
really, because I've answered
Yeah,
the
really,
question multiple
really.
times.
You haven't answered anything. You've just been saying things out loud in the hope that it sticks, and it's not sticking because you're naive and ignorant on this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Honestly,
okay.
can I ask you something? If you don't give a possibility, you said the level is curved somehow because of gravity. Do you know that you are not giving possibility for the real level?
So
Because if his level behaving that it's flat, and if you observe and measure like that, and you are saying that it's curving, there is no possibility for level to be. There is no opposite possibility.
Yeah, a level is not possible on a globe.
Yeah. But not that only, there is no possibility for level in the world, because if this level is curving and if it's observably and measurably flat, it's curving. That means there is no possibility for the flatness.
So if you have a ball,
What is the
right?
possibility of flatness if you measure something flat and level and that it's telling you that it's curving? What
It's
is there
from you
possibility
being
for
the
flatness?
reference point. There are things that are flat, no?
Well,
Yeah,
so what I'm
yeah,
saying
but we are
is,
saying that, but we are saying that, but the other people saying that it's curved. That means there is no possibility for flatness.
I'm saying from the reference point of a human being, there are like flat surfaces, obviously, like large flat surfaces.
Okay,
Because
can you tell me?
the Earth is so big, right?
Okay, tell me this: does sphere has the flat spots?
Zoidberg, we're
It
talking about the
depends on the
actuality, not your
perspective, but
perspective.
sure.
We're not talking about your perspective. We're talking about the actuality. Are there actual flat places on a sphere?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's not.
No.
You're not understanding this.
No,
If I give you a sphere, can you show me anything which is flat on it?
Yes.
Where would that be? Go on, I've just given you a tennis ball. Show me where it's flat on it.
So if
A very
you
small part of the tennis ball
No,
would be flat.
it is not. It is not.
It is. It is.
It is
Are
not.
you people literally this dishonest? All right,
Yes.
guys. If I give you a bent line, like a really imagine I got a pen and I drew a squiggly line. Is there going to be any straight parts on that line?
Yes, very tiny straight parts.
Now you're just being dishonest. Now you're just giving up now.
You can
I mean,
demonstrate this
not
yourself.
really.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
mathematically,
guys. I haven't been speaking today. I haven't spoken today.
Hold on. So mathematically, yeah, you can, yeah, if you take the derivative of like a curved point, we don't have to get too deep into it, but like you would identify a tangent to that, a line to that point, which would appear to
Yep.
be a straight line. However, Grizzly is correct that mathematically there is no truly flat point on a sphere. However, there are still apparently flat locations on a oblate spheroid like Earth,
Do you know
in
what
which
like a
in which you would notice
Now,
something to be flat. But yeah, even
oh,
math. But
okay.
the point is,
Do you
Okay.
know what
Can I
like
ask?
integrals are?
Can I
but
ask
at the end of
another
the day,
question
though,
then?
at the end of the day,
Okay.
it's still it
Can
appears
I
flat.
ask another question? If it's how to say the space of the land, if it's 4,000 kilometers squared, is that enough?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it 4,000 miles squared enough flats to say this is not possible to be on the sphere with this given size?
4,000 miles square. I mean kilometers squared. I'm not sure where you're getting that number.
How big is that?
Miles.
Are you
Where I'm
talking
getting that
about
number?
like?
I'm getting that number from the lake, the size of one lake in Bolivia.
I don't know what a lake in Bolivia has to do with this. I'm not really sure.
I will tell you now. It's a 4,000 miles squared salt lake in Bolivia. It's changing elevation 1 meter in 4,000 miles squared.
Mm-hmm.
The radius of Earth is 4,000.
No, it's not.
Oh, really? It's 3,959 miles.
Right. That's not 4,000, but that's the radius.
Yeah, that's even worse. The bigger.
So the radius is
That's
not the
where
circumference.
circumference is 25,000 miles.
Right. So your lake fits well on 55,000 miles. The radius is not the circumference.
25,000 miles. We have
Yes. So
4,000. But listen this now. We have 25,000 miles of the circle. On that circle, you have the 4,000 square miles of the flatness.
it's not flat. You just said that there was a deviation of, what did you say?
Deviation. Okay, let's put it like this. This is like a 1 meter by 4,000 miles. You have the 4,000 miles changing elevation 1 meter.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
1 meter. Yeah, 1 meter.
But you
I will
have a
give you.
deviation, right?
But no, you don't have deviation. You have change elevation only 1 meter. This is the biggest mirror in the world. You can go there. You can go and watch videos how beautiful it is.
Okay.
Because it's giving the reflection of the sky, how it is, the reflection of the ground and the sky
So
together.
1 meter is 3.5 feet.
1 meter, it's something like that.
Okay, so there's a difference. I'm not sure where this deviation is. Are you saying from end to end it's a difference of that, or
Yeah.
can you post the source for that?
Okay. But if you can type it, you will find immediately on type South Bolivia something UYU. It's starting Uruni, something like that.
Okay, I'm not really sure what you're referring to, but if you post a link, I can read further into it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but it's 4:30 a.m. here in EST, and I gotta run. It's time for bed.
All right.
Hasta la vista.
I envy people who are going to be born like 100 years from now, who are just not going to have these debates because they're going to be like going back and forth from the fucking moon. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
All right, you guys have a great night.
Yeah, unfortunately,
or a
that
great day
doesn't
for you.
prove shit.
Yeah, they said that 50 years ago, and we still haven't gone to the moon again. So.
Like
Chris,
level,
I'm
like
51 and they told my
debate,
parents that
this
the
argument
kids would
just
be
won't.
playing
This
up there.
argument just won't exist a century from now. It just
We
won't
were
happen.
supposed to have a Taco Bell on the moon 50
Yeah, I know, but
years ago. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, by
Yeah,
that point, everyone will be so heavily vaccinated and so heavily autistic, and you won't even care about the truth by that point. You might be right on that.
Dumbass will think he's
Yeah,
got
basically. I mean, that sounds about right.
Hold
Yeah,
on a
everybody
second.
will be
Let's not
autistic.
get
Yeah, that's how it
TOS.
works.
Hold on a second. We
say
can't
she-
say that.
okay, we've
That's
arrived at the moon.
misinformation. That's
They'll all
TOS.
get off like this.
Oh, so
Shush.
telling the truth is now TOS. Well,
Shushy
pardon
wushy.
me.
Yes,
Telling
shushy
the truth
wushy.
is
That's
not TOS.
TOS.
No, it's not. Literally
Oh,
fake
yes,
stars.
it is. It's
That's a
in
way
To be
Discord community
spreading
guidelines.
medical misinformation is against TOS and the rules of the server.
Blah
Yeah.
blah 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 blah.
Sorry, your American
I do
rights
not
don't
go
apply
blah
here.
blah blah.
I got a copy of that TOS
Please
right here. If
read-
you guys want to read this section out loud to me.
It's okay, everyone knows the truth.
Community guidelines.
What
Please
is
read
against
the
US?
description.
Medical misinformation.
It's
And
just
this
the
is
fact
the-
that if admins understand or know that server TS is being broken here, then they'll just endanger the room. That's the point, I think.
Notice
Yeah,
how you
so
care about TOS more than
basically-
the truth, Zoidberg. Notice.
That's sort of that's
can't-
messed up if you think about it.
I'm with
Okay, we want to do our
This
best.
Because they don't want the server
TOS.
deleted, and if there's a room that is breaking TOS, that might endanger the server, so they'll just nuke the room
Discord
instead
is
of allowing this.
specific about misinformation in their TOS description. It's medical misinformation. And
Yeah,
health
somebody mentioned
Correct.
vaccines and autism.
Correct.
Well-
we don't need any of that, please.
None of that, please.
Mentioning
Okay.
isn't given.
Especially in a conversation that's recorded. So let's not. Thank
Well,
you.
let's just change the subject from here then. Let's go back to the subject at hand.
All right, you guys have a great. You have a great night. For the Aussies, have a great day, and for everyone else around the world, have a great day.
Also, don't be
It was nice to meet you, but I hate long goodbyes.
All right, you have a
How
good one.
old are
Bye.
you, dude? You sound like really old. Like no disrespect, just curious.
Listen, dude, that's my boomer voice. I'm just trolling you. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, you
wanted to
should
talk
work on that.
Normal. Work on it. It took me a
Yeah.
long time to get that boomer
Your
voice down
owlness
pat.
can translate
You don't
up
like
in
it? Cool, then it
spreading
works, you little fucker.
misleading
Damn.
information.
Why? You mean old
it
people
just
cannot be
pinches your
here?
balls a minute I
No,
get
of
on it.
course not. I'm just curious.
Okay.
There's
He has
multiple fake stars in the southern hemisphere.
At least he has 50 to 60.
I mean, I identify as a
Maybe.
boomer. You got a problem with
No,
that?
I
man?
know for sure.
Yeah, I'm a boomer, man. But I'm really Gen X.
Battleman, where you was,
But
fuck's sake?
address me as the Gen X boomer, or I will call the internet police.
Battleman, where you was? I didn't see you for 1 year. I
I'm a
can tell you.
millennial.
I've been around, Gemsy. I just been busy, man. I got my oldest daughter to
It's not
retire
Jamesy,
from
Sasha.
service and come. Sasha. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. I got my oldest daughter to come home from the service
Oh.
and retire. You know, and I mean, I'm teaching her and her brother to take over the company. So I've been busy. It's time for me to get my retirement in. I done did my
Yeah.
things, man. It's time for me to enjoy life. Y'all can keep up the fight, you know.
You gotta fight. All right. Buddy.
You gonna go Beastie Boys on us?
Get up, stand up.
That's all you got? Pops caught me smoking and he said, no way. That hypocrite smokes 2 packs a day.
All we are saying.
Mama threw away my best porno mag. Kick it.
Do you know that one? All we are saying. Give level chance.
No,
That's
keep going.
funny. That made me laugh.
Yeah, I didn't even. I keep going. I never heard that one before. But
Somewhere over horizon, where sky meets the ground. There is no Kurt to be found.
Do you guys like
Oh,
feel that the flat Earth thing is like also a community for a lot of people? Like it actually fulfills the need of a
Yeah,
community.
I think and people like to feel like they've discovered a great
Yes, a
part
lot
of
of these
something.
people. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yes, but
personally,
Zoidberg, I suppose it's similar to the queer community. So they feel ostracized. They feel like the minority. So they want to stay together and talk about stuff.
Dude,
Very similar
can
to
we
that.
leave that shit out of it?
He's
Now
just
let's
like,
talk about let's talk about queer
bam,
shit.
bam.
Now let's talk about queer now.
What do you guys want to talk about?
Is
Like,
that the original Grizz from the original 24/7? Is that really him? Sounds just like him.
Actually, I have a question. So I was talking to someone earlier who said that they think like China's gonna like take over because they're having like 5 kids each and their population's like 2 billion. And I called him out. I said, that's actually not true. They have a large population, but their fertility rate is actually below replacement. And he said,
it's
like, that's not
aging
true.
population too.
Yeah, and I said that's the facts back me up because you can look at the fertility rates, and he said the fertility rates have been fixed because the CCP is, they're not telling the truth because they want to hide how many people they actually have, so they can take over the world, and the UN and
Dude, that's actually
the WTO and all the international organizations are in on it, so they can facilitate a Chinese takeover.
Dude, that's
they're
actually medical misinformation. That's actually medical misinformation. What you're doing
Yeah,
there, that's actually illegal.
So how would you guys respond to someone like that?
well,
Because
I'll let
without
you know
without relying on inductive reasoning.
I'll
Because
let
that's
you
kind of
know because they're going to take over Australia first. So I'll let you know once Australia's gone.
Well, would you be able to disprove that person's claim that the CCP and all the international organizations that keep track of fertility rates are just lying about it?
Well, that's medical misinformation, dude.
I don't know why I try, but go ahead. I'm still at a loss for your point.
You can get the server shut down for saying stuff like that, dude.
You scared China's gonna take over? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it's medical misinformation according to the authorities. You can't be saying stuff like that because it could put people in danger. Okay, so got to think about the others.
They're not fudging. Yeah, they're not fudging the stats, man. They're right on.
If you don't believe in inductive reasoning, then you can't actually prove that person wrong. Like for all you know, yeah, maybe China is having.
How would you if you have never left your home country? How would you ever prove that China exists? That's the question.
That's the point.
How
It's
would
not,
you
it's not
know
actually
that
it's
China
not
exists if you can never leave your country?
The point of
Because
China is just a medium
your
to describe
friend
the idea.
because your friend was in China and he made so many videos and he showed you Shanghai and everything.
Yeah, but couldn't other people say, "Well, my friend was in space. There's the video of my friend in space."
Yeah, it could.
There's a difference.
And
What's the difference?
Wait. Yeah, it could and
I mean, then
It's all
therefore
he
space
said,
exists,
she
no? Same logic.
okay, that's why. And
There's a difference.
No.
wait, and
I mean that's
and
it.
There's a
No?
difference.
that's it. And that
One
means
you
that
can go
okay,
verify
great,
for
and that
yourself. The other one you can't.
What do you
that
mean you
there is
can't?
You couldn't.
Zoidberg,
okay,
footage
great.
of China.
Well,
Zoidberg, for footage of China, there are
been to
thousands of
Europe.
independent people posting footage. With space, there's only one agency.
Same,
Can I ask
same.
can I
There are
ask
many
you now?
agencies that post pictures from
We
space.
don't.
No, there's only governmental agencies which are all connected together, dude.
Can I ask you
prove
now?
that.
Let's say your friend was in space and has the photos of the air spherical. Is that true?
No, I'm talking about only space. I'm not talking about the Earth.
Yeah.
If my
Okay.
friend was in space and took videos while he's in space with a spacesuit,
and what?
I mean, that means space exists, no?
We got it.
And
I mean,
that
that's
means
it.
that Earth is also spherical because space exists.
No, I never made that claim. I said only space exists because my friend was to space and he gave me
Zoidberg,
videos and
you need
pictures.
thousands of independent footages for that to be
Yeah.
possible, right? You've only got
Let's
one
say I
agency,
have, like,
or
5
I'd say a
friends.
handful of government agencies which are all in on it together, clearly, because they all use the same technology, use
But
the same
prove it.
craft, and have the same narrative. You see, so therefore it
But
is just like one
prove
agency.
it, Grizzly. Prove that all
Prove what?
agencies are in cahoots.
They're all
Can I
working
say
from one
what your
centralized
friend
system of
said?
how to, for example, who gets to go to space, who's authorized, who's not authorized. So NASA's managing it.
And what you will record in the space, because the guy who was in China, he recorded towns, forests. What you will record in the space and say, I was in space.
You yourself being in space in the spacesuit.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Is
Why
China
you are in
claimed?
space? Why you
Excuse
why
me.
you are
One
in
moment,
space? To...
Sasha. One moment.
Mhm.
Is China claimed to be a place that can't exist due to a violation of natural law?
No.
There you
No,
go.
no.
Do you think
Hold on.
space is in violation
So,
of natural law? Can you
You can
like
actually go to
can
China
you
and
expand on
find
that?
out. You know, that's a different.
I personally don't think
Go to
China exists.
China.
I think it's a hoax.
yeah, exactly. You
Well,
can
you can go there because
you
it's
can
right
prove.
here on
No, you
Earth.
can't.
can
They'll,
Hold
go
on.
there
they'll
and-
never let you. They'll never let you. As soon as you go to a plane and they get a ticket to China, they'll
got
just
a
shoot down the
passport.
plane with a
Listen,
jet
you must
fighter.
Yeah, or they
you
take you
must
to,
want them
or maybe they take you
ex-criminals.
they take you to
There
Taiwan.
are
Maybe
certain
I don't know.
places you
Yeah,
get
they take you
paperwork
to
go,
another
and
Asian country and they say it's China.
Holy shit. Can you let Battlemod get a couple of words out, please, without talking over him?
no, this guy just wants to take it to an extreme like it proves something. You could actually prove places on Earth if you got the balls to go to them. Even if you're told not to, you still got free will. You can
No, but
attempt to
there,
do whatever you want. But what you could not do is go to space because you don't have. It's not available to you. You don't have a space vehicle.
the point is, even if
So
you
one
want to,
you could
even if you want to say
confirm
that,
and one you can't. Your hypothetical sucks donkey dick. It's bullshit.
even if you want to say, well, you can't. There are millions of people that go to China. There's lots of footage. And there's two things here. Number one,
yours.
yeah, number one, why won't you extend, even if there's more footage, why won't you extend the same kind of logic of going based off of video footage to space? That's number one. And number two, what do you say for planes that can't be
Can
as
I get a
easily?
ride to space? I told you, take me
Yeah,
there. What's up?
and number two, why can't you?
say
How
it's
do you
possible.
respond to claims that are less easily verifiable? Like I mentioned, the Chinese fertility rate, which is not something that you can get with video footage, right? If someone says that Chinese people are having 5 kids each, how do you prove that the real number is actually like 1.7 or whatever the institutions say? Because if you just go to the institutions, they would say that you're a cock for institutions and they're lying to you. So how do you? That's the point.
I really don't care what rate the Chinamen are reproducing at.
Yeah, but even if you
honest,
did care, even if you did care under your
So why would
under your
I?
framework, even if you're under your framework, you would be unable to make any claim either way because you just don't
I could
subscribe to
attempt to verify it myself. I could go over there and count every one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, well,
and so the point becomes one is
that
verifiable and one is not. And
and
you
that's
still
the
avoided
issue.
that and dodged around it. Verification. Concrete reality. All that
Also
other shit
outside
is
the
just
normal human experience, right? It's not unusual, to claim that there's this other bit of land where there's people and buildings and trees and
People
mountains
thought
and rivers and things that we all experience in everyday life, right? But
people
something
thought
we don't
Atlantis.
experience is a sky vacuum that is claimed to be above us that people can allegedly go
They
to
lied to
in
us
little tin
before.
cans and fly around and take photos of a thing that they have no reference of. They have no way to tell if that thing is a thing that it is claimed to be.
But they lied to us with Atlantis, right? People said Atlantis exists, and it doesn't, right? So why would China
And
be
you're
different?
coping now.
How do
Now
you know
you're
I'm
that?
just
hoping.
clutching at straws.
How do you know
What?
that?
That
How do
Atlantis
you know
doesn't
that?
exist?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Well, I've crossed the Atlantic where Atlantis is supposed to be. There's just water.
Why should you be there? Who told you that?
Well, I mean, in ancient times, people said that Atlantis exists.
Who told you that?
Ancient people?
Ancient people told you that.
Yeah.
Really? Did you spoke with them?
Well, I read their writing.
You read the writings?
Yeah.
And they're truth?
That's the point. It's not. It's a lie. Atlantis does not exist.
How do you know that it's a lie?
Because I've been there. I've
Where
been
we
where
was?
Atlantis is supposed to be, and it's not there. There's no
But
land. It's
you
just
mean
ocean.
that? But because you think that it's supposed to be there, because ancient was written, because you read some things that it must be there, but I read it's behind the 60 degrees south parallel.
Okay.
And
Then
I
I'll
wanted to
have to
check
go
it,
there
but
and check
nobody.
myself.
But you can go and check it yourself. On 60 degrees, 70 degrees, you cannot check anything
Oh, why so?
because of Antarctic Treaty.
But no, that's well, I'm talking about Atlantis, not
I'm talking
Antarctica.
about Atlantic. I'm talking about Atlantic Treaty, Antarctica Treaty. You don't know what is between 60 and 90 degrees.
Okay. Do you think Atlantis is there?
Okay, can you imagine now 60 and 90 degrees on the flat surface, for example?
I cannot.
You cannot. Okay, great. Imagine then that you are Captain Cook. Maybe you will then imagine something.
Sure, but my question is then, do you think Atlantis is there or Antarctica is
I'm
there?
telling you where is my borders. My borders is 60 degrees parallel, and I cannot go more than that. And there is a lot of space behind 60 and 90. A lot of big circle around, big, even bigger than that inside. That region, I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Also, maybe somebody knows, but we don't know.
Sure.
And if you don't know if you don't know the let's say the half of this space, or let's say 1/3, whatever you want, how I know what is there if I never was there?
Okay, so you think that it's possible that Atlantis is there, or no?
Who cares?
It's possible there.
Who knows?
It's
Well,
possible.
speaking which,
I can say now everything, but it's possible that there is 7 Atlantis there.
hey, what we do know is that flying from Australia to Chile only takes a little bit longer than flying from New York to London, which is it's kind of odd. You think it would take a lot longer given where they are, but
And you are flying above what?
What?
Ocean?
Are you flying above the ocean?
Above the Pacific, yeah.
Is that ocean is that ocean curved when you're flying?
Curved in what way?
on a flat Earth model, you would be constantly listing.
No, on the flat Earth model, is that ocean in reality curved?
Well, I mean, in a globe model, it would follow that it is, obviously.
Yeah.
Deciding which way we fly.
That means that flight, we take the flight, we come out from the airplane, we go to beach and check the sphericity of the ocean. If ocean is curving, that means that flight was that airplane was flying over the curved surface. And then you don't need the distances. And then you don't need distances. Doesn't matter even if he flight 2,000 miles or 3,000 miles, he flight over the curved surface. But first, let's prove the curved surface. Then let's take a flight.
But I don't understand what the.
Oh, wait, that doesn't address the point I was making, which is on a flat Earth model, flying from Australia to Argentina. People say there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere.
There is no flat Earth model.
I understand what you're saying, but why? How come flying from Australia to Argentina, Chile, only takes a little bit longer than flying from New York to Europe? Even though in a flat Earth model, that distance would be vastly larger, vastly longer.
Your assumed flat Earth model that you don't have.
Well,
if,
I mean,
if the ring around if the ring around the Earth is
points
Antarctica
and a distance.
Yeah,
dude, all you have is 2 points and a distance.
The center of the disk would be the North Pole, right? So New York and London, which are closer to that center, there is a shorter distance in an arc between them compared to Australia and Argentina, which are much further out. And yet, you would expect the distance in flying between those two
all you have
would be significantly longer than the distance between North America and North
proof
Europe.
Here.
Says you.
Wait, we know. Wait, well, I'm talking about your model.
We don't have a model. There is no model. We don't have a model many times, and you're assuming a model, and you're assuming distances and where things may be.
Wait, so you don't even know what you don't even know what you don't even know what it would look like then. What the flat Earth would look like?
Flat.
Do you know how flat Earth would look like?
Like again, if assuming Antarctica was
you're assuming you are putting the words in our mouth. You are saying that in our model, we are telling you we don't have a model. Okay, now you need to ask,
no coherence.
what do you
So there's
have?
there's no coherence then. I thought I'm sorry. It's my fault
There
for
is a
assuming coherence.
coherence. There is a
It's my fault
coherence.
for assuming a model.
But
I
do
shouldn't
you
have
know
assumed a model.
why? Do you know what? You
talk
didn't
over
ask
each
now.
other,
Okay,
please.
if you don't have, you didn't ask like this. If you don't have a model, what do you have? You didn't ask like that. You said you don't have a model and finish the story.
Yeah, you have certain.
What do we?
You have. Hold on. You have certain things you can describe with that idea of
No, no,
understanding
I
things,
don't
right?
have anything.
You
No,
no, hold on. Yeah,
no.
that's what you've been doing.
You're
Yeah,
again
yeah.
putting the.
Wait, what are you talking
Why
about?
you
Yeah,
don't ask? Why
that's what
you
we
don't
hold on.
ask only?
That's what
Why
we've
you
been
don't
doing.
ask? Why you
What we
don't ask
excuse
people?
me.
Why
One
you
of
don't
you are
ask
going to have
people?
to yield and let the
me.
other finish.
Yeah,
My point.
hold on. Just I'll finish
Please.
and I'll shut up. But yeah, you have to explain. You have to explain certain things. That's what people have been doing here. They've been using the flat Earth. If you don't want me to use the word model, that's fine. But they've been
No,
using that
I don't need to
perspective.
explain
They've been
anything, man.
using. They've been describing certain phenomena, whether it's rotation of the stars or curvature of the Earth or whatever, right? They've been describing certain phenomenon and saying you can explain it, even assuming that the Earth is flat, without having to assume that it's a globe. However, the question is, can you take all these different things and combine it into a model that encompasses everything and is reliable and repeatable? Right, that's the question. Now,
Okay.
I assumed I was under the impression because you guys, someone was adamantly saying that there is a flat Earth model. I assumed that that's what people were operating under, and the most common flat Earth model places the North Pole in the center of a disk, Antarctica further out, and under that model, flying between New York and London, which are much closer to that center because they're closer to the north, would be significantly shorter than flying between Australia, let's say Sydney and Santiago, Chile. But it's only a couple hours longer.
Okay.
So
All
that's
right.
what I meant.
Thank you. Can please allow someone to address that and do not interrupt them, please.
We don't have that model, and that's not our model. What are you talking about? That means that maybe you made I don't know. You made mistake about some people
No, I
doing
mean, like
something.
for
Do you have?
example, you guys told me to watch Flat Earth content. I started watching, and I started watching Mark Sargent, and he has a model of the Flat Earth. Is that the real
Okay.
model? He's like
Okay. Who is Mark Sargent? Now I am asking
a
you.
flat earther.
I don't care. I don't know him.
Okay, but like, then who should I watch?
But
Like, I don't understand.
but are you with Mark Sargent now, or you are speaking with me?
I'm speaking to somebody else who thinks that the Earth is flat, and I'm saying
I don't care for him what
you
he
guys
is.
cred the other day.
Is it this CNN? Is this BBC? Is this Mark Sargent server?
Listen, friend, I'm telling you.
Friend,
Crit the other
I don't
day, and
do
Mayhem
you have any
and Cyclone
question.
said you should
Yeah.
watch Flat Earth content. I started watching Flat Earth
Okay.
content. I started with
I
Mark
watched.
Sargent, and
I
he has
also
a model. Is that a lie, that model, or is it true? Like, I'm asking you.
yeah, that model. What he Mark Sargent has that he doesn't know if that is a model. That's
Okay, so
that's
that's a
not
lie.
real model.
Okay, sure. That's all I
Yeah.
was asking.
No, you'll have
And
to
what
Okay,
should
understand
I
that
good.
watch?
No,
not
no, no, no. No,
all of us are
let's
going
put
to
it like
agree.
let's put it like this. It's not a lie, but also it's not confirmed. That means there is no proof for that.
Sure, I started like also with the Globebusters, and the Globebusters also use that model. Like, I
What
I
are
don't
you?
know
What are you using model? Are they using model like this? And they are saying, look, the North Pole is in the middle. Then you have Norway. It's
Yeah.
here, and it's 1,000 miles from the Norway. And then you have this and this orientation. It's like this. They are all saying that how it's
Well,
oriented.
the
All continents on that.
Globebusters use the same model as
Yeah.
Mark Sargent does. But if that is fake, I should stop watching both the Globebusters and Mark Sargent, which is fine.
That's fine. That's great. And you are now here. And do you have any question? Let's throw away the Globebuster and Mark
Yes.
Sargent now.
What should I watch if I want to familiarize myself with the Flat Earth model?
You should to go reality and watch the sea level.
Okay. So no
That's
no videos on YouTube?
Oh, that one. Okay.
I think it
I
was
mean,
suggested that some of those videos are suggested as starting points, just maybe as just to become familiar with what different people are saying
right? And you may garner some good points out of it, and others not so good points out of it. You can come back here and ask more questions, like you have, and we will say, look, as far as a model's concerned, us here personally, some of us here are not going to adhere or subscribe to a particular model or an idea or a conception or of Earth and what it looks like in its entirety and how the sun and moon work and all those sort of things. That is in the realm of speculation, and all we want to deal with is what we can observe, what we can test, what we can repeat, and what
Yeah,
we
but
can falsify.
that means there's a lot of misinformation being spread about the flat Earth, right? It's creating confusion.
It's not necessarily
If you introduce...
misinformation. It's not necessarily misinformation. It's somebody's viewpoint and their suggestion.
Okay, but
of
they're
what
being
may work.
suggestive.
They're putting forward something that may work, but even what they're putting forward doesn't show distances and other things accurately. And a lot of people will show, you know, the AE map or different maps that are basically a globe unfolded into a flat map, which distorts the map anyway.
Well,
So
yeah, for sure.
we don't have the resources to give you any sort of accurate map. And beyond that, we don't have the ability to go to certain places to be able to give you an accurate map. But in saying that, the globe doesn't actually have accurate maps either, and they don't have accurate models either. If you actually have a serious look into some of the models they use for the globe, they are not accurate. They don't make any sense.
Well, I was going
So
to bring that up because Cal mentioned something about a all-encompassing model. Something I'm pretty sure he used those words. If not, I'm paraphrasing a little
Yeah,
bit.
well,
But
yeah,
that is something that is a bit hypocritical because the globe doesn't even have that.
Oh, I mean, but that's fine. Even if the globe doesn't have that, like it should be nice to see like what reality looks like. No.
yeah. I mean, the globe can still the globe can still explain certain things, like I mentioned, like why you can take a flight across the South Pacific, and it's a little bit longer than across the North Atlantic, but under a flat model, it wouldn't really make sense for them to be the same length of time.
Explanations are great and all, but what's the evidence? What's the proof that the explanation is correct?
Predictive capabilities, right? Those theories being able to make predictions that then come true. If flat Earth, would at any one point just make a prediction
Well, that would
about
be
how the
affirming the
stars move,
consequent.
how something
That would be
appears,
affirming the
right?
consequent.
What?
That would
No,
be
it's not.
affirming the consequent.
No, you have a hypothesis, right? You vary a sort of, you vary the independent variable. Therefore, the dependent variable, you predict the change in the dependent variable, right? And then you go out and test it and see if your prediction comes true. And that is how you test your hypotheses.
Do we need
You
that?
make predictions.
Do we need that in geometry?
Yes, of course you make that, and you do that also
We
in
need
geometry.
independent variable in geometry.
I mean, no, you can
Independent
also have
variable?
mathematical proofs, right, that are
Does we
different
need
than.
independent
No, no, no.
and
There's a
dependent
difference.
variable?
There's a difference between mathematics, which are just true statements, right, that you can derive
Yeah.
from certain axioms, and
Yeah.
testing whether your hypotheses, your theories, map to reality, right? Whether they represent something that happens in our world.
Like measuring its hypothesis.
So when
Occurrence of a
for an
phenomena
example,
in nature.
So for an example, when gravity was found to be, I believe it was 96% incorrect or not strong enough to hold the planetary motions, instead of throwing out gravity, what they did was they made a mathematical equation to make dark energy work, something that can't be seen or detected, but must be there because they can make
It's
the
not for
math
the
to make it
planetary
work.
motions, though. Like the solar system, all the bodies in the solar system, their orbits are largely accounted for with Newtonian gravity. You add in general relativity and you get all the way there.
Then
What
you
you're
don't know
talking
your
about
own
is on a
code on then.
galactic scale. What you're talking about is on a galactic scale, right? So the rotation of galaxies cannot be explained by the visible matter alone, according to general relativity.
Instead
now
of
that only
throwing it out,
means,
they
now
made
that
a
only
mathematical
means, right?
equation.
Wait. Like Newtonian gravity is still appropriate and good model for lots of things, even though we know it's not the truth, right? All the models that physics makes, right, they are acknowledging that they are not true reality, right? They are models of reality, that may not apply to any, you know, like edge cases, domains, times, right? Like how Newtonian gravity isn't true in the near, you know, in the vicinity of a black hole or very massive body. However, general relativity is a better model, right? They supersede each other, but that still doesn't mean that general relativity is the end of the story and nobody's claiming such.
Yes, but you're going over the fact because you're claiming here mathematics is science and used to prove things, and it can be done because. So I'm giving you an example where something should have been thrown out altogether, but instead they make a mathematical equation to make something that can't be seen a reality.
No, it's not
Band-Aid
true. I mean,
excuse.
it's just not true. You're just strawmanning what they're
That
doing.
is true.
Yeah. No, that's not a strong. It's a band-aid excuse on top of your already reified model, right? Which is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Really, like making predictions of your hypothesis and then testing those theories by using the scientific method is affirming the consequence?
No,
Could you
that only
elaborate on that?
applies to that only applies that only applies to that only applies to when you're trying to establish the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature.
Like you're trying to verify the models of the world that you're building out to see if they make useful predictions. That's all we care about.
A proper scientific model would be developed after the fact, not before. So your hypothesis doesn't necessarily involve a model,
What?
right?
Of course, it's a model of the
observed-
world, right? My hypothesis. Like it's a model of how
so
the
what
world
if-
works, how I think the world works, right? And then we go and test it.
How do you test that? How do you manipulate your independent variable? What cause?
One
What
strong
cause are
indicator
you
for your
trying to
theory
establish?
being right is if your theory is predicting new observations that have not yet been made, but that you can go out and make. And if you find those observations to match the predictions from your theory, that is strong evidence that your theory is onto something.
Yeah. So
In the
you
ideal
haven't
case,
established
you
a
can
cause
make
and
an
effect
experiment.
relationship.
Yeah, in the ideal case, you can vary the independent variable, right? You can exclude all the other factors, which you can do for plenty of things, you know, including, for example, gravity with the Cavendish experiment. You guys love to harp on about, you know, independent dependent variables, except that experiment is doing exactly that, right? So, like, you know, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I often hear, and pardon, like I just want to clear for myself because I have a definition in my head for independent variable. I want to ask you guys, people who are on the flat earth side, what do you mean by independent and dependent variables?
Independent variable will be the presumed cause of the effect you've observed in nature, which that would be your dependent variable. So your independent variable in an experiment would be the thing you think is going to cause the dependent variable to change or to occur.
So the independent variable is
Yeah,
the prime
it could
mover
be.
for the dependent variable.
If you want to
manipulate or
measure,
vary
it
in
could be like
order
temperature,
to
for example. Temperature, if you want to
in order to
measure
achieve
the
an
acceleration of
outcome.
particles in water.
Okay.
Flat Earth gave you a coherent explanation of that. Like that's correct. That's how you do it. Yeah. The dependent variable depends on the change in the independent variable.
Okay.
Yeah. Or if you want to measure the trajectory of something over time.
We're not so different than in our understanding. I mean that's great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, the cognitive dissonance starts on the next step, right?
You're going to need to observe something occurring in nature to begin with.
Well, so I bought a very expensive telescope, like 2,000 euro telescope, and that's an amateur telescope. It's not really for professionals, obviously. It's still an amateur telescope for that money. Let's say 2,500 American dollars, right? And it just uses optical lenses. It uses glass that is processed in a very specific way, using a very specific methodology to be able to magnify things, right? Now, or to collect light
Did you look
most
at the Earth
efficiently.
with it?
No, but I looked. I looked at.
Does this process
Sorry.
involve any sort of software, computer
No,
software?
no, it's just
Okay.
it's just glass. Process, I mean, like worked on by humans or machines, so it
Right.
has
We understand that.
specific attributes and properties.
Yeah, we understand that telescopes, use light, right, and are used to magnify things. They receive light through the lenses and use a reflector, and it goes back into your eye, and then you're capable of magnifying an image.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
seeing
yeah.
through one
Exactly.
eye.
It enhances my biological eyes, right? I'm using technology that is not
one eye.
sure one
Monocular.
eye. Yeah. I'm using technology which enhances my eyesight. And it's not a technology that creates some sort of falsities. It is a technology that is very blunt in its operation. Now, when I look at the sky and look at Mars, I see Mars, right? I see a celestial body that looks like a circle, but given observations for a prolonged period of time, I see changes on the surface of that circle that indicates that there's like some sort of phenomena that interacts with the surface on that circle very far away from me. Obviously, that circle is. Or there's a rotation there, right? One of the two. Do you guys agree?
Well,
It's
you see
either something
changes, right? So,
is molding the surface of that circle I'm observing, which
well,
is
you can't
Mars.
assume it's a surface. You can't assume it's a surface. You can see changes in what you're actually seeing, right? Okay, fair
Sure.
enough. Okay, you've seen something change, like a color, a shade.
Well, the relief. I don't know what the English word is for like the texture of
Texture.
the observable area. Yeah, you see like at one point you
What
see
appears to be
mountains
a
and
texture.
then they're gone. Yeah. In
You're not
2
going to see
hours or 3 hours
mountains.
or 20 hours they're gone. Like you don't see them anymore. You see an entirely different like surface area or whatever it is, right?
So someone here that we have someone called CB who likes to say telescopes don't whisper in your ear, right? You see something and then there's interpretations made of what you're seeing based on a story that we're given. If you did not have that story already in your mind, when you look through that telescope, you're not going to know what the fuck you're looking at.
Agreed, sure. I'm looking at something though, right? And that something changes. What are the conclusions I can derive from my observation?
Okay, so you've observed an effect. You've observed something changing, right? Something occurring in a light in
Yeah.
the sky.
What am
So
I
you want
looking
to
at and why is it happening? Like that's the question. Those are the big questions, right?
Are you attempting to formulate a hypothesis? So you want to assume a cause for that change in what you saw?
Sure, yeah. I can formulate the hypothesis, yeah.
Right, so when you get to your independent variable part, how are you going to manipulate or change the independent variable to see if it causes the effect?
Do I need to change the independent variable or the independent variable can be changed by some other entity outside of me?
You're going to have to physically manipulate the independent variable, the assumed cause.
Why though? Can I rely on something else to manipulate the independent variable, not me? Like I'm just the observer.
No, you
I
can't.
can.
How are you going to do that?
Well,
Mind
let's say
if I jump in and
if I was a theist, I would say, well, God's hand is manipulating what I see, right? There you go. God is manipulating the independent variable, and I'm just the observer of the change. No?
Your independent variable has to be something real, right? Something that you can verify to be real, and it has to be tangibly changed, varied, manipulated.
You can't draw any inferences otherwise.
I mean, that's the
Say,
point, though, right? Like, so for example, well,
it's
my German friend,
We're not looking for inference.
What if,
Deduction. No.
I'm telling you, if I was a theist and I have the presupposition that all truth and intelligibility hinge on the disembodied mind of a creator God, and in my specific case on the Christian God, right, as the final arbiter and the final guardian of all truth, facts, and intelligibility, then I can perfectly say, well, God is doing it. God is manipulating the independent variable. I'm just observing the change. No, that would be a valid premise. And
what the heck are you talking about, man? This is
okay,
in the
does
in the
anybody understand
pure
what I'm
realm of
trying to say?
speculation. It's in the pure realm of
Yes.
speculation.
Wait, you think that God doesn't exist?
You've assumed.
I think God
that-
exists. God has revealed himself through creation. Therefore, he exists. I know that God exists because he has revealed himself.
Did you
Right?
ask him to change the independent variable? Like,
I
come
don't
on,
have to
man.
ask God anything.
Is
It's
he your lab
God is God.
assistant? Is he your lab
No, he
assistant?
does what he wants. I just
Right.
observe, right? No, but
So you
guys,
don't.
like, I mean, you have to understand the rationale, right? This is not alien to you as a concept. Like, you don't have to manipulate the independent variable yourself
How do you know what's changing it then?
by observing it.
That's the thing that's in contention. So you're going to use circular reasoning.
You observe change, and you see that that change happens without you manipulating anything. Therefore, it is possible to not be able to, for you not to be able to physically manipulate the independent variable and yet derive knowledge out of things. No,
The
that's
knowledge,
what
all the knowledge you're going to get
that's the
is that
concept.
I saw this thing through these lenses. You know, this device.
Yeah.
I saw something happening. That's the only knowledge you can gain out of it.
Well, why? You can say, well, this entity, I'm gonna call it whatever it is. Like, let's say God is manipulating this entity, and the result is this observation. Why is that not valid logic in terms of or rationales?
Okay, what's the independent variable then?
In the case of like what Mars changing its surface,
You're assuming it's a surface, but yeah, the change
well,
that you're
whatever,
observing.
changing its visage, its like image, its presentation, its
What's your
content.
presumed cause?
Why independent variable? In this case, it would be rotation, right?
I mean, start with it being a sphere, right? Like these people, look, like the flat Earth thing, right? Is they have some kind of video where someone put up a bunch of like printed out 2D, sheets of paper with planets printed on it, right? And then they ask, see, if I'm standing very still in this perfect angle in front of it, I can't tell which one's the true 3D ball and which one's just a 2D shape, right? Which is true, however, it doesn't
Because a
hold up when you
three-dimensional
start
sphere,
moving, right?
a
As soon as you
three-dimensional
start
sphere from
moving, rotating, it doesn't work anymore, right? But
a
these
three-dimensional
people,
sphere viewed. Sorry,
yeah,
but the premise is that a three-dimensional sphere viewed from all angles would present as a circle. That's a fact.
yeah,
You
yeah,
can
but the
test this with
circle
a
wouldn't be
basketball or
changing,
like a
right? Like the
yeah, of
shadow
course.
with relative position to the sun and all that stuff. But anyway, you just got to assume that these people don't even believe that the things in the sky are actual spheres out there, right?
No, but like I am trying to, for all of us here, I'm trying to understand the burden of, oh sorry, the labor burden that we have to do in order for us to agree on evidence. In the case of this situation where I observe the
Yeah.
planet Mars, I have done all the labor I can. This is
No, this is
it's
well, I mean, it's not quite, right?
it's redundant to do more in this case. It's
No,
enough to
well,
make a conclusion
you'd
based on
think
that
so,
labor.
right? But that's not quite true. Essentially, what they want is for you to put up a scale model in the sky of like a sheet mass and then compare how they look different. And then you can infer that the cause of them looking different and the one thing looking like the mass that we see is that it might be a sphere, right? No,
Yeah, but
this is obviously
that would be
stupid.
unrealistic,
Yes, let
bundle.
me finish. Let me finish,
Burden.
right?
Sorry.
You can also do that, of course, with the same experiment that they do, right? With the sheets of paper in the sphere. If you just have the observer or the light sources moving around, you can see and predict the same changes in things that we observe that we do actually see in the natural world, which gives us plenty of cause to think that there is causation here because we can make, smaller scale models on Earth of simple geometric shapes and observing them through, electromagnetic radiation, light, illumination
I'm
from some
saying.
source. And it's obviously ridiculous to think that these are not spheres in space,
Would
right?
not be an experiment.
Why? Yeah, that would not be an experiment, right? Because Mars might be different.
So
Have you ever heard of
so
Occam's
now to
razor?
develop it, so in this case, to presume an independent variable, you're going to make additional assumptions which you cannot verify. So that's just great. I think it's over right there.
Okay, but essentially what you're telling me is that using telescopes and your eyes, just observing without manipulating, gains you no justified true knowledge, right? Nothing at all, which is again absurd. There's also something called natural experiments, right? Where the independent variable varies over nature, right? So you can find solar systems with different parameters where things are different, and then you can see if certain effects and the way that you predict them to change with the independent variable, how they actually change in reality as you look at different parts of the sky and different systems and galaxies and so on and so forth. These are also experiments where the independent variable is changing, even though you're not directly manipulating it. That's another misunderstanding of flat Earth. That you don't need to be physically manipulating that independent
that's an
variable.
assumed independent variable that you aren't
Yeah, but
physically manipulating.
does that mean that you've gained no knowledge? No, because Occam's razor tells you that you should choose the hypothesis,
gone
the
into
world model,
storyland.
with the least assumptions, and this one has way less assumptions than what you would
It
have
means
to,
you've gone into
confabulate for it to be something else.
Yeah, it means you've gone into storyland, La La Land.
You see, that's the problem. I think that the fundamental disagreements here will never be resolved because we have different standards of deriving evidence. Like, no matter how many pictures,
They're not my standards.
sphere Earth people show you, no matter how many videos, you would never agree. And the same is for flat Earth. No matter how
It's not
many
my standard.
pictures you
But
guys show the sphere Earth people, they will never agree.
That's the
You
fucked
don't.
up
You
thing,
have
right? They don't
different
apply any
standards
of
of
the same
evidence.
level of. Well, no, they don't apply that level of evidence consistently, though, right? They only apply it to the globe stuff. They don't apply it to any of what their own community, burps out and the garbage that they're spouting. They just like are completely unskeptic when it comes to that.
I
They
may
just
not
gobble it
agree
up.
with
If
some of the
someone
garbage that
tells you,
my
oh,
so-called
this
quote
effect can
community
only be
pumps out.
explained this way, they'll be, oh, there's atmospheric lensing. It's a dynamical system. Things change and whatever. And then that's just hand waving away like all the like real hard stuff, and that's how they get out of doing anything
Well,
serious.
I don't know. Like when the globe earthers use like Selenian eclipse explanations like atmospheric refraction, you guys laugh. But not you,
Why
the
would that
flat
be
earthers
necessary?
laugh. Because flat earthers like usually bring up the fact that you can see both the sun and the moon during a selenial eclipse. And the explanation for this is unironic atmospheric refraction. When
Ad hoc.
the flat earthers
An
and
ad
the
hoc
flat earthers
hypothesis.
hold on, when you guys bring up the atmospheric refraction, right, you take it seriously and it's applicable in your cases, but when the sphere earth people bring it, it's not relevant or invalid. And this is the problem. You guys have axiomatic like disagreements. You will never reach this agreement.
Yeah, it's not just
I'm
that
not looking
they
for an agreement.
apply refraction
I mean, then
sometimes. They also apply it
why?
differently, right? When they use refraction, it acts in all sorts of unpredictable and weird ways to explain away any sort of observations they're making. When globers use refraction, they mean a specific phenomenon that only has very specific and predefined consequences that we do observe.
What?
Like put a fucking
You got to be
stick
kidding me,
into
man!
water.
Did you just do a total projection on us?
No, but the
Right.
point is,
Dude, like
if you're not
fucking
if you have
flat
these
Earth
kinds
is
of
fucking IMAX in terms of projection.
if you have these kinds of like situations where you have axiomatic agreements, what's the point of having the room open to other people? Just ban everybody else and talk among yourselves. Like, what's the
Usually
point of
they
like
just
having?
mute people. Like there must be no moderators awake right now. Usually I get muted immediately.
No,
Well, we have people.
I think this gentleman here is a moderator. T-Dubs, you're a moderator, right?
So we have people. So we have different types of people come in. Some people are curious and just want to know why we're saying what we're saying. Some people want to look into it a bit further. They may have already be questioning. They might have found other information, and they want more information that we are capable of giving them that they can't necessarily find on social media platforms or Google. Some people might just want to come in and do what you guys do and look for agreements and
I
braid
mean,
each other's hair and kick
I
the
will
happy
say
sack
that,
around
you
and
know,
play kumbaya and
I
shit.
think that's very
Or some
dishonest. That's like
some
I
people
believe
might
that
some
I
people
believe
might want
that you
to
might have that motivation, right?
vehemently and
But
adamantly argue with us and disagree with
yeah,
us and present their so-called evidence. And when they get told and shown and demonstrated how what they're presenting isn't evidence, they start acting like you guys are right now.
What have I said?
so in terms
You're
of
the
your
ones who
motivations,
you're the
right?
ones who insult and you're the one
Right.
you're the one who insults other people in this conversation, by the way. And I have never insulted you through the entirety of this conversation or on previous occasions when I've spoken to you. And you've called people retards, morons, whatever, right? I think
Yeah,
this
I
was
mean,
just
he's
really,
We've had
really,
episodes
really,
that,
motivations,
don't
right?
worry.
really,
It comes to
really
the
malicious.
motivations. Like the main motivation of like
No, it's
flat
just
Earth communities and the
I've got
thing
to
that's
jump off
driving
for a
them
minute. One
is, you
second.
know,
I've got to jump off
Globus being
in a minute.
confused.
Is there
Yeah.
another? Is there someone else in here that wants to partake in this conversation
we're not
with these
having a
guys?
conversation. We're having like a meta
AJ
conversation.
maybe, AJ or somebody else. I don't know who's here that might want
Let the
to
Globus
jump
take
in
over.
and take over
yeah,
this.
I
'Cause I've got
don't know.
I literally no I actually have to get off and go and do some things, so I can't partake
It's
in
fine,
this
friend. I
conversation.
mean you no ill will. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, I might be able to
Yep.
jump on later, but I can't guarantee that. Yeah, no. It was nice chatting with you guys. Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good one.
So did anyone take a look at the thing I was posting, the South Pacific flights versus North Atlantic? Is there like any explanation for that, or any just thoughts, even just
Because no,
analysis?
but Cal, you're presupposing that their model is the Mark Sargent Globusters model, which is the flat pizza world. They
I'm
say
saying,
that it's
yeah.
not the case.
I'm saying, is
So
there any conception that would explain like?
no, they don't have any because they don't want to defend one. They're deathly afraid of defending a model. That's the point. So the flat Earth pizza thing I've been watching on Mark Sargent and fucking Globusters is not recognized here. So that would be a useless argument because in your in the world of the pizza world, right? You would see that the flight between Sydney and fucking Chile, Santiago, would be days
Enormous. Yeah.
because it's so huge the distance, right? Well, it's not, and they don't, and they know the criticism for that. They faced it before, so they're deathly afraid of stating a model. Like, it's just you're not gonna get them on this one.
Yes, because then they would have to make predictions that they could be proved wrong on.
Yeah, they don't want to
I
be
mean,
wrong. They're
look,
deathly
the
afraid of
whole.
being wrong.
I just want to correct one thing about the motivations of like flat Earth, right? Like what T-Dub said, I don't think is true at all. Like the main allure here is that globe people come in here, they don't understand what flat Earth is, they don't know the rhetorical tools, they don't know the talking points, they get actually confused and cannot defend the globe Earth. Like that is actually true of the average person. They cannot defend globe Earth against a flat earther. And if someone does come in here with actual things to, you know, like that knows their shit, they just get muted, and you know they just make fun of all the other people, and that's like
It's
the circle jerk that's driving the movement.
I like my friend. I disagree. Normies can invoke the conspiracy and attack the flat Earth with that. At what point university students of physics, mathematics,
can.
chemistry are introduced to the conspiracy, where the Jews or whoever are manipulating their minds or buying them out so they lie?
Plenty of people can, but I've seen plenty of people like, and those are the ones that they actually engage with, is the
fuck are you
Globers that
talking about?
are truly confused about some things on like
We're
Globe
talking
Earth and
about
don't know how they
conspiracies.
work.
Like what the fuck are you
It's
talking
there are
about?
easier paths like conspiracy and so on to attack it. Yeah, but a lot of
Attacking
people
the
don't do that.
conspiracy is a way for a normie that doesn't know mathematics or physics or chemistry to attack the flat Earth.
Sure, but like when
And
it
I
comes
think
to
it's
those
a
things,
valid
right? Like the
argumentation.
first argument I've made here was that I've worked on microsats, right? And I've actually, we've built the satellites, we've contacted them after they were in orbit and so on, and that would require like NASA putting up a special team of people constantly generating real-time data to fake and then send to us through a balloon that's cruising at 8 kilometers per second somewhere in the firmament, Yeah, right.
Why'd you bring up conspiracies about Jews? What was that about?
No, I was just a lot of schizophrenics say like that the Jews are
Who's a
controlling the world
schizophrenic?
or some shit. Not you guys.
Oh no, the moderators are back. No. Globers, hide.
What the hell?
Yeah, what
I'm
happened
not
there?
getting muted today. What is happening?
What happened?
It's very confusing for me.
I got muted. I don't know why. What did I do?
I'm not sure,
Usually they
man.
just
I
like
didn't do it.
mute whatever.
I was just explaining why there's a lot of malicious people on the server. Like there's a lot of Nazis on the server. You guys should know this.
On
That
on
I
our
use like
on
no,
our
not
channel
on
or
no,
on?
not on your channel, on the server.
Okay.
Not on your channel. None of you are like Nazis. You're good people. My point
No, we're
is
not.
a lot of
Politics server doesn't give a fuck because it increases engagement. They'll take anyone.
agree. Doobie has stated this numerous times. But the point is
I'd
that
say,
they use like massive conspiracies, and the end of all those conspiracies is always like the Jews or whatever the fuck, right? It doesn't matter. Like
That's
I use
crazy
it as a
stuff. Yeah.
hyperbolic. I agree.
Yeah.
I use this
Yeah.
hyperbolic thing at the end of like whatever conspiracy. In this case, hiding the because Nazis may say that as well. Like the Jews are hiding the flat Earth. They're like whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Yeah.
I agree. It
When
is.
yeah, when people say that, they're just I don't actually know whether they believe that or they just want to get a reaction out of
Oh,
someone.
some people definitely believe that. You have no idea.
Yeah. I don't know. We don't hear much about that stuff in Australia. So.
No, that's fine. You're
Yeah.
probably better for it not to interact with like this kinds of radiation. But in any case, like I think normies usually the way normies argue flat Earth is attacking the conspiracy. The way people who like I guess this is my observations from interacting with both globe earthers and flat earthers.
Yeah.
The way globe earthers that are knowledgeable attacking the flat Earth is usually using things that
Circular
can be
reasoning.
observed and have like some sort of I mean circular reasoning, sure, maybe.
Yeah.
My point is it's more than just like the social part of the flat Earth thing, right?
Yeah.
They use like geometry,
Well, what
star
most
motion,
of the
different
time
stars views
when
from different places on the planet.
yeah, most of the time when people come in, they kind of just ad hom attack flat earthers, and they actually don't know anything about their own model. So that's the problem. That's what we also try and point out to people is that they're just believing something that they don't know anything about. That's like the whole
That's true.
It's a big point about it. You know, it's okay. How do you know this? What did you learn about this to make your decision that you know you live on a globe? Yeah. And most people, I'd say 99% of people we speak to don't have a clue. It's a religion. They live in a religion. And you can't deny
I
that.
mean, to a large extent, a lot of knowledge that we rely on every day, we rely on through trust. And that is generally fine. But I do think, Flat Earth is contributing something good in terms of there were people here that were generally flabbergasted by your confrontation on their, globe hypothesis, and that were, then spurred on to actually look into scientific inquiry, and
I think
that's probably a good thing.
People come in and they assume that the flat Earth the view just can't explain anything in reality, but maybe they just aren't aware of it. And then when they're hit with things that can be explained using a flat Earth model or perspective, they sort of get thrown off and they don't really know what to do. But the once you stay in here for a while, the real question becomes not if the flat Earth can explain things, but rather if it can explain things that globe Earth cannot explain. That's really the core of it, and that's really I think that's where more of the higher level debates take place.
Yeah,
It's
and
also a thing of
most
like
of the higher
ignorance on
level
both
debates are
sides, where
quite amicable as well. You know, like everyone gets along pretty well, and it's when people
really,
come in and started insulting people then it gets heated.
I mean, I've been here plenty of times, and it's usually not the globe people being rude. I'm sorry, but
Oh yeah.
that part I don't think is true.
I mean, I noticed. I mean,
we
there's
disagree
obviously an
then.
error. There's an error of, I guess you could say, confidence, or there are people from the globe that are more the ratio of their confidence to their knowledge is going to be higher because obviously they hear about globe at the globe side their whole lives, so they're going to come here confidently and assume that they can just BTFO everyone on the other side. But obviously, you should expect that if someone's going to take a fringe position, that they're going to be much more well versed on all of the issues. If anything, that should make you want to study the topic more, so that you can point out the areas in which they can't explain reality with their model and say like, well, here's where it fails and explain this part's of reality, and the globe model can explain it.
Okay, so we can all admit that flat Earth is a good thing then. If it only makes people look into things more and makes them look into actually scientific methods, then that's a good thing all round, is it not?
I mean, it's at least partially a good thing, but that doesn't mean the overall effect is good. Like if flat Earth, gets too many people to sort of misapply that sort of scientific principle, the way that flat Earth people are interpreting it, and then, that could be a slippery slope into a lot of other really useless conspiracies.
Yeah, I mean,
in what
someone
way
is
in what way is it being misapplied?
Well, for example, right, the idea that independent variables need to be like manually turned on and off by you, the researcher, personally, right, to gain any knowledge, which is just not true, right?
This is
Again,
not our.
I've brought up natural experiments,
It's
right?
not our method.
Again,
Yeah,
but you're applying it too strictly, and you're missing a lot of nuance when you say that, right?
Well,
Or when
if
you
you
dismiss
apply
certain
it strictly,
experiments.
then
Again,
you
for
come up
example,
with certain
natural
answers. If
experiments.
you don't apply it at all, then you don't come up with any answers because you're working on something that hasn't been verified in the first place. And then you're jumping to a conclusion after something hasn't been verified and running off with something that comes after something that hasn't been verified and then saying that this is verified, and it's silly.
It's all about the utility, right? We have fucking satellites, right? We have spacecraft, we have planes, we have like technology,
know that?
right? We
No,
have
there's a point.
GPS. We have I mean, I'm a computer scientist. I worked like on spacecraft, right?
What do you
Like,
do with
what are you
science?
talking about? I
What
do
do
know.
you do with satellites?
Listen,
Well, I
what you
mean,
do know is
I
how to
was part of a
program. You've
research
never
group
been up
that,
in space yourself. Be
No,
honest,
no,
dude.
we
Yeah,
were over this. We
I'm
went over
not
this.
saying
We went
I've
over
been
this
in space,
before.
but
Be honest.
like I've worked.
I just asked you a question. Be honest.
Yeah.
What do you do with satellites?
I mean, I was part of a research group, right, where I was part of the
Doing
team
what?
planning the missions for microsatellites to gather different data, right, for other research groups.
So you
Right,
gather
we'd set up a
data.
microsat, the microsat would go out, and then the microsat would collect data. And for that to be a conspiracy, right, that would require a bunch of
Not a
different things,
conspiracy.
right?
So who launched
Wait,
it?
wait, wait,
Who
wait.
launched it?
Well, I think they went up with SpaceX on a Falcon.
Yeah,
But that was that was many
they
years
did.
ago now.
See what you just said? You
This is
said,
this
I
is like
think they did.
there's
I mean,
no.
it
You're never going to
depends.
be able
Like,
You
there
don't
were
even know.
multiple
You
microsats.
can't resolve this
There were many
argument.
launches. Like what? Again, right? For that to be sort of not true, right? We have the physical satellite that we constructed. We have the thing that we later contact and get data off of. For that data to be fabricated, NASA would
Did you
have to
construct it?
commit, right, a
Did you
full-on
construct
team of
the
people to
satellite?
fake the data.
Did you construct the satellite?
I mean, I was close by when they did it. I'm not a mechanical engineer, but
You
I
wrote a computer
was
program.
working with the people that built the satellite, like in the research group.
Okay. Did you see the satellite end up in space?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I saw the dot going overhead and saw
How
people
did you
saw us,
see the
build up the
satellite
antenna and
end up in
contact it.
space?
Yeah, we didn't see the launch. I didn't go to Boca Chica or wherever they did the launch.
So you don't know it's there.
Is that really a dunk though? Like, do you know what would be required for that thing that I see up in the sky to not be that physical satellite, right?
What did you
Something
see in the
else
sky?
that is
What did
faking
you
that
see in the
data?
sky? What did you see
It's
in
a
the
dot
sky?
that we can contact with radio signals that then pretends to be the object that we commissioned for that mission, right?
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah?
No, this
So
this
what?
will never be resolved, because until we went over this earlier, until we get to a point where we have human activity in space on the level of like international flights to other countries, for example, right? When we were talking about China, they're willing to accept that, okay, China probably exists because millions of people go there. We have regular access. I think until we reach that level of access to low Earth orbit, this conversation just will not be settled on an inductive level or an empirical observation level. It's just always going to be based
but you
off
can see
rhetoric.
how, from my perspective, assuming that the things I'm saying aren't lies, that would be strong evidence, right?
Yeah, I think it literally is just a matter of time. The technology is not enough so that
Do you know
millions of
about
people
the
can go to low Earth
Do you know
orbit.
about the NASA balloon program? Do you know about that?
Well, do balloons move at 8 kilometers per second on the second precisely, no
know
matter
that
the
this
weather, no
thing is
matter,
moving
you
at
know,
8
any
kilometers per
atmospheric
second?
circumstances?
How do you know that
Because
this
we can
thing is
point an
moving at
antenna
8?
at that dot, right? And the dot is moving. We can measure the distance to the
Measure
dot,
what?
right? Based on the
What are you
delay
measuring?
of the signals because of light speed. We can measure the speed
Light
of the
speed
object
now.
due to
So is that
Doppler
an
shift in the
average,
radio
or
signals.
is it different, or
Hey,
what's light speed?
Exo, real quick,
It's a
could I
constant.
cut in just for a
But
second?
it depends on the medium. What?
Exo,
Yes.
just for a second. I just wanted to ask, like, Timbo, can I ask you like a question or two?
Yeah, I'm in and out at the moment, but one sec.
Okay.
Yeah, just looking for the Han Super Dry. Yeah, from the fridge or not? If it got in the fridge.
Oh.
Sorry, one sec. One sec.
No, you're good. So this sort of like ultimate skepticism is very interesting, but I do think like you're right. It's far too critical. It's far too acute. It's applied far too harshly.
Yeah, I understand that. I do understand that, but
Timbo, I would
that's
just like
why
to
we
say,
always go to the surface. Yeah, we go back to the surface.
right.
Yeah,
So the
I've gotta-
surface, right? I'd like to ask you this question just really quick because I want to have Exonaut actually go through this, but
Yeah, go ahead.
when you look at the surface and you look at the world around you, how do you know that you're experiencing reality? And I'm asking you, how do you know that the whatever those things are outside that's being transduced into an electrical signal at your optic nerve, how do you know that that's happening? Can you explain to me how an optical chiasm works?
An optical chiasm?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
It's the part in the brain where the signals cross over between left and right because your left eyeball is connected to your right side of your visual cortex.
Is this why the image is flipped upside down? Is that
No,
what
it's
that
not.
is?
But can you explain that entire process to me? How do
Explain
you
what
know that you're
entire
seeing
process?
the visual experience?
What do you mean the visual experience?
What's unclear
What?
about the question?
What am I explaining to you about what we see?
How it works.
How it
Well, are
works?
you asking for him to provide like a biological?
Yeah, these didactics have a
medical-
point. Yeah, these didactics have a point, and I think it's like rather clear right off the bat.
I don't know, man. I'm a builder. I build houses, and I use lasers.
Yeah.
I use
Yeah.
levels. I use everyday practicality. I use the Earth as a flat and motionless surface every day.
Okay, cool. Exonaut.
I don't know
think
what you're talking about. It's not in my expertise. So
yeah, I don't think
you're calling me
there's
unreasonable.
not many
I get
people
it.
who could
Cal.
who could
No, I'm not
provide that.
calling you unreasonable. I'm just asking you what you're trying to get out of the question.
So what you said right there is using practical observation and utility, which is
Yeah,
what
you're
Exonaut
you're
was
asking me
referring
about
to.
reality,
And
though.
that
You're saying
utility is exactly what he's appealing to, that you just appealed to me, because maybe it is unreasonable for me to expect of people to understand exactly how the visual experience works. And I think
what's
that's
that got
correct.
to do? Can you explain what
And
that's
so,
got
yeah,
to do
I'm getting
with
to
this?
that. Yeah, so
You go.
Exonaut is being
Yeah.
reasonable when he's giving you his criteria for evidence.
But this is not what he's experiencing, though. What he's experienced is he's wrote a computer program, and then they've said it's gone up in a satellite, and he's never seen this satellite go up there, but it's sending back data. So I said, why can't it be? You know about NASA, the NASA balloon program. They love it. They said it's the gold standard. They send stuff up with balloons all the time, and what they do is they change altitude, and then it can change the direction with the wind, so they can actually put them wherever they want.
Right, and I could say that an evil scientist is
so you're
changing
saying
your entire
you're com-
experience of
you're
reality, and it would be
comparing-
just
you're-
as reasonable of a
Wait,
claim
you're
as to say
comparing
that this
me-
entire
Mate, I'll just mute
conspiracy
you in a
surrounding
second.
NASA and these other corporations exists. I think
you're
that's sort of
comparing-
analogous, but
I'm
if you
gonna
don't think it
ask you
is,
to
that's
shut up
fine.
because I didn't finish. All right, you're
Okay.
comparing me not knowing about how vision works inside the brain with someone who wrote a computer program and thinks that it went up to space. How is this similar?
So you do need me to explain the analogy?
Explain how it's similar.
Okay. So Exonaut was appealing to utility and the usefulness of arguments. And I was just showing you that appealing to common sense and prima facie utility of everyday experience is the same thing. And I think it's
What's common
unreasonable
sense about me not knowing how the brain perceives vision?
because you could be being fooled by an evil scientist
But
who's
we
taken
all see
over
the
all
same
of
thing.
your.
That's dumb. See, now you're coming up with stupid arguments.
Yeah, so your
You could be
incredulity
fooled
doesn't
by a
change
scientist.
reality, sadly.
Man,
And
sorry,
since that's
man,
the
but
case,
you're an idiot, mate.
okay, yeah. I mean, you can
Yeah,
call me all the names you'd like. I
we were
think
having
that's like sort of a
a
weakness
good
that you have that I
conversation.
don't
I was
share with
being
you.
very polite, all right?
Yeah,
And
that's
now
fine.
you're saying an evil scientist
Uh-huh.
is what, putting perceptions in your brain? What are you saying?
Yeah, this is a very common. This is a very like philosophy 101 problem that most people engage with. So that's why I
That
usually
an
brought it
evil
up with.
scientist is controlling your thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is a pretty early stage in philosophy if you engage with it in any serious manner. This is a kind of an easy beginner's problem that you have to deal with.
Yeah, sorry, man. We were having a decent conversation. Now you've gone into ridicule. That's absolutely fucking retarded, man. We're having a conversation about satellites and things related to this topic, and you have to turn it around and just say, "Oh, do you understand how the fascia plecia works in the brain with vision?" You know, relating to nothing that we're talking about, and then relating that to now a mad scientist. Yeah, mate, you've lost the plot. Sorry, buddy, you've lost the plot. Does anyone else agree that that was a stupid conversation?
They just turn into solipsists, bro. In the end, they can't know anything. They don't know that the
Yeah.
external world is real. That's always their escape hatch they use.
That's where he was going. He doesn't
I'm sure
even know that he doesn't even know he's living in reality. That's how
I'm
fucking
sure.
retarded the
I'm sure he
argument
was.
is.
I'm sure he was building
What
up
kind
to
of
something.
dunk?
But the thing is,
Yeah.
a lot of philosophy oriented people, they like to sort
Yeah, I
of
don't
take
like I don't like speaking to people like that.
yeah,
It's
take
because
their
it doesn't go anywhere.
free time. But yeah, what I would just say is, like, you know, if you want to compare him sending up the satellite up to just a more I guess simpler analogy, you know, sort of like your water being treated. You don't know for sure that all the bacterial things are being removed from water that you drink from the tap or from bottles, or which chemicals are being removed or added. But at the level of trust that you place in
That's
the
why I
system,
distill my
even if you
water
don't
and
know,
add salts to it.
even if you don't know
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, you have to drink something, right? You know, you're not going to go out, even if you take like iodine, like you don't know exactly the chemical composition that the chemists have made to
Yeah, but you
purify
can
that water.
test it. Yeah, you can test it. That's the difference. So you can't test things in space. Okay.
Well, the question is, do you have trust in the institutions? Do you have trust
No.
in their ability to do it?
It depends what they're studying. I have trust in, you know, if someone writes a paper in chemistry, biology, things like that, things that can be tested with the scientific method. Yeah, I have trust in things like that. Not all of them, because a lot of them are out to make money. So, simple experiments like this reacts with that, and this reacts with that, and things like that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I got no problem with science. I'm not a science denier. I like
So
science.
how
think it's
about like
great.
on like undersea cables that connect like different continents and provide internet access, things like that? I mean, that's
Yeah,
you trust.
98% of the world's communications are from undersea cables. Yeah.
Okay, so you trust. You haven't seen specifically that the signal that's being used to connect us right now. I don't know what
Yeah, I
country you're
wouldn't
in.
use it. I wouldn't use it as a claim or anything like that. No.
Okay.
I wouldn't
Yeah, I think
put it as
that's
part of my
basically
argument because I can't
yeah.
confirm it. Yeah.
That's basically the argument I think he was trying to make. It's just
Why,
from
why
a
wouldn't
It
you
was
be
a
able
weird
to?
way of making it. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be able to confirm it though? Like that's you can go to a quote unquote internet gateway post, right, where all the cables converge on land, and you can see the cable itself going into the sea, into the ocean.
Yeah, but you're
You can
seeing the
confirm that
result.
one.
You're not seeing the actual cables. You're just seeing a bunch of cables
Oh.
together, and then you're believing that they all run under the sea. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Well, you could someone could say
Or you can take scuba gear and dive and see the cable continuously. Like,
do you know how
Yeah,
deep?
a
How
skeptic
deep
would
can
say
you
that
scuba dive, mate? How deep can you scuba dive?
a skeptic would say like, well, how how am I supposed to believe? I'm supposed to believe that somehow there are these cables
I'll be
underwater that
listening, but I've got to get
stretching
back to my
thousands of
family.
miles. There are these cables stretching thousands of miles under the ocean. Why
Yes.
aren't they being crushed by the depths? I'm supposed to believe that somehow the reason why I can communicate with someone in another country is because
Yeah.
of these cables, right? Yeah, I mean, how do you know that?
Anyway, I've got to get going. I've got to get back to my family. It was a nice conversation until that other guy jumped in, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know why that other guy was such a problem. And
Zeno? I don't know. Is Zeno still
no.
here?
Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm not muted yet. Usually it happens very early.
Well, you are German.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Well, no, I just think he...
extent.
Oh.
There we go. Finally. Nope.
Well, I just don't really think he liked that he literally appealed to the same exact argument you did as I asked him, and then that sort of caused quite a bit of dissonance.
It's an this conversation, right, in this room or any other subsequent or previous conversations are fruitless.
Yeah,
because
true.
they will never ever agree, and you will never agree, and it's a stalemate, and
I said this already. The only way this issue will be put to bed is just advances in space technology. That's it.
In other words, what you've just said is that you will keep making fallacies, and flat earthers will not believe fallacies. So yeah, there's
if there's a way for us to pay for each and everybody here to go to space, that would be the only way where any progress in the conversation will be made.
Or maybe you can start realizing that there are long distance observations, and you can know the Earth is flat from long distance
Grizzly,
observations.
if I manage to scramble enough money to pay for you to go to space,
Maybe
would you go?
we don't need lots of money to go to space. You just need a long distance observation. That's all. It's very cheap. But because you don't want to do that, you want to talk nonsense about sending people into space for billions of dollars. You see?
Billions.
Zoidberg.
Well, that's the point.
I think it takes like what is it, 10 million to send like 2 pounds in space
but we
or
don't need to
something
do
like
that.
this.
You do long distance observations. So we don't need to send anything.
Sure. But again, I think that the only way to advance this conversation is for these people who are the field touch type of people to be sent to space. Like, there's no other way.
It's not like, there's such a divide, and the only way to solve this is to send people into space for millions of dollars. No, there is another solution. You just do a long distance observation and wake the fuck up.
But you guys don't believe that. You think it's a fisheye lens. The camera has been worked on. Software post processing has like
you're the one who doesn't
skewed the
believe long distance
perspective.
observation. It's you who doesn't believe long distance observation.
So Grizzly, if you tell me if I shoot up a balloon 100 kilometers up in
We're
the
talking about long distance observations, so you're the one who denies them, not flat Earth.
What am I denying?
You're the one who denies. You're the one who denies that you can see objects far away and you shouldn't be able to see them. You are the one who denies them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're saying that we can't see something far away and know that the Earth is flat. You're saying that's refraction. That's not proof. We don't need to go to space. We can just do long distance observations.
I never made that argument in this. Like, are
You're
you
saying the
hinting
only way
back
to
at a
break this
historical?
divide between flat earthers and globe earthers is to send people into space. That's not the only solution.
Zoidberg.
We can just do long distance observations.
Zoidberg, I would
Well,
just like to tell you, it was about
what's up?
What is it now? 15? Yeah, about 15 years ago, I was one of these guys. And so like the way you do solve it is through like a decade of just headshotting me with logic and facts, and it worked. So you just have to do it for a decade to someone
Yeah,
who's
but a
susceptible to
decade,
that.
investing a decade into a singular person to change their mind,
Is
it
unreasonable.
just seems
Yes.
like unreasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Look, you do
Like
realize
I have a
that.
life. I have a wife. I need to do shit. Like it's not.
Zoidberg, you do realize that all these flat earthers in here, you do realize they were all globe earthers 5 or 10 years ago. So they've done the research and they've changed their mind. You're the one who hasn't
But
done the research.
Grizzly, I was a flat earther when I was a child. When I was
No,
like
you weren't.
5, I
No,
thought
you
the Earth
weren't.
was
No,
flat.
you weren't. No, you weren't.
No, I
You
was.
just followed along what you're told, like you're doing now.
I strongly remember like saying that the Earth is flat when I was 5. There you go, and I converted.
Shit, man. Bro, shut
I'm
up.
not.
Okay?
Okay.
So you just follow and believe whatever you're told, okay? And to this very day, okay? Meanwhile, some other people have done some research and they know both models. They know the flat Earth model, know the globe model, and they make a choice. You don't know either model. You just sit here talk shit. That's it.
Is there a flat Earth model I can look at?
Yeah, there is.
That is correct.
There is.
Which one?
And you don't want to look at actually the specifics of either model. You just
Can
want
you
to talk
link
shit.
me to one?
Follow consensus. You just want to follow consensus
Grizzly.
and expect that to be good enough.
Grizzly. Wait, there's supposedly. Wait, this is new to me. There's a flat Earth model. This is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's a
You mind
North
letting
Pole
me?
in the middle. There's a North Pole in the middle with where your compass points to, and then there's a southern ring at the one going around the outside.
Oh, interesting. So I maybe you weren't in the conversation earlier, but when I brought that up and I said under that model, the future
Now,
model,
Cal, now you can use your argument. Yes.
Yeah,
the
how
people,
come?
the guy that told you that, the guy that told
Hold
you that
on,
says there's no agreed upon. The guy that told you that is trying to tell you that there's no agreed upon model. There's no objective consensus like you have with NASA.
Excuse
That's
me.
what he was trying to tell you.
Excuse me. So under that model, how come a flight from Santiago,
Well,
Chile,
you
or
are
from
talking to me,
Australia,
so I'm gonna overtalk you now.
from Australia to Chile doesn't
I didn't hear
take
what you were saying.
far
So I was
longer
overtalking.
than a flight from New York City to London?
I didn't hear what
I'm
you
glad-
said because I was overtalking you to repay you for
How
the
come?
honor of you overtalking me.
How come under the model that you just
Are you still
described?
talking?
Because everyone else was dodging it, right? They said they don't have a model. I'm glad you
I
said
didn't
there
hear
is
you. I
one.
was
Under that model, how come a flight from Australia to Chile doesn't take 5 times longer than a flight from New York City to London?
I didn't hear your question because I was overtalking you to repay you for the favor of you overtalking me.
I mean, okay, you heard it now, so you can go ahead and talk.
Great. No, I didn't hear you. I was overtalking you.
No, you didn't. I didn't hear anything. No, you were sitting there patiently. I heard you were sitting there patiently listening for me away from
this
you.
is such an obnoxious conversation. Do you guys
Go
want to
ahead.
just pack it in, both of you? Like, what the
Go
fuck?
ahead.
It's like literally the most obnoxious shit I've ever heard.
I know, because we have an idiot here who doesn't want to stick to
That's how
the
this
point.
person is.
No,
Yeah.
you're both being obnoxious right now. I mean, especially you.
I'm trying to explain
Like
to him
what?
that there's no. I'm trying to explain to him that there's no objective singular model like there is for heliocentrism. For geocentrism,
okay.
there are multiple models.
There we
but there
go
are
then.
some.
Okay.
Shut up! I'm not done talking.
So maybe you shouldn't make
cherry pick
ridiculous. So maybe you shouldn't make ridiculous claims like that.
I wasn't done though. But I wasn't done though. Hush.
Oh, you're not. Oh, you're not done. Okay. Yeah.
So there's no objective model for amongst flat earthers. There is multiple directions people are looking in, but there is some common agreements or some commonalities which would have to be the case for any flat earth model. So, for example, in any flat earth model, the Earth's flat. For example, in any flat earth model, there is north and south in terms of magnetism, and so you'd have a ring going around the outside. Okay, so they differ on many things, but they are common on many things. That's what the guy was trying to tell you. There's no agreed upon model, but there are agreed upon commonalities. Okay. With the heliocentric model, there is an agreed upon model which is fixed, and you can't go against that. Okay, so and you don't even know either model.
Yeah, I do know, and I know that there's none of the models that people have posited for the flat Earth models. None of them can explain some things that can be pretty easily explained by the globe Earth model. Like for example, direct flights across the southern. Like for example, direct flights across the southern Pacific that don't take significantly longer than flights across the North Atlantic.
Yeah, that can be explained by a flat model.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently no one was able to do it. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so if you
can
actually
do it.
look,
You can explain it because I'm not going to explain it, but it can be. It just can't because
let me reply to you, man.
Assert that it is. You just assert that it can be explained. So I guess that's how it works.
That's great. That's great. So when you're talking about flights from Chile to Australia, if you notice when those flights take place, if you notice they do not go over Antarctica. Would you agree?
No, not over it. No.
So considering that flight could be done in less than 5 hours if you just fly over Antarctica, why isn't it going over Antarctica?
mainly for fuel reasons. They want to make sure they're not too far away from land and things like that. They could reduce the time by going directly over. Actually going directly over the South Pole would actually make it a little bit longer, but they could start getting a little bit closer to Antarctica. But there are regulations preventing them from going too far south because of the distance. They want to be able to land near some Pacific islands if there's issues with the fuselage or things like that. So these things are all perfectly. These things are maintained by the airlines, the airline companies, to make sure there's passenger safety, right? But if you want to talk about that, there's a difference between that and the difference of like 1 or 2 hours being shaved off by going over the Arctic Ocean or Antarctic Ocean, right? Versus under a flat Earth model, like for example the pizza model, where New York and London are super close to the center of that disk, right? It would be significantly shorter to go between them versus going from Santiago to Perth or Sydney. But we know that that's not true. We know that it's only a little bit longer when it should be significantly longer.
I posted you a video in the side chat to help you explain this and help you understand all of this because you're very ignorant. Right?
Oh, I understand perfectly well. That's the
I
point.
think you should watch the video in the side chat. It's only 5 minutes.
That's why we're here.
Please educate.
Oof, that video is a torrent link. I wouldn't click that.
Let me see.
It's a YouTube link, man. Relax. So
Where?
if you just watch that video, you'll understand why you're wrong. That's all I have to tell you.
Yeah, just go to iamright.com, right? Just go to iamright.com.
Watch the video. It's only 5 minutes, and then correct yourself. Okay. By the way, you've come up with a new one because in the olden days, people used to say, "Oh, planes don't fly over Antarctica because it's too cold." At least you're not saying dumb shit like that. At least you've wisened up on that front.
Well, no, because it used to be, but the planes can handle that now.
Oh yeah. Since when? What year? From what year onwards could they handle it?
I just want to throw in. I just want to throw in. I just want to throw that in that the claim that because they want to stick to where there's land in case of emergency or whatever, like then what land are they landing on when they're going over the ocean? Because from Chile to Australia, it's completely over the water, dude.
Oh,
So that
there's
was like
no
a
land.
stupid argument.
So Fiji doesn't exist. Cook Islands don't exist. French Polynesia doesn't exist. Tuvalu doesn't exist. The Marshall Islands don't exist. New Caledonia doesn't exist.
Let me show you something.
Yeah, there's no land. It's all empty ocean.
There's an airport to land those big ass planes on those little fucking islands you're talking about. You're fucking full of shit, dude. You're a liar, dude.
Yeah,
you're a liar, bro.
Yeah, no commercial flights land in those places. There's no tourism to Fiji or any of these places. This is the most.
No.
Are you able to do even a tiny bit of research? Like, what are you doing?
You do know that.
At least Grizzly does his research before he comes here with some shit.
You do know that. Hey, can you shut the fuck up and let me finish real quick? You do know that you know that you can't go like directly to those islands. You have to land where there's a big airport, and then you take a smaller plane into those little islands, right?
You made a specific claim. Right? You made a specific claim.
You made a claim that those big jets that hold all that fuel.
Hold on.
We're talking about non-stop.
We're not talking about tiny runways.
I love how you're trying to shut me up because you know I'm fucking destroying you right now. You're trying to shut me up. Well, just let me finish. Let me finish then. Let me finish then. Let me finish then real quick. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish.
You said, hold on. I'll finish and let me talk. Okay,
dude.
You said there was a runway between. There's no runway between in the Pacific, right? That can handle these large jets. You're saying there's not even one. There's not even two. If there's even a couple or two or three, that alone can justify why it goes over the South Pacific instead of going over the. Instead of going over.
Where can I post a photo to show you? Where can I post a photo to show you?
I mean, this is just ridiculous. Like that.
Where can I post? Where can I post a photo to show you, dude?
In the side chat, bro.
Where's this? Oh, okay, just side chat. Okay, I got you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that is an argument I've never heard before.
No,
I've never heard. Even the flat earthers, I've never heard that argument.
Oh no. Okay, so here's the thing.
The idea that these islands don't have planes or commercial runways with the millions of tourists that go to these places.
So hold on though. So let me explain something to you. Have you ever been to Fiji? Have you ever flown there?
Not personally, no.
Oh, okay. So you're talking just out the fucking side of your neck.
Okay. Oh, okay. So unless I personally get in a plane, unless I get in a plane and go to these islands, they cannot have commercial. No, stop.
Hey,
I'm not going to engage with this kind of.
I let you talk already. Then shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Because what I have to say is because I actually have things that are worth saying.
Okay. So I was talking. Dude, I let you talk. I let you talk. Is this what you do? Is this your tactic? Then shut the fuck up. Then let me finish. So when you jump on a plane, that's a direct flight. you're going to need a lot of fuel, right, for that direct flight. So to handle that direct flight, you're not going to go on a small tiny plane that can land on those islands. You're going to go on a really big plane that could actually hold enough fuel to travel that far of a distance. So that big plane is not going to find itself trying to land on a little island because they don't have a runway big enough for those big planes that go nonstop. So your argument that, oh, they won't go over Antarctica because there's nowhere to land. Well, dude, their planes that would be landing because they have to go such a far distance will have to have so much fuel that they can't have a small little plane which can fit on those runways. So your argument is destroyed, dude. It's
Wrong,
stupid.
wrong. Oh,
It's
I'm
illogical.
destroyed.
It's
Yeah, you
illogical.
describe me with
Yeah,
facts
yeah.
and logic.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
for sure. Yeah,
You're illogical, bro.
yeah. This is ridiculous. I mean,
It's no,
I
what's
don't even think
ridiculous to say that it won't
Grizzly's on
go
your side. I
over
don't even think
because
he would agree with you on this. I don't even think he would defend you on this.
I don't
'Cause this is
care. I don't
ridiculous.
need him on my side. I don't need him on my side. I know that the planes that you say
Oh,
are going
you know,
from
you just know, right?
Australia
Yeah,
from
no.
going to
Okay.
Australia to Chile.
Yeah, first of all, you don't need giant planes to cross these distances anymore. You don't need to actually do that. Planes have gotten much more efficient, so they can travel with less fuel over these long distances now. So that's actually one big improvement. Also,
So now you're understanding that that's all a lie,
there's
right?
a difference. Also, there's a difference
Thank you,
between
by the way, for conceding to that.
there's a difference between going over the South Pacific and having to land on a runway that maybe might be difficult to land on versus going over the Antarctic and not even having that option to land on these runways.
Are you saying there's no runways over there?
Excuse me. And there are runways that can't handle some of these bigger planes on these islands.
You,
it's just it's more difficult to land on them. It's more difficult to land on them, but they do handle it because
are you saying there's no runways in Antarctica?
Excuse me.
You're full of shit, bro. You don't even know what you're talking about.
There are specifications. There are specifications for landing these larger planes on these islands. Okay,
dude, you're reaching right now, bro.
Fiji is not the only island.
You're scrambling, bro.
There's the Marshall Islands. Excuse me. There's the Marshall Islands. There's Tuvalu. There's Samoa. There's American Samoa.
You're drowning in your balloon.
There's U.S. military bases in the Pacific. Okay, when it comes to emergencies, all of these are available for civilian landings, right? Or you can divert back to Australia.
All of a sudden you
or excuse me. I'm talking. Excuse me.
You're full of shit, bro.
When I talk. I'm talking.
You're full of shit, bro.
You can divert back. You can divert back, or if you're in the middle of the South Pacific, you can just continue onward to your course. You can divert to Hawaii. There is a million. Excuse me. There is a million options that you can choose from when you're in the South Pacific compared to when you're in Antarctica. It's much more difficult to make those decisions, right? That's why people That's why people do these things. That's why regulations exist to prevent you from going. Yeah, but that's the point. Yeah, see, because you're a fucking retard. You don't even want to acknowledge any of that.
That's your lie. That's your lie, bro.
You don't
you
know.
believe the lie. You believe the lie. Just admit it. Just at least.
You can
admit it.
So you can just you go ahead. Go ahead. You can just deny everything that I'm saying, right?
Admit it, bro. Admit it. You're lost in the lies. You were fed that. Somebody told you, oh, they can't fly over Antarctica because it's too dangerous and we need emergency landings. And
it's not about.
Told you that, bro. You believe that lie.
There are regulations. There are regulations to preventing it. There are
regulations. Now there's regulations from flying over.
There are certain regulations. Yes.
Really?
The fact that you don't even know this. The fact you don't even know this.
Right. No. I'm just saying you're changing your argument now. Now it was they couldn't fly over because it's the safety of the passenger. This has
always been true.
What
It's not about changing the argument. Okay, it's not about changing the argument. There are certain dangers. It's not that it's literally impossible. If it was literally impossible to take a plane to Antarctica, then no one would go there, right? Or you wouldn't have.
Are there runways in Antarctica?
And you wouldn't have planes landing there, right? The reason why planes go over the South Pacific is because that is the safer option. That's it. That's the safer option for. That's the safer. Hold on. That's the safer option for rerouting back to Australia or New Zealand or any of the Cook Islands, the Marshall Islands, American Samoa, right? Or going up to Hawaii, or if you're past the line of longitude that goes through Hawaii, at that point you can divert to some Latin American country, right? Or you can land at a U.S. military base because you have Bikini Atoll and other places that the U.S. military owns too, right? All of which is available for civilian landing, even if it's normally restricted in the case of an emergency. None of which exists if you're going over the Antarctic, right?
I can hear you reaching, bro.
Unless you have specialized equipment. I mean, this is just. I've never heard, even like the most stringent, like dedicated flat earthers, I've never heard this level of retard. This is the most retarded argument I've ever in my entire life. They will not defend it.
Nice tactic.
Notice how,
let me ask. I don't
Hold
need
on.
them to
Notice
defend me.
how
I don't care.
notice how
I don't
no one
care.
is
I don't
defending.
care. I
Notice
don't
how
care.
no one's
I don't
jumping
need them
in.
to defend me. I don't
Yeah,
care.
because you don't believe in
Oh,
objectivity. You don't
is
believe
that what
you don't
is that a
believe in anything.
tactic? You're trying to isolate? That's a tactic, huh? Oh, put you by yourself and try to
No,
belittle you.
because
It's a
it's just
tactic,
true.
dude.
Because
All
it's
right,
just
so check it out. Do you know how far that path is?
I don't
Do
need
you
to
know how
hold on.
far that is?
I don't need to belittle. I don't need to belittle you.
No.
You're already
Hey,
an idiot.
hey, do you know how
I
far
don't.
it is
It
from
doesn't take. I
Australia?
don't need any special. I don't need any special like tactic
Gotcha.
to
Good,
belittle you.
good, 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 good. Thank
You're
you.
already
Bro,
coming
if
from
you
a
just keep
position of
monologuing and
incredible
talking
ignorance.
over the top, I'm gonna
Right.
mute you
This
in
is
between,
ridiculous.
man.
Thank you. Just mute him. Thank you, because I'm trying to say something, but he keeps fucking babbling. Hey, check this out. So just not even him, because he obviously he's lost. Obviously he's lost. He's not going to listen to this. But so let me share something with everybody else. So like the distance that he's talking about from South America to Australia, right? The path that they take today, like not going over Antarctica, their fake ball. You are going to travel 12,000 miles over the water. And for some reason, that's a safer bet, as opposed to going only 7,000 miles if you took according to their fake ball model. So imagine an airliner can cut 5,000 miles on their fucking jets, but they're going to rather take the longer route. This guy's full of shit, dude. He has to get out of here, bro, because he's just spewing lies and trying to fucking grasp to fucking everything that he can to make his lies a fucking reality for him. It's bullshit. Yeah, someone's gonna fly 5,000 more miles when they're, dude. You can't even fucking ask for like an extra soda sometimes because they're trying to save money, and you're saying they're gonna just willy nilly a fucking flight that goes 5,000 more miles when they could save so much more money because they do a lot of those flights
Oh
apparently.
yeah, it's all about
Get the
money,
fuck
right?
out of here, bro.
If you only knew about the extreme number of
You're
regulations
full of shit.
on airlines that keep them from making money, do you have any idea how
All of
much
a
more
sudden,
money?
you know
Do you have
everything
any
about
idea how
airlines,
much
bro.
more money airlines could make if they cut corners on a number of things? But turns out this is one of the areas where even under our
Oh, of
fucking
course, yeah.
even under
Well,
our even under our
just so
bloodthirsty,
happens.
like this is one of the areas airlines are one of the few areas in our even under
They're
like
full
our
of
capitalist
shit.
system, even under our capitalist system where making money is actually not the highest priority. That's why airlines barely make a profit at all. They have the tiniest profit margin out of any corporations in the entire world because they're extremely
Right.
regulated when it comes to safety. So it's not about money. The fact that you think that even with this is about
No, the
this is the most
reason why
retarded
they
ever.
are because you can't.
The fact
That's the reason why they
the,
don't
the
do it,
fact
because you can't.
the fact that you even think that there's the infrastructure necessary to support regular landings or dangerous diversions of planes in the Antarctica in the case of these kind of dangerous system failures, it's ridiculous because it doesn't exist. Most of Antarctica doesn't have infrastructure. It doesn't have
You
regular
cannot fly
aircraft infrastructure.
under your fake ball, bro.
Right. I mean, it's just again the
You
reason
can't go south from South America. You can't travel south and end up on the other side over on Australia around the ball. You can't do that. That's why they don't do that, by the way, because you can't do that. That's why they don't do that. Just to let you know.
Wait, hold on. Even if you took that risk and you flew over Antarctica, you wouldn't end up in Australia. You wouldn't end up directly. It would be like still, it'd be like further away. It's not It's not. If that was the most efficient way, people still wouldn't do it. But in that case, you would notice like flights going over or getting closer to Antarctica than they usually do, right? And by the way, plenty of flights even now go close to Antarctica. They might not go directly over the South Pole, but they still do go close to it in order to shave off some time, which is something that's only been able to be achieved now because of the improved fuel efficiency of planes, as well as better safety standards, things like that. But they still don't go directly into Antarctica for safety reasons. That's why. And it's not. You keep saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
but they would save money." They would
Dude.
save money, ignoring the fact that airlines again have extremely tiny profit margins, even though they can make way more money. But there are so many rules when it comes to the Federal Aviation Administration, when it comes to safety standards, fuel gauge
Dude,
standards,
you sound
when it
like
comes to all sorts of security personnel they have to hire. That the airline companies,
Dude, you're talking out your ass. I just took 2 seconds to Google.
that airline
He's
companies,
completely talking out of his ass.
especially American airliners.
This works. This works
have
on
extreme
Globers who are
profit margins.
This is why. This
Go
works
ahead.
for
Just
Globers.
discount
Oh
everything
yeah,
that I'm saying.
I'm gonna discount your nonsense. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I know a lie. I know a lie when I hear it, and that's definitely a lie. That's for sure.
35, like 40 potential airports you can land at in Oceania and Australia and New Zealand and all those islands in Polynesia, Melanesia, Hawaii, if
All,
necessary. All the
dude,
U.S.
those are
military
all
bases,
small planes.
all
All
the
small
fucking
planes.
all the U.S. military bases you can land on, right? Many of which,
Yeah, land
most
on
of which
bases.
are, well, most of which are suitable
This guy's
for
an idiot.
most of
Dude,
which, excuse me, most of which are suitable for larger aircraft, even if it's not ideal, right? Even if it's not ideal because of regulations,
Dude, you're
most of which
you're
are suitable.
grasping for straws,
They
bro.
are
You're grasping
suitable.
for straws.
They are suitable for a landing. They are
You're
suitable for a
grasping for
landing
straws, dude.
in
You
dangerous
can't
situations.
you can't
And by the
land
way,
on
that's
military
happened.
bases.
By the way,
A
it's
big
happened
plane
before.
can't land on a
By
small
the way,
airport. Dude, you're full of
it's
shit, bro.
happened.
You're
It's
just
happened
grasping
before.
right now. You have a
Not
handler,
every
bro? You have a
not
handler
every
that's helping you right
not
now?
every airplane that flies over the South Pacific
You're
is a
literally just
giant
Who are
saying
you
airplane.
nonsense.
talking to?
There are
Who are you
smaller
talking to right now?
there are smaller airplanes that fly over the South
Who are
Pacific.
you trying to convince
See,
other
you're
than
not
yourself?
see, you're not even going to engage
This
with
is
my point. So I'm
spurging
correct.
You're
the
You're
very
not
no
even going to
definition
point.
engage.
of
You're
it.
just randomly saying a
Who
bunch of fucking beliefs you have about
who
the
are you
flight.
who are
Hold on,
you trying to convince other than yourself?
let me ask people in this voice chat a simple question, right? What do you think is safer, having access to airplanes or having access to airports and facilities in the Pacific Ocean, or flying over flying over Antarctica, where the only places that you have to land on are very specialized research stations that are
Oh
hundreds
yeah,
of
and the
miles apart
consensus
from
in
each
this chat room is going to settle it, of course. Yeah, yeah.
other. I'm saying
He's
these.
stupid.
Oh, hold on. It's not a question of popularity. It's simply a question of what
Well,
common
that's
sense,
exactly what
right?
it's about. You said, let me just ask the people in this chat room. That's exactly what it's about. Popularity.
Right.
No, it's just common sense. I'm just curious. I want to know, like, if I'm the only person, because
You just
if
want to know
people,
how
What's the
popular
claim?
your
The claim.
idea is, then it's going to indicate whether it's true or not.
So the claim. Hang on. What's
no,
your claim, Cal?
no, I'm curious, because if everyone in the voice chat says, no, it's safer to go over Antarctica, or that has nothing to do with it, I would learn from that, even if,
Dude, you can't go over there.
even if I disagree,
Making a
even
consensus
if I
fallacy
disagree,
now.
even if I disagree, that would still be a valuable insight into what the perspectives of people
Bro,
in
you
this
have a
room are.
fallacious mind. You believe in popularity being true, you see.
I
No, I
know, dude.
don't. No, I
That's
don't believe that.
there's
No, I don't. No, I don't.
problem number one.
If everyone in this voice chat said flying over Antarctica is safer than flying over the Pacific, I would say you're all a bunch of fucking retards, and I would stand there and and be proud of that, because that's the truth, right? Because I know I'm right, but I'm just curious. I want to see what
He
people think.
knows it. Dude, you can't fly over it, bro, because it's not a ball. So that's you're
And by the way,
ready to start off the
and
wrong foot, bro.
Grizzly, notice how
Wait, Cal, could you be wrong?
What?
Could you be wrong about what you think about this?
Could I be wrong that flying over Antarctica is safer than flying over?
Okay, let's
South
assume
Pacific?
flying over Antarctica is not as safe, and that's why they choose to do that. We still can't fly over Antarctica to prove that we're going to pop up on the other side of a ball. So the whole conversation's irrelevant, completely irrelevant. Let's just get back on topic. How
Wait, no,
does
we
this?
have them. Wait, no. So we hold on. There have been planes that have taken off from Melbourne and Hobart, right, Tasmania, that have landed in the Australian sections of Antarctica that they claim at a U.S. Antarctic station, and then have taken off, and then have taken off, and then flown up to Buenos Aires or to South Africa, and then gone up to Europe or the United States, right? So we've had that. Now, just because they have a stop there in Antarctica does not change the fact that they still continue on their trajectory that they would have taken if they had continued going, right?
So
The reason why they do that is because they purposefully took that route to Antarctica rather than a
Interesting,
civilian
they go north
airliner.
to go south. Interesting, they go north to go south. Yeah, you actually proving our point when you say stuff like that. Thanks.
And by the
Appreciate
way,
it.
wait, what are you talking about? No, they go from Australia south to Antarctica, land at a station, and then continue going south, which then turns into them going north, and then continue up to Buenos Aires, and then up to North
God.
America, right? And by the way, the only reason why
I've
I brought
never
this up
seen
was
anything like that.
the only reason why I
Thank you.
brought this up. The only reason why I brought this up was because I was asking Grizzly or someone else about what if there's any flat Earth model that can explain why flights from Australia to South America don't take so much longer than flights from New York City to London. Under a flat Earth model, it would have to take much longer
That
compared to a
was the
global model where it's only
conversation
slight,
3 hours ago
right?
when I left here.
No, but yeah,
But at the end of the
we
day,
brought it
you're
up.
basing it off your
I brought it up
assumptions,
again.
dude.
I brought it up again, and he's
You're basing it off your own assumptions, man. You're basing it off the assumptions that you have a flat Earth model, you know the distances, you know all these facts. You don't know any facts, man. All you're doing is just speaking unfactual, unsupported garbage.
Right.
because you guys said that you guys
out
are
the
not
side of his
operating off
neck. You're
because
talking out
you
the
guys
side
aren't
of your neck,
operating
dude.
because you guys aren't operating off of a certain model, right? You guys said
You
we're not
said
operating.
citizens could land on
However,
military bases. That's where I gave up on you. That's when I
excuse me.
fucking hung up the coat, bro. You're done.
Excuse me.
You said
Excuse
some
me.
stupid shit.
Excuse me. And the reason why I dropped the issue earlier because you guys said we're not basing it off of a specific flat Earth model, right? But then Grizzly brought up earlier.
Well, I mean,
all that stuff,
basic
all that
needs
stuff,
aren't
all that stuff that we're
static.
talking about. So food and all this other stuff. These things are transitory. They change. Whereas the world where you live,
Basic
that does not
needs.
change. That's more important.